New York's Chinatown. A quaint old-fashioned courtyard lay with its main gate wide open. Above the doorway hung a black plaque bearing 5 large characters, Zhongji Wuliang Guan, the ultimate immeasurable hall. The plaque's background was black, the characters of vivid red written in wild soaring calligraphy, like coiling dragons and dancing phoenixes. It seemed as though some strange power was sealed within the strokes. A single glance made one's eyes sting as if pricked by invisible needles. Inside the gate stood a greenstone screen wall 10 feet long and 6 feet high, its surface carved in high relief, with a single enormous character for martial. Circling past the screen, the inner courtyard revealed itself, arranged exactly like an old-style martial arts school. The ground was paved with smooth, bluestone slabs. On either side stood rows of weighted training apparatus. On the steps before the main hall at the rear, a man in his late 20s or early 30s was standing. Though still young, his aura was heavy and restrained, bearing the unmistakable bearing of a grandmaster. He was nearly 2 meters tall, bare-chested, his entire body knotted with bulging muscles like steel cables and iron bones. Now his voice boomed like a great bell as he delivered a stern address. In the courtyard opposite him, a group of Chinese descended men and women stood in neat rows listening to his lecture. Our sect carries the inheritance of the martial god. From our founding patriarch Zhongji Heshang to the second-generation master Zhongji Wuliang, and now to me, I am already the 3rd generation. I, Zhan Lu, am the 3rd-generation sect master of the Zhongji Wuliang sect. Our sect rules are thus: first, never betray master or ancestors; second, never slaughter one's fellow disciples; third, never leak our techniques in private; fourth, never stand as enemies against those who wield the sword of hell. Do you understand? The crowd roared in unison. We understand. Very good. Zhan Lu nodded in satisfaction. Before you bow to the patriarch, you must think this through clearly. If you wish to withdraw, now is still in time. But once you enter my sect, you must abide by our rules. Otherwise, I myself will cleanse the portal and reclaim the techniques. His gaze flashed like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd and asked loudly, does anyone wish to withdraw? Again, the crowd roared in unison, no. Excellent. Now follow me to pay respects to the patriarchs. Zhan Lu turned and entered the main hall. The other disciples filed in behind him one after another. In the main hall, 2 ancestral spirit tablets were enshrined, one for Patriarch Zhongji Heshang and the other for second-generation Patriarch Zhongji Wuliang. Beside the tablets, incense, candles, and offerings were arranged in meticulous order. Patriarch Zhongji Heshang used the circulation of ancient martial Qi Gong to simulate the driving of electric current. When cultivated to profound depths, electricity gave birth to magnetism, allowing ordinary people to grasp the omnipresent magnetic fields of the universe and set them in rotation. He is our sect's founding patriarch. Although the aspiring disciples in the crowd had heard rumors beforehand, hearing directly from their master that ordinary people could awaken superhuman powers still sent a ripple of excited commotion through them. Zhan Lu's eyes widened in a glare, and everyone felt their hearts jolt violently, as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over their heads. Their minds snapped clear at once. None dared make another sound, and they stood obediently to listen. The second-generation patriarch Zhongji Wuliang was originally named Wuliang, later renaming himself Zhongji Wuliang. After his divine art reached perfection, he swept across the world with few opponents. He is the true founder of our sect in its present form. These 2 patriarchs are not natives of this world. I am a direct disciple of the second-generation patriarch. By accident, I came to this world. In order to ensure the inheritance of the Zhongji Wuliang sect, I declared myself the 3rd-generation sect master and began to spread the martial god's path in this realm. Now you shall follow me in paying respects to the 2 patriarchs. With that, Zhan Lu turned, took a stick of incense from the altar, flicked his fingers to ignite it, then grasped it with both hands and bowed low. The other disciples followed suit, bending at the waist and bowing as they chanted, "We pay respects to the patriarchs." They bowed 3 times in this manner, and the ritual was complete. Zhan Lu placed the incense into the burner, then turned back to continue his lecture. For now, you are only registered disciples in name. Only those who can truly enter the gate within 3 months may be counted as formal disciples. Our sect teaches without discrimination. Whether you are good or evil, gifted or dull, wealthy or poor, so long as you aspire to devote yourself to the martial path, I shall treat you all as equals and keep nothing back. As for what you do with Qigong, once you have mastered it, I will not interfere. That is for you to decide. Blessing and calamity have no fixed gate. They are called down only by oneself. Your personal grudges and principle are not matters the sect will manage. Life and death follow destiny, a wealth and honor lie in heaven's hands. Do you understand? The crowd once more shouted in unison, "We understand." Very good. Everyone sit down where you stand. I will first explain to you the mysteries of Zhongji Wuliang Qi Gong. The martial arts of our sect are utterly different from the world's other systems. The key does not lie in talent nor in diligence, and still less in resources. The one and only vital point for cultivating our arts is will. As long as your will is strong enough, you can erupt again and again in battle, surpassing another's 10 years of bitter cultivation in a single instant. The initiation of Zhongji Wuliang Qi Gong is to reach the stage where Qi Gong successfully simulates the driving of electric current. This requires an extraordinarily powerful will using Qi Gong to bind your cells, forcing them to rub against each other and generate electric current. There are certain scientific methods that can assist your cultivation, but I hope you all remember such methods may be used, but must not be relied upon. Engrave this into your hearts. All so-called realms of martial attainment are mere outward phenomena. The root lies in will. If you rely on scientific methods, your cultivation may advance quickly, but in that process your will is not tempered. Then your realm will be nothing more than a rootless duckweed. Once you face another martial god in combat, you may very well be overturned when the wind turns against you. Have you memorized this clearly? The disciples answered in unison, "We have." The core is will. Zhan Lu nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The initiation barrier consists of a total of 27 key difficulties. I will first give you a simple introduction. Commit the theory to memory, and then we will begin practical exercises." Zhan Lu laid out the entire Zhongji Wuliang Qi Gong method and its secrets in full detail, hiding nothing whatsoever. Then he carefully answered several disciples' questions before finally guiding them through their first attempt at circulating qi. Most of these disciples were ordinary people who had never trained in martial arts and knew nothing about Qigong. To have them start from nothing, step by step grasp Qigong and further advance into the electric current driving stage was by no means a simple task. Yet Zhan Lu was now unusually patient, for he needed powerful martial gods to emerge. Zhongji Wuliang Qi Gong could grant even ordinary people superhuman abilities and eventually attain magnetic field rotation. But it had a fatal flaw. Its upper limit was only the 50th heaven. To reconstitute the physical body and achieve immortality required at least the 75th heaven. Thus, the martial gods of the Zhongji Wuliang sect in every generation had lifespans not much greater than ordinary people. This was something Zhan Lu could not accept. Having already undergone a second transmigration and obtained a system, he naturally birthed an ambition to climb to the very apex of the food chain and achieve undying fame. Zhan Lu had originally been an ordinary earth human who unexpectedly transmigrated to the world of martial gods and became a disciple of the Zhongji Wuliang sect. After more than 10 years of bitter cultivation, he finally reached the 9th heaven of magnetic field rotation. Yet in a chaotic battle between martial gods and warriors from the main god space, he accidentally transmigrated once more into this marvel world. By chance, he obtained a system and according to its instructions was able to establish a sect in the marvel world. The sect rules themselves were originally those of the Zhongji Wuliang sect in the martial god world. When he used the system to create the sect, they automatically appeared within the system's configuration. The system required Zhan Lu to cultivate at least 10 native martial gods of this world, each reaching the 50th heaven of magnetic field rotation. The reward would be a chance to break through the upper limit of Zhongji Wuliang Qi Gong. But magnetic field rotation was something that cultivated slowly could practically wear a person down to death. The founding patriarch Zhongji Heshang had died precisely in this way. Fortunately, this divine art allowed one to continually erupt in battle, surpassing another's 10 years of hard training in an instant. In a single fierce battle, as long as one did not die, it was entirely possible to soar by more than 10 heavens in one go. Although battling other powerful beings of this world was one option, magnetic field rotation interfered with and resonated against its own kind. The effect of fighting another martial god would be far better than that of fighting experts of other systems. Zhan Lu had no intention of cultivating slowly, step by tedious step. The efficiency was far too low. Since this world had no martial gods, he would cultivate some himself, and then either kill them or use them to force his own evolution. At SHIELD headquarters inside Nick Fury's office. How is it, May? How serious is the threat posed by this man called Zhan Lu? When Zhan Lu crossed over into this world, the spatial fluctuations he caused drew SHIELD's attention. However, due to limitations in their technology and other factors, it took SHIELD a long time to finally locate him. By then, Zhan Lu had already opened a martial arts dojo in Chinatown and openly declared to his disciples that he was not from this world and that his Qigong could grant ordinary people superhuman abilities. Such words sounded in every way like the tricks of a con artist or the fevered ramblings of a lunatic. Yet his dojo accepted all comers and charged no tuition, so there were still quite a number of people who came to acknowledge him as their master. As an organization that regards the safety of Earth as its foremost duty, SHIELD naturally could not allow an alien to wander freely through the city, let alone open a school and take in students. No one knew what exactly he was teaching. If it turned out to be some sort of ritual that sacrificed to an evil deity in exchange for power, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. located John Liu, they immediately began an investigation into him. Yet the first agent dispatched to investigate never even managed to complete the objective. It was not that the agent's professional skills were lacking, but rather that John Liu spoke only Chinese. He did not understand English, could not comprehend it, and certainly could not speak it. Yet when it came to Chinese, whether it was Mandarin, Cantonese, Manan, or even the languages of ethnic minorities, he understood them all. English alone was beyond him. He required that every disciple he accepted be able to speak Chinese, otherwise they would not be taken in at all. Left with no choice, Nick had to assign another agent to the investigation. Among the agents, quite a few understood Chinese, but considering that this alien himself had distinctly Eastern features, Nick ultimately chose Melinda, May, the Chinese-American female agent. More than a month passed, and today May finally returned to file her report. She poured herself a cup of coffee, then sat down opposite Nick. To be frank, when I first received this assignment, my initial thought was that you were basically giving me a vacation. With this kind of flashy, fraudulent imposter, we've exposed more than we can count. I assumed this would be the same story all over again. But once I joined the dojo, to my surprise, I realized this time might be different. He teaches every disciple the same material, yet it sounds highly structured and internally consistent, forming a complete system. So I decided to follow along and train to see whether it truly had any effect. Oh, I almost forgot. You're our cavalry. There isn't a martial art out there that can slip past you unnoticed, Nick said with a small smile, offering a light compliment. Nick. May did not brighten at the compliment. Instead, she fixed him with a grave stare. This time things might be very serious. Nick froze for a moment and sat up straight. How serious? May did not answer with words. Instead, she extended her hand. Nick focused his gaze and saw an electric spark appear out of thin air, dancing back and forth between her outstretched fingers. To make it clearer for Nick, May moved her hand toward the coffee cup on the desk. The arc leaped from her fingertips onto the metal spoon resting in the cup. Then May placed her hand on the back of Nick's hand. Nick immediately felt a faint current course through his body, making his hand tremble involuntarily. Hiss! Nick drew in a sharp breath. He knew perfectly well that May was an ordinary human being. Yet now May possessed a superpower. Nick was certain this was neither illusion nor sleight of hand. It was genuine superhuman ability. His Qi Gong is real. It truly can grant people superpowers. Now you understand just how serious this is. Nick sprang to his feet, grabbed the phone, and barked, "Crossbones, I need 2 fully armed squads assembled downstairs." He cupped a hand over the receiver and turned to May. How many students does he have now? And how many of them possess superpowers? May tilted her head, thinking. The number of students is roughly around 500. Damn. Nick swore, then turned back to the phone and said to Crossbones on the other end, I need 10 squads. May suddenly smiled. However, at the moment, I'm the only student with superpowers. Huh. Nick froze, then seeing May's mischievous expression, he let out an exasperated laugh. I ought to ship you off to Siberia. Cancel the operation. Stand everyone down. It was a false alarm. He hung up, sat back down, and folded his hands on the desk, his single eye locking onto May as he enunciated each word. If you don't want to be out walking with the penguins tonight, you'd better give me some good news. May shrugged. All right, I just got a little carried away. Can you imagine it? A martial artist who is trained to the very limit suddenly glimpses a new path forward. Such joy and exhilaration are bound to make a person lose composure a little. Besides, this is a superpower. Who wouldn't want to be different from everyone else? Don't you agree? Nick regarded May for a long moment, then finally nodded. All right, I forgive you. Now we can return to our original topic. Let's continue talking about this alien martial artist. He actually comes from a parallel world, another Earth, where martial arts flourish and the world is ruled by beings known as martial gods. He has never tried to conceal any of this. Whenever students ask casually in conversation, he tells them stories about that other world. But most of the students treat it as mere tales and do not truly believe what he says. Although he has taken on many students, they are all only registered disciples. Only those who within 3 months manage to enter the gate, that is like me, successfully awaken superpowers, are acknowledged by him as having reached what he calls the electric current propulsion realm. Only those who have entered the gate count as his formal disciples. And the key to entering lies in one's willpower. So you are now one of his formal disciples. That's right, and at present I'm the only one, May replied with a trace of pride. This is merely the beginning. After a few years of training, I'll become even stronger. But likewise, you can imagine how much destruction would follow if such power were learned by the wrong people. And the problem is that my teacher's values differ greatly from those of other martial artists. He doesn't concern himself with the character of his students. Nick listened intently and nodded. That's perfectly understandable. His values were shaped in that world of martial gods. In a place with no governmental restraints where martial gods rule the world, his worldview is bound to be severely distorted. May's smile faded as she spoke solemnly. We can't allow him to continue like this. We have to stop him. Dangerous knowledge cannot be allowed to spread unchecked. That's common sense. May looked at Nick with hopeful eyes, waiting for him to give the order for personnel capture. But to her surprise, Nick rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought, without issuing any commands. What's wrong? Is there a problem? May, you just mentioned that the key to entry lies in willpower. That's right indeed. May was a bit puzzled, but still answered Nick's question honestly. Then how many people do you think an S-H-I-E-L-D could manage to enter? A glimmer of greedy starlight sparkled in Nick's single eye. Oh, you don't mean to? May realized Nick's intention, completely astonished by his line of thought. That's right, May. I will draw agents from within S-H-I-E-L-D to form a warrior team, and then I need you to teach them everything you've learned. Is that a problem? Of course not. In fact, Jean-Lu has shared everything without holding back, explaining it in great detail. And as you know, I always carry some recording equipment with me. As she spoke, May proudly pulled out a small information storage device, pinched between her fingers, and handed it over. Huh, that's great, May. Nick laughed heartily as he took the information storage device. You might need to continue your undercover work for a while. Oh, just think of it as a vacation. A vacation that can make one stronger is something many would crave. May smiled as she got up and left Nick's office. In the following months, May went to the martial arts school every day to receive Jean Liu's guidance, and at night, she sent the recordings to S-H-I-E-L-D. The agency would compile and send her the questions from the warrior team, which she would then inquire about during the day. Jean Lu valued his first formal disciple greatly, answering every question without fail. Although Jean Lu had seen S-H-I-E-L-D agents before, he had forgotten the general storyline after spending over a decade in the martial god world, only retaining some impressions of the more familiar protagonists. If it were Tony Stark, he surely would recall, but May. Under Jean Liu's guidance, May made rapid progress. The arcs of electricity at her fingertips grew longer and stronger, with voltage steadily increasing, quickly surpassing the threshold of 10,000 volts. Watching her constant progress every day was a delightful experience. May was so absorbed in the process of becoming stronger that she could hardly extricate herself, but problems arose on S-H-I-E-L-D's side. This is impossible. May sat across from Nick at his desk, her face full of disbelief. The fact is, it has been 3 months now, yet none of the agents in the warrior team have been able to cultivate superpowers. But I submitted all the recordings of what I learned, and what they learned are the same. I believe you, May. I think there must be something wrong here. In fact, a month ago, Nick had discovered this issue, and then he sent someone else to plant another listening device. He compared the recordings from the 2 listening devices to confirm that May had not secretly withheld any information before summoning her for discussion. How have you been these past few months? Has the current improved? Speaking of her progress, May's smile was impossible to conceal. I think you'll be greatly surprised, Nick. Let's go to the training ground, I'll show you. When they arrived at the training ground, Nick was astonished to see May facing a hail of bullets, effortlessly blocking every one of them. But that wasn't the end. Next, May showcased her extraordinary offensive capabilities, shattering targets that could withstand tank attacks with her fists and feet. This is the ultimate endless palm and the ultimate emperor leg techniques that match with Qi. However, such techniques require the assistance of Qi and cannot be practiced by ordinary people. Moreover, it is said that the stronger the realm, the greater the power these techniques can unleash. Practiced to the limit, they could even open the heavens and split the earth. Of course, this should be considered an exaggeration, but it is still astonishing, isn't it? It took Nick a while to reattach his jaw. He had seen stronger than this, like Captain Marvel. Normally, he wouldn't be this surprised. But the problem was 3 months ago, May had trouble even lighting a cigarette with the current, let alone using it in actual combat. It seems we severely underestimated this person named Jean Lu. May try to find a way to ask Jean Lu why these agents are unable to make any progress. Okay, I understand. May bade farewell to Nick, left S-H-I-E-L-D, drove back to the martial arts school, and sought out Jean Lu to pose her question. Of course, she dared not ask directly, and instead approached it indirectly. Master, why does it seem that my cultivation at home is very slow, almost with no noticeable progress? Am I practicing incorrectly, or is there something I haven't noticed? Jean Lu burst into laughter. That's quite normal. The ultimate infinite Qi Gong is an extraordinary skill, and its difficulty of cultivation is indeed very high. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person, no matter how determined their willpower, would not be able to enter the path in 3 months. However, practicing here at the martial arts school acts as an accelerator, speeding up the process by hundreds or thousands of times compared to practicing outside. Because in this martial arts school, every inch of space is infused with the essence of my martial way, and this essence helps those weaker than me cultivate. Moreover, the weaker a person is, the better the effect of this acceleration. To some extent, this compensates for the flaws of those with congenital deficiencies, poor talent, or the elderly and feeble, giving them a chance to compete on the same starting line as others. What Zhang Lu did not mention was that not only his magnetic field's rotational realm played a role, but largely, it was also due to the system's acceleration effect on registered disciples. Only then did May understand. She took her leave from the martial arts school, first sent the recordings over, and after a while called Nick. Nick, my understanding is that there is a magnetic field around his body that accelerates Qi cultivation, and thanks to this magnetic field, I am able to progress so rapidly. And what the S-H-I-E-L-D Warrior team lacks is this magnetic field. Perhaps you can send some scientists to come and check it out. After hanging up, May returned to the martial arts school and began her cultivation. Previously unaware of the existence of the acceleration aid, she would go home to rest every day, but now even if urged, she wouldn't leave. She initially thought that leaving it to the scientists would suffice and the rest would not concern her, allowing her to focus on her cultivation. But early the next morning, she found Nick suddenly appearing outside the martial arts school. I've consulted the scientists and they said they could measure the magnetic field, but they would need to install a lot of equipment here at the martial arts school. May rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly. I don't think he would agree to let that bunch of bookworms turn the martial arts school into a laboratory. I think the same, so I came here. I need to talk to him. His combat power might be very high, so let's try to resolve this peacefully. Alright, I understand. May led Nick into the martial arts school, arriving at the main hall, where Zhang Lu was answering questions for his registered disciples. Nick did not interrupt, but patiently waited for Zhang Lu to finish explaining before stepping forward to speak. I come from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, abbreviated as S-H-I-E-L-D. I am Director Nick Fury. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nick smiled as he extended a hand of friendship toward Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu turned to glance at May. What is this black guy talking about? Nick's face instantly darkened, although no one could tell. As the king of spies, Nick spoke Chinese, but he was accustomed to speaking English, so he introduced himself in English. Worse still, he understood Zhang Liu's question in Chinese. It is a basic principle of an old trickster to return insult for insult. He glared fiercely at May, who was snickering beside him, and pretended not to hear, smiling as he apologized in Chinese. I'm truly sorry, I forgot that, Mr. Zhang does not speak English. Then I will reintroduce myself in Chinese. I come from the Bureau of Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support, abbreviated as S-H-I-E-L-D. I am Director Nick Fury, pleased to meet you. Zhang Lu nodded slightly, but did not shake Nick's hand. It turned out to be a black egg, and Zhang Lu immediately recalled. He glanced at May and instantly understood that she was a S-H-I-E-L-D agent. However, he said nothing. These external identities meant nothing to him. He was not a local native and had no reverence for the federal government or the Security Council. Hello, please come in and speak. He extended his hand to invite them, asking them to walk toward the living room. Although they did not shake hands, Nick was still quite satisfied, or at least his attitude was friendly. As the king of spies, Nick certainly knew that not everyone in the world used handshakes as a greeting. It was merely a common Western custom. Therefore, Zhang Lu not shaking hands did not indicate hostility toward him. Zhang Liu's subtle expression told Nick that he bore no ill will. The living room was also furnished in a Chinese style, with an 8 Immortals table in the center and a landscape painting hanging on the wall behind it. On either side of the table were 2 Grandmaster chairs with 2 rows of chairs arranged parallel on the other sides. The 3 entered the living room, taking their seats according to their roles as host and guests, while a named disciple came over to serve tea. May respectfully stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry, Master. I am actually an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Zhang Lu raised his hand to stop her apology, smiling as he said, when you first entered the sect, I made it clear that our sect does not discriminate based on background. So if you are apologizing for being an agent, there is no need. What he did not say was that even if Hydra came to apprentice, he would still accept them. I accepted you as my disciple because of who you are, and because you successfully entered the realm of electrical propulsion within 3 months. As for your identity, it is of no consequence. You must remember you will become a martial god in the future, and these external matters are like hair on a person's body, of no importance. Zhang Liu's understanding nature gave Nick more confidence in the upcoming conversation. Mr. Zhang R.S. H-I-E-L-D is an organization dedicated to protecting Earth, and we have the responsibility to supervise and manage all extraterrestrial life that may harm the planet. Nick spoke very cautiously and politely, fearing that Zhang Lu might take offense. He had dealt with many extraterrestrial beings, regardless of their nature, they all resented being monitored. Especially those from higher realms could not tolerate being supervised by a group of bugs. It was common for them to turn hostile. Fortunately, Zhang Lu seemed completely unconcerned about this. Oh, rest assured, I have no interest in money or power in this world. I only wish to promote the ultimate infinite sect and cultivate as many martial gods as possible. Nick felt relieved. The most dangerous moment had passed, and the rest should be easier to discuss. Haha, if it is convenient for Mr. Zhang, why not take up a consultant position in RS? H-I-E-L-D. With this identity, many matters will be less troublesome. Moreover, if Mr. Jean needs anything in the future, you can directly seek assistance from us. Our organization is international and has a considerable influence. Jean-Lu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. It would be better to reduce some trouble and save time. If he did not accept, the next wave might be the Snake Shield Bureau. Nick smiled even more happily, grinning broadly to show all his white teeth. Then I will have May bring you the consultant credentials later. Nick was someone who habitually pushed for more. By the way, Mr. Jean, do you mind if our S-H-I-E-L-D learns your Qigong extensively? I don't mind. The more disciples like May, the better. You can let them come to apprentice. As long as they have apprenticed under the patriarch, they will be disciples of my ultimate infinite sect. That's quite agreeable. The more martial gods, the better. As for being surpassed by disciples, if one lacks this confidence, what's the point of being a martial god? To read Chapter 4 of Martial God in the Marvel World written by the Perennial Road Idiot, please remember the group novel website. Nick's eyes were crescent-shaped with laughter as he further inquired. Our S-H-I-E-L-D has many scientists who are very interested in the scientific principles behind the ultimate infinite Qi Gong. Would you mind if they conducted research on it? Oh, actually, there are scientists in the martial god world as well, and the ultimate infinite Qi Gong can be aided by scientific methods, so I certainly don't mind the scientists coming. I also have some knowledge of electromagnetism and am willing to communicate and learn with the scientists. Although the system can provide opportunities for breakthroughs based on Jean Liu's character, he would never pin all his hopes on a single system. If he could gather the world's power to break through this limit, that would be even better. To break through the 50 heavens of ultimate infinite Qi Gong, he could not give up on either combat insights or scientific research. Both must progress simultaneously. Now that someone was actively offering to send scientists over, Jean Lu certainly welcomed it. Nick was incredibly satisfied with Jean Lu the extraterrestrial. He was like a golden finger given to S-H-I-E-L-D. By the heavens. I will have the scientists set up some equipment here. Oh, would that be convenient? I have no objections. Jean Lu turned to look around the environment. However, my place is quite old, and I don't know if it can accommodate them. I remember many scientific devices are quite bulky. This was simple. Nick waved his hand and directly sent a big gift package over. This place is simply not suitable for your identity. How about this S-H-I-E-L-D? We'll build you a large martial arts school in the suburbs, and then you can move there with your students. Since S-H-I-E-L-D intended to extend an olive branch, Jean Lu certainly would not refuse. In that case, I won't be polite. Jean Lu smiled as he accepted the offer. The two chatted happily until Nick inadvertently let something slip. Or rather, he was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Ultimate infinite Qi Gong, can one really cultivate it solely through willpower regardless of talent, physique, and other conditions? Of course. However, those with good aptitude certainly cultivate much faster. Some can enter the sect in a single day. But the only factor that determines the limit is willpower. That's great. This is simply tailor-made for agents. Previously, May taught the Qigong to other agents, but no one managed to learn it. I didn't know you had the magnetic field acceleration thing, and thought. Nick suddenly noticed that the smile on Jean Liu's face had vanished and his expression had darkened. He stopped mid-sentence, quickly reviewing what he had just said in his mind, but found no issues. What's wrong? Did something happen? You just said that May taught Qigong to other agents. Jean Lu asked coldly. Yes. Nick still did not understand what the problem was. Nick glanced at Jean Liu's expression and immediately sensed that something was amiss. He was flexible and decisive, quickly offering an apology. I truly apologize that this matter was our fault. I will immediately bring all those who have practiced the ultimate infinite Qi Gong to pay their respects to you. Jean Lu waved his hand, interrupting him. That's two different matters. After paying respects, learning the art is the correct order. However, paying respects after stealing techniques is not entirely impossible. But after paying respects, leaking techniques without permission from the sect is a grave taboo among all factions and must be severely punished. What does that severe punishment entail? I will strip her of her martial abilities. How can you take back what she has already learned? Will you erase her memory? I will waste her talents. It's as simple as that. What? That is unacceptable. This time Nick protested. If it involved a fine, he would unquestioningly write a check. If there were other punitive measures, Nick would help resolve them. However, removing her abilities was absolutely not within Nick's consideration. May had made significant contributions by bringing the Qi Gong back to S-H-I-E-L-D. If someone of her merit were not protected and instead allowed to be wasted, how could she lead a team in the future? Moreover, S-H-I-E-L-D had been accustomed to acting arrogantly. Oh, when had they truly suffered losses? The reason for negotiating so politely with Jean Lu was merely the consideration that his combat power might be considerable, making his containment costlier. it did not mean Nick Fury was truly afraid of Jean Lu. Nick's expression turned stern as he warned Mr. Jean, the reason May leaked techniques is because of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders. So what? Jean Liu's tone also grew cold. Are you implying that S.H.I.E.L.D. is superior to our sect? May is primarily an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and only secondly a disciple of the ultimate infinite sect. I have said before that identity is inconsequential. Those are merely external appearances meaningless to a martial god. Jean Lu turned to May asking, May, do you acknowledge your mistake? Having already exposed their tensions, May felt no need to continue pretending. Investigating the martial arts school was my mission from the start. Jean Lu laughed in anger. Ha! So you refused to admit your mistake. May remained indifferent. She had never understood the Eastern sect culture. To her, the concept of a sect was fundamentally the same as paying a teacher for knowledge in a school. I pay you, and you sell me knowledge. Oh, whether I resell that knowledge is none of your concern. As for the so-called sect rules, to her, they were equivalent to school regulations, not even worthy of consideration. She would comply if she wanted to, and if she didn't, they could take her to court. Jean Lu snorted coldly, his killing intent evident. Before you entered the sect, I made it clear that if you did not agree with our rules, you could leave, and I would not stop you. But once you join, you must abide by sect rules. Did you not hear that clearly at the time? My impatience began to show. I am a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. My primary obligation is to federal law, then the agency's regulations, and only then other considerations. In that case, you believe that whatever nonsense the federal government is, it's more powerful than our sect, right? I initially thought you would have the demeanor of a martial god, but it seems you cannot even penetrate superficial appearances. Truly, you are a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. Nick also grew angry. Mr. Jean, you need to think carefully. Oh, where you stand is under federal jurisdiction. If you dare to violate federal law, do not blame us for being impolite. He suddenly stood up. May, let's go. May followed without hesitation, walking out behind Nick. Leave? You think you can walk away? Although Jean Lu remained seated, his killing intent surged, enveloping the two. Before Nick and May could step out, they felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, frozen from head to toe, unable to move an inch. Nick cursed inwardly, but his body could not even twitch a finger, making it impossible to call for reinforcements. However, he soon sensed that May was surrounded by a surge of electricity that broke the killing intent, engulfing them. Indeed, being able to withstand my murderous aura is quite impressive. Jean Lu complimented. Once freed, Nick immediately pressed the button in his hand, signaling for help. Afterward, he felt slightly relieved and turned to look at Jean Lu. With such unruly aliens, it was ultimately necessary to teach them a lesson before they could engage in proper conversation. Outside S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had long been lying in ambush, quickly surrounding the martial arts school with tanks on the ground and aircraft in the sky, completely sealing off the premises. This gave Nick a false sense of security as he boldly declared, "You will be arrested for attempting to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but it is too late for you to regret now." Huh. This is too funny, a bunch of mice actually trying to threaten a martial god. Well then, today I shall let you see what a martial god truly is. Seeing the trapped prey still so arrogant, May erupted in fury, gathering all her strength, electricity coursing through her body as she leaped up and struck Jean Lu with the ultimate emperor leg. 10,000 volts. You shall taste the power of electricity. Jean Lu did not even lift his eyelids as he sat unperturbed. The heavy strike landed squarely on his face, yet Jean Liu's hair remained untouched. Nick and the others were shocked. Nick knew all too well how heavy Mai's leg was. This kick could turn a tank into scrap metal, yet it had no effect on Jean Lu. Nick suddenly had a bad premonition. He wanted to call for a stop, but it was already too late. Jean Lu lightly snapped his fingers, and a faint current shot out, striking May. This current seemed inconspicuous, just like the one May had demonstrated in Nick's office, subtle and dim. However, after May was hit, she felt as if struck by lightning, her energy instantly dissipating. Boom. With a loud crash, a figure was blasted out of the martial arts school, flipping over a tank in the encircled area. The agents, thinking it was an attack, quickly surrounded her with weapons drawn. Not good, that's Agent Mayo, call for a medical team. No need, him not out yet. May was covered in blood, but still struggled to stand, looking at the figure that had calmly walked out through the gap. Come again, she shouted, gathering electricity once more. Did you not say that willpower is the core? Did you not say that intense battles and moments of enlightenment can surpass a decade of hard work? Then today I shall show you just how strong my willpower is. If 10,000 volts are not enough, then 20,000 volts. Nick sat in the helicopter, gazing at the ruins below, his heart filled with a mix of shock and anger. The battle raged on, but rather than a fight, it was more appropriate to describe it as one-sided beating. May repeatedly pushed her limits from 10,000 volts to 20,000 volts, 50,000 volts, and even 100,000 volts, but all her efforts were in vain. Jean-Lu remained motionless, allowing Mei to strike him, and then casually unleashed a faint current that sent Mei flying far away. The so-called planes and tanks meant nothing to this merciless alien. From above, a straight path stretched from Chinatown all the way to the seaside. This was a death corridor created using Mei's body as a projectile. Although Nick had a heart of stone and could not hear the cries of the innocents beneath the ruins, this incident would undoubtedly bring him great blame, and just thinking about it made his head ache. What frustrated him even more was that he had no idea how to conclude this matter. He had made many mistakes during this incident. Everything had been going well until he let something slip, leading to the subsequent conflict. He was unaware of the existence of a system. He currently believed that he had misjudged the situation, not understanding what was truly important and what was insignificant to Jean-Lu, this alien. Using his own way of thinking to measure an alien had led him to commit such a grave mistake. His second major error was grossly underestimating this alien's combat power. He had thought he had already overestimated it, but when Jean-Lu revealed the true combat power of a martial god, the terrifying ability akin to a deity still left him astounded. Though he had witnessed the strength of Captain Marvel was irreplaceable, whereas Jean-Lu's kind could clearly be produced in large quantities through learning. From Jean-Lu's words, it was clear that he believed Mei could also become a martial god, and within S-H-I-E-L-D, there were indeed many like her. Even if she could not reach Jean-Lu's level, simply looking at Mei's terrifying combat power showed how much benefit this would bring to S-H-I-E-L-D. But now everything had turned to ashes. He decided to give up on Mei. As long as he could satisfy Jean-Lu, he could surely cultivate dozens or hundreds of agents like her. At that point, who would need to form an Avengers team? Wouldn't it be better to create a league of martial artists? This kind of thing. Just thinking about it made his heart warm. However, the urgent task was still to resolve the current situation. Mei, I'm sorry. He raised his head, gazing at the battlefield in the distance where electric lights flickered, shooting into the sky. Mei was drenched in blood, her bones and internal organs suffering multiple injuries, yet her spirit was more invigorated than ever. She desperately urged her inner energy, crazily squeezing her cells to generate more electricity. Electric current propulsion, 300,000 volts. More electricity surged, causing her hair to stand on end with sparks of pale blue electricity dancing at the tips, her entire being enveloped in the released current resembling a human lightning bolt. Once more, ultimate endless palm. She charged at Jean-Lu, who was leisurely strolling in front of her. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. Jean-Lu still faced her heavy palm strike and flicked his fingers, sending her flying. Mei was bounced away like a ball, leaving a long and deep trench on the beach. Jean-Lu strolled over casually, saying, "Your will is commendable, but unfortunately, it's still not enough." Mei, half submerged in water, struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily, glaring at the culprit before her, with hatred remaining silent as she once again frantically squeezed her cells. Those who strike at the weak are cowards. Only those who strike at the strong are martial gods. Your mindset is good. You indeed possess the demeanor of a martial god, but regrettably, you have strayed from the path and violated the sect's rules. Jean-Lu truly felt regret. She was his first disciple in this world and the model he wished to establish. However, what a pity. He decided to give her a chance. Electric current propulsion is just the beginning. The ultimate goal is to transform electricity into magnetism, allowing the electric current to propel and turn into a magnetic field. Understand this clearly. Jean-Lu extended a finger, making the electric current form a loop, then transforming it into a magnetic field. As long as you can accomplish this step, I shall forgive you for your violation of the sect's rules. The system clearly stated that severe punishment for disciples serves to deter others. Given the current situation, this had essentially been achieved. If Mei could truly step into the realm of magnetic field rotation, she would have the demeanor of a martial god, and he wouldn't want to kill her. Mei spat heavily on the ground. "Humph. I just want to kill you now." Jean-Lu laughed heartily. "That's right, just like that." The author of Perennial Road Idiot reminds you that the martial god of the Marvel world is available first at the Novel Network. Looking for the latest chapters? Full chapters at Calm. Just thinking about it makes my heart warm. Once more, electric current propulsion, 500,000 volts. Ultimate endless palm. This time Jean-Lu did not continue to defend. He gathered the power of the first level of magnetic field rotation and then lowered the flow of that power, gently colliding with Mei's leg. The outcome of this strike was completely different from the previous defenses. The two immense forces collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Nick, observing from a safe distance in the helicopter, was startled by the sudden explosion. Immediately following, the gust of wind generated by the explosion nearly caused the helicopter to lose control. The pilot was frightened and quickly turned around to leave. Seeing the battle range expand, Nick hurriedly withdrew a distance, but he was reluctant to leave this first-hand data, so he insisted on remaining at a distance to observe. This strike sent Mei directly from land to the surface of the sea, bouncing like a skimming stone across the water until she finally crashed onto a small island, where she came to a stop. Although Jean Lu controlled this strike to a lower degree, the damage inflicted on Mei was still greater than any of the previous ones. Mei's right hand was already twisted and deformed, clearly rendered useless. Yet Mei's gaze remained resolute. Pain only made her stronger. Electric current propulsion, 800,000 volts. Ultimate endless palm. She leaped high, looking down from above, switching to her left hand, and once again challenged Jean Lu, who stood on the surface of the sea. Jean Lu nodded in satisfaction, still using the low-flow magnetic field rotation, gently pushing upward. When their palms clashed, a fiercer explosion erupted than before, the shockwave pushing the seawater away and forming a massive sphere that maintained for a moment before the water rushed back in. Once more, electric current propulsion, 1 million volts. Ultimate emperor leg. The battle between the two grew more intense, neither noticing that influenced by the aftermath of their clash, large amounts of seawater were stirred up, forming towering waves several meters high rushing towards the shore. New York City, located in the southeastern part of New York State, is the largest metropolis and the foremost commercial port in the United States. It lies at the mouth of the Hudson River in southeastern New York State, bordering the Atlantic Ocean, and is comprised of 5 boroughs: Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Richmond, making it the most populous city in the nation. New York is a world-class city known for its thriving economy. It consistently attracts a multitude of visitors, with its seaside being the most frequented spot. The beaches here bask in abundant sunshine, and the waters are clean and clear, today being no exception. Groups of tourists clad in swimsuits sunbathe on the beach, occasionally venturing into the sea for a swim, returning for a drink, when tired, perhaps even finding romance. But suddenly, an unexpected flicker of lightning appears in the distance, strangely against the backdrop of a clear blue sky with no clouds in sight, yet a faint rumble of thunder can be heard. The weather by the sea changes rapidly. Many cautious tourists have already returned to shore, preparing to leave. Just as they approach the showers, a chorus of gasps erupts behind them. They turn to look, horrified, as a massive white wave surges toward them, closing in on the coast within mere breaths. This is clearly a gigantic wave towering over 10 meters. Damn it, it's a tsunami. The crowd on the beach goes into a panic, fleeing in all directions, but their speed is no match for the approaching wave, and they are quickly swept away. The colossal wave, carrying ferocious energy, crashes onto the shore. In the face of this natural disaster, all man-made structures are reduced to mere building blocks, instantly toppled and swept away. Nick in the helicopter is going insane. What are you all doing? This is New York after all. New York is not only the financial hub of the United States, but also one of the world's financial centers, directly influencing global economics, finance, media, politics, education, entertainment, and fashion, recognized as the capital of the world. New York is also one of America's industrial centers, leading the nation in clothing, printing, and cosmetics, while also holding significant positions in machinery manufacturing, arms production, oil, refining, and food processing. But now half of New York is submerged, and the losses are beyond monetary estimation. This natural disaster affects not only New York and the United States, but the entire world. The United Nations headquarters is also located in New York City, situated along the East River on Manhattan Island, and this wave has had the most significant impact on the riverside buildings. Nick witnesses firsthand that boats can now navigate beneath the United Nations headquarters. The only thing he is thankful for is that the buildings farther from the coastline are merely flooded, not destroyed. The severity of this situation has escalated from a violent incident to an act of terrorism. In other words, even he can no longer contain it. If previously he could have made some sacrifices to protect Jean Lu after he killed Mei, now Jean Lu has escalated to the level of a terrorist on par with Eric the Magneto. No one can save him now. The U.S. military has mobilized. Warplanes fly over Nick's head, and he sighs, ordering return to S.H.I.E.L.D. It's no longer necessary to keep watching. Those military madmen will employ any means necessary to eliminate such a terrorist, especially since the battle between Jean Lu and Mei has already moved offshore. If they were still in the city, the military might hesitate out of fear of civilian casualties, but now that they are offshore, they will witness the highest level of technological weaponry known to mankind. The military does not consider my safety. Collateral damage is deemed an acceptable loss. However, it is fortunate that the ultimate method for cultivating the infinite Qi technique he obtained earlier is still in his hands. Although Jean Lu is no longer there to act as an accelerator, perhaps scientists can study it and replicate my success. He begins to contemplate how to initiate a new project to study this Qi cultivation method, where to secure funding, and how to absolve S.H.I.E.L.D. of responsibility, figuring out who should take the blame. As he ponders, explosions suddenly erupt behind him. He turns around, stunned. More than a dozen planes explode in midair like blooming fireworks. Jean Lu retracts his hand, looking at Mei, whose joy has yet to fade. If you think someone will come to save you, you might as well extinguish that hope. These technological creations are fine for dealing with minor threats, but against a war god, they are utterly ineffective. If you wish to survive, there is only one path. You must upgrade the electrical flow to magnetic rotation. Despair clouds Mai's face as she disregards her collapsing body, desperately squeezing her cells once more. Currents as thick as her arms swirl around her, ionizing the surrounding air and producing a burnt odor. The latest chapter of War God in the Marvel World by Wan-Yin Lu Qi is available at Kun Novel Network. Exclusive online update domain kunks.com. Visit Kun Novel Network to read the latest complete chapters. Damn, I will kill you. Electrical flow upgrade 1 million volts. Ultimate Emperor leg. She drags the lightning, which resembles a thunderous serpent, leaping high once more to strike down on Jean-Lu. Nick watches in astonishment at the crashing plane in the distance, and the electric light soaring again, hesitating over which card to play. What if he underestimated Jean-Lu again? If he reveals a trump card, and it has no effect, that would be meaningless. As he hesitates, the pilot ahead turns back to report, "Sir, a call from Director Pierce. Put him through." Nick, who is it in New York? Is it Magneto? How did the planes explode? In that instant, Nick feels an urge to pin the blame on Magneto. He has a way to unify S.H.I.E.L.D.'s narrative, since Magneto is already infamous and wouldn't care about one more accusation. This way he could protect Jean-Lu and use both carrots and sticks to make him work for him. But he quickly dismisses this thought because Jean-Lu is currently displaying his might invincible. If he doesn't show him some strength, it may be impossible to achieve any cooperation in the future. Even if they begrudgingly cooperate, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be able to take the lead. Using both carrots and sticks requires both to be effective. Before offering sweet dates, one must first give him a good whack. Pierce, this is an alien, not Magneto. Agent May of S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently engaged in battle with him, but the situation is grim. You should be able to see it from the satellites. Damn, the satellite is in a high-energy zone. Ooh, I can't see anything clearly. I need your on-site intelligence. He fights by manipulating electrical currents and magnetic fields. Ordinary planes cannot approach him. A mutant? No, he is not a mutant, but he possesses superpowers. Perhaps I could contact Professor X and have the X-Men deployed. No, the military opposes involving mutants. This must be resolved by humans. Nick, I know you have many means. This is not the time to hide them. The military will handle this. If they can't, S.H.I.E.L.D. will step in. If S.H.I.E.L.D. fails, its funding will be cut by half next year. Pierce, this matter is not so simple. Nick, I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you. Pierce sternly drops the phone. Nick's face turns pale as he strikes the back of the front seat hard. Damn politicians. Another wave of planes soared over Nick's head, heading straight for the distant currents of electricity. Nick could see clearly that this batch of planes was crafted from special high molecular materials specifically designed to target Magneto, and underneath the fuselage the missiles were likely equipped with nuclear warheads. He instructed the helicopter pilot to speed up to avoid being caught in the aftershocks of the nuclear explosion. The brilliance of the nuclear bomb could blind a person, so he took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on before turning to look. Jean-Lu looked at the planes flying in from the distance and frowned. The divine sense of the war god told him that there was something on one of the planes that could harm him, most likely the nuclear bomb. His magnetic field was only at the 9th heaven level. Although a nuclear bomb couldn't kill him, it could still cause him significant harm provided he stood there and let the bomb explode. Now he decided to destroy those planes in advance. Because even though he could quickly escape from the center of the nuclear explosion, the bomb would still be too much for May to withstand. May either successfully transformed and entered the realm of magnetic field rotation, or she failed and was eliminated by herself. There was no third option. Look closely, this is the magnetic field rotation of the 9th heaven. Jean-Lu slowly raised his hand, channeling the power of the 9th heaven's magnetic field rotation into his palm, and gently pointed at the planes flying in the distance. The fighter pilot only felt a jolt before losing control of the plane. Eagle calling the tower, eagle calling the tower, the plane is out of control, the plane is out of control. The base instantly fell into chaos. Damn, this plane isn't even made of metal. How is he controlling it? Jean-Lu's wrist rotated and several planes in the air were tossed around like a child's yo-yo. Did you see it clearly? Jean-Lu deliberately slowed down his movements, revealing all the mysteries of the magnetic field rotation power before May. May stared intently, pouring all her focus into understanding it. Meanwhile, the military couldn't hold back any longer. Launched the nuclear bomb immediately. General, the plane is out of control. After launching the nuclear bomb, we won't be able to escape. That's an order. Launch the nuclear bomb immediately. I repeat, launch the nuclear bomb immediately. Everyone will remember your contributions to the Federation. The pilot fell silent for a moment before pressing the launch button. The nuclear bomb had a guidance system, and once it left the launch pad, it was directed toward its target by the control of the distant base. Jean Lu sighed. The opportunity had vanished. He clenched his hand, crushing all the planes and missiles with nuclear warheads into a metal sphere which fell from the sky without detonating. Do you understand now? Jean Lu turned to Mei. Mei took a deep breath, concentrated, and began to frantically squeeze her cells again. Electric current propulsion 1,500,000 volts. A more violent current manifested around Mei, but there were still no signs of qualitative change. Jean Lu sighed and continued to attack with the lowest flow rate. The shockwave from this heavy blow was even more intense than before, causing the waves to rise even higher. The disaster-prone New York was about to face a second wave of flooding. Electric current propulsion 2 million volts. Again and again, Mei tried and failed to cross the threshold of electric current propulsion towards the qualitative change of magnetic field rotation, and she was stuck at 2 million volts, unable to advance further. Mei gasped heavily. Her body felt like a tattered rag doll. Although Jean Lu had only used the lowest flow rate of attack, the power of the first level of magnetic field rotation was still far more astonishing than electric current propulsion. Hours of battle had inflicted unimaginable damage on Mei's body. Between life and death lies great terror. In the face of life and death, all of a person's essence can coalesce together. This is the easiest time to break through. The performance in the life and death battle directly reflects a person's potential limit. But unfortunately, it seems that your potential is only this much. Mei's eyes had dimmed. The deep-seated hatred had vanished, leaving only fatigue and powerlessness. You demon. Do you know how many people the previous tsunami will kill? Jean Lu casually dug at his ear and flicked his fingertip. You actually have the heart to think about this. Your mind is clearly not pure enough. It seems necessary to let you know what the magnetic field lunatics really are. Or after you die, I can wipe out New York and send some people to accompany you in death. What do you think? Complete chapter kungs come to the group novel. See the latest chapter. Jean Lu spoke lightly, but Mei felt a chill run down her spine as she looked into his eyes, which regarded human life as nothing. Beast, do you have any humanity left? Mei yelled angrily. Humanity? Can humanity help you achieve magnetic field rotation? Can humanity help you defeat me? What good is humanity? Go eat shit. As the battle progressed, Jean Liu's crazy nature began to emerge. He had crossed over from Earth to the war god world, and his worldview had already formed. Although he had been influenced by the worldview of the war god world, he usually appeared more like an ordinary person. Only during battles did he become more deranged as he utilized the power of magnetic field rotation. As a war god, one must be sufficiently focused. While you think about defeating me, you think about saving people, and you also want to condemn me with morality. You're thinking too much, but doing too little. If you want to rescue them, then you should use a stronger willpower to push your strength to be even greater. As long as you can defeat me, you can save whoever you want. After defeating me and saving the people, you can condemn me however you wish. This order cannot be reversed. Without the strength to support you, can problems be solved merely by thinking. Words are meaningless. Mei cursed again as she squeezed her power. Electric current propulsion, what the hell is it? Electric current propulsion, 2 million volts die? After exchanging several blows, Jean Lu finally confirmed that Mei did not possess the qualifications to become a war god, or rather, before the Earth's magnetic field was polluted by the magnetic field rotation, she could not step into the realm of magnetic field rotation. Since that was the case, keeping her was of no use. It seems that I have overestimated you. Your willpower, focus, and even enlightenment are far from the standards of a war god. Since that's the case, they'll send you on your way. You can rest assured and die. They'll take New York City with you to the grave. Jean Lu raised his hand, delivering the ultimate endless palm strike to Mei's forehead. Although the power level was still only electric current propulsion, under the enhancement of the complete realm, this palm strike would be enough to kill. No. Life. However, Zhang Liu's palm struck empty. A woman's voice came from behind. As expected, the villain dies from too much talk. But I must thank you. If it weren't for your chatter, I wouldn't have made it in time to save the person. Zhang Lu was startled and turned to look back. Not far behind him stood a woman in midair with golden hair, a square face, wide brows, and a red and blue skin-tight suit exuding vigor, while the severely injured Mei was cradled in her arms. Thank you, Captain Marvel. You are severely injured, well, I will take you back for treatment first. The two conversed as if no one else was around, making Zhang Lu exceptionally displeased. Treatment? He scoffed. There's no need for that. She will die today, mark my words. The woman who was called Captain Marvel arrogantly raised her chin, looking down at Zhang Lu. She will not die today, I assure you. After saying this, she soared upwards, ready to fly away. Want to fly? Then you must ask for my permission. Zhang Lu raised his hand, unleashing the power of the 9 layers of magnetic field, aimed directly at Captain Marvel in the sky. How could Zhang Lu let a master from this world leave so easily? Though he might not be able to defeat Captain Marvel, now the martial god had never feared challenges. Only those brave enough to throw punches at stronger foes could be called martial gods. Damn it. Captain Marvel tried a few times, but was pulled back by the magnetic force, and finally gave up. She slowly descended, placing May on the ground. Nick will be here soon to pick you up. I will deal with this guy first. Martial God, huh? Relying on sheer strength to act recklessly today, I will show you that Earth is not a place for you to run wild. Huh. Having a strong opponent to fight against is just what I want. Zhang Lu discarded his usual polite demeanor and revealed his wild side. Once the 9 layers of magnetic field was reached, flight was possible, but it consumed a lot of energy. With a great enemy before him, saving any bit of strength was crucial, so Zhang Lu had no intention of flying to fight Captain Marvel. Zhang Lu gathered all his strength, stepping into the infinite combat steps, closing in on Captain Marvel and delivering a powerful strike towards her face. Captain Marvel easily dodged, then landed a punch squarely in Zhang Liu's abdomen, sending him flying. Although her punch was heavy, it didn't contain much energy, completely failing to break through Zhang Liu's protective aura. Moreover, Zhang Lu employed the ultimate transformation technique, using the force of his retreat to completely neutralize Captain Marvel's attack. Huh. You didn't fall. When Captain Marvel arrived, she had already witnessed Zhang Liu's attack. She did not realize it was a compromised effort and thought he was merely average. That punch was originally intended to defeat Zhang Lu in one blow, but underestimating him led to failure. Come again. Feeling Captain Marvel's overwhelming strength, Zhang Lu was incredibly excited. A martial god only threw punches at stronger opponents. Only then was there room for improvement. Either I will kill you or you will kill me. This is the essence of the martial god sparring. Feeling his determination, the bottleneck of his 9 layers of magnetic field finally loosened. Zhang Lu gathered his strength once more and charged at Captain Marvel. This time she did not dodge, instead throwing a heavy punch in response. Zhang Liu's fist struck Captain Marvel's face, while her fist simultaneously crashed into Zhang Liu's chest. With a sound like cracking, Zhang Lu had no idea how many ribs were broken as he was sent flying by the punch. In this punch, Captain Marvel did not hold back. The power from the space gem surged forth, directly shattering Zhang Liu's ultimate aura, while the ultimate transformation technique had only a minimal effect. Zhang Lu struggled to stabilize himself in midair, and upon opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just one punch had left him severely injured. When he looked at Captain Marvel again, he saw that she only tilted her head slightly, her hair not even disheveled. The power of Captain Marvel exceeded Zhang Liu's expectations, but this was just fine. Only with a strong enemy could one fully exploit their potential. Huh. Zhang Lu laughed wildly, joy spilling over. Good, refreshing. Come again. He once again gathered his energy. This time the strength he summoned had remarkably broken through the previous 9 layers, reaching the realm of 10 layers. Under the pressure from Captain Marvel, he had made a breakthrough. However, this mere 1-layer increase was not enough to bridge the gap between him and Captain Marvel. What followed was an overwhelming beating. Just as he had beaten May before, now it was Captain Marvel beating him. He had shown mercy to May back then, but now Captain Marvel had no intention of holding back. If he couldn't withstand it, the only outcome would be death. At first, Carol had held back, but when she witnessed Zhang Liu's increasingly exaggerated progress in battle, she realized she had to end this quickly or face dire consequences. Huh. Magnetic field rotation, 15 layers. Come again. Zhang Lu, like a mad tiger, pushed every cell in his body to squeeze out more electricity to aid his breakthrough. In the past hour, he had broken through 5 times, reaching the realm of 15 layers, but he was still far from Captain Marvel. As Captain Marvel prepared to attack after repelling Zhang Lu, the alien communicator suddenly rang, and Nick's voice came through. Carol, stop. New York is about to be destroyed by you. Carol and Zhang Liu's power was far beyond mice. The island where May stood had long since shattered. The tsunami triggered by their battle was overwhelming, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Nick was going crazy. He originally thought that sending Captain Marvel would easily subdue Zhang Lu, after which they could find a way to use him. But who would have thought that the two were evenly matched? This terrible outcome was worse than if he hadn't called her back and just let May be killed. He had no choice but to pull out another trump card, contacting Captain Marvel, Carol's alien communicator, through a certain alien friend, to stop them from continuing to destroy New York. Even if they could stop them now, the dead would not come back to life, and the losses could not be made up. Captain Marvel looked down and was filled with a mix of anger and shock, intending to go down to stop the tsunami, but Zhang Lu, in the heat of battle, would not allow her to withdraw. Get out of the way. I must save them first. In response was Zhang Liu's wild laughter. Ha! Magnetic field rotation, 15 layers, ultimate infinite palm. Captain Marvel couldn't shake him off and had to strike him hard again, sending him flying. However, the force of their clash created even larger waves. I don't have time to fight you right now. Get out of my way. It's useless, Carol. He doesn't understand English. Nick sighed on the other end of the communicator. You have to lure him into outer space, otherwise your battle will inevitably cause significant damage to the Earth's surface. The interstellar translator I used allows him to understand me. Captain Marvel once again struck Jean-Lu away with a powerful punch, then ascended directly into outer space. Jean-Lu chased for a while below, but soon stopped as he was unable to operate in outer space. As Captain Marvel flew into space and looked back, she saw Jean-Lu cursing at her within the atmosphere, but he couldn't follow her. Nick, it seems he can't fly into outer space. Great, then that's his weakness. Nick became excited, having finally discovered this alien's vulnerability. Carol, take him into outer space, subdue him, and bring him back alive. He's very valuable. As long as he has a weakness, there must be a way to restrain him. For example, building him a special prison in outer space to hold him for a few years would surely temper his temperament, making him easier to talk to. Nick instantly came up with 17 or 18 plans. After receiving Nick's order, Captain Marvel immediately descended, dropping towards Jean-Lu. While Jean-Lu was feeling frustrated that his opponent had escaped, he saw her flying back and immediately gathered his strength again. Magnetic field rotation, 15 layers of heaven, ultimate thunderstrike. As their palms collided, Jean-Lu's arm cracked loudly and a portion of it broke again. He felt a pressure in his chest, followed by a violent spurt of blood. Before he could catch his breath, Captain Marvel arrived behind him, locking his neck with her left arm and crossing her right hand with her left to secure him, then ascended directly into the sky. Damn it! Jean-Lu mobilized his strength to protect himself, trying to push Captain Marvel away. However, she was already very familiar with his strength, having prepared in advance, and held on tightly, giving him no chance. As the altitude increased, the oxygen became increasingly sparse. Jean-Lu inhaled less and less oxygen into his lungs, especially as he continuously struck Captain Marvel's ribs, depleting even more oxygen. Soon he was running out of oxygen, and the force of his strikes became increasingly weak. By the time Captain Marvel took him into outer space, he had already entered a state of near death. His breathing had stopped, and his heartbeat gradually became imperceptible as a lifetime of experiences flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Now that he was dying, what was he thinking at the moment? What was it? What was it? What was it? A fleeting thought suddenly flashed through his nearly motionless brain, and then like a beam of light splitting the heavens, it connected all the cells in his brain. Of course, to become stronger. In his dying moments, Jean-Lu suddenly erupted like a trapped beast in despair. Magnetic field rotation, 20 layers of heaven. Captain Marvel saw that he was on the verge of collapse and was about to subdue him to meet Nick, but his sudden eruption caught her off guard, allowing him to break free. Once Jean-Lu broke free, he wasted no time and immediately dove towards the earth. The 20 layers of heaven indeed allowed him to move freely in outer space without protection, but just like flying in the 9 layers of heaven, it consumed too much power. Thus, Jean-Lu had to return to the ground to engage in ground combat with Captain Marvel. Damn it! Captain Marvel cursed quietly and followed closely behind. After entering the 20 layers of heaven, Jean-Lu's speed increased significantly. Although he was still not as fast as Captain Marvel, he was no longer so easily controlled by her with the element of surprise. Captain Marvel attempted to capture him again, getting close multiple times to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But Jean-Lu had learned his lesson and would not let her succeed so easily. Moreover, Jean-Lu felt a strange sensation at the pineal gland in the center of his forehead. Every time an electric current flowed through there, he would experience hallucinations, but now was a time for battle, and he had no time to investigate it closely. He didn't know that the residual energy from his previous battle with Captain Marvel had already killed May, completing the system's task. The two of them rolled and tumbled, continuing to fight as they plunged into the atmosphere. Originally, Jean-Lu wanted to engage in a life-and-death battle with Captain Marvel to achieve his goal of honing himself, but now Captain Marvel's combat style completely avoided direct confrontation, which infuriated him. He decided to find a way to force Captain Marvel to battle him directly. This method was also easy to find. It was the black guy who called her over. If he killed that black guy, Captain Marvel would undoubtedly come to stop him, and at that time, she wouldn't be able to evade combat. After Jean-Lu landed on the ground and shook off Captain Marvel, he flew at full speed towards New York. Captain Marvel made several attempts to intercept, but without facing him directly, she couldn't slow down Jean-Lu's speed, let alone stop him. Soon Jean-Lu saw the city of New York submerged in water. Above the water, a large number of rescue personnel were swiftly moving on speedboats, transporting rescued individuals to higher floors for shelter before returning to search for survivors on the water. As for those who had not surfaced, there was no doubt they would never come up again. Jean-Lu ignored these people and flew supersonically just above the water's surface, carving a long trench in the water. The waves generated flipping over all nearby boats. If Captain Marvel followed behind him, she would inevitably create similarly large waves, and when the two waves combined, it would result in even larger waves, leading to more deaths. Thus, Captain Marvel had no choice but to stop, although she knew that if she did not stop Jean-Lu now, there would definitely be more deaths in the future. But as a superhero, she could not stand by and watch the people before her die, nor could she let anyone die because of her. After shaking off Captain Marvel, Jean-Lu found an opportunity to heal himself. After reaching the 9 layers of heaven in magnetic field rotation, he could absorb the vitality of plants for healing and even absorb and alter the blood of animals to replenish himself. Though he still looked quite miserable, he had adjusted his condition a lot. He weaved through the city and quickly found his target. Nick was in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, completely unprepared for the sudden appearance of Jean Liu. Good, I found you. Tell that woman to come over and fight me, Heaton. Jean Liu's current appearance was very tragic, covered in blood with multiple broken bones. If someone said he had died on the spot, no one would doubt it. Mr. Jean, you need a doctor right now. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I guarantee you will receive the best medical assistance. No, I don't need a doctor. I need to fight. Bring her here immediately. Jean Liu's eyes shone with fierce light as he shouted loudly at Nick. The understanding of battle is not something that comes every time. He was in perfect condition and needed an intense fight to level up. Especially in that area of the pineal gland on his forehead, he had a strange feeling as if something was being gestated. He had already seen the system's prompts, but he could sense that the system only provided a basic version, and now he needed battle to stimulate its growth. Okay, you'll get her over right away. Nick, afraid he might go insane, hurriedly reassured him and contacted Captain Marvel to summon her. As soon as the call was disconnected, Captain Marvel instantly arrived, standing in front of Jean Liu and blocking Nick behind her. I want to fight you in the Earth's atmosphere, a heating clash, just like our previous combat style. Before Captain Marvel could respond, Nick was the first to refuse. That's not possible, Mr. Jean. Your combat style would cause catastrophic damage to the surface and lead to many deaths. With Carol blocking in front, Nick regained his confidence and shook his head, rejecting Jean Liu's request. In fact, there's no need for you to fight. What happened today is entirely a misunderstanding. Let's just leave it at that. Is this the end? First, hand over May and let me clear my way. Then we can talk about the end of things. I have already said May will definitely die today. That's what I said. Jean Liu's madness was fully exposed. He had no intention of stopping the war. Whether it was due to the rules of the sect, the need for the magnetic field to evolve, or the dignity of the martial deity, he could not possibly cease now. I have also said that May will definitely not die today. That's what I said. Captain Marvel stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on him as the two stood facing each other, the battle intent escalating. The three had no idea that May was already dead. Nick, hiding behind Captain Marvel, interjected, "This is impossible. Mr. Jean, you have seen it. Earth is not a place for you to act recklessly. Carol is just one of the superheroes on Earth. If you continue fighting, you will only face a dead end. I can promise you that everyone who has studied the ultimate infinite Qi technique will come to you to become your disciple and will not pass it on to others. But I cannot hand over May to you. Moreover, as long as you are willing to cooperate, I can plead with the council to pardon the crimes you have committed." Nick was convinced that Jean Liu could not defeat Captain Marvel. He put on a generous facade, employing both soft and hard tactics to try to win him over. Haha, what a joke. I am the martial deity. In the world of martial deities, the strong are respected. Jean Liu had lived in the realm of martial deities for over a decade, and his worldview had long since conformed to that of the martial deities. He naturally believed that martial deities were destined to be the rulers of the world. Nonsense. I voluntarily gave up ruling this world, which is already the greatest grace towards you, but you are still not satisfied and wish to judge me. Every martial deity is an extreme madman, a magnetically deranged individual, and Jean Liu is no exception. Woman, either you kill me or I will kill everyone in this city. Choose one, you have no other options. Nick's face darkened, murderous intent arising as he switched to English. This is a madman, Carol. If you have the chance, kill him. As long as I bring back his head, I will naturally find a way to uncover his secrets. Captain Marvel cooperatively turned off the interstellar translator. Nick, fighting will cause many chain reactions. The number of deaths will only increase. I know, but right now he insists on fighting and we cannot stop him. His fighting methods involve electricity and magnetic fields. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have any technology that can limit him? I have developed some special insulating gear specifically for Magneto, which has a significant restraining effect on both electricity and magnetism, but these devices require special items for power and need time to prepare. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that this will work on him. The military's aircraft designed to combat Magneto were completely useless. Given the current situation, do you still have any options? Carol shot Nick a glance. Alright, I need an hour. If you can resolve it within that time, that would be great. If not, bring him to base 7 after an hour. We will lay an ambush there. Alright. Captain Marvel turned the interstellar translator back on and said to Jean Liu, I agree, let's meet in the Sahara Desert where it is desolate, so the damage from our battle will be minimized. After finishing her words, she stood up and flew away. Jean Liu, unfazed, immediately got up to pursue her. Nick watched Jean Liu flying away and picked up the phone. Coulson, initiate the demagnetization plan. Send item 084 to base 7. The equipment must be calibrated within an hour. The Sahara Desert was formed about 2.5 million years ago and is the largest sandy desert in the world. It is located in northern Africa with extremely harsh climatic conditions, making it one of the least hospitable places for life on Earth. Its total area could accommodate the entire mainland United States. But at this moment, the Sahara Desert had transformed from an inhospitable environment to one where life could not survive. The once boundless sea of sand now bore traces of glass everywhere. With no humans surviving, Captain Marvel was free to unleash her powers to eliminate the madman before her. Collisions exceeding the power of hydrogen bombs occurring dozens of times a minute. The sand waves were driven by shock waves soaring into the sky, melting under the intense heat and condensing into spire-like wonders. Giant pits resembling abysses and towering spires, all bizarre shapes, were products of the battle's aftermath. The poisonous insects surviving in the surrounding desert felt this apocalyptic scene and frantically burrowed out of the sand, fleeing in all directions. From a satellite's perspective, one could see a bizarre sight: those natural enemies like sand scorpions and venomous snakes gathered together, frantically fleeing towards the desert's edge. Those lucky enough to be further away managed to escape, but many others didn't even have the chance to surface from the sand, meeting their ends beneath the boundless sea of sand due to the residual shockwaves. But the more unfortunate were the neighboring countries. Originally, this region had very stable tectonic plates with few earthquakes or disasters occurring. However, today the energy leakage caused by the battle between the two spread through the earth, and the direct result was a series of earthquakes in the surrounding African nations. These small countries had buildings that were not sturdy enough. While they were sufficient for daily life, they had no means to resist such a level of natural disaster, collapsing in droves and resulting in casualties that far exceeded those in New York. Captain Marvel relentlessly battered Jean-Luc for an hour. Each time she felt she was about to kill him, he would rise again from the depths of hell, gathering even more strength to continue battling against her. It seemed that relying solely on her own strength, she could not kill this madman. Captain Marvel sighed inwardly and took off towards Base 7. Jean-Luc was in poor physical condition, but his spirit soared, filled with fighting spirit as profound realizations about the magnetic field rotation flooded in. And at his forehead, the pineal gland slightly bulged, as if some organ was developing within. Just when he was exhilarated, Captain Marvel unexpectedly fled again. Jean-Luc was furious and sprang up to pursue her. This time, Captain Marvel did not fly as fast, clearly intending to lure him somewhere, but it didn't matter. As a martial deity, he could handle any scheme. The rapid rise in strength caused Jean-Luc's confidence to surge. Soon Captain Marvel landed at a base-like location. Jean-Luc wasted no time, directly raising his palm in the air and striking down heavily towards Captain Marvel's face. Originally, he had gathered all his strength, but as he entered the base's vicinity, before he could get close to Captain Marvel, he suddenly felt a peculiar force descend upon him, causing his rapidly circulating electricity to leap violently and go out of control. Jean-Luc exclaimed in surprise, hastily trying to control the electricity with his chi, but Captain Marvel quickly closed in, delivering a heavy punch that struck him. In that moment, when his magnetic field's rotational force came to a halt, a punch struck him, directly shattering his ultimate protective aura and crashing heavily onto him. Jean-Luc was sent flying like a struck baseball with a loud bang. Puff! Blood gushed from his mouth as he hurriedly tried to recover his breath, but Captain Marvel was already overhead, her long, strong legs raised high, crashing down like a battle axe. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his hands to shield his chest, but it was futile. Her heavy legs struck his hands first before driving them forcefully into his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, his already fractured arms and multiple ribs finally broke. Jean-Luc plunged downwards towards the base at a speed faster than when he had ascended. The speed was so great that it surpassed sound, creating a sonic boom cloud in the sky. His body crashed heavily onto the base. At the moment of impact, he desperately unleashed his ultimate whirlwind technique, channeling the massive energy into the ground. With a thunderous explosion, the entire base collapsed, creating a massive pit measuring 100 meters in diameter and 100 feet deep. All the agents inside the base perished the moment Jean-Luc landed. The machines and equipment that were originally calibrated for long-term use also became mostly inoperable under the impact of this energy. The energy field that had originally interfered with the currents and magnetic field rotations vanished. Captain Marvel frowned, a mix of surprise and anger on her face. As a seasoned warrior, she knew this fall should not have caused such severe consequences. However, she did not understand the effects of the various energy techniques in the martial god world, nor could she guess that this strike against the base was entirely a result of her attack on Jean-Luc. Although the price was extremely heavy, the outcome was equally remarkable. Jean-Luc's arms hung limply, clearly broken, and without meticulous treatment and a long recovery, he would not be able to continue fighting. His once steel-like body now appeared shriveled and deformed, evidently suffering multiple fractures. Countless external injuries bled profusely. In Captain Marvel's perception, this guy's vitality was fading rapidly. He was finally nearing death. Even if he were not killed, he would not live much longer. But as a superhero, she had to throw in some banter. If you surrender now, I can guarantee that the judge will give you a fair trial. Jean Lu, with nearly half of his bones broken, struggled to stand, yet his manic demeanor only intensified. Huh. Heh. Ha ha. He bent slightly, his arms dangling, laughing maniacally. What? Seeing my arms are ruined makes you think I can't fight anymore. What do you think a martial god is? Just a lunatic with high combat power. Wrong. A martial god is a spirit that pushes the evolution of the human body to its limits. A martial god embodies a will that is unyielding in the pursuit of becoming the strongest, willing to sacrifice life, relentless even in death. You want me to surrender? Fine, come defeat me. Magnetic field rotation, 25 heavens. Ultimate Emperor leg. After being heavily wounded and having his arms rendered useless, he finally broke through to the 25 heavens of magnetic field rotation. This was a watershed moment. Only those who crossed this threshold could be called true powerhouses. Moreover, as he broke through this barrier, it seemed as if something invisible shattered in the void. This sensation was very mystical. It seemed to exist, yet also not exist. It appeared significant, yet also trivial. Jean Liu's body did not seem to benefit from this feeling. His wounds did not heal, his internal energy did not increase, and his realm did not elevate. There was no growth in his overall strength. However, the third eye at his pineal gland seemed to receive abundant nourishment, opening a small fissure in his forehead. Jean Liu's attitude was very clear, and Captain Marvel was furious. Stubborn fool. The two collided again. This time the energy clash was magnitudes greater than before. Even Captain Marvel felt somewhat strained. How is this possible? How did your power grow so quickly? Each increase in the heavens of magnetic field rotation resulted in a qualitative change in strength. When Captain Marvel first fought Jean Liu, he was at 9 heavens, but as the battle progressed, he reached 25 heavens. This increase in power was not merely a few times, but dozens or even hundreds of times. Each increase to 25 heavens represented a qualitative transformation. The immense shockwave flattened everything within several miles, leaving only a massive pit in its wake. It was due to the thorough destruction that a peculiar object appeared before the two. It was a cube-shaped item, not much larger than a palm, resembling a magical cube floating in midair above the pit, emanating strange energy. This is the cosmic cube. Captain Marvel immediately recognized what Nick had mentioned earlier about needing a special item to provide energy. Captain Marvel's power originated from the cosmic cube. Now that she saw it, she naturally intended to bring it back. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of that madman across the way and he gained power equal to hers, she feared she would not be able to hold him down, leading to inevitable devastation. Jean Liu also recognized the space gem, which explained why his power had been affected earlier. The magnetic field's rotational power was not derived from a simple magnetic field, but from his own life magnetic field, similar to Superman's biological magnetic field in the DC universe. Ordinary devices that counteract magnetic fields were ineffective against him. Originally, he did not care about these strange objects like the space gem, but the still unborn third eye in his pineal gland felt a desperate need for the space gem, a feeling that struck deep into his soul, leaving no room for error. In this world, those with virtue possess things. Since I have seen it, then this space gem is mine. The two almost simultaneously dashed towards the cosmic cube, each attacking the other in an attempt to stop the other from seizing the cube. But as their energies intertwined, the cosmic cube was engulfed, landing perfectly between their clashing fists and legs. In an instant, the outer layer of the cosmic cube shattered, revealing an oval-shaped gem. Then both of their fists and legs struck the gem simultaneously. The next moment, a violent explosion erupted. An alarm of danger blared in Jean Liu's mind, and almost instinctively, he fled upwards at full speed. Not only him, Captain Marvel almost simultaneously made the same move. Fleeing from danger was a primal instinct. Within a few breaths, they reached outer space, looking back in shock. They saw a point of light slowly expanding and accelerating, spreading across the entire planet within minutes. Right before their eyes, the Earth shattered. What would it be like if a planet shattered? Ordinary people, aside from astronomers, can probably only witness it in movies. However, today Jean Liu and Captain Marvel experienced it live in space. First, a crack appeared on the planet, then more and more cracks formed, densely covering the surface like a lampshade with intricate cutout patterns with light leaking through the gaps. Then some of the patterns merged into a large fissure, and a torrent of light surged out, eventually engulfing the entire lampshade. The two of them silently watched as the planet slowly split apart, and a massive amount of magma erupted from the core, resembling a fountain and reminiscent of fireworks. Then the magma rapidly cooled, losing its beautiful golden red hue, turning gray, cold, and lifeless. Captain Marvel was going crazy. This was her homeland, the place she would fight to protect with her life, yet it was being destroyed because of her battle. Her eyes were bloodshot, ready to rush in recklessly. Both of them were in terrible condition. Jean Liu's right leg had vanished, and Carol's right arm was also gone. As their attacks made contact with the gem, their limbs instantly disappeared. However, the disappearance happened too quickly, and the overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger made them instinctively focus solely on escaping, completely oblivious to their injuries. Once in space, the shocking destruction of Earth caused them to overlook their injuries. In comparison, Jean Liu's injuries were far worse than Captain Marvel's, but similarly his pain tolerance was also much higher. If both were uninjured, Captain Marvel would surely win. But in a life-and-death battle, it remained uncertain whether Captain Marvel would defeat Jean Liu before her injuries overwhelmed her, or if Jean Liu would unleash a berserk counterattack. With Earth gone, the two of them no longer held back, and the need to settle their fates became inevitable. But just then, in the void, a glowing circle flickering with golden sparks suddenly appeared, and a bald woman in a yellow monk's robe emerged from within. "Wait, both of you, let me save the Earth first." "You can save the Earth?" Carol exclaimed in surprise. "Sigh, it's quite difficult, but it's not impossible," the nun replied with a bitter smile. Now Captain Marvel could no longer pay attention to Jean Liu and urged anxiously, "Then hurry up and save it. Even if the Earth is brought back, everyone up there will be dead. Don't worry, I will use time reversal to save the Earth, and everyone who has died can be resurrected. But if I save the Earth and you destroy it again immediately afterward, then the rescue will be meaningless. It's all that damn bastard's fault. He's a madman who not only slaughtered on Earth, but also shattered it. How, what a hypocrite." Jean Liu considered himself a master and disdainfully refused to stoop to the level of a brawler, preferring to argue logically. He sneered, "You sent people to my sect to steal martial arts, violating sect rules by leaking techniques. What is wrong with me cleaning up the sect? You attempted to cover for your sect's discarded disciples and obstruct my cleanup. The casualties are naturally your responsibility, and do not shift the blame onto me. We agreed to fight to the death, yet you set a trap in secret. I broke that trap and took some spoils of what is wrong with that. As for the destruction of Earth, it was your obstruction that prevented me from claiming my spoils. During the battle, I unintentionally destroyed it in the heat of the moment. We both share responsibility. To be precise, you bear 8 parts of the blame, while I take 2. Captain Marvel was called back by Nick and hurried to rescue May, completely unaware of how the battle unfolded. But according to the logic of superheroes, killing is wrong and crime is unacceptable. You want to kill May, which I witnessed firsthand, but what more is there to say? Due to your reckless actions, New York was flooded, leaving countless homeless. What should be done about that? You treat human life as mere weeds flying at supersonic speeds over New York, causing countless deaths. How do you account for that crime? The cosmic cube belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Your intentions to seize it led to the subsequent accident. You are the true culprit." Jean Liu carefully contemplated the rapid improvement of his martial arts realm while trying to suppress his internal injuries, enjoying the verbal sparring with her. Especially now that Ancient One had appeared, he couldn't afford to offend her and preferred to show her some respect. "Before formally becoming a disciple, I clearly stated that the sect rules must be followed. I didn't ask May to become my disciple. She entered my sect and must abide by our rules. If she dares to violate sect rules, it is only natural for me to kill her. Everything has a cause and an effect. Your sect sent people to infiltrate my sect to steal techniques, which is the cause. Everything that followed is the effect. If we are to discuss responsibility, the primary instigator bears the greatest blame for the casualties. All personnel losses should be the responsibility of your S.H.I.E.L.D. Nonsense. May is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her life is protected by federal law. If you want to kill her, you are violating federal law. How ridiculous. Is the mere federal law really higher than the rules of my sect?" The two argued fiercely, each holding their ground, unable to persuade one another. Ancient One could no longer stand it, and sighed. "Although I can reverse time, if the duration is too long, my body cannot withstand it either. You best reach a consensus quickly." "Very well, I do not wish for Earth to simply perish. I will take a step back for now." Jean Liu turned to Ancient One, saying, "Restore the Earth, and I will only dispose of May and take the cosmic cube." "What? Impossible!" Captain Marvel exploded. "I can spare you, but May cannot die. The cosmic cube is of great importance. It is the property of S.H.I.E.L.D. and cannot be given to you." The two could not reach an agreement and immediately began arguing again, their tempers flaring and signs of another fight brewing. Ancient One sighed and countless lights danced in her eyes. After a moment, she stopped and interrupted the two once more. "How about this? I have a suggestion, to see if you can accept it." The two stopped arguing and turned to look at her. "I will reverse time to before May became your disciple, so she will no longer be your student, and she will not know your sect's cultivation methods." After the nun finished speaking, she turned to Captain Marvel. "You must inform the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. about everything that happened today, warning him not to attempt to steal the ultimate infinite sect's martial arts again. How about that?" After thinking for a moment, both found this suggestion acceptable and nodded in agreement. Next is the issue of the Cosmic Cube's ownership. I know you need the Cosmic Cube to facilitate the evolution of your Eye of Agamotto. I have a substitute here, what do you think? As she spoke, she produced a necklace-like artifact from somewhere with a pendant resembling a hollow eye-shaped sphere within which something seemed to stir. As soon as this artifact was taken out, Jean-Lu immediately felt a strong sense of craving emanating from his pineal gland, similar to the feeling he had when he first encountered the Cosmic Cube. This is the Eye of Agamotto, which contains the Time Stone. Like the Space Stone that previously destroyed Earth, it belongs to one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the universe. Even if you obtain the Space Stone, you may not be able to use it. However, with the Time Stone, I can help you today to nurture the Eye of Agamotto. Of course, Jean-Lu knew what Gu Yi was holding, especially since Gu Yi even knew about the Eye of Agamotto, which she must have seen through future observations. At that moment, Jean-Lu couldn't help but be even more polite. He placed his 2 broken arms together and bowed respectfully, earnestly, asking, "Master, may I ask what the Eye of Agamotto is?" The Eye of Agamotto is what I saw in the River of Time, referring to you in the future. It is an auxiliary organ that you have the chance to nurture after reaching a certain level of magnetic field rotation. Its function is closely related to your will, soul, and destiny, and it will also be influenced by the energy absorbed during its nurturing. Your destiny has already been shattered by you allowing it to absorb that energy. You can use the energy of the Space Stone to promote its evolution, or you can use the energy of the Time Stone to do so. Of course, the different energies of the stones will inevitably affect the functions of the Eye of Agamotto. Then if I nurture the Eye of Agamotto with the energy of the Time Stone, will it allow me to reverse time like you? Unfortunately, it cannot. My ability to reverse time relies not only on the Time Stone, but also on the power of magic. However, it can allow you to have limited foresight of the future, though it may not be very controllable. Then what special effects would the Eye of Agamotto nurtured with the energy of the Space Stone have? Can it allow me to travel freely between different worlds? Unfortunately, it cannot. It can only help you see through spatial locks, magical barriers, and grant immunity to illusions. It sounds like the spatial Eye of Agamotto is more practical. Don't you want to foresee the future? The nun was surprised. In her view, nothing was more fascinating than time. If the future cannot be changed, what use is there in seeing it in advance? If the future can be changed, what I see may not be real. Foreseeing the future is the most useless ability. Do I prefer the spatial Eye of Agamotto? Of course, primarily because I have read comics and watched movies. Can't you use the Space Stone to help me nurture it? I can return it to them after using it. Why, your choice really surprises me. You are not greedy for the Time Stone, perhaps you are the best master of the Time Stone. The nun turned to Captain Marvel. What do you think? Captain Marvel's expression was uncertain. She originally intended to prevent Jean-Lu from gaining the power of the Cosmic Cube, but this suddenly appearing nun surprisingly knew that the stone inside the Cosmic Cube was the Space Stone. This was a name she had only heard of, and was completely unaware that it was hidden within the Cosmic Cube. Moreover, this nun took out a Time Stone, which was on par with the Space Stone. If she opposed allowing Jean-Lu to gain the power of the Space Stone, he would ultimately receive the power of the Time Stone, and she could do nothing to prevent him from becoming stronger. In that case, why should she act like a villain? I have no objections. The nun smiled with satisfaction. Since everyone has reached a consensus, I will begin. She held the Eye of Agamotto in her hand and moved her fingers in a counterclockwise motion. What shocked Jean-Lu and Captain Marvel occurred. The fragments of Earth, which had already turned into cosmic debris, reassembled, as if played in reverse, coming together once again. Moreover, with their sharp eyes, they could clearly see the Sahara Desert, which had turned into a glass factory, due to their battle, was transformed back into a vast ocean. New York, which had been submerged in flood, had the waters recede, allowing the collapsed skyscrapers to rise again. All the deceased had revived. Wow. Both were stunned by this cosmic wonder, their hearts racing. Although Jean-Lu knew Gu Yi could reverse time, he never expected it could be so exaggerated. What incredible power! Perhaps only by mastering the rotation of the magnetic field to its limit can this be achieved. The martial god has always admired strength, and Jean-Lu was no exception, thus becoming even more respectful. I haven't asked yet, what is your name, master? Carol also politely inquired about her name. I am Gu Yi, the protector of Earth, and people call me the Sorcerer Supreme. So you are the Sorcerer Supreme? Captain Marvel exclaimed. Captain Marvel had once been the top enforcer for the Kree, one of the 3 great empires of the universe. The Kree Empire's intelligence system was quite advanced, and they certainly did not guard against the top enforcer. After leaving the Kree Empire, she had been wandering through the universe, and she had long admired the name of the Sorcerer Supreme. Master Gu Yi, I would like to ask, what are those 6 Infinity Stones? I have only heard of them, but do not understand. Gu Yi smiled, and waved her hand to draw a glowing circle flickering with golden red sparks, saying, let's go back to Earth and sit down to chat slowly. She was the first to dive in, followed by Jean-Lu and Captain Marvel. Then the glowing circle vanished into thin air, and the universe returned to its ancient tranquility. On the other side of the glowing circle was an ancient and quiet room surrounded by many peculiar artifacts and some ancient books. Let me first take care of your injuries. She waved her hand, and both felt a force descend upon them. Then Captain Marvel discovered that her injuries had healed completely, returning to the state before the Earth's explosion. Jean Liu's injuries had also recovered, but he frowned. Master, why has my realm dropped again? You only need to reverse my time to before my leg was broken. You need not worry about the other injuries. Gu Yi smiled and said, I merely adjusted the time of your body, but it did not affect your memory. You just need to practice again to regain your strength. Jean Liu sensed slightly and found that he had lost none of his comprehension of magnetic field rotation, which put him at ease. So that's how it is I was rude. Thank you, Master. No need to be polite. Gu Yi smiled and gestured for them to sit. Please take a seat. The three of them each found a mat to sit on, and with a wave of Gu Yi's hand, a teacup appeared in front of each person filled with black tea. Wow, this is so convenient. Captain Marvel envied this little life magic of the Sorcerer Supreme. Magic can do many things that ordinary people cannot, but we are no longer in the magical universe era. Now the mainstream of the universe is technology. Gu Yi seemed unconcerned about this. With the development of technology, perhaps in the future you will only need to snap your fingers and an intelligent housekeeper will do it for you. You are too modest. In fact, the technology of the three great empires of the universe cannot achieve this. Captain Marvel shook her head in amusement, not believing her words. Just because the three great empires of the universe cannot achieve it does not mean Earth cannot. Gu Yi smiled mysteriously. Earth is special. Doctor Strange did not delve further into the special issues of Earth, but instead began to explain the secrets of the Infinity Stones to the two. The Infinity Stones were forged from the essence of 6 singularities that contained infinite energy prior to the Big Bang, each controlling one of the 6 fundamental attributes: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. The cosmic cube obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D. is the box that contains the Space Stone. Utilizing the Space Stone allows one to instantaneously move oneself or any object to any location, as well as manipulate space according to one's will, such as separating, cutting, distorting, rearranging, or even creating new spaces. Moreover, the Space Stone itself harbors boundless energy, or rather all 6 Infinity Stones contain infinite energy. However, the Infinity Stones are not to be touched by just anyone. Those who recklessly attempt to do so may turn to dust if fortunate, or cause the destruction of planets if not. Just like earlier, Doctor Strange's words carried a note of warning. I understand, Master. I will warn Nick not to use it carelessly, but it's best to seal it away permanently. Dr. Strange remained non-committal, took a sip of tea, and continued, the Eye of Agamotto, which has been passed down through the lineage of supreme sorcerers, is the vessel for the Time Stone. The Time Stone allows its user to reach any point in time, whether in the distant past or the far future, enabling them to witness or experience any era. Therefore, if the user possesses extensive knowledge, they can accomplish more, even manipulate time and causality. As for the other 4 Infinity Stones, I do not know their whereabouts, but without a doubt, they are cosmic treasures. Moreover, if the 6 Infinity Stones were to be united, the holder could achieve anything. Thus, it is forbidden in the universe to merge the 6 Infinity Stones, and anyone who dares to collect them will undoubtedly face a collective assault from all factions. Jean Liu glanced deeply at Doctor Strange, thinking, you did that on purpose. To achieve anything, what a wonderful phrase. Jean Liu aimed to break through the limits of the ultimate Qi Gong to the 50-fold celestial revolutions, a daunting task, and the system referred to it as an opportunity for breakthrough. Whether or not he could truly break through remained uncertain. But if the 6 Infinity Stones were united, perhaps he could indeed realize his long-cherished dreams. However, he was still too weak right now. At least he needed to reach the limit of the ultimate Qi Gong before he could consider such matters. Jean Liu was passionate, but he was not a madman. He was very rational and knew well when to be tough and when to be cautious. If it had not been Captain Marvel seeking him out first, but rather the Supreme Sorcerer, he would have likely recognized the situation sooner. Fighting against the strong embodies the spirit of a warrior, while battling the unreachable is madness. After Doctor Strange finished explaining, he waved his hand to draw a small circle, causing the cosmic cube to fall out of it. He caught it and asked Jean Liu, are you ready for the evolution of the third eye? Jean Liu's expression grew serious as he quickly focused his mind and prepared. Let's do it, Master. Doctor Strange gently shook the cosmic cube towards Jean Liu, and a faint blue energy shot out from the cube, directly entering the third eye in Jean Liu's forehead. The third eye, as if it had been parched for ages, eagerly absorbed this energy. Clearly, Doctor Strange controlled the energy's output, ensuring it perfectly matched the absorption limit of the third eye, neither more nor less. As the energy poured in, the third eye gradually transformed from being shriveled to becoming plump, from being dull to lively. Jean Liu felt immense joy arise within him, a connection stemming from the third eye. The spatial third eye was about to be born. After about 10 minutes, Doctor Strange withdrew his hand and returned the cosmic cube to its original position. Incoming and going the alarms of S.H.I.E.L.D. were, as if non-existent, not even a sound was emitted. The spatial third eye on Jean Liu's forehead had opened, revealing a vertical eye that shimmered with a faint blue light. He opened his third eye and looked around. The originally ordinary quiet room through the lens of the third eye revealed layers upon layers of spaces intertwined, causing one's head to spin. It is taboo to casually gaze around in someone else's home. He understood these Eastern taboos, so he quickly retracted his gaze, rising to bow in thanks once more. Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer, for your assistance. If there is ever a need, feel free to send someone to the martial arts school with a message. Jean will not hesitate to help. If there is a need, I will not be polite. Additionally, the address of the New York Sanctum is 177A Bleecker Street, Manhattan, New York City. If you need to find me, you can send a message there. By the way, I have a piece of advice. Please try to restrain your killing intent. In the endless future, not all endings are favorable. Jean Liu was startled, knowing she must have seen some possibilities, and promptly bowed in thanks again. Dr. Strange stood up, saying, now that all the questions have been resolved, I will not keep you as guests. Let me send you back. The two stood up to bid farewell to Dr. Strange, who drew two circles and invited the two into them. After Jean Liu stepped through the portal, he indeed returned to his martial arts school in Chinatown. He walked out of the room, watching a group of disciples training in the courtyard. The others looked at their somewhat unfamiliar master, all silent, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? A disciple, gathering courage, pointed at the third eye on his forehead and gestured. Oh, you know, it's quite normal for a person from another world to have an extra eye. Is it true, master, that you are an alien? Fortunately, modern people are well-informed and adaptable. They quickly returned to their usual selves, chatting and laughing. However, how many truly believe he is an alien and how many suspect he is a mutant is hard to say. After a while, May approached to apprentice under him, only to be directly rejected by Jean Liu. May returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. uncertain and went to find Nick to report the task. Nick, he might suspect me. He rejected my apprenticeship. Moreover, the intel was incorrect. He has a third eye on his forehead, confirming he is indeed an alien. This person is suspicious. It would be best to investigate him thoroughly. All right, May, let's leave this matter here. Nick rejected Mai's request. I've issued orders that starting today, no one from S.H.I.E.L.D. is to provoke him. Why? You just said this morning that we should conduct a thorough investigation on him. I've changed my mind. Nick glared at May with his single eye expressionless. May had worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time and certainly understood what that meant. All right, I understand. I won't provoke him. May left the office and Nick turned back to see Carol appearing before him again. Thanks to you for this situation, otherwise I wouldn't have known how severe the outcome could be. His worldview differs from ours, and he is also a martial arts fanatic, but as long as no one actively provokes him, he has no interest in bullying the weak. Additionally, I just went to the New York Sanctum to take a look, but I couldn't find the place at all. That address is vacant. Clearly, the Supreme Sorcerer's impression of me is not good, even worse than that of Jean Liu. It seems that obtaining the help of the sorcerers will not be easy. Nick smiled confidently. Don't worry, as long as I know where the address is, I will definitely find a way to reach them. That's good. I'll take my leave now. Contact me if you need anything. Nick watched Captain Marvel fly away without a trace, his expression gradually darkening. The formation of the Avengers is imperative. Tony Stark awoke once again from a nightmare. Hey darling, what's wrong? The alluring woman beside him was woken up by his outburst but showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, she comforted him with a gentle voice. Did you have a nightmare? Tony gasped for breath, accepting the bottle of mineral water handed to him by his bedmate, draining it in one go. He reached out to embrace the voluptuous supermodel, smiling to mask his true emotions as he teasingly said, I dreamed that your precious assets were fake, and that scared me awake. Ha! How rude. I was already this big in 9th grade, how could they be fake? After some playful banter, the woman attempted to engage in activities not suitable for writing, but Tony refused. They cuddled back into bed, and she quickly fell asleep, while Tony remained restless. This was not the first day he had nightmares. He had been plagued by them for nearly half a year. Initially, the nightmares were somewhat vague, but they had become increasingly vivid. At first, he would have nightmares once every 10 days or half a month, but now it was almost every 2 or 3 days. Each nightmare contained the same content, overwhelming floods sweeping and turning all of New York into a marshy land. Oh God, this is New York. Although it's by the sea, how could there be such a massive flood? Besides, who is he? He is Tony Stark, a super rich man. No matter how big the flood is, what does it have to do with him? The dreams only reached this point at first, and he didn't care. But as the nightmares became clearer, everything changed when he observed that man through his dedicated private satellite. The man's indifferent expression and the coldness in his eyes that viewed human life as worthless pierced through the ultra-high-definition satellite lens, directly striking his heart, making his breath quicken and his heartbeat pause. Even now, after waking from the nightmare for so long, that gaze still lingered in his mind. Days of continuous nightmares had left Tony with dark circles under his eyes. Pepper Potts remarked, Tony, if you keep indulging like this, you might not even make it to your 40th birthday. Of course, Tony wouldn't tell Pepper that he had been troubled by nightmares. It was just too embarrassing. "Oh, Pepper, I actually have a new idea that has been tormenting me, keeping me from finding peace, even in sleep. Don't worry, once I assemble it in the lab, everything will return to normal." As for what this new idea was, Stark never worries about ideas. If Pepper wanted to see them, he could come up with a dozen that would shock the world. Pepper sighed. Whether what Tony said was true or false, she felt powerless and could only pray that this big child would mature someday. After distracting Pepper, Tony began to think of a way to solve this problem. Since it had arisen, he had to find a way to resolve it. In this world, there is no problem that can stump Stark. First, he needed to determine whether this person actually existed or was just a figment of his imagination. If this person existed, he would find him and throw money at him until he was subdued, then all problems would be resolved. If he couldn't find this person in real life, it would mean that this individual was a fictional character, and he was not a recluse who could fear a mere paper figure. He picked up a brush and began to draw. As an engineer, Tony had a solid foundation in drawing and soon sketched the appearance of the man from his dream. J-R-V-I-S. Search for this person worldwide, listing all candidates with a similarity of 95, no 90, or more, sorted in descending order of similarity. He originally thought that after submitting the task, it would take a long time or yield thousands of results. Just as he was about to grab a cup of coffee to perk up, J-R-V-I-S had already submitted the search report. Found candidates with a 99 similarity. "Oh, would you like to view them?" So efficient. 99, that's almost identical. Could it be that such a person really exists in the world? View. Tony no longer cared about the coffee and directly returned to his seat. J-R-V-I-S projected a three-dimensional image of a man in front of him. Jean Lu, a Chinese, claims to be from another realm. He has opened Ultimate Infinite Hall in Chinatown, New York City, teaching martial arts from another world. Another realm person? Wait, what's that on his forehead? An ornament. That's a third eye. He really is from another realm. Why hasn't the media reported on this? Many people online believe he is actually a mutant. That's his mutant organ. Got it. Tony was very clear about the disputes between ordinary people and mutants, especially those politicians at the top who viewed mutants as pests and wished to eradicate them. How could they promote anything openly? Have I met him? Tony pondered deeply but couldn't figure out why he would dream of him. He wasn't a beauty. After cross-referencing your travel routes, no intersection between you two was found. Then that's strange. Tony rested his chin on his hand, contemplating carefully. Although I don't quite understand psychology, since I dreamed of him, and it was a nightmare, theoretically, I should be afraid of him, like he must have done something to me in reality. Of course, no one can beat Stark. I'm just using it as an example. I understand, sir. You have no external injuries and no medical examination records. J-R-V-I-S. You should learn to be a bit more humorous. I am learning, sir. All right, maybe I saw him online sometime and was frightened by his appearance. Am I really that timid? No, sir. Based on big data comparisons, you are braver than the vast majority of people in the world. A very nice compliment, J-R-V-I-S. I'm not complimenting you, sir. Speaking the truth is the best compliment. Since he had found the real identity of the man from his nightmare, Tony certainly wanted to address him in his most adept manner. J-R-V-I-S. Have Happy come to see me. Ooh, I have something to assign to him. Moments later, Happy appeared before Tony. Happy, go acquire this martial arts hall. I'll let him name his price. No problem, leave it to me. I will get your new toy at the fastest speed and the lowest price. Happy didn't even ask Tony why he wanted to do this, because he had done similar things countless times before. Some were justified, but many were without reason, perhaps merely impulsive decisions made by Tony. It didn't matter. Tony had the right to be capricious. After all, he was that rich. Jean Lu had been diligently practicing these days, regaining the martial arts realm he had previously lost due to the time reversal. The realm is such that when one has yet to reach it, breaking through becomes an arduous task. But once one does break through, even if only for a fleeting moment, the understanding of that realm will be deeply etched in one's heart, never to be forgotten. Especially since the Supreme Mage did not reverse his memories, he possessed a complete understanding of the 25 layers of magnetic field rotation. Thus, he successfully returned to his previous realm within just a few days. Moreover, due to Captain Marvel's warning, S-H-I-E-L-D did not bother him again, allowing him to smoothly proceed with the matter of teaching disciples. However, regrettably, perhaps due to S-H-I-E-L-D's resentment towards his actions, they did not send the previously agreed upon large number of agents to seek apprenticeship, causing him to miss out on many quality disciples. In fact, Nick also perished in the explosion of Earth, and upon Captain Marvel's return, he was in a hurry to save people, completely unaware of the agreement Nick had reached with Jean Lu. After Nick was resurrected, he lost all his past memories, and the information Captain Marvel shared with him contained no mention of this collaboration. The final outcome was that Nick only knew that he had sent May to steal the martial arts techniques, violating the rules of the Ultimate Infinite Sect, which angered the alien Jean-Lu, ultimately leading to a fierce battle that even destroyed Earth. But he was unaware that when not in battle, Jean-Lu was quite amiable and harmless, having had pleasant conversations with him in the past, even reaching an agreement for mass apprenticeship. As long as this batch of agents adhered to the sect's rules, they would naturally be safe. War gods are generally people with extreme personalities. Jean Liu's character is not that of a pure magnetic field lunatic. When he is not in a fit, he is harmless. He neither offends others nor allows others to offend him. There are generally only two reasons that can provoke him to act. One is violating sect rules leading to a task being issued by the system. The other is that it helps him grow stronger. Aside from these, everything else, regardless of size, is trivial to him. One day after completing his training, Jean-Lu routinely began to teach his disciples when suddenly the roar of an engine echoed from outside. A Mercedes SUV stopped in front of the martial arts school, and the door opened, revealing a plump man with a large belly stepping out. He adjusted his belt that kept sliding down from his abdomen, looked up at the plaque of the martial arts school, and was immediately stung by the energy-laden characters. "Oh shit," he muttered under his breath, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, though his originally boisterous mood had somewhat subdued. Do you want to see the eternally lost in space war god of the Marvel world? Please remember the domain name Conks. Calm. He tucked the handkerchief away and walked directly in, bypassing the shadow wall and entering the courtyard. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the courtyard, waiting for someone to come and greet him. However, all the disciples were attentively listening to Jean Liu's lecture, completely ignoring him. After a while, he could no longer hold back, first covering his mouth and clearing his throat, but seeing that no one approached to greet him, he had no choice but to ask aloud. "Excuse me, who is the master of this martial arts school?" He fixed his gaze on Jean-Lu, who stood among the crowd. Jean Liu's appearance was quite striking, as there was almost no one else in this world with 3 eyes. Although there were mutants, their numbers were too small, and they lived like street rats, hiding away and rarely appearing in crowds. And people like Jean-Lu, who walked around with a clearly mutant organ on their heads, were not just rare, they simply did not exist. Jean-Lu had already noticed the plump man, but chose to ignore him. Just by looking at his physique, it was clear he severely lacked self-control, and his willpower was not much better, lacking the qualification to become a war god. However, since this plump man had taken the initiative to speak as the master, it would be quite rude not to respond, so he said to a nearby disciple, "Go tell that plump man that our martial arts school teaches in pure Chinese. We do not accept anyone who does not understand Chinese, so he can scram." The disciple stood up and approached the plump man, using polite language to convey the master's attitude. The plump man's brows furrowed, and he displeasedly said, "Does he know who he is rejecting? My name is Happy, and I represent Mr. Stark." Tony Stark got it. It must be said that the name Tony Stark was indeed well known in New York, easily serving as a business card. The disciple did not dare to make a decision on his own, and had to return to translate for Jean-Lu. In fact, Jean-Lu could now understand English, but he simply did not want to speak it. Once the magnetic field rotation reached the 10th layer, one could perceive the thoughts and consciousness of people below the 10th layer of power. With this ability, the vast majority of people in this world held no secrets from him. Learning English was merely a matter of a thought to him. Even without understanding English, he could directly sense the other party's thoughts and grasp their meaning. However, Jean-Lu seldom used this ability because he was fundamentally uninterested in what others thought. He preferred to act according to his own worldview. Do you want to see the 17th chapter of War God of the Marvel world, written by the eternally lost in space? Please remember the domain name of the group novel site. The domain name Conks. Com to view the latest chapters and complete chapters. What if our worldviews don't align? It's simple, you change your worldview to match mine. Or if you are strong enough to warrant Jean-Lu's attention, you may be allowed to exist with your own worldview. Moreover, he also despised these ignorant fools, worrying that probing their thoughts would contaminate his pure mind. After all, they were just trivial matters, hardly worth a glance. After listening to the disciple's report, he glanced at Happy and gestured for him to come over. Jean-Lu had no interest in Happy, but he was quite intrigued by Tony Stark. Tony Stark was someone cursed by knowledge. As a mere mortal, he stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, being one of the few exceptionally wise figures in the Marvel world, easily ranking in the top 10. If anyone could use technology to push the ultimate infinite Qi Gong beyond the 50 layers of magnetic field rotation, without a doubt Tony Stark would be one of them. In the past, when the founder Ultimate Monk was studying the ultimate infinite Qi Gong, he had also utilized the power of technology. At that time, the technological level of the world was indeed higher than that of the surface-level technology in Marvel, but compared to Marvel's black technology, it was completely inadequate. Utilizing Tony Stark's power to solve the limitations of the ultimate infinite Qi Gong would be quite beneficial and at least worth a try. Happy swaggered up to Jean-Lu and arrogantly said, "Hey Mr. Jean, congratulations. Your martial arts school has caught the eye of Mr. Stark. You're about to get rich." Jean Lu, responding off topic, said, "Go back and tell Tony Stark that if he wants to seek apprenticeship, he should come in person. By the way, he'd better learn Chinese before coming, or I won't accept him." With that, he waved his hand, signaling to kick the plump man out. The disciple translated Jean Liu's words to Happy and then gestured for him to leave. Happy was furious, shouting, "Hey, you bastard. Do you even know what you're saying? You've rejected the chance to become a millionaire. You will never get another opportunity in your life." As the disciple was about to translate for Jean Lu, he waved his hand, saying, "No need to translate, just throw him out. From now on, anyone who doesn't understand Chinese should be ignored." During the lessons these past few days, Jean Lu often demonstrated the power of magnetic fields, explaining the conditions of human cultivation. The disciples in the martial arts hall had witnessed Jean Liu's extraordinary abilities and revered him as a deity, eagerly hoping to one day develop superpowers themselves. Thus, they would never go against his wishes. Therefore, no matter how much Happy shouted and cursed, it was all in vain, as he was directly thrown out by the crowd. Happy got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his pants, and loudly cursed while pointing at the martial arts hall's main door. "Just wait. I will send you a lawyer's letter. I will sue you until you go bankrupt." He angrily opened his car door and drove away to report back to Mr. Stark. After Tony Stark had assigned the task, he didn't pay much attention to it. In his mind, he never thought anyone would refuse him. The only difference was the amount of money involved. At this point, Tony Stark was not yet the future Iron Man, but merely a sheltered flower that had never experienced the ravages of a storm, just a bothersome playboy, nothing more. Thus, when Happy reported the failure of the acquisition, he was quite surprised. "Happy, didn't you tell him the price was negotiable?" "Tony, I couldn't even talk to him. That bumpkin doesn't speak English at all. It was entirely his disciple who translated for him. He actually thought you would go to his martial arts hall to learn from him, saying that you had to learn Chinese first before becoming his disciple. He doesn't accept anyone who doesn't know Chinese." After he said that, they immediately had me thrown out. I never even got the chance to negotiate. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that they were so numerous, I would have made that guy taste the power of my fists. "Did you tell him my name?" "Of course I signed up right from the start, but he didn't take it seriously at all." Maybe he hasn't heard of your name after all. He is a bumpkin just arrived from abroad." "He's not just a bumpkin from abroad, he's an alien bumpkin. Didn't you check any information before you went?" "Is he really an alien?" "I've heard people mention it, but I thought it was a joke." "Clearly it might not be a joke. By the way, I've never seen an alien." Happy understood the implications of Tony's words and exclaimed in surprise, "You're joking, right, Tony? I never joke with men, not even with you, Happy." "Okay, but I suggest bringing a few more people along. After all, aliens might not abide by federal laws. You can arrange it. Rich people get things done quickly." That afternoon, a long convoy appeared in Chinatown, arriving at the martial arts hall amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The vehicle stopped and Happy got out, opening the back door for Tony, who was dressed in handmade casual wear and wearing sunglasses. A group of bodyguards in black suits surrounded Tony Stark as they entered the martial arts hall. In the afternoon, it was free practice time. A group of people was meditating in the martial arts hall. Upon seeing the group enter, they recognized the man with the small mustache who was well known in New York, and behind him was the Happy who had come in the morning. The disciple who had previously attended to Happy rushed over to block them. "Sorry, Mr. Stark, this is private property, and we do not welcome outsiders." Without needing Mr. Stark to speak, Happy immediately pushed the person aside, and Tony Stark swaggered into the center of the arena. He played with his sunglasses and frivolously asked, "Where's the alien? Has he submitted his paperwork to the immigration office?" Jean Lu, hearing the commotion from outside, came out from the back hall and could tell immediately that their intentions were not good. Although he wanted to obliterate them, he couldn't afford to kill Tony Stark, who was a treasure. At least not before squeezing out his potential. Moreover, previously the Supreme Mage had warned him to restrain his killing intent. Ancient One protects the earth, not humanity, so her words should be taken seriously. It's best not to disregard them. Just as the disciple approached to translate, Jean Lu waved his hand, and Tony Stark and the others felt as though their gravity had vanished, being swept away by a force that appeared out of nowhere and thrown out. Right now, your abilities are not yet at the entry level, and you can't accomplish this. In the future, when you reach the realm of electrical propulsion, this task of driving away unwelcome guests will be yours to handle. Still, the same rule applies. Anyone who doesn't understand Chinese will be ignored. The disciples were energized, bowing and greeting in agreement. As Tony and the others were thrown out the door, the force dissipated the moment they left the martial arts hall, causing them to fall directly to the ground. Tony was fortunate enough to land on Happy using his round belly as a cushion and was unharmed. "Alright, Happy, I just realized today that not losing weight might actually make sense." After standing up, he helped the rolling Happy get up, saying, "Okay, call an ambulance immediately and Stark Industries will cover the costs." Jean Lu was careful in his actions. This group just fell over, and since they were all bodyguards and physically fit, they weren't hurt at all. However, the shock to their spirits was hard to calm. Being well-experienced professional bodyguards, although they were shocked by Jean Liu's superpowers, they were not afraid, but they would be much more cautious. They got up from the ground, picked up the scattered weapons, checked them again, and came to Tony. Mr. Stark, the people inside are extremely dangerous. I advise you to leave now. No, Stark never runs away. Tony stubbornly rejected his reasonable suggestion. Please believe me, Mr. Stark, that mutant inside is super dangerous. The head of the bodyguards tried to persuade him, but Tony interrupted him directly. Are you saying that you cannot guarantee my safety in front of him? The head of the bodyguards looked at the disdainful expression on this playboy's face and wanted to smash his head, but he respectfully said, no, Mr. Stark, no matter who it is, anyone who wants to harm, you must step over our corpses. Very well. Stark nodded in satisfaction, reaching into his pocket for his sunglasses only to find they had long since shattered. He shrugged and stepped back towards the martial arts hall. A group of bodyguards rushed forward, forming layers of protection around Tony. After circling past the screen, Tony immediately raised his hands and shouted, don't make a move, I mean no harm. Jean-Lu intentionally wanted to test his temperament, so with another wave of his hand the group was sent flying again. This time the bodyguards were prepared. As soon as he raised his hand, they opened fire. However, the bullets had no effect and were swept away. Once again, a group of people fell in front of the martial arts hall like rain. The convoy had already attracted quite a bit of attention upon arrival. Although the location was somewhat remote, many people were still watching the commotion from a distance. Previously, when they were thrown out, there weren't many onlookers, but as they re-entered, the crowd grew larger. Gunfire erupted from within the martial arts hall, causing the onlookers to feel apprehensive. Just as they were about to flee, another group was thrown out. Especially this time, Jean-Lu had intentionally increased the height of the falls compared to before, resulting in many sustaining broken arms and legs. Fortunately, they instinctively dodged upon landing and did not break their necks. When Tony landed, he was yanked by the head of the bodyguards, avoiding injury, but he became extremely angry. Damn it. He doesn't even want to talk. Tony, I told you he only understands Chinese. So what? Do I have to learn Chinese, as he says? No, what I mean is you can send in a translator. Fine, does anyone here know Chinese? Tony turned to his bodyguards. Everyone shook their heads. Tony sighed, saying, happy, then go find a translator. And hurry up with the ambulance, someone really needs it this time. Finding a translator was easy. Happy approached the group of onlookers and pulled out a few dollars, and many rushed to offer their services to Mr. Stark. Once the others realized that this was Tony Stark and not some gang, they felt reassured and stayed to watch the excitement. Tony informed the translator of his requirements and then let him in to deliver the message. The incoming translator was familiar with many people in the martial arts hall, having mingled in Chinatown, so upon entering, he greeted acquaintances before explaining his purpose. Jean-Lu felt it necessary to talk with Tony as well, so he nodded in agreement. The translator didn't take any risks and simply conveyed a few words, earning a nice bonus, and left cheerfully to report back. After hearing the translator's cautious reply, Tony nodded in satisfaction, thinking this was the right attitude. He had an inexplicable confidence, believing that as long as he could negotiate, he could persuade anyone. As he prepared to enter again, he was stopped by the head of the bodyguards. Mr. Stark, I hope you will reconsider. If you need, I can bring a small team over tonight to invite that guy inside to meet you. It would be much safer that way. Relax, buddy. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have already done so by now. He strode up to the entrance of the martial arts hall, then paused and turned to his bodyguards trailing behind him, saying, since you're not of much use, you can head back for now. Of course, I'll cover the fees. As he spoke, he glanced at the bullet casings scattered on the ground and turned to lead the translator and Happy into the martial arts hall. Fuck. The head of the bodyguards cursed angrily, feeling extremely frustrated but at a loss for what to do. He believed that given enough time to prepare, he could easily take down a mere mutant and do whatever he wanted with him. However, he currently had no room to act because he was merely a bodyguard. Everything was up to the boss's decision. After Tony entered this time, he was able to walk right up to Jean-Lu. Wow, three eyes really do exist. This is far more visually impactful than what I saw in the footage, but it doesn't seem frightening at all. No need to translate that. I am Tony Stark. You may not know my name, but ask those around you, and they'll recognize me. I know you have superpowers, but I also have the power of money. Now I want to buy your martial arts hall. Oh, feel free to name your price. This guy looked nothing like the Tony Stark from the movies, but his aura was surprisingly similar. Indeed, Tony Stark was a brash, annoying, and irritating guy, making him hard to like. For a martial god, money is meaningless. Jean-Lu did not invite him in for tea as he had with Nick, but instead stood in the courtyard to converse with him. Jean-Lu extended his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, manipulated by the magnetic field in his palm, which he played with freely, able to shape it as he wished. The ultimate Qi Gong can enhance one's vital energy and spirit, simulating electric flow through ancient martial arts techniques, allowing one to control electric currents upon initiation. The so-called lightning is merely a plaything in our hands. Those with talent and strong will can cultivate to profound levels, generating magnetism from electricity and successfully transforming electric flow into rotating magnetic fields. The rotation of magnetic fields is the primal force of the universe, an essential power across myriad universes. As long as one can possess and cultivate the rotation of magnetic fields, they can enhance their body, restructure cells, harden materials, read thoughts, reorganize matter, and even control natural phenomena, with the potential to influence life, causality, fate, space, and time. Oh, sounds like you're preaching. Tony showed no sign of surprise. He simply didn't believe it. He scoffed and said, "That's not scientific at all." "No, it's very scientific, but it's just that you don't understand." "Huh, are you sure you want to discuss science with me?" Tony laughed with amusement, pointing at Jean-Loup rudely and saying, "I originally thought you were some sort of alien, but now it seems you're just a guy trying to shed his mutant identity. Pretending to be an alien is quite an interesting approach. I know there are superpowered beings and mutants in this world. Although I haven't researched it, your words cannot deceive me. These abilities stem from genes. Perhaps scientific modifications could artificially create superpowered individuals, but it won't be achieved through your method of practicing Qigong. Arrogance stems from ignorance." Jean-Loup shot him a disdainful glance. Lack of investigation leads to no right to speak. Babbling nonsense and pointing fingers in a completely unfamiliar field doesn't impress anyone with your intelligence. It merely reveals your arrogance and ignorance. TCH. Tony turned and walked away. The so-called purchase of the martial arts hall was merely an excuse. He had seen this nightmare today and felt he was merely a con artist, well, a mutant con artist with superpowers. He had no reason to fear such a character. Oh, Tony Stark awoke once more from the nightmare. Damn it, I clearly took sleeping pills. Angrily, Tony climbed out of bed, grabbed a glass of water from the nightstand, and downed it in one go. Feeling a bit more alert, he donned his pajamas and hurried downstairs to the laboratory. Jarvis, look up which mutant possesses the ability to induce continuous nightmares. Searching for information. Estimated time, 1 hour and 23 minutes. Tony retrieved a bottle of beer from the fridge, reclined on the sofa, and slowly sipped it, his expression gloomy and his gaze flickering. He suspected that the nightmares he had been experiencing originated from a mutant's ability, possibly motivated by money, or perhaps aiming to alter the situation of mutants through his social status. A clever approach, he murmured, but you've got the wrong person. He tossed the beer bottle aside and began to review the materials. Thanks to his status, he could access a wealth of classified data and information. Even materials not accessible to him could be obtained through Jarvis. Soon he acquired a multitude of public research results regarding mutants. As for those materials that could not be disclosed or even mentioned, they were completely cut off from the external network. No matter how advanced his technical skills or supercomputing power, it was of no avail. His genius mind began to operate at high speed, swiftly skimming through the documents and rapidly digesting the research findings on mutants. Information search complete. No mutant capable of matching the criteria found. This search covered all public information as well as portions of government, military research institutions, and corporate databases. However, it cannot be ruled out that mutant information exists outside of these databases. I understand that's no longer important. Tony pushed aside the documents before him. Jarvis, I need some materials. He began dictating a list of items for Jarvis to order. A few seconds later, Jarvis replied, order completed, estimated delivery time, 7 days. That's too slow. Oh, I need it before I go to bed tomorrow night. All right, triple the payment has been made. All items will be delivered by 7 p.m. tomorrow. Jarvis had become quite intelligent, fully accustomed to his master's style of throwing money around. Very good. Tony nodded in satisfaction, took out paper and pen, and began designing the structural diagram of the items. He aimed to create a room capable of isolating mutant abilities to eliminate the influence of the mutant that was affecting him through nightmares. Once he resolved his own issues, he would find time to let that mutant from the martial arts school experience the power of money. In front of a capitalist like him, what facade could one maintain claiming that for a god of martial arts money is meaningless? After the special forces captured him, Tony was curious to see if he could still retain that cool, nonchalant demeanor. In research mode, Tony was incredibly energetic, working tirelessly until dawn, not even noticing when Pepper arrived. Hey Tony, did you not sleep last night? What are you working on? Why don't worry about me, Pepper. Once I assemble this thing, you'll definitely get a good night's sleep, the kind that lasts until noon tomorrow. Tony embraced Pepper playfully. She shook her head, helplessly advising Tony, you need to pay attention to your health. You're already over 30, though I don't want to see you dying young. I have regular checkups, Pepper. My health is just fine. Tony replied, seriously, don't worry about me. I've just been lacking sleep lately, but everything will return to normal soon, I promise. With sweet words, Tony managed to make Pepper smile. After Pepper left, Tony meticulously checked his design again, then had Jarvis verify it once more. Finding no errors, he stored the design and awaited the arrival of the materials for assembly. Now that the day was brightening, he felt quite sleepy, so he casually ate a burger and returned to his bedroom to sleep. When he awoke again from the nightmare, the sky had already darkened. Damn it. These nightmares have been happening more frequently. Oh, I must resolve this issue today. He looked up and asked Jarvis, where are the supplies? Some have already been delivered and are in the underground storage area. The remaining items are en route, expected to arrive within 2 hours. Should the delivered items be sent to the laboratory? Send them over first. I need to start assembling now. Tony couldn't wait another moment. He was eager to finally get a good night's sleep. He was one of the top engineers in the world capable of creating the first suit of armor in a cave with just a pile of broken tools, so assembling a device to isolate mutant abilities was no challenge at all. As materials arrived one after another, his assembly speed increased, and finally 3 hours later, he had constructed several boxes resembling speakers. He meticulously adjusted and measured them with precise instruments, ultimately confident that this device could effectively isolate the transmission of mutant powers in the air. Great. Tonight I can finally get a good night's sleep. Tony straightened up, stretched his tired muscles, and clapped his hands, admiring the masterpiece he had spent nearly a day creating. He transported these items to the bedroom, using a cart, installed them at all the calculated positions, and after testing once more confirmed they were functioning well. Finally, he lay back down in bed, prepared to enjoy his long-awaited restful sleep. A few hours later, Tony Stark awoke once again from a nightmare. Oh, why didn't it work? Tony got up from bed to check the equipment, but it was still functioning properly with no faults. He took out the design blueprints again and carefully examined them multiple times, still finding no issues with the design. He returned to the laboratory and pulled out the relevant materials, once more meticulously reviewing them to see if he had overlooked any critical data or information. Regrettably, after a whole night of effort, he still could not determine where the problem lay. As the sun rose, warm rays streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, bathing Tony, who sat dazed on the sofa in sunlight. After a long while, Tony exhaled, his eyes regaining their sparkle. Eliminate all impossibilities. The remaining possibilities, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. That guy is not a mutant. He is actually an alien. After careful consideration, Tony decided to have an open and honest conversation with the alien. As long as he had a request, they could negotiate a resolution to the problem. If language couldn't resolve the issue, he would let the alien know what Stark Industries was primarily engaged in. He immediately took Happy and the translator and drove back to the martial arts hall. Jean-Loup was conducting his usual class when he suddenly saw Tony storming in, feeling quite surprised. He had originally planned to cultivate a disciple capable of manipulating electric currents and send him to Stark Tower to mock Tony's scientific knowledge, igniting his thirst for unknown knowledge. As someone cursed by knowledge, he would never reject unknown knowledge. Thus, at some point on a certain timeline, he had replaced Doctor Strange and become the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, magical knowledge is still knowledge, and as long as Tony wanted to learn, there was nothing he couldn't grasp. However, Tony's sudden appearance made him very curious. It was not in line with the Tony Stark he knew. "What have you done to me? What do you want?" Tony demanded aggressively right from the start. "Your words are incoherent and nonsensical." After the translator finished relaying the words to Tony, Jean-Loup waved his hand and sent Tony and his companions flying. "Next time, please learn to use polite language, thank you." This time there were fewer people with Tony, so he didn't land on Happy's big belly, nor did the bodyguard chief reach out to catch him. He fell flat on the ground. He awkwardly got up and through the translator heard Jean-Loup's last words, angrily shouting at the door. "You say I'm rude. Uh-huh. Are you polite? You've been disturbing my rest, making me have nightmares every night. Is this your alien etiquette?" In recent days, the nightmares had become increasingly frequent, and he was on the verge of being driven mad, his emotions spiraling out of control. After cursing, he angrily walked back into the martial arts hall, but suddenly stopped at the door, pointing at the translator. "You go inside and translate what I just said to him, then come back and translate his words for me." Last time he was thrown twice and didn't fall, which could be said to have suffered no losses, so he could rush in without care. But this time he fell flat on the ground and felt the pain, so he wouldn't do such self-inflicted suffering again. As long as the translator was getting paid, he wouldn't care about falling. He quickly ran into the martial arts hall and told Jean-Loup what Tony said. Jean-Loup had already heard, but he had no idea what Tony was talking about. He was unwilling to delve into Tony's memories. After all, this guy was still a playboy. Who knew if he had a mind full of liquid? "I am the god of war and disdain small petty actions. I have never laid a hand on him. Perhaps he has offended someone else, and it is possible that he is framing me." The translator hurriedly ran back outside to relay the message to Tony. After hearing this, Tony furrowed his brows, for he actually knew very well that he had offended many people. If he were to investigate, even J.R.V.I.S. would struggle to keep up. He thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "No, with the existing technology, I basically understand it all. There shouldn't be any technology that could bypass my defenses and affect me unless it's alien technology I've never encountered." The translator ran back inside again. Jean-Loup thought to himself that there were countless alien technologies on Earth, but they didn't necessarily surpass Tony's technical level. Only SHIELD could possibly achieve this. But this part wasn't in the movies, or was it a butterfly effect from the previous war that destroyed Earth? SHIELD obtained certain intelligence from the one-eyed egg and framed Tony Stark, which also made sense. But Tony was just an ordinary playboy now, not Iron Man. Why would SHIELD Think to sow discord between the two. Let him in and tell me the details. The translator went out and brought Tony in. I started having the same dream 6 months ago, a very absurd dream. I dreamed of New York being flooded. Not the kind that comes after a heavy rain, but a vast deluge surging in and sweeping away many skyscrapers. As Tony spoke a few sentences, he noticed Jean Liu's expression was somewhat strange. He had a sudden thought and stopped directly asking, "Do you know something?" Jean Liu slowly nodded. "I know what's going on. Let's talk inside." He turned and walked into the living room with Tony quickly following him. The few of them took their seats. Without waiting for Jean Liu to instruct his disciples to serve tea, Tony eagerly pressed, "You just said you know what's going on." "That's right, you weren't dreaming. That was a fact that had once occurred." "What? Are you joking? Look at New York now. Where's the slightest trace of water? Such a huge disaster, not even news control could hide it. Because someone used time reversal magic to turn back time to when nothing had happened." Time reversal? This was not Tony's question, but rather the translator's doubt. He suspected he misheard. "That's correct, time reversal. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would not have any memory of that time, but evidently you, Tony Stark, have regained the memory of that lost time. Translate that for him." The translator, lost in thought, stuttered through the translation of these sentences, then saw that Tony showed no sign of surprise, easily accepting this explanation. "Is there really magic in this world?" Tony asked curiously. "Yes, but in the current universe the age of magic has already ended. The age of technology is now the mainstream of the universe." Jean Liu had no intention of hiding this and told Tony the facts. The god of war, unless tactical needs arose, would not stoop to lying. "How did that disaster occur?" "I fought against Carol Danvers, and the massive shockwave caused a tsunami to wash ashore." "Carol Danvers. Is she also an alien?" "No, she is from Earth. You call her Captain Marvel." "Did you use any powerful weapons to cause such a huge commotion?" "How could something so big happen without the federal government coming after you?" "We all fought with our bodies, for our bodies are the strongest weapons. As for the so-called federal government, it's nothing but a joke." Jean Liu's disdain was very obvious, but clearly Tony did not believe him, only thinking that the federal government hadn't deployed the military. "All right, this has nothing to do with me. What I want to know is how I can stop having this nightmare. Perhaps you should see a psychologist." Jean Liu shrugged. "It's natural for ordinary people to fear natural disasters. You just need to overcome it." "Natural disasters can't scare me. Ooh, what truly terrifies me is..." Tony felt a bit embarrassed. The renowned Tony Stark actually frightened by someone's gaze. "All right, you win, it's you. The one who truly terrifies me is you. Every time I see your cold eyes in my dreams, I wake up in fright." "Me?" Jean Liu pondered the events of that day carefully. The memory of a martial god is remarkably sharp, able to recall every detail vividly. "But I don't remember seeing you then. It was through a high-definition camera of a private satellite. I wanted to figure out what this inexplicable tsunami was all about, and the result." "Oh, I see, that's troublesome." Jean Liu realized. "You were frightened by my combat abilities. This is a difference in life levels. Unless you can elevate your own life level, you will never be able to escape from my shadow." "What? So I'll be having nightmares for the rest of my life?" Tony exclaimed. "Not necessarily. Once you become an extraordinary person, you will naturally be able to escape the influence of those nightmares. Or as time passes, this influence may gradually fade. After all, you only saw me from a distance through a satellite, not standing in front of me. The impact is actually quite minimal. If I rely on time to wear it all away, how long will that take?" Tony asked with a frown. "Just a few years, it will be quick." Jean Liu casually replied. In fact, once Tony becomes Iron Man and undergoes a transformation of heart and mind, he would likely be able to free himself from the shadows. "How long? Damn it. That's too long. I can't endure such a prolonged nightmare." Tony shouted anxiously. "What exactly is this extraordinary person you mentioned?" An extraordinary person, in short, is someone whose life level has surpassed the mundane, like Captain America, a modified human, or a wizard, or mutants of Delta level and above, as well as martial artists who have undergone a transformation of life, and so on. "So if I learn your so-called Qi technique, I won't be tormented by nightmares anymore." "Exactly, as long as you can get started and reach the electric current propulsion stage, you can complete your first life transformation and gain superpowers. By then you will naturally no longer be troubled by nightmares." Tony hesitated for a long time before reluctantly saying, "Fine, I will learn this Qi technique from you, and I'll pay 10 times the tuition." Jean Liu smiled slightly. "All right, you should first learn Chinese. I do not accept disciples who cannot speak Chinese. Now you need to learn the ultimate infinite Qi technique to resolve your psychological shadow issue. Don't act like I'm begging you to learn. You can choose to learn or not." What kind of ridiculous rule is this?" "This is the rule here. No one is begging you to join. If you want to be my disciple, you must follow my rules." Jean Liu said nonchalantly. "I'll pay 100 times the tuition." Tony shouted, flaunting his wealth as if he could have his way. "Haha, you haven't inquired, have you? Our martial arts school has never charged tuition. Once you get in, you can even earn a salary." Jean Liu glanced at Tony with disdain. "What? How can a martial arts school operate like that?" Tony, a capitalist, found it particularly hard to understand how sects functioned. I told you money means nothing to a martial god. If you want to be my disciple and learn skills, you'd better learn Chinese. If you can't learn it, don't bother coming back. I won't accept you. Jean Lu finished speaking and waved his hand, sending Tony and the others flying again. Guck. Tony got up from the ground, muttering a curse under his breath before getting back in his car and leaving. Question: how long does the genius Tony Stark need to learn Chinese? Answer: he doesn't intend to learn at all. That afternoon, Tony returned to the martial arts school, but this time he didn't bring Happy or a translator. He came alone. He proudly walked up to Jean Lu. Now you can teach me Qi technique. Oh, Tony is actually speaking Chinese. Has he mastered a language in just half a day? Is Tony Stark really that smart? Jean Lu focused and noticed that Tony had a patch behind each ear and another patch on each side of his throat. So that's it. He didn't actually learn Chinese. Instead, he spent some time creating a bone conduction Chinese-English translation device. This device was quite rudimentary, far inferior to the intergalactic translator Carol, had currently capable only of real-time Chinese-English translation. When Jean Lu speaks Chinese, the translator Tony translates it into English and wirelessly transmits it to the bone conduction patches on Tony's ears. And when Tony speaks English, the translator translates it into Chinese and sends it to the patches on his throat, vibrating his vocal cords to produce Chinese sounds. Tony didn't mind Jean Lu discovering this. He openly showcased the translator he carried. This is my way of learning, simple, efficient, and easy to popularize. Indeed, it's a scientific way of learning. Jean Lu nodded appreciatively. He didn't consider this cheating, as it was the product of Tony's ingenuity. The end justifies the means. All right, come with me to pay respects to the ancestral teacher. He led Tony into the main hall, offered incense before the ancestral tablet, and solemnly explained the sect's origins, the identity of the ancestral teacher, and the rules of the ultimate infinite sect once again. Previously, when I fought with Captain Marvel, the root cause was that a certain disciple severely violated the sect rules by leaking the techniques to outsiders without permission. Therefore, Tony Stark, you must remember, no one is forcing you to join this sect. If you believe you cannot abide by the sect rules, you can turn and leave right now. But once you join, you must strictly follow the sect rules, otherwise you will face severe punishment. Tony frowned, somewhat reluctant, but he was in urgent need of this Qi technique to resolve his nightmare issue. Do I have to be a disciple? Can't I just pay you tuition and you teach me? Tony, perhaps you don't quite understand what an Eastern sect is. You can take your time to understand it before deciding whether to join the ultimate infinite sect. Whether you join or not is entirely voluntary. There is no coercion. However, once you join, you must adhere to the sect rules. After much hesitation, Tony ultimately decided to become a disciple. In the presence of the ancestral teacher, Tony bowed to Jean Lu. Disciple Tony Stark pays respects to master. Since Tony has officially become a disciple, Jean Lu naturally would not hold back. He thoroughly explained the ultimate Qi Gong to him and addressed all the difficult problems previously encountered by the other disciples during their training. He had high hopes for Tony and was very confident in his talent and intelligence. However, Tony had yet to undergo a transformation, and he had no certainty about whether his willpower was strong enough to meet the requirements for the rotation of the magnetic field. As for the realm of electric current propulsion, he was not worried at all. Even someone like May could master it, so there was no reason Tony couldn't. From that day on, Tony moved into the martial arts school, adopting a spirit of scientific inquiry, dedicating himself day and night to the study and practice of ultimate Qi Gong. Master, I now believe what you said earlier. This is a scientific method of cultivation. I feel I should be able to design a device to accelerate this cultivation speed. Tony casually draped his arm around Jean Liu's shoulder and smiled. Although he was a rather annoying character when he genuinely wanted to befriend someone, it must be said that he had a certain charisma. Had it been someone else daring to act so familiar with Jean Lu would have earned them a slap to the ground, yet with Tony doing so, Jean Lu surprisingly felt no aversion. Indeed, scientific methods can expedite cultivation, but as I said before, the core of everything lies in willpower. Otherwise, having a high realm will be superficial and flimsy. Once in battle, one could easily be turned over by the winds of adversity. Tony shrugged dismissively, saying, I don't need to go to the battlefield. I'm a civilian after all. Hell, I hope you always think that way. But you at least need to reach the realm of electric current propulsion first to have any room to utilize the scientific devices. Otherwise, if you can't even generate electric currents from basic friction cells, what use is the equipment, no matter how good it is? It will be soon. I can feel it. In just the next few days, I will succeed in doing this. Then just keep it up. I believe in you. Although Tony had not yet successfully entered the realm of electric current propulsion in these days, the practice itself had already shown immediate effects on him. During his cultivation, although he had not yet generated electric currents, the Qi Gong had slowly strengthened his physical constitution, greatly improving his sub-health status. Most importantly, he no longer woke up at night frightened by Jean Lu. Though he still dreamed, the scenes in his dreams became increasingly clear, and time continued to move forward. However, he no longer woke up startled at the first sight of Jean Lu, but could continue dreaming. Because it was a lucid dream, he woke up with a clear memory of the scenes he had seen in his dreams, including the terrifying sights of Jean Lu and Carol fighting in Africa, as seen through satellites. For this reason, he developed a relatively clear understanding of Jean Liu's martial prowess. Although he had been watching Jean Lu being beaten by Carol, it did not indicate Jean Liu's weakness. It only showed that Captain Marvel Carol was exceptionally strong. He had found Carol's information in an organization's database through Jarvis. A person who should be an old lady surprisingly retained her youthful beauty and could beat her alien master. This made him feel a sense of estrangement from the truth hidden beneath the world's surface. He had initially thought that as the big boss of Stark Industries, a world-renowned genius, one of the few young billionaires in the world, he should belong to the ruling class. Yet the truth told him that this world was far from as simple as he had imagined. Not only were there sorcerers capable of reversing time, but also aliens comparable to human nuclear bombs. Even Captain Marvel, also a human from Earth, was practically a real-life Superman. And this was just what he had encountered in his dreams. How much more was there that he had not encountered? If he had not awakened the memories erased during the time reversal, would he still be like ordinary people, believing that the world was operating as usual and that those events had never occurred? Perhaps due to the reason of losing his father at a young age, Tony felt a significant lack of security. This sudden new world appearing in his life made him exceptionally uneasy. At the same time, he was a proud person, always believing himself to be smarter and more remarkable than anyone else. If he had not encountered these, it would have been fine, but since he had already stepped into this extraordinary world, he had to excel beyond anyone else. This was also one of the important reasons he had been obsessed with it these days. He had not taken any confidentiality measures while learning martial arts here, and he was always the focus of media attention. The famous playboy Tony Stark was no longer mingling with supermodels, but had gone to a small martial arts school in Chinatown to learn martial arts. This was huge news, enough to entertain tabloids for days. For a time, all sorts of speculation arose. The most credible news came from the entertainment section of the Horn newspaper, stating that the martial arts school called Ultimate Wuliang had several beautiful disciples, which attracted the playboy Tony Stark. Because of Tony's presence, many supermodels and actresses came to learn, but unfortunately, they all did not understand Chinese and lacked the qualifications to become disciples. Only a few female models who understood Chinese successfully became Tony Stark's named junior sisters. When these girls entered and exited the martial arts school, they were photographed by paparazzi outside and published in newspapers, further validating the truth of the Horn newspaper story. Riding on Tony's popularity, these few junior models gained significant fame. After all, being recognized by the seasoned playboy Tony Stark must have its unique appeal. Their success was imitated by others with ulterior motives, leading many to seek discipleship, yet they all stumbled at the threshold of learning Chinese. Some quick-witted Chinese individuals had opened crash courses in Chinese near the martial arts school, specifically teaching those beautiful women who wished to learn martial arts. As for Jean Lu and Tony, they were indifferent. Why would big figures care about the petty pursuits of small characters? And whether these people were genuinely studying, they did not mind. Just like how teachers and principals are indifferent to whether college students spend their days in libraries or playing games online. The opportunity to learn is given to you. Whether you grasp it is your own matter. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Although it is said that once a teacher, always a father, a named disciple can only be considered someone else's son, not even a godson. As long as one has not entered the door, they cannot be considered a godson. Only those who reach the realm of electric current propulsion are true disciples, qualifying for recognition as a godson. As for those who can reach the realm of magnetic field rotation, that is another step further, definitely treated as a biological son. Wow, it really works. Tony opened his palm, gazing at the light blue electrical serpents leaping at his fingertips, his eyes filled with fascination. Using willpower to rub against cells to generate electric currents, humans have truly reached this level. This is indeed a gift from the divine. This is just the beginning. Once you cultivate to a profound realm, you can enhance the voltage of the electric current easily, reaching millions of volts. At that point, one person would be equivalent to a power station, never lacking in energy, with the only cost being food. Jean Lu looked at the current Tony Stark, recalling how he was when he first entered the realm of electric propulsion, and smiled, saying, "When you can generate magnetism from electricity and evolve into the realm of magnetic rotation, you will find that the so-called God is not that far from you after all." Let me briefly introduce you to magnetic rotation. Once you enter the realm of magnetic rotation, you can control electromagnetic force. At the 50-fold level, you will fully master electromagnetic force and begin to control gravity. At 75-fold, you will fully master gravity and start controlling strong and weak nuclear forces. At 100-fold, you will fully master the four fundamental forces of the universe: electromagnetic force, gravity, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. If you further break through your limits and completely comprehend the laws of the four fundamental forces of the universe, you can be reborn from destruction, fully mastering the laws of these forces, ascending to immortality, attaining divinity, and easily controlling life, causality, fate, and time and space, creating and destroying worlds. Wow. Tony was genuinely shocked this time. Completely mastering the four fundamental forces of the universe. This is incredible. No one in the scientific community has been able to unify the four fundamental forces yet. Perhaps I can accomplish this feat in the future. Tony, filled with excitement, began to boast. Haha, you are too early to be happy about that. Due to the nature of the technique, the ultimate limitless Qi art has a ceiling capped at 50-fold, making it impossible to break through. If you want to reach 100-fold, you should first attempt to modify the technique. Jean-Luc patted Tony on the shoulder, looking at him expectantly. Tony, I have high hopes for you. If anyone in the world can break through the 50-fold limit of the technique, it will undoubtedly be you. Tony was taken aback, calming himself as he retorted, since the limit of the technique is 50-fold, how do you know that 100-fold can unify the four fundamental forces? Could it be a guess? Or is there theoretical deduction? Jean-Luc sighed and replied, of course it's because someone has achieved this. But it wasn't achieved through the ultimate limitless Qi art. Initially, there was no ultimate limitless Qi art. However, there were powerful practitioners of magnetic rotation. But back then, those strong in magnetic rotation had to be born as superhumans capable of controlling electricity or magnetism, while ordinary people would always remain ordinary, never becoming martial gods. Later, I sent my ancestor, the ultimate monk, with the determination to forge a path for ordinary people to become strong. He learned from various schools, and with the help of the rulers of the world at that time, he practiced hard for 50 years and finally created the ultimate limitless Qi art. However, since it does not directly manipulate electromagnetic force, but simulates it through Qi art, there has always been a layer of difference, and the ceiling is 50-fold. In the world of martial gods long ago, many people could reach above 95-fold. However, as the world was destroyed and the planetary magnetic fields became chaotic, even reaching 50-fold became extremely difficult, let alone breaking through the limits. Jean-Luc detailed the story of the ultimate monk, reminiscing about the past with great emotion. Tony listened with a sense of longing. The ultimate ancestor was truly an extraordinary person. Let me inherit his unfulfilled wish. Watch me break through this limit and push the ultimate limitless Qi art to 100-fold. Huh. Good, that's ambitious, but you're still lacking a bit of the strong's fervor. You should add some emphatic words at the end to emphasize your unwavering will. For example, ya nonsense, or what a joke. You can ask Jarvis for specific usage. Jean-Luc, feeling happy, teased Tony before turning to leave. Jarvis, how should I use these words? Sorry, sir, I think I should upgrade the Chinese database. I haven't found the usage methods for these words in the database. Okay, I authorize you to upgrade the database and then synchronize the updates. After giving the task in a low voice, Tony followed Jean-Luc out. Everyone gather around. I have something to announce. Jean-Luc called all the disciples at the martial arts hall and announced, previously when you entered I mentioned that you were only registered disciples. Only those who master electric propulsion within 3 months can become official disciples. Now the first person to master electric propulsion has appeared, and that is Tony Stark. He gestured for Tony to demonstrate for everyone. Tony extended his hand, proudly showcasing the electrical sparks dancing at his fingertips. The disciples were instantly astonished. It is well known that Tony Stark is a genuine pure human, neither a mutant nor a superhuman, yet he has truly cultivated superpowers. For a long time, many who came here to practice martial arts did so with a try-it-out attitude, since it didn't cost anything. But almost no one truly believed they could generate superpowers through training. If it weren't for the fact that during the process of practicing Qi art, they could indeed feel their bodies being strengthened, these registered disciples would have long given up. Even so, many people still had inconsistent efforts, with nearly the same number of people quitting daily as those applying to join the martial arts hall. Now that Jean-Luc has set Tony up as a role model, it is equivalent to giving all aspiring martial artists a strong dose of motivation to strengthen their learning resolve. His martial arts hall has been open for half a year, yet none have achieved the electric propulsion realm. Besides the average willpower of these individuals, it must be said that their severe lack of confidence is also a significant reason. If one does not even believe they can accomplish such things, how can they expect miracles to happen? Jean-Luc looked at the eager expressions of the disciples below, satisfied, and announced again, starting today, Tony Stark will be an official disciple of the ultimate limitless sect and your senior brother. In my absence from the martial arts hall, all orders will follow senior brother's command. Cultivating electric propulsion requires a large amount of food, so let me mention the benefits for official disciples: a monthly allowance of $10,000 distributed at the beginning of each month. If I'm not around, go ask your senior brother. Additionally, starting today, if anyone fails to reach the electric propulsion realm within 3 months, they will be demoted from registered disciples to students. Even if they later master electric propulsion, they will not be accepted as official disciples. No one has previously succeeded in meeting the standard. I won't comment on your laziness, but from now on, any further laziness will be punished according to this rule. The opportunity has been given to you. I hope you can cherish it well. In fact, once demoted to students and expelled from the martial arts hall, losing the accelerated effect of magnetic rotation and the system's enhancement for registered disciples, it would be extraordinarily difficult to practice electric propulsion again. The newly appointed senior brother Tony Stark successfully ascended to his position, while his fellow disciples and junior sisters cheered in unison to celebrate. In his joy, the wealthy dog waved his hand and declared, "To celebrate my success in mastering superpowers, let's have a party at my house tonight." The crowd was even more delighted, immediately swayed by their senior brother. If he were to raise his arm and call for a rebellion against Jean-Lu to take his place, surely everyone would cast their votes for him. Fortunately, the martial god does not hold elections. To ascend and become the sect leader, one must possess enough strength. Jean-Lu watched from the side with a smile and did not intervene, as Tony's nature was well known. After holding back for so long, letting loose would naturally allow him to devote more energy to his cultivation. Tony slyly approached, draping his arm over Jean-Lu's shoulder. "Master, don't worry. I'll bring 2 supermodels for you tonight, ensuring you have a good time. You've been here for so many days without having any fun, or it's not good to stay so tense all the time." Jean-Lu glanced at this lecherous fellow and could tell he was up to no good. However, in matters like these, the martial god was indeed an invincible powerhouse. 2 are not enough. You should prepare at least 10. Huh, no problem. Forget 10, even 100 would be fine. Tony, self-satisfied, promptly called a party company, ensuring an abundance of supermodels would arrive. Martial gods are not reclusive. In fact, most have desires even more intense than ordinary people, though few things can truly satisfy those desires. That night, Tony summoned a fleet of luxury cars to transport everyone to his beach villa, where the wild party began. I must say the service provided by the party company was impeccable, offering only the finest wines and beauties. Amidst the pulsating music, everyone let loose, fiercely releasing the pent-up pressure from their daily lives, and with the aid of alcohol, their hormones surged, leading them to find a corner to indulge. Tony, even more exuberant, stood on stage, raising one hand with sparks dancing at his fingertips, shouting, "From now on, please call me the superpowered Tony Stark." The crowd below erupted in loud cheers, shouting, "Do it again." Tony, even more excited, gathered his energy and pressed forth, "Then let's do it again." A bolt of electricity, slightly more powerful than the last, flickered in his hand, swirling around before gradually dissipating. The crowd continued to cheer, "Do it again. Do it again. Then let's do it again." This time the electric serpent was larger and thicker. Jean-Lu, embracing 2 fair-skinned beauties with long legs, looked at Tony on stage with great satisfaction. Having just entered the fold, his progress was remarkably fast. If he focused more, he would surely soon evolve into a master of magnetic field manipulation. Moreover, the power of magnetic field manipulation would affect the world's magnetic field. Once a master reached a critical point, this world would naturally give rise to a second, third, or even more masters of magnetic field manipulation. In this marvel world devoid of magnetic field manipulators, Jean-Lu was akin to the first master of magnetic field manipulation, Lan Dao Tianwu, from the martial god world. His very existence would inadvertently pollute the Earth's magnetic field. As his realm improved, this pollution would expand, ultimately spreading this influence on the environment and the world throughout the universe. Magnetic field manipulation is like a special cancer cell. As long as the first cancer cell exists, there will be a continuous emergence of magnetic field maniacs. Jean-Lu himself was also a magnetic field maniac, but he wasn't extreme enough. Aside from becoming a bit manic during battles with strong foes, he was otherwise quite ordinary. As he had crossed over from Earth to the martial god world, his worldview had already formed. Though he had been influenced by the martial god world's perspectives compared to purebred magnetic field maniacs born and raised in that world, he was still not extreme enough. The magnetic field maniacs of the martial god world truly regard human lives as worthless, and before a battle it is entirely normal for them to massacre a city as a warm-up. Of course, the lack of powerful figures to balance them is also a significant reason. This world is too deep. Even reaching the 100th layer of magnetic field manipulation might only be at the single universe level, while the multi-universe level, super universe level, and omnipotent universe level remain entirely out of reach. Take Earth, for example. Without beings like Gu, Yi, and Odin suppressing them, Jean-Lu would never be as amicable as he is now. In fact, his battle with Carol had already caused an explosion on Earth. Had it not been for Gu Yi's time reversal, he would have had to flee to the 3 major empires of the universe to survive. Thanks to this incident, the S.H.I.E.L.D. was warned by Carol and did not dare to disturb him again. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might tolerate a few provocations, but he would ultimately be angered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and go to war with the federal government. In any case, if Earth were lost, he could still survive in the universe. He could easily thrive on other planets. Thus, striving for peace through war preserves peace, while seeking peace through compromise leads to its demise. However, the role Gu Yi played in all this left Jean-Lu somewhat perplexed. Gu Yi can see through time and must understand the impact a master of magnetic field manipulation would have on Earth and the universe, yet he did not stop Jean-Lu, which is quite strange. Jean-Lu, with a beautiful woman on each arm, enjoyed their services while pondering the remnants of comic and film content still lodged in his memory. This was still a story from the world he came from, and after crossing over to the martial god world for many years, he had almost forgotten these tales. Although becoming a martial god allowed him to regain a significant portion of the memories in his mind, over time some memory cells had already undergone metabolism and renewal, rendering them irretrievable. He knew that Earth was quite special. According to a certain setting in the comics, it seems that Earth is the transformed eternal heart of the 5 great deities, the axis of the multi-universe. However, in the movie Eternals, it is said that a child from the Celestials is hidden within Earth, requiring Earth to serve as an embryo to nurture this child's growth through the energy of numerous sentient beings. So the question arises, which version of Earth is this? What is Gu Yi's stance? Is it for humanity, Earth, or the Celestials? Will the impact of magnetic field manipulation on Earth's magnetic field also affect the celestial child within? Is this influence good or bad? Perhaps he should take a trip to the Earth's core to clarify whether this is a comic world or a movie world. This distinction will determine the upper limits of power. On the following morning, the sun slowly rose and the city gradually awakened from its slumber. When the first ray of sunlight streamed into the guest room, Jean-Lu was already awake. Last night, he had also enjoyed himself immensely. The physique of a martial god had already allowed him to surpass human limits, making any extravagant feats unsurprising. Jean-Lu got up and entered the shower. Tony's villa was indeed luxurious, entirely under the unified control of J.R.V.I.S. With just voice commands, all requests could be fulfilled, far surpassing the technology of ordinary people in this world by 20 years. After finishing his grooming, Jean-Lu exerted a bit of energy to evaporate the moisture on his body, then stepped outside into the villa's yard for his routine exercise. After he had been exercising for over an hour, Tony and the others began to wake up one after another. Despite having partied hard the night before, unlike his usual exhaustion after such revelries, this time Tony still brimmed with energy and was in high spirits. Tony cheerfully ran out and embraced Jean-Lu with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Master, do you know?" Jean-Lu gave him a disdainful glance and scolded, "You inexperienced fool, go take a look in my guest room and you'll understand that you're still not qualified." Tony's face stiffened and he turned back into the villa. Moments later, when he re-emerged, there was no longer a trace of arrogance on his face. "Master, is our martial art really legitimate?" Jean-Lu snorted coldly and replied, "Martial arts inherently enhance one's physical attributes. Our technique even allows one to fundamentally tap into the primal forces of the universe, ranking among the top-tier divine skills in the world, incomparable to ordinary martial arts. The enhancement of your physical attributes is merely a trivial side effect. As your training deepens, your body will gradually transform, transcending human limitations. Right now, you are already capable of being unharmed by blades and axes, but that is just the foundation. As your realm increases, bullets, guns, and lasers will not be able to harm you. Once you reach the realm of the martial god, even nuclear bombs will not be able to kill you." Tony exclaimed, "Wow, even nuclear bombs can't kill. That's incredible." In truth, nuclear bombs can only display their might on planets. In the vacuum of space, their lethality is rather limited. Have you ever seen an alien spacecraft using nuclear bombs to set off fireworks in space? Tony nodded silently and asked, "What realm must one reach to be considered a martial god?" "A realm above the 9 heavens will qualify as a martial god. At this level, one can achieve preliminary molecular manipulation, which is the entry point for powerful beings. The vitality of a martial god is exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding the explosion of a small nuclear bomb. Although it may severely injure them, they will not die. Moreover, a martial god can heal by absorbing the vitality of plants or by absorbing and altering the blood of animals to replenish themselves. Additionally, a martial god can fly. Although it consumes considerable energy in critical moments, one can escape the center of a nuclear explosion without needing to endure it heat. At the speed of a martial god, unless trapped at the epicenter of a nuclear blast, it would be difficult to meet one's demise." Tony declared excitedly, "All right, my next goal will be to become a martial god." "That's a wonderful goal. I believe in you. Tony, you will be an outstanding martial god," Jean-Lu encouraged him with a smile. However, Jean-Lu soon wished to take back his words. "Indeed, but before that, my small goal is to invite all the cover girls from last year's December issue of Attic magazine over to study where the limits of Superman's physical strength lie." Tony snapped his fingers and turned back into the house. "Haha, an outstanding martial god. Maybe the most lecherous martial god would be more accurate. Jean Lu knew that he wouldn't mature before being taught a lesson by Thanos, let alone settle down and live a steady life with Pepper. However, a martial god wouldn't lose energy over such trivial matters, so Jean Lu didn't bother with him and directly soared into the clouds, flying towards the middle of the ocean. It is difficult to determine whether Earth is the eternal heart, but it is much easier to investigate whether there is a divine child hidden within the Earth. Though it is an infant, its size is absurdly large. Even if it were hidden within the Earth, it certainly wouldn't just be curled up in the core, but would likely be not far from the crust, possibly in the mantle, though it's uncertain whether it is in the upper or lower mantle. However, that's not a problem. The mantle is not very thick. One can reach the Gutenberg discontinuity at just 2,900 kilometers. With an extra 10 days or half a month, one should be able to successfully penetrate the mantle. If it still cannot be found, then the worst-case scenario would be to go a step further and drill through the Earth to try again. If nothing is discovered, it would only mean that there is truly no divine child within the Earth. A hole as thick as a single person is insignificant for the whole Earth and won't cause it to explode. As for potential earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters resulting from this, Jean Lu couldn't care less. After all, he was preparing to save the world. Oh, what's the harm in killing a few people? As for whether this might anger the divine group and bring trouble upon him, he chuckled. If the sky falls, there are naturally powerful beings to hold it up. The likes of Agamotto and Odin are still alive. If he didn't take the opportunity to blow up this lightning bolt now, would he wait until Agamotto slipped away and Odin fell asleep and then come to bear it himself? As for whether the potential Eternals would show up to stop him, Jean Lu didn't mind, or rather he would welcome the appearance of the Eternals, as that would save him the trouble of investigating. He could directly confirm that this is indeed a world from the films. The Eternals have considerable combat power, but it is limited to planetary standards. The power of the 25 heavens is more than enough to deal with them. However, when he previously fought against Carol and blew up the Earth, he didn't see any Eternals emerge, so they were probably not on the planet. Otherwise, while others might not come to stop him, that imposter Superman loyal dog, Ikaris, who knows his true mission, would definitely come. From this perspective, it seems the divine child should not exist within the Earth. He didn't care much about other people, but the scientist named Fastos had an interesting ability. If he could bring him into the ultimate limitless sect to research alongside Tony, it would surely be very helpful in breaking through the bottleneck of their techniques. It was a pity to lose such an asset. Even when digging, one must adhere to strategies and methods. Jean Lu soared directly into the stratosphere, locked onto the direction, and then pushed his speed to the limit, flying towards the target destination. As for whether this would cause trouble for the American military, what does it matter to him? Anyway, the American planes could never catch up to him, and even when they deployed satellites to look, his figure had already vanished. He flew all the way to the western North Pacific, near the eastern Mariana Islands, close to Guam, where the Mariana Trench, the deepest trench on Earth, is located. Here, most of the water is over 8,000 meters deep, with the deepest point in the Challenger Deep reaching 11034 meters, marking the deepest point on Earth. Digging is a precise task. Choosing to go down from here saves nearly 10 kilometers, or even more of earth-moving work. Why not do it? He was not at all concerned that he might choose the wrong location and miss the baby, as the size of that baby was simply too enormous to be overlooked. The fact that it had not been discovered until now only attested to the baby's remarkable docility, not even turning over in its sleep. With that size, any movement would trigger a super earthquake, leading to inevitable tsunamis and volcanic eruptions. He pinpointed the approximate location and then dove straight down from the stratosphere, creating a massive hole in the ocean surface as he plunged towards the depths of the trench. Fortunately, this area was relatively remote with no ships nearby. The giant hole he created only lasted a few seconds before being filled in by the surrounding seawater. Jean Lu was now at the 25th layer of magnetic field rotation. Neither water pressure nor lack of oxygen posed any threat to him. Flying at supersonic speeds underwater, the resistance was far greater than in the air, but for Jean Lu, it was not a significant issue. He quickly descended vertically, producing a sonic shockwave that turned all fish in his path into mush, creating a light red trail of death behind him. Some sensitive predators of the sea caught the scent of blood from afar and began to follow this trail downward. At first, some creatures could follow the scent of blood as Jean Lu descended, but after reaching a certain depth, no predators continued to dive. The water layer from 1000 to 4000 meters is known as the mesopelagic zone. Here, not a trace of sunlight can be detected. It is a pitch-dark world. Below 4000 meters lies the bathopelagic zone, which is even darker. At this depth, it has become nearly a no man's land for life. Some organisms still exist here, most equipped with bioluminescent organs to help them forage and navigate in the dark environment, while their eyes have largely degenerated. However, due to the absence of sunlight, extreme cold, and high water pressure, even plants struggle to survive here, leading to a scarcity of food and a disrupted ecological chain. Thus, organisms no longer exist in groups, but as sparse individuals drifting aimlessly. When he descended below 6.0 meters, even these rare creatures disappeared, and the area became silent, void of life and sound, devoid of even the slightest wave, evoking a sense of entering a realm of death. Those with fragile minds would likely be consumed by the darkness here. Zhang Liu's mind was resolute, unaffected in the slightest. Though he could neither see nor hear, it mattered little, as long as he could feel the gravity that was enough to not impede his descent. In less than a minute, he boomed straight into a giant rock, smashing his head into the ground and creating a massive, deep pit. He had reached the bottom. Zhang Liu pressed his hands against the ground, pulling his head from the surface like pulling a radish, shook it off, and used his energy to shake off the dirt above before starting his digging work. He wouldn't dig bit by bit like a claw. That would take forever. At this point, he was 10 kilometers beneath the ocean surface, so he could stir things up without worrying about causing a tsunami. Any slight disturbance would be easily absorbed in the deep sea. Zhang Liu unleashed the power of the 25th layer of magnetic field rotation, stomping heavily on the ground beneath him. Suddenly, the ground sank sharply, and the semicircular giant pit he had just created expanded, while Zhang Liu's figure disappeared into the sea bottom, leaving a dark hole in his place. Simultaneously, the silent seabed erupted with a thunderous roar transmitted through the seawater, reaching hundreds of miles away. Moreover, this tremendous sound continued incessantly. Zhang Liu didn't need to move, he just stayed in the hole, continuously stomping down, with all his might, sinking several meters with each stomp. Although he tried to control the force directed downward, some energy inevitably leaked out, affecting the surrounding environment. Consequently, the giant pit he occupied grew larger. Additionally, large amounts of seawater were rapidly evaporated under the impact, turning into steam, or quickly ionized, decomposing into hydrogen and oxygen, with countless bubbles surging from the deep hole he occupied. This rapid work process generated a substantial amount of heat, and with a temperature difference, naturally, there would be heat conduction and fluid movement. Originally, this was the deep sea, where the water flow was extremely slow, but under Zhang Liu's continuous digging, the leaked energy stirred the surrounding waters, which then transmitted and led to even more water movement. Zhang Liu, this uneducated fellow, thought of his digging as too simple. He only focused on drilling downwards. With his current strength, he was not capable of shattering the earth. What impact could it have? But each time he drilled down, it was like striking the ground with full force. The earth could withstand his attacks, however, it would transfer the energy to the seawater. If it were just a few strikes, the ocean's resilience would easily absorb and digest it. However, after continuous strikes for dozens of hours, he had no idea how many heavy hits he unleashed. This energy wouldn't simply vanish, it would accumulate. The final result was that this energy was absorbed by the surrounding seawater and then radiated outwards from him as the center. If it were just that, there wouldn't be much of a problem, because this was the deep sea. By the time the energy transmitted from the seabed to the surface, it would undoubtedly dissipate to an insignificant level. However, the issue lies in the fact that this is the Marvel universe, where cities exist in these waters, and unfortunately not far away. A beam of light pierced through the darkness, sweeping back and forth in the depths of the sea, easily stirring the desolate seabed like a hot knife through butter. Following closely, a wooden sailing boat appeared slowly from the depths of the ocean. Although the boat had oars, they were not being paddled. The true power came from the man standing at the bow. This man had short hair and a short beard, slightly pointed ears adorned with emerald earrings, and a nose ring, wearing green shorts, golden battle boots, golden wrist guards, and golden arm rings with a massive golden gem ornament around his neck that covered part of his chest. Apart from that, he wore no clothing, resembling a half-naked man. Strangely, a pair of small wings sprouted from behind his ankles. He stood at the bow, one hand resting on the sail, and without any visible effort the boat sped forward, as if the seawater behind it was pushing the vessel forward on its own. This was highly unscientific, as this was the seabed at a depth of 10,000 meters. Even the strongest sea creatures could not dive to this depth, and even the most advanced submarines could not navigate so freely in such waters. But this was very marvel, because the person standing at the bow was named Namor, the King of Atlantis. The enormous disturbance caused by Zhang Liu in the depths of the sea finally caught his attention. As the king of the underwater realm, he had the duty to monitor the seas, to pay attention to potential natural disasters, and to prevent harm to his kingdom. In what should have been a silent abyss, such turbulent currents were brewing, which greatly alarmed him. No one understood better than him how terrifying the energy required for such a phenomenon was. Even as the king capable of commanding the ocean, achieving such an effect was not easy. The ship sailed toward the center of the current, and as it passed, the originally tumultuous waves became extraordinarily tame, returning to their previous calm. The speed of the vessel's progress was unrelated to the current, completely dependent on Namor's will. Moments later, Namor finally arrived at his destination. A supermassive pit appeared before him. Was this a meteorite that had fallen from the sky? Namor felt a sense of uncertainty. Even meteorites could not penetrate 10,000 meters of ocean to cause such damage to the seabed. At the center of the deep pit, a round hole about 3 meters wide appeared at the seabed. The inner walls of the hole were exceptionally smooth and flat, as if they had been scorched by high temperatures, clearly not a natural formation, but a man-made structure. "It seems we have guests," Namor murmured to himself. He hovered above the round hole, shining the boat's unscientific spotlight into the depths of the hole. Inside was pitch dark with no bottom in sight, and the sound of a tremendous roar echoed from below, interrupted occasionally by numerous bubbles surfacing. He did not know who was down there, nor was he interested. As the ruler of the depths, this was his territory. To dig without his permission felt like an affront to his dignity. This was provocation, a blatant provocation. He waved his hand gently, and the seawater in the round hole defied gravity, shooting upward rapidly, creating a momentary area devoid of water. With a flick of his wrist, he pointed downward, and a massive volume of seawater gathered together, rushing into the round hole at high speed. Jean-Luc, digging below, had already breached the Mohorovich's discontinuity. Crossing this boundary increased the density of the mantle, making it much more challenging for him. The light shining down from Namor above could not reach him at all, for the hole he had dug was too deep. Moreover, there was originally no light at the seabed, so he had long closed his eyes, concentrating on controlling the power beneath him. However, he could still feel the sudden disappearance of the surrounding seawater, though he paid it no mind, and continued to dig downward. Little did he know he didn't seek trouble, yet trouble came knocking at his door. When the compressed seawater crashed down upon him, he realized someone above was causing a ruckus. He stomped heavily on the ground, then soared into the sky, rapidly ascending along the vertical shaft he had excavated. The continuously high-pressure seawater surged against his body, but posed no resistance. Namor, hearing the booming sounds from below, knew the unwelcome guest was emerging. He controlled the vessel to ascend, intending to confront the visitor on the surface. For him, the so-called dialogue was to first teach a verbal lesson, followed by a physical one. However, things did not go as he wished. Just as he ascended a little, he heard a loud crash, and water splashed at the entrance. A massive figure burst forth from the depths. The figure reached out a hand towards him, and he felt his body bound by some force, then was yanked from the boat and forcefully hurled downward. With a resounding crash, he was slammed headfirst into the seabed. Although the force was great, it still could not harm Namor. Furious, Namor pushed himself up with his hands, extracting himself from the ground. He shook his head like a lion dog shaking off water, flinging the muck from above, then gestured towards the boat, and a golden spear shot from the vessel directly into his hand. With the weapon in hand, Namor pointed at Jean-Luc, and the seawater immediately responded to his call, rushing toward Jean-Luc's body. The power of this seawater was immense and overwhelming. Even steel could be crushed into sheets. However, this force meant nothing to Jean-Luc, not even a massage. With a shake of his body, he shattered the surrounding currents, creating a mass of steam and bubbles. Jean-Luc surged forward, leaving a long white trail behind him, charging at Namor. Namor thrust his spear, but his speed was laughably slow. Jean-Luc seized the spear's tip with his left hand and delivered a punch that sent Namor flying. Jean-Luc casually tossed the golden spear aside, then kicked Namor, followed by another kick, and then another. Like kicking a ball, he propelled Namor all the way to the surface. Throughout the process, Namor attempted to resist, but his feeble struggles seemed utterly powerless in Jean-Luc's eyes, posing no threat whatsoever. The so-called ocean, the domain of the Sea King, was only somewhat useful against ordinary people, though it held no significance for Jean-Luc. Suddenly, above the calm sea surface, a towering wave dozens of meters high erupted, and a figure was hurled high from the crest. In midair, Namor flapped the small wings behind his ankles, finally stabilizing his tumbling body. He was filled with anger and astonishment, hovering in the air, watching as his opponent walked out from the wave with an air of casualness, as if walking on steps in the sky. "Who are you?" "I am your father," Jean-Luc replied coldly. Namor, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. He pointed a finger, and a massive wave surged from the sea, rising over 100 meters, standing at his feet like a tamed pet. He pointed at Jean-Luc, and the colossal tsunami immediately rushed toward him. At the same time, he reached out toward the sea and grasped, causing a golden spear which had been lodged at an angle on the seabed to tremble and then shoot towards him like an arrow. The tsunami is a natural disaster with tremendous lethality, but it is more effective against massive objects. When facing individual attacks, the accumulated energy is quite limited. The high-speed water flow he controlled was not fast enough, falling far short of the cutting speed of a water blade at thousands of meters per second, making its lethality rather ordinary. Most of the time, he had to engage in close combat with the golden spear in hand, relying on his robust physique to inflict effective damage. Furthermore, he couldn't turn the water into solid form or ice, rendering defense nearly useless. Jean-Luc was completely indifferent to this attack, which was visually impressive but lacked real impact. When the tsunami approached, he casually swung his fist and evaporated the sea water in front of him. Aside from the sea water directly facing him, the other waves brushed past him and crashed heavily onto the sea surface, stirring up useless surges and completely wasting their energy, achieving nothing. Jean-Loup advanced with a kick, and Namor could not keep up with his speed, instinctively raising his arm to block, only to be kicked away. Under the sea, the golden spear, which had only traveled halfway, had to change direction mid-flight and accelerate again, then turn again and again. Enough. I am the king of the sea, the ruler of Talokan. Human, do you wish to wage war against the underwater kingdom? Namor finally could no longer tolerate it and began to threaten Jean-Loup with the declaration of war. It's you I'm targeting. Jean-Loup completely ignored him, continuing to kick down one after another. Jean-Loup was quite displeased, as Namor's appearance clearly indicated he was from Central America, yet he claimed to be the ruler of Talokan instead of Atlantis, which clearly told Jean-Loup that this world was that of films, not comics. It is well known that Marvel and DC constantly copy from each other. Today you plagiarize me, tomorrow I will plagiarize you. This leads to many characters being very similar and easily confused. For example, DC's Aquaman Arthur and Marvel's Namor cannot be said to have completely identical character designs and images, but there is no doubt that they are about 80 to 90% alike. This has resulted in an awkward situation in the film era. For the latest chapters, see the novel website. Whoever produces a film that leaves a strong impression first, the subsequent fans will compare the later adaptations with the earlier ones and mockingly accuse the latter of plagiarism. Aquaman was filmed first, and it turned out quite well. So many fans who are neither Marvel nor DC often confuse Aquaman for Namor. It is easy to imagine that if Marvel were to produce an original version of Atlantis King Namor, the final result would certainly not be good. Whether for the sake of the Marvel Universe or for box office considerations, Marvel altered the character of Namor. In the new Black Panther 2, the newly introduced Namor is no longer the king of Atlantis, but the king of Talokan. This Talokan originates from the Aztec culture of Central America, where Talokan is an underwater city ruled by the rain god Tlaloc. Thus, when Jean-Loup saw Namor's Central American appearance and heard him claim to be the Lord of Talokan, he immediately understood this is a world of films. In other words, somewhere within the Earth's crust there indeed lies a baby from the Celestial group. This made him quite unhappy, so it was inevitable that he would vent his anger on Namor. Namor, being unreasonable by nature, attacked Jean-Loup as soon as they met. However, when the unreasonable encounters something even more unreasonable, the only outcome that can be decided is through strength. Those with bigger fists have the right. Namor originally thought that threatening with war would be effective, at least giving him an opportunity to spout off. However, Jean-Loup, although not a pure magnetic field lunatic, had never valued human life. He had no morals, making him immune to moral constraints. It must be said that Namor, the king of the sea, had a sturdy body and excellent footwork. Despite Jean-Loup kicking him over 100 times, he merely spat out some blood, showing no intention of being defeated. Of course, this was also related to Jean-Loup not using his magnetic field powers too excessively. After all, if he did, he might enter a lunatic state and inadvertently kick Namor to death. For such a minor character, it suffices to play around without using too much strength. After kicking Namor for a while and easing his mood, he calmed down his frenzied mind caused by using the 25 Heavens power for an extended period and finally delivered a kick that sent Namor flying into the sea before turning to leave. After confirming it was a world of films, there was no need to continue digging downwards. Now he needed to consider what Ancient One was really thinking. Although rotating the magnetic field would alter the planet's magnetic field, he had never heard of such a thing being able to abort things. Or was it meant to let the magnetic field rotation alter that Celestial group's fetus? Then, after the Celestial group baby was born, would it become a magnetic field lunatic? My goodness. A magnetic field lunatic from the Celestial group would nearly be born with the power of the 95 Heavens. Who could contend with such a magnetic field lunatic? Originally, the Celestial group existed to maintain the balance of the universe and viewed human life as insignificant. Coupled with the nature of a magnetic field lunatic, would it not become a world destroyer upon birth? Then what was Ancient One trying to achieve? This could hardly be beneficial for her or the entire universe. Moreover, why did this thing not appear when the Earth exploded last time, and the Eternal Ones were also nowhere to be seen? The more Jean-Loup thought about it, the less he understood. When in doubt, there was no need to guess foolishly. After flying back to New York, he went straight to Brick Street in Manhattan, where the New York Sanctum is located. He landed in a dark alley near the street. Jean-Loup walked out. The street was bustling with traffic, yet there was no sign of number 177A. He opened his third eye on his forehead, and instantly the hidden portal of the Sanctum in the void was fully revealed before him. Pushing open the ancient and elegant doors of the Sanctum, Jean-Loup stepped inside, where a Chinese chubby man was waiting for him at the other end. The Supreme Sorcerer has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come this way. The librarian Old Wong waved his hand in a circle, and a spatial teleportation portal appeared before him. On the other side of the door, Gu Yi was sitting behind a tea table, raising his cup in a gesture towards Jean-Loup. Lu nodded in thanks to Old Wang and stepped through the teleportation portal. After the portal closed, Old Wang was about to turn away when a voice came from behind him. Wang, who was that? A new disciple. No, he is a guest of the Supreme Mage. Old Wang replied, turning to see Cassilia coming over. A guest, huh? Cassilia immediately lost interest. Cassilia, you've been borrowing a lot of books about the Dark Dimension lately. With your current level of magic, it's best not to become too enamored with dark powers. The white magic of the Demon Emperor is already sufficient for our needs. Thank you for the reminder, Wang. I know what I am doing. Cassilia replied absently. Wang sighed, realizing it was not worth continuing to persuade him. After all, those who could become mages usually had clear goals and knew why they studied magic. On the other side, upon seeing Gu Yi, Jean Lu cupped his hands in salute. Gu Yi nodded in return and invited him to sit down. Disliking riddles, Jean Lu got straight to the point after sitting down. Gu Yi nodded, poured him some tea, and smiled as he asked, "How much do you know about the Celestial Group?" "Not much, really. I only know that they are an immortal race in the universe, large in stature, clad in armor, frequently traveling through the cosmos, conducting biochemical experiments. Humans are one of the experimental subjects." Jean Lu did not shy away from admitting he was from another world, and he knew Gu Yi could see the moment he arrived on Earth from the River of Time. Thus, revealing his knowledge about the Celestial Group was not an issue. Gu Yi often immersed himself in the River of Time, much like a gaming addict in an internet cafe watching various live broadcasts. He had grown accustomed to otherworlders, beings from parallel worlds, and time travelers. You may not be aware, but the Celestial Group embodies the rules. They are born with a mission. Thus, whenever a Celestial Group member is born, they naturally have a name and code name, and everything they do thereafter is influenced by this mission. This mission is immutable or otherwise. Gu Yi paused, raised his teacup, gestured to Jean Lu, and then poured out the tea. Jean Lu understood and tentatively asked, "Otherwise, would the Celestial Group send someone to eliminate this fetus that has deviated from its mission?" Gu Yi took a sip of tea and nodded slightly. "Correct. The disturbance in the magnetic field will contaminate this planet, and similarly, it will taint this fetus, leading to abnormal development. A child conceived in such a manner is not what the Celestial Group desires. Therefore, when the infant is about to be born, if the Celestial Group discovers that the child has mutated, they will likely cause it to die in the womb. This doesn't quite resemble the settings in movies and TV shows, or rather it seems more like something from a comic, or is this a mixed world?" Jean Lu nodded silently. "This is indeed a good method. Did you see this in the future?" "No, not really," Gu Yi replied with a smile, and shook his head. "Once you shatter your fate, I can no longer see your future through the River of Time. I saw this possibility when you first arrived on Earth. However, after you shattered your fate, I do not know how the future will unfold. You must create it yourself. But when I offend the Celestial Group by doing so?" Jean Lu asked hesitantly. "You have no idea what lies within Earth, and no one has told you. You are simply a catalyst for a large number of warriors appearing on Earth who can manipulate magnetic fields." Gu Yi shot him a glance, speaking lightly. Jean Lu finally understood he had come to the wrong place today, and he shouldn't have come at all. If he were completely in the dark, or if he had an understanding with Gu Yi and pretended not to know anything, then the Celestial Group, as the embodiment of rules, would not come looking for trouble without reason. But he hadn't figured out the intricacies and came to ask Gu Yi, resulting in both of them facing complications. Ahem. He cleared his throat, feeling quite embarrassed, and awkwardly apologized, "Sorry for causing trouble for the Supreme Mage. Actually, I don't mind. It will take several years for the infant to fully develop." Gu Yi's lips curled up in a half-smile as he looked at Jean Lu. "Oh no. How could I forget that Gu Yi will fake his death in a few years, leaving the position of Supreme Mage to Dr. Strange. So in the end, will I be the only one to suffer and have bad luck?" Jean Lu stared blankly at Gu Yi, who smiled while sipping his tea without saying a word. "Damn it. Why am I trying to figure out what this old cunning fox Gu Yi is thinking? I actually foolishly went to dig tunnels in the sea. Perhaps this old fox just wants to pull me into the water, allowing me to contribute to the resistance against the Celestial Group in the future. I actually want to seek him out for clarification." Curiosity really killed the cat. Without further ado, Jean Lu stood up, patted his backside, and took his leave. "I won't come here again." Gu Yi smiled and opened a direct teleportation portal to the martial arts hall, sending him back. Upon returning to the martial arts hall, Jean Lu felt dejected as he began to focus on training his disciples. Even if the infant Celestial Group member is not something he can handle, even if he reaches the ultimate realm of Boundless Qi, achieving the 50 layers of magnetic field rotation, he may still not be a match for that infant. If this infant happens to be a magnetic field lunatic, then it would be even more hopeless. If all else fails, he would just have to yield and let the infant be born smoothly. As for how many Earthlings would die in the process, haven't you heard? Humans are the cockroaches of the Earth. Wildfires cannot burn them all, and spring winds will blow them back to life. Just like those chives in the stock market, after one harvest, there will be another crop. As for the matters regarding the Eternal Clan, he couldn't be bothered to ask. Whatever happens, it's none of my business. He hadn't been back for a few days, and without his presence to accelerate the magnetic field, the disciples' training speed had been greatly affected. As soon as he returned, many disciples came to consult him with questions, and while he was explaining to them, the screeching sound of a car's brakes echoed outside, followed by Tony's carefree voice ringing through the martial arts hall. "Hey master, where have you been having fun these past few days? Why didn't you call me?" With a cheerful greeting of senior brother, Tony walked in with a grin. Jean-Lu had only been gone for a few days. Normally, without his magnetic field acceleration, everyone's cultivation progress would hardly have any advancements. However, Tony casually pulled something, and surprisingly, a long arc of electricity leaped freely between his hands. At a glance, Jean-Lu recognized that this electric arc, resembling an electric snake, had a voltage of at least 10,000 volts, vastly stronger than the small worm-like arc he had when he first started a few days ago. Seeing the smug expression on Tony's face, eager to show off, he immediately understood. "Did you accelerate the cultivation method using technology?" Tony looked at Jean-Lu in surprise before proudly saying, "That's right. I only spent a day assembling a cultivation accelerator, and as you can see, the results are fantastic. Indeed, you are a genius." Jean-Lu praised the proud Tony, though as a master he could not neglect to remind him. "Tony, while the accelerator is good, you must understand that the core of cultivation lies in willpower. Only with strong will can one convert the flow of electricity into the rotation of the magnetic field." He continued, "And I told you on the first day of your entry. Using scientific methods might lead to quick cultivation progress, but during this process your willpower remains unrefined. Thus your realm will be like a rootless floating weed, and when facing other martial gods you might easily be overturned." He spoke seriously, but Tony seemed entirely unconcerned, casually waving his hand saying, "I'm not going to the battlefield, so what does it matter if I get overturned or not? Who am I? I am Tony Stark, a billionaire, the owner of Stark Industries, a genius scientist. Let the armies handle the war, it's not my responsibility." Seeing Tony's expression that conveyed war has nothing to do with me, Jean-Lu could only smile and remain silent. Currently, Tony was still a playboy, having never experienced a spiritual awakening. Trying to make him shoulder the responsibility of a hero to save the world would be easier than killing him. Then if you're not going to the battlefield and aren't skilled in martial arts, why are you still practicing this? Tony suddenly made a lewd expression, slyly putting his arm around Jean-Lu's shoulder, saying, "Master, what you said is true. What man wouldn't want to be a little stronger?" Just looking at his lively demeanor, one could tell that his concept of strong was definitely not serious. Jean-Lu rolled his eyes at him and retorted, "You should be the first to practice martial arts for such reasons. But definitely not the last one." Tony winked and said, "I've helped you advertise in high society. Soon you will attract a lot of wealthy patrons here. At that time this place will become a gathering spot for high society. One lecherous martial god like you is enough. If there were a few more, my sect would become indecent too." Jean-Lu snorted coldly, ignoring his silver tongue. "Fine, I suppose that could work, but you know my rule, I won't accept anyone who doesn't speak Chinese." Tony hesitated, having genuinely forgotten about this, but he quickly thought of a solution. "Then let them use my type of translator. I have no problem with them assembling their own, but buying someone else's is out of the question." Jean-Lu directly refused. "Your translator is the fruit of your wisdom, a unique method of your learning. If others can achieve this with their own wisdom, I would acknowledge it as their shortcut, but it does not include spending money. There's no need to be so rigid. This is New York, the center of the world, where foolish rich people still hold quite a bit of power. Even if they can't compare to me." Tony tried to persuade him. "I'm not begging them to come." Jean-Lu wouldn't indulge the bad habits of these wealthy individuals, and moreover, he didn't believe they could step into the realm of magnetic field rotation and assist him at all. Tony pouted and shrugged. "All right then, what a pity you missed an opportunity to integrate into high society. Put away your arrogance, Tony. If you cannot see beyond superficial appearances, you will forever be bound by external fame and never reach the ultimate realm of magnetic field rotation." Jean-Lu patted Tony's shoulder, looking deeply into his eyes. "Tony, I have high expectations for you. I hope you can break through the limits of the ultimate Boundless Qi Gong's 50 levels. Don't disappoint me, Tony. Otherwise you will be of no use." Tony fell silent for a moment, then instinctively began to evade. "Hey master, don't get so mushy. You aren't some beautiful woman, so don't look at me so passionately. You know me, I'm a genius. 50 levels are nothing, just watch how I turn it into 500 levels. As long as you have that confidence, that's good. However, first you need to cross the threshold of the first level. Don't blow hot air, and then get stuck at the realm of electric flow promotion." Jean-Lu grinned mischievously. "If it turns out that way, I've prepared the secondary mail path for you." "What path?" Tony's translator obviously couldn't translate such terminology. "You won't understand it just by relying on translation. You should self-study Chinese." Jean-Lu pushed Tony aside and continued to explain key points to the disciples. After all, there were few who could understand like Tony. After just a few explanations, most would inevitably encounter some confusion during their cultivation process. This highlights the importance of having a mentor. With a renowned master like Zhang Lu guiding them, not only could he solve all the disciples' problems, but he could also provide insights that would pave the way for their future cultivation, significantly lowering the difficulty of learning. Inspired by Tony's example, these disciples worked even harder, and with the acceleration of the magnetic field, it was expected that within 3 months, several more disciples would step into the realm of electric flow promotion. As he was attending to serious matters, Tony approached again to interrupt him. "Master, there's a party tonight. Let's all get together and have some fun." Zhang Lu glanced at the restless disciples, glared at Tony, and scolded. "Go where it's cool, and stay there. Don't interrupt my teaching. Having such entertainment activities once in a while is fine, but don't let it occupy your mind with X-liquid." He then warned the others, "Don't think that just because Tony can do this, you can too. You must understand that you are different. Just because he can step into the realm of electric flow promotion quickly does not mean you can also cross this threshold within 3 months. I have made it very clear before, if you cannot enter this realm within 3 months, you will never become a formal disciple in this lifetime." Among the disciples, some took it to heart, while others nodded superficially, but clearly did not internalize it. Modern people are very confident, thinking that if others can do it, they can too, not realizing that many things are predetermined by nature. However the master leads you to the door, cultivation is up to the individual. Zhang Lu just needs to fulfill his duties as a teacher. How they walk their future path is a decision no one can make for them. In the following days, Tony busied himself at home with his self-made training accelerator to enhance his physical abilities, striving to become stronger without bothering the other disciples. Zhang Lu also enjoyed the tranquility for a few days, focusing on answering the disciples' questions. Previously, due to Tony's affairs, many beautiful women came to seek him as their master, prompting several others to start learning Chinese in the vicinity. Now that Tony had stopped coming, those beautiful women who were supplementing their Chinese studies along with the playboys attracted by them naturally dispersed. However, the individuals running the Chinese tutoring classes did not close down, and instead, they set their sights on new clients. This time, the clients were affluent members of high society, drawn in by Stark's sudden emergence as a strong, living advertisement, but unable to successfully become disciples due to their lack of proficiency in Chinese. After experiencing the usual temptations, threats, and being thrown out, a small portion of these individuals finally decided to honestly learn Chinese before coming to seek apprenticeship. These individuals became the target audience for the Chinese tutoring classes, and since they were wealthy, money was not an issue. Unlike before with small group classes, now it was unknown personal tutoring, significantly increasing profits. On the other hand, some individuals unwilling to learn Chinese began to concoct various schemes. For instance, they privately hired disciples for home tutoring or sent people to secretly infiltrate and plant listening devices. Zhang Lu was too lazy to check each of these listening devices, so every morning during his training, he would use a 1,000,000-volt current to clean the courtyard or unleash a high-energy EMP, using his magnetic field ability, allowing the disciples to observe up close and strengthen their determination and confidence in training. As for the home tutors of those disciples, without Zhang Lu's magnetic field acceleration, if they could master the current propulsion, they would undoubtedly be gifted talents, and Zhang Lu would not mind taking on another disciple. But the disciple who leaked the techniques? Let's see if he can break through the magnetic field rotation. After a few peaceful days, Tony arrived again. "Hey master, check out my electricity," Tony boasted, pulling at the swirling lightning like a juggler in front of the crowd. It seemed Zhang Lu's earlier persuasion had worked. Tony had actually started learning Chinese. This time, he didn't wear a translator, but communicated in awkward Chinese. The disciples instinctively stepped back, watching Tony handle the lightning, which was as thick as a water bucket, with a mix of fear and eagerness. This thing was at least 100,000 volts, and as it rolled around Tony, everyone could clearly smell the charred odor of air being ionized. "Senior brother, you should be careful. We are mere mortals, and if we accidentally touch that thing in your hand, we would surely turn into charcoal," one disciple complained from a distance. "All right, I didn't consider that." Tony was utterly dejected, casually tossing the lightning towards Zhang Lu. "I shouldn't have expected you ordinary people to understand the world of geniuses." Zhang Lu extinguished the lightning with a swift motion and said with a smile, "Tony, you have reached a certain level, but you lack matching techniques, which is why your control is so poor. I have plenty of martial arts techniques here. Once you master them, you won't have to worry about losing control and hurting others. In fact, you could precisely control the current to kill one person while not harming those nearby at all. Forget it, I don't want to kill anyone, and I have no interest in your martial arts techniques." Tony lazily toyed with his sunglasses, saying, "I just want to keep becoming stronger." As he spoke, he even winked at Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu was at a loss for words, feeling utterly helpless against this old lecher. He didn't want to force him to learn if he didn't want to. Fortunately, not knowing the techniques wouldn't affect his progress in cultivation, so it was best to let him be for now, dealing with it when he broke through to the magnetic field rotation stage. Given his mastery of the 100,000-volt current, not even a missile could kill him, so there was no need to worry about his safety. "Do as you wish. I hope you can continue to be this leisurely for a lifetime." Also, please don't come here to show off. It seriously disrupts my teaching. Jean-Lu waved his hand in disdain, tossing Tony out the door. Tony twisted his body outside and landed smoothly, then strolled back in. Whoa, how did you just toss someone out with a wave? Is that the power of magnetic field rotation? Want to experience it again? Jean-Lu shot him a sideways glance. No, of course not. Tony immediately declined. I'll figure it out. It's just electricity, creating magnetism, simply a closed circuit. It's just that I've been busy with dating lately and haven't had time. Then why are you here instead of chasing your girls? I have to go abroad in a few days to handle some business for the company. I can't help it. There are too many matters in the company that require my attention. I really envy you for being able to be so leisurely all day, Tony said, flaunting, drawing a wave of envy and jealousy from those around him. Oh, goodbye, safe travels, come back soon. Jean-Lu waved his hand again, tossing him out once more. As Tony flew in the air, he shouted, I'm worried you'll miss me, so I came to say hello. He twisted his waist and landed smoothly, then loudly announced to those inside, when I come back, I'll throw a big party and everyone is invited to come and have fun. After shouting, he muttered to himself, they will definitely be looking forward to my return, so I'll just play outside a few more days. After Tony the troublemaker left, the other disciples, free from distractions, naturally focused more on their training. A few days later, a white teenage boy suddenly raised his hand and cheered. I did it. Look, I succeeded. The surrounding crowd saw the electrical arc dancing at his fingertips. Though thin, it was very apparent. A group of people cheered along, as now only half of the 3-month period had passed, and yet another person had succeeded. This boy was just a high school student, not a genius like Tony Stark, so there was no reason that what he could do others couldn't. The boy's success was a positive encouragement for everyone, representing a glimmer of hope, guiding them all to forge ahead. Jean-Lu came out upon hearing the noise and saw the boy surrounded like a star among the crowd. Very good, young man. From today on, you are my official disciple, the second senior brother to all. Tell everyone your name. The boy ecstatic stammered in broken Chinese. Peter Parker, sir. I am Peter Parker, a student from Midtown High School. Peter Parker, isn't that Spider-Man? Jean-Lu carefully observed the young man, finding him rather ordinary, just a typical high school kid, showing a hint of nervousness, not at all resembling a superhero, evidently yet to receive his destined kiss. Very good, Peter. You performed excellently. Come inside, and I will explain some things about magnetic field rotation. Sir, may I ask a question? Peter asked cautiously. Of course, what do you want to ask? I heard that after becoming an official disciple, there's a monthly allowance of $10,000. Is that true? Of course. Do you urgently need money? Not really urgent. It's just that my parents are no longer around, and I'm staying with Uncle Ben. Although Uncle Ben and Aunt May treat me very well, I want to earn some money to help with household expenses. Moreover, I will need a lot of money for college later on. Actually, Peter stammered. I came here specifically to learn Chinese because I heard there would be a subsidy for becoming an official disciple. Later, I found out that the senior brother is Mr. Stark, so I couldn't bring myself to leave. Afraid of being misunderstood, he quickly clarified, actually, I'm also a fan of the senior brother. He is a genius in mechanical engineering, and I have read all his papers. Don't worry, kid. Jean-Lu patted Peter on the shoulder. Your monthly allowance is $10,000 distributed at the beginning of the month, which should be enough for your daily expenses. Additionally, you don't need to worry about college tuition. Your senior brother can lend you money interest-free. How does that sound? Thank you so much, sir. Peter was overjoyed. You should call me Master. Okay, Master. Jean-Lu didn't have much money on him either, but it was fine. He could borrow some from Hell's Kitchen. He took Peter back to the main hall, then bowed to the founder again, reiterating the sect rules before formally accepting Peter as a disciple. After that, he explained to Peter everything related to magnetic field rotation that he had introduced to Tony. Although when the electric current reaches a certain level, those with talent can naturally push the current into the realm of magnetic field rotation. However, having a master to guide you can save you a lot of detours. Your senior brother doesn't have the patience to listen to my lectures and is always tinkering with his technological aids. On this point, you mustn't learn from him. Technological devices can only serve as aids, not the foundation. The foundation is this body, and you must remember that firmly. Yes, I understand. Little Spider is just cuter than the old lecher, making Jean-Lu particularly enjoy the pleasure of imparting knowledge. Peter didn't have the extraordinary devices like Tony, so his progress in the realm of electric current movement wouldn't be as fast. Thus, Jean-Lu detailed how to advance after entering the electric current movement and what to pay attention to. Peter was a diligent student, not only listening carefully, but also taking notes earnestly. This made Jean-Lu feel even more gratified, and he taught with increasing dedication. One taught with heart, and one learned with heart. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Jean-Lu, feeling somewhat reluctant to end, looked at Peter, who was equally immersed in the sea of learning, and said, Peter, why not stay at the martial arts school from now on? With the acceleration of the magnetic field, your progress will be much faster if you practice daily. Peter was also somewhat tempted, but after hesitating, he refused. Uncle Ben and Aunt May will definitely worry about me. Let's wait until I start college to discuss this. This issue is simple. He'll have your senior brother visit your uncle's house later. With his capitalist face, I believe your uncle will give him some face. If that's the case, that would be great. Peter scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, he is truly a genius, simply the idol of all young people, and I hope to be like him in the future. To be like him in being a lecher, Jean-Loup remarked leisurely. On this point, even if Peter is a fan of Tony, he couldn't defend himself. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After sending Peter out the door, Jean-Loup took out his phone and began dialing. As soon as the call connected, a loud burst of music came from the other end, indicating that Tony was once again mingling at some party. Hey master, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you must already be missing me. Tony's mouth was still as sharp. Yes, I miss you to death. I have another second disciple for you. Hurry up and send money over him, waiting to give him his allowance. After Jean-Loup finished speaking, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Tony looked at the hung-up call and muttered to the beauty in his arms, the signal here is really poor. I need to step outside to make a call. He casually pushed the beauty aside and stepped outside to call Happy, asking him to send money to the martial arts school. Happy didn't have a good impression of Jean-Loup, but he also saw that Tony had genuinely developed superpowers through martial arts training, and his physical fitness had greatly improved, which made him quite envious. He also attempted to become a disciple and learn, but his Chinese wasn't good, and he was currently working hard to improve it. After receiving Tony's call, he first called Pepper, then withdrew a suitcase of money from the bank and drove to the martial arts school. As for how he could withdraw money from the bank at night, one could only say that the bank's service was exceptionally good. At least it was always like this for Mr. Stark. When Jean-Loup opened the door, he saw Happy grinning at the door along with the suitcase in his hand. Suit, I was sent by Tony. Happy stammered in Chinese, but Jean-Loup completely ignored him. This was not an important character, barely a supporting role. His chances of achieving magnetic field rotation in the future were almost zero, and he wasn't worth paying attention to at all. He reached out, took the suitcase of money, waved his hand to indicate that Happy could leave, then turned around, closed the door, and entered the house. Fuck. Happy stared at the tightly shut door, stunned for a moment, then cursed angrily and left in a huff. As Tony Stark's bodyguard and driver, who would dare not give Happy some face in the upper-class circles of New York? Now a powerless and poor wretch actually dared to treat him as if he were invisible, which made him particularly displeased. Now that Jean-Loup had Tony's protection, he obviously couldn't touch him. However, in his eyes, Tony would eventually learn everything from Jean-Loup. By then, Jean-Loup would be useless, and it would surely still be Happy who had a closer relationship with Tony, providing him with opportunities for revenge. Peter has been living quite comfortably these days, attending classes during the day and practicing martial arts at the dojo at night, making progress in his studies while rapidly enhancing his physical fitness. His once frail physique has gradually begun to develop into that of a muscular man. This sudden change has brought great joy to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. As for the accompanying surge in food demand, it has become a non-issue thanks to the dojo's allowances. It wasn't just the Parkers who were surprised by Peter's transformation, his classmates were equally astonished. In just a week or two, Peter's physique has already become quite remarkable, significantly stronger than his previous beanpole-like body. Hey Peter, are you working out? Which gym are you going to? The results look impressive. Ned, the chubby guy, looked enviously at the muscles that were beginning to form on Peter's arms and reached out to pinch them. Wow, that's just the beginning. Being just a high school student, Peter couldn't resist showing off in front of his friends. Just wait until you see this. Peter mysteriously extended his hand, spreading his fingers apart, and then summoned an electric current. A tiny electric snake danced between his fingers, accompanied by the faint popping sounds of electric sparks. He could easily unleash a massive lightning dragon, but this was in the classroom, so it wasn't convenient to make it too large. Nevertheless, it still astonished Ned. Holy cow! Peter, are you a mutant? Ned exclaimed in shock, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. No, of course not. I'm not a mutant. Peter panicked and hurriedly explained to his classmates around him. Mutants have a poor reputation in human society, often facing discrimination and being hunted down, and Peter definitely didn't want to be bullied at school. But ordinary people can't have superpowers. Ned's eyes were filled with fear as he quickly backed away, and the surrounding classmates also stepped back, creating a large area devoid of people around Peter. When mutants first awaken, their control over their abilities is often poor, leading to accidental outbursts, making it the most dangerous time for those around them. Seeing the nervous and fearful expressions of his classmates, Peter quickly explained, I practice martial arts at the dojo. This superpower is unique to the skills I've mastered. You're lying, Peter, said Gwen Stacy, the class top student, without hesitation. All superpowers stem from genes, and an ordinary person's genes can't grant them superpowers. As far as is known, all humans with superpowers, aside from those caused by scientific accidents, are undoubtedly mutants. No, when I used to think that too, but I really gained superpowers from practicing the ultimate infinite energy technique at the dojo, and not just that, my physique has also been greatly enhanced. Peter looked at the girl he had a crush on, beginning to stammer through his explanation, but unfortunately after he finished, everyone moved even further away from him. Peter, that just makes you look even more like a mutant. Currently, aside from super soldiers like Captain America created through scientific experiments, all superpowered individuals resulting from scientific accidents have physical abilities no different from ordinary people when not using their powers. Only mutants experience a significant enhancement in their physical abilities after awakening. Even ordinary mutants won't see any changes in their physical abilities, though only a few mutants can achieve both superpowers and enhanced physical attributes. No, that's not true. Hearing his crush speak so bluntly hurt Peter deeply. In a moment of desperation, he decided to use his senior brother as a shield. By the way, the senior brother at the dojo is Mr. Stark, Tony Stark. He is just like me. We've both reached the realm of electric current manipulation, and he can control electricity too, with his physical fitness greatly enhanced. You don't think Mr. Stark is a mutant, do you? Although this senior brother wasn't a monkey, just bringing him up was still effective, even better than the fruit of the face. Upon hearing that Tony Stark was the same, the crowd's attitude began to waver. Are you serious? Gwen asked skeptically. Being questioned by his crush hurt Peter greatly. Of course it's true. There were reports in the news before that Mr. Stark came to the dojo to learn martial arts. But didn't the news say he was there to pick up girls? All right, forget I said anything. Peter sighed in relief, finally convincing everyone. The atmosphere eased, but the school was stirred up, and Peter was invited to the office by security. Fortunately, Principal Coulson was very understanding. After thoroughly understanding his situation, he let him go and proposed to visit Uncle Ben's house that evening for a home visit to further assess the situation. Peter wasn't worried about this. He had already spoken to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who were very pleased that he had connections with the wealthy Tony Stark. After letting Peter leave, Coulson immediately called Nick, explaining the situation there. Nick, this alien named Zhang Lu, is acting too recklessly, spreading such dangerous abilities everywhere. We can let go of what happened with Tony before, but now even kids can learn. If this ability falls into the wrong hands, it will definitely cause major trouble. We can't just sit back and do nothing. What do you want to do? Nick asked coldly. Talk to him and bring him under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. What if he refuses? Then use force to make him comply. Coulson showed no hesitation, speaking with a tone as resolute as iron. Nick sighed. This was the culture of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once they became accustomed to being the boss, they tended to think they had countless black technologies and were the strongest in force, lacking respect for people and matters. This was the confidence cultivated from decades of being invincible, or rather the consequence of being a frog in a well for decades. If it weren't for Carol telling him about past events, he couldn't have imagined how powerful Zhang Lu could be. He also could never have known that there existed such terrifying beings as supreme sorcerers in this world. Compared to these dangerous individuals, everything S.H.I.E.L.D. had done in the past was merely child's play. Nick felt a headache coming on, and his eagerness for the formation of the Avengers grew. Coulson, you can arrange for someone to go in for a long-term undercover mission and befriend Zhang Lu. However, absolutely do not steal their sect's inheritance. Additionally, Zhang Lu is an extremely dangerous individual, and absolutely no force should be used. Do you understand? Nick's tone was serious, making Coulson immediately realize the gravity of the situation. I understand. After hanging up, Coulson thought carefully for a long time and decided to personally meet with this alien before making any decisions. Master, this is Principal Coulson from Zhongqing High School. Principal, this is my master Zhang Lu. Peter stood awkwardly in front of Zhang Lu, introducing the man beside him. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Coulson's Chinese was very good, quite fluent. I am also pleased to meet you, Principal Coulson. I have long admired your reputation. Coulson smiled, thinking Zhang Lu was being modest, unaware of the illustrious title of the village chief of the Marvel Newbie Village, known to all who have crossed over. Mr. Zhang, previously Peter brought home $10,000, saying it was a subsidy from the martial arts school. Moreover, Peter has also moved to live near the martial arts school, which has made the Parker couple very worried. Therefore, I hope you can understand the concern of the elders for their juniors. Coulson wore a friendly smile, exuding warmth in conversation, making others feel relaxed without any discomfort. His few short sentences, combined with an apologetic smile and sincere eyes, could have easily convinced anyone else had Zhang Lu not already known him. It was clear that this was a covert operation from the Black Egg sent to assess the martial arts school. However, the opportunity was indeed well-timed, and the person's identity was worth investigating, ensuring no mistakes would be made. Unfortunately, he encountered a formidable opponent. Zhang Lu had anticipated such a situation, especially since Tony had become the senior brother. Tony's father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Tony's life had always been under their surveillance. In the past, Tony had little value beyond money and knowledge, allowing him to remain outside their grasp. but once he mingled with Jean-Lu, a terrifying figure, the dynamics changed. Especially after Tony had entered the fold, gained superpowers, and became the senior brother of the ultimate infinite sect, his value was no less than that of Iron Man. Thus, besides sending Coulson over, it was likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. would also be a source of disturbance from Tony's side. However, based on Jean-Lu's understanding of Tony, that guy was arrogant and dismissive. To get close to him or win him over, one would need to find an appropriate opportunity, or it could backfire. The original opportunity was when Tony was gravely poisoned and on the verge of death, with S.H.I.E.L.D. possessing Howard's relics that could save him. But now finding a chance with Tony was not so easy. Of course, I understand the Parkers' concerns. I will have Tony visit Mr. Parker's house to alleviate their worries. Jean-Lu did not expose Coulson's intentions, though otherwise the Black Egg might send someone else, and he was reluctant to engage in mind games with these old schemers. Especially after suffering a setback with Ancient One, he was convinced that even though his intelligence had increased as he mastered the shifting realms of magnetic fields, making him far more genius than most Earthlings with an excellent memory and ease in learning. However, his emotional intelligence remained as lacking as ever. Thus, he decided not to compare his weaknesses with the strengths of these old schemers. He would ignore trivial matters and directly crush significant issues. Though his magnetic field manipulation was not entirely orthodox, and he would not engage in city-destroying or nation-toppling acts, he was not one to show mercy when it came to killing. As long as he maintained control and did not provoke Ancient One, there would be no issues. As for Odin, he was indeed curious to have a go. Ancient One was a sorceress, and battling her was frustrating. He would only end up being toyed with no chance for progress. In contrast, Odin was a warrior, and he was quite interested in a direct confrontation. Although he would surely lose, what was the point in bullying weaklings? He wanted to see if he could achieve the 30-fold realm of magnetic field manipulation through battle. Tony, Coulson pretended to ask in confusion. It's Tony Stark. He is currently the senior brother of my faction. Oh, I see. I only saw Mr. Stark practicing martial arts in the news before, so he is here. Coulson looked as if he had just realized something. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. When I return, I will explain everything to the Parkers so they can feel at ease. Thank you, Principal Coulson. Coulson stood to take his leave, and Jean-Lu saw him to the door. As they reached the entrance, Coulson paused, appearing as if he had something more to say. Jean-Lu did not prompt him, merely smiling and watching the performance until Coulson finally asked, Mr. Jean, do all your disciples receive subsidies? To be precise, only the entry-level disciples can, that is, those who achieve the current propulsion realm within 3 months. Coulson smiled awkwardly and asked, I have a niece who is currently in college. She wants to earn some pocket money in her spare time, and I wonder if. Of course she can. I welcome all who wish to learn. As long as she can enter the school within 3 months, she will receive a monthly subsidy of $10,000. However, she must understand Chinese, though I do not accept those who cannot speak it. That's great. Coulson sighed in relief. I will have her come and apprentice under you. Watching Coulson's car drive away with a smile, Jean-Lu turned back and took Peter to the martial arts school to continue their daily training. The Black Egg could no longer hold back and sent someone else to infiltrate, but he did not know who this time. The last one, May, was surely abandoned. What about this time? Could it be Daisy? A woman of Chinese descent would fit perfectly as an undercover here. However, based on the timeline, Daisy at this point should still be Sky, operating as a free hacker within the Rising Tide organization. He gave it a casual thought and dismissed it, knowing he would find out who it was when they arrived. Teaching Peter was a very enjoyable experience. Instructing a clever genius disciple was infinitely better than teaching a dull one, especially since Peter was very polite and respectful towards his elders, a true model student. A day passed quickly, and that evening, he had Peter stay overnight at the martial arts school, where they could continue his training after dinner. Under such targeted guidance, Peter made rapid progress. Although he could not match Tony's cheat-like speed, in less than a week he had advanced to 10,000 volts in the current propulsion realm. This was achieved even while Peter had to attend school during the day. If Peter had a break, his training speed would surely increase even further. Early one morning after their morning training, the two enjoyed a hearty breakfast at a street stall, and on their way back saw a strange blonde beauty standing in front of the martial arts school. This beauty was over 1.7 meters tall, with delicate features, long golden hair, a well-proportioned and fit figure, and a pair of blue eyes that resembled clear lakes, pure, yet with a hint of depth. Dressed casually, her ample curves were still prominently showcased, with her tight jeans accentuating her round, pert rear and long legs exuding a constant allure. Her appearance and figure perfectly aligned with Western beauty standards, evident from Peter's captivated gaze and the occasional glances from the Ullibuad disciples in the martial arts school, indicating just how charming this beauty was. Hello, Mr. John. I am Sharon Carter, the niece of Coulson. Not bad. Although her Chinese is not very fluent, she can manage daily conversations, likely after a few months of training. Very well, come in. You can call me master from now on, but you will only be a temporary registered disciple. You will qualify to become my official disciple only after entering the sect within 3 months. Jean-Lu led Sharon Carter inside, first taking her to the main hall, where he introduced the sect rules in front of the ancestral tablet. After confirming her willingness to abide by them, he led her to pay respects to the ancestor officially, making her a registered disciple. Next, it was time to teach the ultimate limitless Qi technique, but seeing Peter's fidgeting, he simply handed the task over to him. After all, he was the second senior brother of the sect, and had the obligation to guide his junior disciples in their studies. Moreover, the process of teaching itself is a way to sort out and digest one's own learning. Often through the questions of others, one discovers gaps in their own understanding, which is beneficial for cultivation. Peter was at that age where he was particularly infatuated with the opposite sex, so he was eager to perform well in front of his junior sister. Originally, he had a crush on the top girl student in his class, Gwen, but her previous actions had deeply hurt him. Now having a junior sister to help ease the pain of his unrequited love was not a bad thing. As for the fact that this junior sister was a few years older than him, what was the problem? There's a saying, a woman 3 years older than you is worth her weight in gold. Although Peter did not grasp such profound reasoning, he understood that age was not an issue in the face of love. Jean-Lu watched as Peter clumsily tried to impress the female agent, showing no intention of reminding him. Such matters are mutual. When one party is overly eager, they may end up with nothing. But as a future superhero, he might just end up with everything in the end. Moreover, he wasn't sure if the female agent's goal was infiltration or seduction, so it was just right to let Peter test the waters first. If the female agent's purpose was seduction, then Peter, being such a young man, would definitely not be the target. That guy Black Egg could easily fool Peter with just a few words, making it unnecessary to waste a high-level female agent. So if it was infiltration, that would be fine. He'd treat her as an ordinary disciple. If it was seduction, well, such a kind-hearted person like Jean-Lu would never allow her to fail her mission. Achoo! Tony rubbed his nose. The climate in this desert is so dry it's really hard to adapt. The soldiers in the same vehicle looked at the ice bucket in front of him and the bottle of alcohol inside along with the whiskey he was holding with strange expressions. At this moment, the convoy was traveling through the Afghan desert highway with the sand and dust raised along the way, hitting the car windows with a patter. On both sides of the road, as far as the eye could see, it was desolate, occasionally encountering scattered shepherds guiding sparse flocks of sheep in search of dry grass for their sustenance. The armored vehicle Tony was in the middle, with fully armed armored vehicles at the front and back, providing armed protection for the convoy. Everyone knew exactly whom they were protecting. A billionaire certainly has a powerful presence, especially as he listened to booming music in the armored car, sipping on his iced drink. He didn't need to say anything. His mere presence made all the soldiers feel the gap in social status. Tony did not like the awkward silence. After the soldier on his left had stolen glances at him for the nth time, he took the initiative to break the silence with a joke. Why does it feel like I'm being escorted to a military tribunal? This can't be. Did I do something wrong? Could it be that your commander is going to execute me as soon as you stop, so you are not allowed to divulge that to me? Hey buddy, I'm asking you. He asked the soldier who had been stealing glances at him. We can talk to you, sir. The soldier had no choice but to answer, but he was clearly nervous. Got it, you don't want to talk to me. Tony rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses and turned to look out the window. No, it's that you scared them. The female driver in front spoke up to ease the tension. Oh my God, it's actually a woman. Tony was surprised, but he immediately apologized with gentlemanly grace. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But shouldn't you all be soldiers? I thought you were a soldier. I'm a pilot. The female driver glanced back and interjected. Oh, you have quite the figure. I can't help but stare at you. Tony started to flirt again. Is this normal for me? This time, everyone in the vehicle burst into laughter. Indeed, some low-level risque jokes can bridge the gap between strangers. The co-pilot in the front seat boldly turned around and asked, Sir, can I ask a question? Go ahead. I heard you've slept with the cover girl of Loft magazine for 12 months. Is that true? Tony took a sip of his drink, removed his sunglasses, and smiled proudly. That's a good question. Oh, part of it is correct. The March cover girl had a scheduling conflict with me, but fortunately the December cover girl was a pair of twins. Additionally, I called back all 13 of them recently for a group rendezvous. Everyone burst into laughter. A pair of 13. They looked at Tony's physique with peculiar expressions. Although Tony was rapidly advancing in electrical propulsion, his progress was accelerated by technology, and he hadn't yet completed the physical transformation through cultivation, so his physique was not particularly muscular. Hey, what's with that look? I'm telling you, I single-handedly took down 13 of them. Right, you're really impressive. Others chuckled dismissively, clearly skeptical. I know you won't believe me. In fact, a month ago, I would have never believed someone could achieve this, and I certainly couldn't. But now taking on 13 is no problem for me. Tony set down his glass, ready to promote the ultimate limitless sect again, but suddenly the armored vehicle in front exploded with a loud bang. The female driver quickly slammed on the brakes, preparing to retaliate, but it was already too late. Tony felt a jolt and was thrown into the air along with the vehicle. However, he was used to being tossed around by Jean-Luc, so he had already grown accustomed to it. He even had the strength to reach out and grab the spinning female driver in midair. As for the other two male soldiers, he could only apologize. After all, he only had two hands, one around her waist and the other grasping her leg, and he simply didn't have an extra hand to save anyone else. After the armored vehicle rolled over several times and Tony had several intimate encounters with the female driver, the armored vehicle finally came to a stop. Tony kicked the car door open and pulled the female driver out with one arm as gunfire erupted outside, creating chaos. He turned back to pull out the other injured people, but suddenly heard the female driver scream no. Tony quickly glanced back and saw a missile flying towards him. His heart trembled, and instinctively, he pushed the female driver away, frantically drawing on the cells within his body, extending his hands outward. Then he saw that the missile suddenly stopped about a meter in front of him, motionless. This is the manipulation of the magnetic field. With his previous mastery of generating 30,000 volts of electricity, the missile posed no threat to him, but he was entirely unaware of his current strength. His power was directed elsewhere. Moreover, unlike his vague understanding of electrical force, he was very clear about the destructive power of firearms. Thus, he never believed that the human body could withstand a missile. In that fleeting moment, he truly thought he was doomed. The terror of life and death loomed large. Having traversed the threshold between life and death, his potential erupted instantaneously, making a leap in progress as he crossed the barrier of magnetic field manipulation. He stared blankly at the missile before him, clearly marked as manufactured by Stark Industries. It was a missile he had created and now aimed at himself. This was simply too. Before he could process it, the missile exploded. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave spread out, blowing sand and dust into the air, but for Tony it felt like a gentle autumn breeze, causing no harm at all. In fact, Tony even had the leisure to check on the female driver nearby and the two soldiers behind him. The psychological impact of the missile that had struck him far exceeded any physical damage, prompting him to reflect on his past actions and whether weapon development could ever bring peace to the world. But clearly this was not the time for contemplation. Under the missile's impact, the soldiers in the other armored vehicles had already been wiped out and ambushers were advancing. Taking a deep breath, Tony waved his hand and a lightning dragon appeared in his palm. He thrust it forward, sending the lightning dragon into the approaching crowd. To Tony now, this lightning dragon seemed more for show, purely aesthetic, lacking substantial lethality. However, against the flesh and blood terrorists, its destructive power was still terrifying. One touch meant death. Want to see the adventure of a perennial navigation challenged character in the God of War in the Marvel Universe? Remember the domain name Kongs.com for more stories. Want to read the latest chapters? The terrorists screamed and cursed, raising their AKs to fire at Tony in a display of futile belief, with hundreds of bullets raining down like a storm. But if Tony wasn't afraid of missiles, why would he fear ordinary submachine guns? With a casual wave, he set up a magnetic field in front of him. Although he had just entered the realm of magnetic manipulation and had never learned the ultimate techniques of the Infinite School, he was well versed in physics and had a deep understanding of magnetic fields, making it very easy for him to manipulate. The soldiers hiding behind him could only see Tony raise his hand, and suddenly a dense barrage of bullets appeared before him. All the attacks could not cross that invisible defensive line to reach Tony. As the three stared in disbelief, Tony waved his hand again, twisting the direction of the magnetic field. All the bullets then returned along the same path, and the charging terrorists were struck, spurting blood and collapsing to the ground motionless. In that instant, over 100 terrorists fell in droves. The remaining ones were terrified, dropping their weapons and fleeing. Tony was not one to take a beating without retaliating. He flicked his fingers, and the debris scattered on the ground from the explosion immediately floated up, spinning and accelerating before shooting out, piercing the legs of all the fleeing terrorists. Tony looked at the wailing enemies on the ground with satisfaction and turned to the three behind him, smiling. Now do you still doubt that I can take on 13 at once? Oh my God, don't say 13. Even if you said you could take on 30, I would believe it. The female driver's eyes sparkled, clutching her chest tightly, feeling her heart racing. Am I one of those 30, Miss Pilot? Tony asked, playfully raising an eyebrow. I certainly wouldn't mind being one of them, but my superior would definitely mind. The female driver replied regretfully. Tony looked at the battlefield filled with flames and corpses and sighed, choosing not to flirt any longer. When the armored vehicle was attacked, the trained soldiers called for military support and aircraft were dispatched immediately. The attack on Tony Stark was no small matter. If Tony were to die here, Stark Industries would not take it lightly. It would be impossible to satisfy Obadiah, that old fox, without removing a few heads and extracting significant profits. When the aircraft observer informed the command center that Tony Stark was safe, cheers erupted in the command center. As for how many soldiers were left with the vehicle, no one bothered to inquire. When the paratroopers descended, they found that the situation on the ground was far better than they had imagined, but also more complex. All the assailants had been wiped out, most dead at the scene, while a few lay on the ground with shot-through legs, moaning and unable to escape. This was practically a gift of military achievement, but the question arose. Who did this? After providing first aid to the 3 remaining survivors, the paratroopers were astonished to learn from them that the perpetrator was none other than the wealthy Tony Stark, who was leisurely smoking a cigar while being protected by everyone. How did he do that? Who knows? Maybe it's some kind of new high-tech weapon. You know, it's Tony Stark, it's not surprising what he can create. After stepping into the realm of electromagnetic manipulation, Tony realized that his physical abilities had been further enhanced. His state of mind was beyond mere clarity and perception. Now he could see farther than a telescope and hear better than a listening device. More importantly, his thought processes were incredibly fast, and many academic problems that had previously troubled him suddenly became solvable. He had experienced a similar sensation while in the realm of electrical manipulation, but being a genius, he hadn't noticed it as much. Now, having entered the realm of electromagnetic manipulation, he truly understood what it meant to control magnetic fields. This is evolution, he murmured. The armed helicopter finally arrived late. Before it could come to a halt, Colonel Rhodes eagerly jumped down and quickly walked up to Tony, scrutinizing him before pulling him into a tight embrace. Thank heavens you're safe, otherwise I would regret it for the rest of my life. Tony returned the embrace and smiled, saying, Rhodes, there isn't anyone in this world that can kill me. I am Tony Stark. Colonel Rhodes rolled his eyes. Indeed, the arrogant Tony Stark. He looked around at the corpses scattered on the ground and the prisoners that had been captured, exclaiming, Did you do all of this? What weapon did you invent this time? It's not a weapon, it's martial arts. Martial arts? Oh, come on, Tony, is it fun to mess with me? Rhodes punched him lightly on the shoulder, clearly skeptical. Tony shrugged. I know it's hard to believe, but the fact is it is what it is. He extended his hand, and a lightning serpent danced at his fingertips. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Rhodes clearly saw that Tony wasn't wearing any equipment, yet the arc appeared out of thin air, or more accurately, it emerged from Tony's fingertips. Oh my God, are you a mutant? Rhodes' eyes nearly popped out. Of course not, Tony replied, clenching his fist and extinguishing the lightning serpent. So you underwent some kind of body modification? Rhodes looked at him as if he were insane. How is that possible? I am absolutely the original. Perhaps I need to measure my DNA when I get back to be sure. Tony himself was completely in the dark about his situation and doubted whether his DNA had changed, no longer making him human. After all, he hadn't heard of any human being able to do what he could except for his alien master. However, his words led Rhodes to misunderstand. Oh damn, aren't you worried about messing up your DNA? As far as I know, the Osborn Group has been conducting research on super soldier serum, investing enormous manpower and money, but with no results. All resources have gone to waste. I said I didn't modify my genes to achieve this, rather I practiced a kind of martial art. Well, maybe this could be considered martial arts. If practicing martial arts could make someone a super soldier, then Captain America wouldn't even be a thing. Rhodes scoffed, glancing at him disdainfully, believing his excuse to be utterly ridiculous. So, I now also doubt whether this thing can be considered martial arts. After all, it's truly astonishing. Is it really something you cultivated? Tony nodded, wearing a pained expression. Hiss. Rhodes inhaled sharply. Does this thing have any requirements? If there are requirements, it should be willpower. The stronger the will, the easier the cultivation. Is it that simple? Is the threshold that low? It's that simple, the threshold is indeed that low. Rhodes was overjoyed. This is heaven sent for soldiers. Oh right, there's another requirement. Tony suddenly remembered. What? You need to know Chinese, otherwise my master won't accept you. Chinese. That's easy, with so many people in the army, we can definitely find a bunch of suitable candidates. If worst comes to worst, we can provide group training. I'll propose to the Department of Defense that we invite your master to be an instructor. Instructor? Don't dream. Tony sneered. My master has a terrible temper. If you want to learn, you must go to him as a disciple and abide by his rules. Doesn't the Department of Defense's invitation count for anything? Rhodes frowned. Tony scoffed. He won't even give me face. What is the Department of Defense? Tony, arrogance is a disease. It needs to be cured. He took out a satellite phone and began to report back to the base. Meanwhile, the soldiers learned the location of their hideout from the prisoners and decided to carry out a cleanup operation. Tony, rest assured, those who dare to lay hands on you will not be spared by the military. Their tribes will face extermination. Tony wore a look of melancholy, saying with a sneer, I don't care about those tribes. I only care about how they got their hands on Stark Industries missiles and why they used my missiles to bombard me. Rhodes was momentarily at a loss for words, then said, The military will investigate this matter. They will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation. The military's operations against the terrorists didn't require Tony to go in person. He and Rhodes took the armed helicopter directly back to the base. After dealing with the high-ranking military officials' inquiries, he boarded a military aircraft and flew straight back to New York. As soon as the plane landed and he stepped out of the cabin, he saw Obadiah and Pepper anxiously waiting on the tarmac. Obadiah quickly walked over, grabbed his shoulder, and after examining him closely, pulled him into a tight embrace. Tony, you scared me. You can't do this again in the future. A warm current surged in Tony's heart as he smiled back, embracing this elder who had always cared for him like a father. Sorry for worrying you. But you don't need to worry anymore. In this world, apart from nuclear bombs, there's probably no weapon that can harm me anymore. What nonsense! Obadiah exclaimed, his eyes widening. Just as he was about to scold him further, he was stunned by the sudden burst of blue light in front of him. Tony stepped back a couple of paces and showcased the lightning dragon like a juggling act, then looked at Obadiah like a child waiting for praise. Pepper knew about Tony's ability to control electricity, but Obadiah was oblivious. This shocked Obadiah. He staggered back a few steps and fished out a nitroglycerin tablet from his pocket to pop into his mouth. Fearing for his heart, Tony quickly extinguished the current, stepped forward to support him, and explained, "Don't worry, Obadiah, I'm not a mutant, nor have I used genetic engineering to modify my body. I merely acquired this ability after mastering the ultimate limitless Qi Gong. Now not only can I control electricity, but I can also manipulate magnetic fields. Moreover, after this assault, I realized that my physical condition is astonishingly robust. At least missiles can't harm me anymore." Obadiah gasped again, his heart unable to take it. "We need to find a place to measure my various indicators precisely. I think I need to reevaluate this Qi Gong. Oh, and we need to measure my DNA too. I wonder if it has changed. Hi, Master, long time no see. Have you missed me?" Before Tony even entered, his flirtatious voice had already floated in. "Hello, junior sisters, your beloved senior brother has returned. Oh, there's a new junior sister here." Tony's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, gracefully introducing himself to Sharon Carter. "Hello, junior sister, I am your senior brother, Tony Stark. If you have any questions during your training, feel free to come to me. Let's exchange contact information." Sharon had seen this playboy in the files and knew what he was like. She smiled faintly and politely declined, saying, "If I have questions, I will ask second senior brother, so I won't trouble senior brother." Not a trouble at all. How could serving a beauty be a trouble? When facing a beautiful woman, Tony's boldness knew no bounds, and he certainly wouldn't give up that easily. He wanted to flirt a bit more when suddenly he felt a lightness in his body. The familiar sensation returned. However, this time he was not so easily thrown out. Tony twisted the power of the magnetic field and performed a flip in midair before landing steadily. "Oh, you have entered the magnetic field rotation realm." Zhang Lu was very surprised. Although he knew Tony was a genius and entering this realm was only a matter of time, he was astonished at how quickly he progressed. In his surprise, he even felt a tinge of jealousy. Back in the world of the martial god, he had to train hard for nearly 10 years, even facing life and death several times before he could enter the magnetic field rotation realm. And now Tony had casually broken through this threshold as if it were a game. Indeed, he was worthy of being one of the protagonists of the Marvel world. While Zhang Lu was momentarily distracted, Tony wore a mischievous smile, flipping his wrist as the power of magnetic field rotation fell upon Zhang Lu, then forcefully lifted, trying to throw him out as well. But after several attempts, Tony found that Zhang Lu remained completely immobile. "Oh, why isn't there any effect?" Tony stared blankly, turning to Sharon beside him. After a brief pause on her face, he immediately switched to another male disciple and flipped his hand, throwing that disciple out. The male disciple let out a surprised shout without any ability to resist and was thrown out the door. He limped back, looking at Tony with a resentful gaze. "Senior brother, you've gone too far. You're putting beauty over friendship." Tony didn't even blush as he tossed a set of car keys into the male disciple's arms. "That sports car at the entrance is yours." "Thank you, senior brother." The male disciple's limp was gone as he dashed out like the wind. Zhang Lu smiled at his proud disciple and pointed out, "The reason you couldn't budge me just now is naturally because my mastery of the magnetic field rotation realm and my control over the magnetic field are superior to yours. Although I may not be as strong as you under a surprise attack, you should at least have been able to move a little." Tony expressed his dissatisfaction. I have been in many battles and have rich combat experience. The moment your power landed on me, I sensed it. You should now also understand how fast the reaction speed can be under the magnetic field rotation realm. If the gap in realms is too great, there will be no possibility of a surprise attack." Tony came to a realization. He was only just entering the magnetic field rotation realm, yet his reaction speed was already faster than some small computers. One can only imagine how exaggerated the speed of thought and reaction would be at a higher realm. Moreover, I also have many martial arts techniques of the magnetic field rotation realm far superior to your crude methods. Crude. What I use has been calculated scientifically. It's the most precise method of utilizing the magnetic field. I can now completely engage my enemies from 1,000 meters away. 1,000 meters away. The combat style of magnetic field practitioners has always been close combat, punch to punch, igniting one's blood and fighting spirit. Under the condensation of life force, it's possible to advance rapidly in battle and leap through realm levels. Close combat is the essence of battle. While that's too crude, not elegant at all. That's the fighting style of barbarians. Clever people, of course, use clever methods to fight. Tony pouted and arrogantly said long-range combat methods are the only ones that are precise, efficient, and full of technological content. Of course, it's hard to explain this to a layman like you. Zhang Lu was suddenly amused by him. Am I a layman? Tony, although I might not be as proficient in science, saying I am a layman is underestimating me. Come, let's spar so you can see the power of a layman. Tony's expression changed immediately, shaking his head to refuse. No, I'm a scientist, not a warrior. I absolutely won't go to the battlefield. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll only use the power of the first level of magnetic field rotation to spar with you. After arriving in this world, Zhang Lu hadn't sparred with any martial artist of the magnetic field rotation realm and was feeling a bit itching. Of course, this had nothing to do with Tony's big mouth. Tony began to look around, avoiding the topic. I'm a pacifist. I love peace and oppose war. Martial arts are for strengthening the body, not for killing. My battlefield has always been elsewhere. Look at you being so cowardly. How can you become a martial god like this? What's so great about being a martial god? I want to be a big capitalist, a wealthy man, a playboy. Let second junior brother take care of being the martial god. Tony began to act shamelessly. Zhang Lu glared at Tony in disappointment, saying, what's so great about being a capitalist or a wealthy man? These are all external, meaningless titles. Wealth can disappear, but once one reaches the realm of martial arts, it will never regress. When you lose those external halos, everything you currently have will abandon you except for the realm of martial arts. Previously, I had already told Tony what a martial god is and reiterated the criteria for being a martial god to those around him, earnestly teaching the disciples to discern reality, see through illusions, and not to place superficial pursuits of power and fame in their hearts. Only the path of martial gods that allows one to climb the biological chain is the right path. Once this statement was made, everyone present gasped, but in reality, the only one who believed him was probably Tony. Others had not even reached the realm of electric current promotion and could not imagine how strong the magnetic field rotation was, let alone how exaggerated the martial god level could be. But Tony had already reached the magnetic field rotation realm and personally experienced the feeling of breaking through amidst a crowd, so he truly believed what Zhang Lu said. Although Tony was astonished by the power of the war god, surrender was not an option for him. Even in death, his lips would remain stubbornly sealed. It's merely the 9 heavens. I can resolve it scientifically. I am a scientist, a researcher, and I firmly refuse to go to the battlefield. And let alone engage in close combat, it's simply not elegant. Elegant? Let's see how elegant you are when someone's fist crashes into your head. Zhang Lu looked at him with a hint of sarcasm. There's a saying in Chinese, when the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to hold it up, Tony remarked, stepping closer to Zhang Lu. Tony stood at a height of 185 meters, not short by any means, but beside the nearly 2-meter tall Zhang Lu, he appeared petite and delicate. Especially since Zhang Lu's abilities were enhanced and his physical attributes were not yet fully transformed, he could only be considered a strong man among ordinary people. However, compared to Zhang Lu, who seemed like a marble sculpture, he appeared very thin and frail. Although Tony had experienced a stint in Afghanistan, he hadn't faced any real setbacks. He was merely startled. Thus, his mental awareness was nowhere near as high as that of the original Iron Man. The current Tony was still the same playboy, not the Iron Man. To expect this guy to have the awareness to save the world was truly to overestimate him. All right, I'll remember your words. When the opportunity arises, I'll see how you make your choice, Zhang Lu said with a half smile, making Tony shiver involuntarily, as if he had set some kind of flag. He hurriedly made an excuse to escape, saying, I have an appointment with a beautiful lady for a health check, see you later. After saying that, he fled in a hurry. Back at the villa, he tossed his expensive suit aside, grabbed a bottle of beer, and headed into the laboratory. Jarvis, has the DNA test result come out? The DNA test result is out, and it matches your original genetic sample with a 100 compatibility rate. Congratulations, sir, you are still human. Tony let out a sigh of relief, but soon grew curious. How can it be the same? Can an ordinary human really reach my level? He extended a finger, manipulating the tools in the toolbox to fly about. According to the instrument readings, when you use your superpowers, a powerful magnetic field indeed forms around you, along with an invisible force field generated as a result. Based on model analysis, this portion of energy originates from within your body, but how it is generated and which organs are responsible for its control still requires more detailed data for judgment. It originates from your cells. The ultimate infinite Qi Gong forcibly controls cells through willpower to create friction, generating bioelectricity, which then increases voltage and current, transforming energy into magnetism, ultimately achieving the state of a rotating magnetic field. Tony's brow furrowed, clearly struggling to comprehend and accept this principle. The principle is indeed what it is, but it completely contradicts everything I learned in biology, especially since there are many aspects that science cannot explain. For instance, with such high voltage and current, a person should have turned to ashes long ago, yet in reality, the electric current flows freely within me, very docile. Moreover, it has not only caused me no harm, but has also strengthened my body. Why, Tony pouted and said, my master can practice solely according to the technique. He is illiterate. But if I cannot understand this issue, I won't be able to sleep peacefully at night. Sir, your words seem to have violated the first rule of the sect. Do not deceive your master or destroy your ancestors. Be careful that your master does not come to clean up the sect. Jarvis reminded. Haha, as an excellent disciple, how could he bear to do that? Tony replied dismissively. Alright, I actually wanted to make a joke, but it seems it wasn't funny. Jarvis' voice carried a hint of helplessness. Jarvis, perhaps you should install content regarding cultural differences in your humor module. By the way, send a copy of my DNA test results to Uncle Obadiah. His expression yesterday clearly showed he was frightened. Email sent successfully. This is quite normal considering the metrics you measured at the military base were indeed too exaggerated. Your current attack and defense capabilities have far surpassed those of Captain America the Super Soldier. Even among mutants, very few possess abilities that can compare with yours. At least Uncle Obadiah no longer needs to worry about my safety. Earth people can no longer kill me. From now on, please call me Superman. Oh no, Superman is just a poor reporter. I need to add Batman to that as well. Tony said proudly. Do you want me to call you Superbat from now on? Sir, Tony sighed, looking exasperated. Jarvis, update your humor module again. Alright, updating now. By the way, there's a visitor here, a government official from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. A government official? From a department I've never heard of. They must be here to take advantage of me. Don't let them in. From now on, any random cats and dogs can be directly rejected without asking me. Understood, sir. Access denied. The firewall is under attack. The intruder has entered. Jarvis suddenly shut down, and the power in the villa went out. Tony frowned, stood up, and left the laboratory, intending to teach the intruder a lesson. Now that he was Superbat, he no longer cared about attacks from ordinary humans, which only made him more arrogant. In the living room, a one-eyed bald man sat on the sofa dressed in a trench coat, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. Upon seeing Tony enter, Nick was about to speak when he felt his body bound by a force field at Tony's gesture. He hurriedly tried to prevent. Wait, don't act yet. But it was too late. With a flick of Tony's finger, he crashed through the window and flew out. No wonder my master always liked doing this. Throwing people like this is indeed quite satisfying. Tony shrugged, sitting down on the sofa, watching the furious bald man return. Nick was also quite frustrated. He had prepared a micro-device to restrain magnetic and electric fields, intending to give Tony a taste of humility. But who would have thought that these devices would prove useless against the ability to manipulate magnetic fields? This is so unscientific. There's no choice. Since the initial aggressive approach failed, he could only resort to a softer strategy. Tony, I am Nick Fury, a friend of your father Howard. Oh, is that so? I haven't heard of him having a friend like you. You must not have seen each other for over 30 years, right? Tony replied sarcastically. Since Howard's death, Nick has not appeared before Tony, at most just having someone watch over him. To put it bluntly, the root cause is that at that time Tony had no utilitarian value. As an ordinary person, Tony only had some value in technology, but his role in the extraordinary realm was limited, especially after S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired alien technology. Even the last bit of his remaining value became useless. Therefore, Tony did not recognize Nick at all and did not believe he was a friend of his father's. As the king of spies and old schemer, Nick did not even blush and continued. You were an ordinary person before, so we did not disturb your life. But now that you have stepped into the extraordinary realm, it is necessary for you to know some truths hidden behind this world. In the original film, Tony directly rejected Nick because he simply did not believe Nick's words. However, the current Nick had already witnessed the scene of New York being flooded in a dream and learned from Master Zhang-Lu about the supreme sorcerer who could reverse time. Even he himself had cultivated into Superbat. Thus, he was quite interested in the extraordinary world that existed behind this one. And this relevant information was certainly not something that could be easily searched online. Now, with an informed person presenting himself, his genius mind quickly understood. So your organization S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for managing extraordinary affairs. To be precise, S.H.I.E.L.D. is part of the United Nations World Security Council and is not under federal jurisdiction. We have law enforcement authority worldwide, and there are many branches in various places. Oh, it's still a global organization. Tony suddenly changed his tone and asked, then who funds it? Nick, although aware that Tony was usually unreliable, was still taken aback by his erratic way of thinking. I am discussing how prestigious S.H.I.E.L.D. is and how grand its background is, and you asked me who pays the bills. Part comes from the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, while the other part is self-raised by S.H.I.E.L.D. Self-raised. Got it. This kind of department self-funding is very common in the United States. For instance, the CIA often uses government planes for smuggling and so on, and the military frequently transports local specialties like powder or ice from abroad to the domestic market. Tony was very familiar with this. Don't misunderstand, we have legitimate channels to raise funds. After all, the most lucrative businesses in the world have all become legal. So your unauthorized intrusion into my residence today is to recruit me. However, I am a bit concerned that you cannot afford my salary. Tony, you may not be aware, but your father Howard Stark was also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? My father was one of your founders. He was also an extraordinary being. Tony was surprised this time. No, although he was not an extraordinary being, many of his black technologies were more useful at that time than extraordinary powers. He might have mentioned that he was friends with Captain America. In fact, he had more friends than just Captain America at that time. But after he died, aside from Obadiah, I haven't seen any of his friends. It has been like this for over 30 years. It wasn't until today that you suddenly appeared. Tony pouted and made a gesture as if someone was emerging from underground. I'm sorry, Tony, but please understand the extraordinary world is very dangerous, and we do not want you to be implicated. Nick said this without hesitation, his expression genuinely sincere. Tony leaned back on the sofa. Well, let's not talk about the past, or I have gotten along fine without you guys, and I have been doing well. So what brings you here today? S.H.I.E.L.D. is dedicated to maintaining the safety of Earth, protecting it from alien invasions. Tony interrupted Nick's lengthy speech with a wave of his hand, impatiently saying, just get straight to the point. I have no interest in your great organization. The Earth needs you, Tony. Nick had no choice but to be concise and get to the point. Oh, that's quite a motivating statement. It gets the blood pumping. Tony lazily leaned on the sofa, looking like a slacker. Tony, the Earth has never been safe. It has always been coveted by aliens. I report. Tony interrupted Nick again, raising his right hand high. I report that there is an alien in the Ultimate Infinite Pavilion in Chinatown. You guys should hurry and catch him. Nick was taken aback and his face suddenly stiffened. He cursed in his heart. If we could catch him, would you even need to report it? Tony, I'm not joking with you. I'm not joking with you either. I assure you that Zhang Lu is definitely an alien, not a mutant. Go ahead, show me what your organization is capable of. Tony looked at Nick with interest. Nick took a deep breath. Tony S.H.I.E.L.D. has long known about Zhang Lu and has been keeping an eye on him. However, he has not violated any relevant laws, so we cannot act rashly to capture him. So has he joined your S.H.I.E.L.D.? No. Then that's it. As my master's eldest disciple, I must of course maintain a consistent stance with my master and cannot casually join any random organization. Tony, aren't you curious about the real world hidden beneath the surface? Don't you want to know more about the truths of the world? Nick continued to persuade. As long as you join S.H.I.E.L.D., our internal database will give you access and you can learn about truths buried in the mists of history. Tony smacked his lips, obviously a bit tempted. Speaking of databases, how did you break through J.R.V.I.S. firewall? J.R.V.I.S. originated from Howard's original butler, and when Howard originally conceived all of this, he reserved the authorization code, and I just happened to get a copy from him. Really? Really? Tony stared at him for a while, but ultimately gave up. I'm not used to a working life. Oh, I was born to be a capitalist. He declined politely. All right, I didn't expect you to work 9 to 5, but you could come on as a consultant. I plan to form a team composed entirely of superheroes to collaborate on addressing some major global crises. Sounds like going to the battlefield. I'm a civilian only capable of providing logistical support. No problem. First convince him to join, and later there will be ways to soften him up. All right, it looks like I will also have to debut as a boy band. Haha. Zhang Lu was teaching his disciples when suddenly he heard a burst of wild laughter from afar. Then a steel armor flew in, hovering above the martial arts hall, and its faceplate opened, revealing Tony's face inside. Master, becoming a martial god isn't that hard. Look at me, I reached this level in just a few weeks. Zhang Lu replied with irritation. Tony, just because you can fly doesn't mean you're a martial god. Are you trying to pass off that broken iron shell as a martial god? No, Master, my armor doesn't have flight capabilities. It's completely reliant on magnetic field rotation to fly. Zhang Lu carefully sensed it and discovered that it truly was magnetic field rotation. Roughly estimating, Tony's current level of magnetic field rotation should have reached the 10th heaven. Nonsense. This is utterly ridiculous. How did you manage that? This is the power of technology. Tony laughed heartily as he descended to the ground. He took off the armor and stepped out. Zhang Lu then noticed that Tony's level of magnetic field rotation had dropped back down to the initial first heaven. Zhang Lu suddenly realized, so you rely on the armor to unleash a higher level of power. What does it matter? It doesn't affect the effectiveness of use, Tony chuckled. To break through the limit of magnetic field rotation at 50 heavens, all you need to do is wear my armor, and you'll instantly become 60 heavens. Zhang Lu immediately lost interest. You're a fraud. Although the power output is no different, the problem is that this level isn't yours and it cannot strengthen your body. The final result is that your attack power reaches a high level, but your defense can't keep up. Similarly, the corresponding abilities of that level cannot be freely used right. Well, Tony stroked his chin. The current armor is still quite crude. I can slowly modify it, and these issues will definitely be resolved in the future. He was very confident, and Jean-Luc couldn't hastily conclude that he wouldn't be able to achieve it. In the Marvel world, Tony's technology is extraordinary. He could craft the first generation of Iron Man armor in a broken cave. Even in the comics, he managed to build divine armors, so perhaps he could indeed solve these problems. Jean-Luc thought for a moment and decided to give it a try, encouraging, "All right, Tony, this could indeed be a way to solve the problem. I don't know if you can succeed, but I hope you can truly achieve it." Tony became even more smug and urged Jean-Luc to try it out. Jean-Luc pondered for a moment, also curious if this thing really worked, so he followed Tony's guidance and attempted to put it on, only to find the armor was too small. This Iron Man armor was not the later nano armor. It had a fixed form and was entirely tailored to Tony's body, while Jean-Luc was much taller and sturdier than Tony, making it impossible for him to wear. Tony awkwardly said, "I'll specially make one for you later, master. This armor actually has no combat capabilities, no weapons, and no flight propulsion devices. All the internal wiring is designed to enhance magnetic field preparation. This armor can not only improve the user's magnetic field rotation level during normal times, but also assist in cultivation, speeding up the training process, so I named it the Strong Magnetic Armor. For those who have mastered magnetic field rotation, this thing is a treasure, but for those who haven't, it's completely useless and worthless." As the two chatted, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the city. Looking towards the sound from the martial arts hall, they saw a huge pillar of smoke rising into the sky, followed by the sound of dense gunfire. One disciple rushed to the lounge area, turned on the TV, and tuned into the local news, where they saw a gigantic green giant grabbing a car and casually swinging it like a toy towards a distant helicopter. The helicopter urgently ascended to avoid it, but still brushed against the tail, emitting black smoke as it spun and plummeted down. In the distance, a large number of military vehicles and tanks were surrounding the monster, but those firearms and hot weapons were ineffective against the green giant. They only served to provoke him further. The green giant's strength was directly proportional to his anger. The angrier he got, the more powerful he became. Annoyed by the flies in front of him, he let out a roar, slightly bent down, and with a strong leap, he soared into the air and landed directly on a tank. With a loud boom, the tank beneath him was immediately flattened, blood gushing from the seams, while the surrounding area shook like an earthquake, sending the nearby tanks toppling over. The morale of the army immediately collapsed as a group of soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in panic. The green giant casually grabbed a tank beside him, raised it above his head, and prepared to throw it at the fleeing crowd. However, a flash of lightning struck and a powerful punch slammed into his face, sending him and the tank crashing into a nearby building. Want to read the 42nd chapter of Martial God of the Marvel World, written by the notorious Road Idiot? Remember to visit the domain name of Chuanxiao.com to find the novel, to see the latest chapters, complete chapters on Kongs.com. The reporters in Marvel are really dedicated. The camera zoomed in and mercilessly snapped shots of the figure. The people inside the martial arts hall cheered, "Second senior brother. It's second senior brother." The person in question was Peter Parker, passing by nearby. He had decided to save people on a whim and hadn't prepared his suit, so his entire face was clearly displayed on the TV screen for everyone to see. However, he was too preoccupied to care about whether he was showing his face or not, because the green giant was charging at him again. The green giant was devoid of intelligence and fought purely on instinct, relying solely on his seemingly limitless strength. With a roar, he launched a massive punch straight down. Peter gathered his chi and activated the potential within his cells. Electric current propulsion, 100,000 volts. An electric current rapidly flowed through him, enveloping his body, making him appear like a human lightning bolt from afar. He activated the ultimate transformation technique with his left hand, transferring the immense power of the punch into his feet. With a thunderous sound, the concrete road beneath him cracked like a net, sinking into a massive pit centered around him. At the same time, he used the ultimate infinite palm with his right hand, delivering a heavy blow to the green giant's chest. "Hulk!" The green giant cried out in pain, being forcefully knocked back into the building. However, this green giant was truly resilient. He crawled out of the rubble as if nothing had happened, shook his head, and let out another roar, charging forward once more. Peter intended to apply the same technique again to unload the strength, but upon contact, he realized something was wrong. This time, Hulk's strength was more than double what it had been before, and with Peter's current martial arts cultivation, he simply couldn't defend against it. Boom. This time it was Peter who was sent flying like a stone, skipping across water, crashing through several cars along the long street before landing not far in front of the camera. Although Peter's physical condition had been enhanced by the electric current propulsion, the time was still short, and his level was still low, making him unable to withstand such a degree of attack. The people in front of the TV clearly saw Peter spewing blood, staining his school uniform red. Tony's expression changed as he instinctively put on his armor in front of the television, but he was caught by Jean-Lu. Peter is in danger. I need to save him quickly. Peter is a fan of Tony, and although they haven't met many times, Peter's admiration for him greatly satisfies Tony's vanity. Thus, their relationship is very harmonious. Now, seeing his young fan in danger, Tony's first reaction is to fly over and save him. Didn't someone say they would never go to the battlefield? Jean-Lu teased Tony. Now is not the time for this. Hurry up and save him. You can fly quickly, and that green giant is definitely no match for you. I won't go, Jean-Lu flatly refused. Are you trying to use Peter's life to get back at me? Tony, anxious, began to raise his voice at Jean-Lu. Jean-Lu, however, showed no anger and said with a smile, Not bad, you're starting to look like a senior brother knowing to take care of your junior brother. But Tony, you need to have some confidence in your junior brother, who said that green giant could defeat Peter. Tony was taken aback and turned to look at the television where the green behemoth was pinning Peter to the ground, raining down punches that made Peter spew blood, nearly turning him into a blood-soaked mess. Is this what you call winning? The ultimate infinite Qi technique is powerful, but Peter currently only has a voltage of 100,000 volts, which is just the level of ordinary high-voltage electricity. If that green giant were so easy to deal with, the military wouldn't suffer such heavy losses. Jean-Lu sighed, frustrated that Tony wasn't taking his lessons to heart. Tony, you haven't taken anything I've taught you seriously. Everyone listen carefully, I'll say it again. The core of our technique lies in willpower. In the face of life and death, a person's essence, energy, and spirit become highly concentrated, and their potential can explode in an instant. A life and death battle can often allow a person's martial arts realm to skyrocket, achieving a qualitative leap. Although Peter is being beaten, he is not unconscious. And if you look at the ground around him, the cracks and sinkholes indicate that he is using the ultimate transformation technique to dissipate the force. Since he is still conscious, there is a chance for a comeback. I have high hopes for him. I hope he can break through today and enter the realm of magnetic field rotation. In the midst of Jean-Lu's instructions, Peter suddenly let out a furious roar from the television. You bastard! Have you had enough of beating me? A surge of powerful electricity erupted from Peter's body, shooting up into the sky and knocking the Hulk off balance. Peter leaped up from the ground, blood streaming from his head and face, but his eyes were ablaze with pale electric plasma. Electric propulsion, 300,000 volts. Ultimate Emperor leg. Defeat now, you bastard. Compared to the cunning Tony, Peter was much easier to manipulate, especially since he hadn't studied Chinese for long and was still unfamiliar with it, making it very easy to instill the words of the strong. With Jean-Lu's intentional guidance, Peter learned the strong words as if they were common phrases in Chinese, mastering them perfectly. The Hulk had previously beaten Peter mercilessly, but his anger had dissipated significantly. Now faced with the rampaging Peter, he was completely unable to defend himself as Peter kicked through his arm block and landed a heavy kick to his face. The Hulk was sent flying like a ball, crashing into the adjacent building. This building had already endured multiple heavy hits, and its supporting pillars were nearly broken, causing it to sway dangerously and topple over. Inside the building, there were still a large number of office workers. The incident had happened so suddenly that the people on the lower floors managed to escape, but those on the upper floors were trapped. As the building collapsed, cries erupted from within. Hulk's previously dissipated anger surged back once more. He reached out and pulled down a supporting column from nearby, lifting it in his hand like a piece of wood and charging forward again. Ultimate Endless Palm. Peter, also charged with electricity, rushed towards Hulk, colliding with him. The impact created shockwaves that swept around, sending abandoned cars on the street flying. The reporters at the scene also struggled to hold their ground, retreating while carrying their cameras, but still refusing to give up on capturing this once-in-a-lifetime shot. Considering their work ethic, it would be a disservice to not award them Employee of the Month for their meager salary. Their fierce battle only exacerbated the already precarious situation of the building, which was about to kiss the neighboring structure. It appeared that like a game of dominoes, this building would collapse onto the next, turning the bustling office complex into a heap of ruins. That building is going to fall, Tony said, looking at Jean-Lu. Oh, it's going to fall, Jean-Lu nodded. Aren't you going to save anyone? There are at least thousands of people in that building. If you consider the collateral damage from the chain reaction, you should be able to save tens of thousands if you go now. Then why don't you go? Jean-Lu glanced at Tony. I want to go save them, but I have no idea how to prevent that building from collapsing. According to my calculations with Jarvis, my current magnetic field power is insufficient to stabilize that building even if I wear the armor. The only thing we can do is quickly get people out of the building and to safety, but the building is about to collapse, and in that little time, I can only save dozens of people at most. Tony's expression darkened somewhat. Clearly, he inherently respected life, unlike Jean-Lu, who viewed lives as expendable. But you could blow that building to bits. You see, as long as you blow that building up, the following buildings will be safe. Jean-Lu suggested a good idea. What a terrible idea, Tony exclaimed, speechless. I'm asking for your way to save lives, not your way to kill. If the building collapses and causes a chain reaction, everyone will die. If you blow it up now, the people behind will be saved. Will you do it? You see, would you kill 1 to save 10? If you increase that 1 to 10, 100, 1,000, or 9,000, would you still do it? Or let's simplify it, if 2 people are about to die, would you kill 1 to save the other? Jean-Lu looked at Tony with malicious intent. This kind of question about humanity has no standard answer, and Jean-Lu did not expect Tony to answer it. He knew Tony couldn't do such a thing, and none of the superheroes could. They always want to have it both ways, neither killing nor saving lives, and if they succeed, that's great, but if they fail, they only drag everyone down with them. Just like dealing with Thanos when they could have simply destroyed a gem, but they refused. In fact, Jean-Lu couldn't stand those so-called superheroes and would likely get along well with Thanos. Tony fell silent for a moment, then stood up and flew away. Soon everyone quickly saw him on the television flying around the building rescuing people. The camera also provided a few close-up shots of this newly emerged superhero, but no one knew who was hiding behind the mask. The camera swiftly returned to the battlefield where the fight was intensifying. Hulk, shut up. Just be defeated. Electrified power 400,000 volts. Ultimate Emperor's leg. Hulk's strength increased with his rage, while Peter rapidly advanced into battle mode. As their powers continuously escalated, one moment one overpowered the other, and the next moment the roles reversed, repeatedly shaking the foundations of this neighborhood. They were getting carried away in their fight, but the surrounding buildings couldn't hold out much longer. A chain reaction had already begun, with 3 buildings connected and leaning towards a 4th, while the fierce battle accelerated this process. Tony finally determined that if he didn't deal with the large creature below, he wouldn't be able to rescue anyone in peace. He dove down shouting, "Peter, we can't continue fighting here, or you'll destroy the entire neighborhood. Lead him outside the city." Peter, who was caught up in the fight, calmed down upon hearing Tony's voice and glanced around only to see a scene of devastation with ruins everywhere. As a high school student, he had never witnessed such a scene and was momentarily stunned. On the battlefield, he couldn't afford to be distracted and was immediately struck hard in the chest by Hulk, getting sent flying into a building. Hulk charged into the building, chasing relentlessly, but this time Peter didn't confront him head-on. Instead, he took off, dashing along the wide street like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the city outskirts. Hulk, still furious, would never let him escape. He roared in anger and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, General Ross received the news and immediately ordered the missile-equipped aircraft to prepare for takeoff, ready to strike the Green Giant. Previously in the city, they couldn't use missiles, leading to heavy losses. But outside the city, he was confident that no problem was beyond the reach of Jericho missiles. Stark Industries products were indeed this trustworthy. Peter ran fast and Hulk chased hard, the two of them quickly exiting the city and arriving in the suburbs. Peter found an open area and stopped, preparing to continue fighting Hulk. However, upon halting, he realized he felt dizzy and his mouth was dry, clearly a result of excessive blood loss. Had he continued fighting when his battle spirit was high, pushing through with each breakthrough, he could have greatly enhanced his vitality and kept up with Hulk without collapsing midway. But after this pause, his boiling battle spirit gradually receded and the agitated cells had calmed down, causing his previous injuries to become harder to suppress. Yet now Hulk had caught up, and with the formidable enemy before him, he couldn't afford to rest. Seeing Hulk charge again, he gritted his teeth and forced his power, desperately squeezing every bit of strength from his cells. Electrified power 500,000 volts. Ultimate quantization technique, transform. With a thunderous sound, he finally withstood Hulk's attack, pouring all his strength into the ground, creating a massive pit at the scene. But he immediately realized he had made the wrong choice. If he had chosen to confront Hulk head-on, perhaps his battle spirit would have reignited, but he instinctively opted to deflect the attack. This was tactically sound, but strategically a grave mistake. Although the attack was neutralized, the pressure on his body was no less, leaving him feeling heavy in the chest and dizzy-headed with his vision blurred. The return of the electrified energy was also swift. If he could just catch his breath, he could suppress the abnormality and reorganize his offensive. But the enemy wouldn't give him a moment to breathe. Hulk leaped high, coming down hard towards him. Hulk! The shadow of death loomed over Peter's heart, and for the first time, he felt death so close, even more so than when Hulk had previously pounded him mercilessly into the ground. Peter felt as if a string in his mind had snapped. His eyes turned bloodshot, his brain blank, and he desperately urged the power within him. "No way. To defeat me, you're not even close. I'm going to show you something extraordinary today." In the depths of his consciousness, Peter seemed to sense something, and he successfully grasped that fleeting opportunity. The electrified currents surrounding Peter suddenly contracted inward, merging into his body, leaving no trace of energy on his surface. Magnetic field rotation, first heavenly layer. Useless. Die. A small mushroom cloud rose abruptly, shooting into the sky. The armored convoy that had been following from a distance was stunned by this terrifying energy, stopping their vehicles and daring not to advance. Previously, their battles with Hulk had only involved ordinary infantry weapons, with the highest being tank armor-piercing rounds or individual rocket launchers, which had not forced Hulk to reveal his true strength. The military had been confident that missiles could handle Hulk, but now the battle between Hulk and Peter had proven that they were both human-shaped nuclear bombs and missiles could never kill them. General Ross' face was grim, utterly disgusted by this feeling of helplessness, yet at the same time, he was more fascinated by this extraordinary power. As the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, Ross clearly saw through his binoculars that the two monsters at the scene were still standing intact, not a single one dead. However, it wasn't long before the student-like individual swayed and fell to the ground motionless. General Ross was overjoyed and immediately ordered, "Quick, draw that greenskin monster away, send a team to capture that humanoid creature alive. I want to use him for the latest experiment." The machine gunners immediately opened fire on Hulk, while the armored vehicles carrying the gunners fled in another direction, hoping to lure Hulk away. But Hulk, just having received a severe beating from Peter, was in a furious state. The heavy machine gun bullets landing on him were utterly ineffective. Not to mention drawing his ire, even getting him to look at them was a challenge. And since Hulk wouldn't leave, the second team didn't dare to approach at all. Hulk let out a roar, then suddenly jumped high into the air, aiming at the downed Peter below, and came crashing down. Hulk's massive body fell heavily, only to be kicked away midair. Coincidentally, he landed right at the location of General Ross' convoy. Damn! Quick, scatter and retreat. The second group, stay back. Launch the fighter jets and fire the missiles. General Ross, being a seasoned commander, remained composed amidst the chaos, directing the retreat while methodically issuing attack orders. The kick Hulk received this time was far heavier than those Peter had dealt previously, causing him immense pain and igniting an unprecedented fury within him. "Hulk!" he roared, grabbing an armored vehicle and flinging it like a bowling ball towards another retreating convoy. With a series of screams, two vehicles were flipped over. The tremendous force ruptured the fuel tank, igniting an explosion that further scattered shrapnel, causing secondary injuries to those who had narrowly survived. After several rounds of this chain of destruction, no one survived from the three armored vehicles. But clearly Hulk was not yet appeased. He leapt high and pursued another tank, lifting it by its cannon and hurling it at another convoy. However, due to the delay from the first convoy, this one had moved slightly further away. The tank landed behind the convoy, bounced once on the ground, and rolled forward, only hitting one armored vehicle, which did not explode. The soldiers inside were jolted by the impact, disoriented, unsure if they were still alive. Hulk wanted to continue his pursuit, but fighter jets arrived and fired missiles at him from a distance. Guided by their targeting systems, the missiles accurately struck Hulk's body. Hulk cried out in pain, reaching down to grab the wreckage of another armored vehicle to throw at the jets, but they had already ascended and fled. This only fueled Hulk's anger further. However, with such a delay, the military convoy had already fled far away. Hulk surveyed his surroundings and found the man who had just hurt him now receiving emergency treatment from another man. As long as someone allowed him to vent, he did not care who they were. "Hulk!" he bellowed, charging towards the other man. Jean-Loup had just performed basic first aid on Peter, then channeled his energy into him to help heal his wounds. Peter's injuries were indeed serious, with multiple fractures and significant blood loss, but these injuries were not fatal for a warrior of the magnetic field rotation level. As long as he provided immediate assistance to prevent Peter from dying, then Peter could gradually heal himself with his energy. Of course, getting him to the hospital for a blood transfusion and emergency care would expedite the process. He glanced back at the approaching Hulk, curious to test where Hulk's limits truly lay. However, with Peter's injuries just stabilizing, it was not suitable for him to endure the aftermath of the battle. There was no choice but to resolve this quickly. Magnetic field rotation, 25 layers. He pushed his powers to the limit, then stepped into a supreme combat stance, instantly appearing behind Hulk and delivering a heavy punch aimed at Hulk's spine. He had deliberately concentrated all his strength in this punch without allowing it to disperse, resulting in a minimal shockwave. However, the more concentrated the force, the greater the lethality. With a crack, Hulk's spine snapped in response. It proved that Hulk was not invincible. If the strength was sufficient, one could indeed bring him down in a single blow. Hulk let out a mournful cry, crashing to the ground, struggling for a long while but unable to rise. However, observing the muscles convulsing on Hulk's back, Jean-Loup knew that Hulk was in the process of self-healing. This blow would not kill him. But Jean-Loup had no intention of killing Hulk. He stepped on Hulk's back and coldly said, "Shrink back and let Dr. Banner come out." Hulk glared defiantly, the fury in his eyes seemingly capable of incinerating Jean-Loup. "Hey, you really don't learn your lesson, do you? Well then, let me teach you a lesson today." Jean-Loup aimed another heavy kick at Hulk's healing spine. With another crack, Hulk's spine snapped yet again. "Have you learned your lesson? No? Then let's continue." After repeatedly breaking Hulk's spine over 10 times, Hulk finally became afraid. The defiance on his face faded, leaving only a sense of grievance. Hulk possesses intelligence, but only at the level of a child. With unruly children, while reasoning with them may work, it is often too slow to take effect. The simplest method is to let them experience the power of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. They will naturally become obedient. As the green began to fade from Hulk's body, his form gradually shrank until what emerged was a naked man. Jean-Luc tossed his jacket to Banner and then turned to fly away with Peter. Hey, wait, how did you do that? Can you help me? Dr. Banner waved his hands on the ground, calling out, but Jean-Luc didn't even glance back. The reason for waking Dr. Banner was to make him aware of who saved him, as Jean-Luc was not about to be an anonymous hero. Dr. Banner is also an important figure in the Avengers, a scientist, and letting him become a brother to Tony to jointly research how to break the limits of the ultimate limitless Qi is indeed a great thing. However, Jean-Luc would not impose pushing someone into a deal is not the way to do business. If Dr. Banner wishes to learn how to control his emotions, what could be better than the ultimate limitless Qi? As long as he does not want to constantly be troubled by Hulk, he cannot escape Jean-Luc's grasp. Jean-Luc took Peter to the hospital. Due to the fierce battle today, the hospital was filled with injured patients and beds were hard to come by. However, this did not pose a challenge for Jean-Luc. He called Tony, and soon the hospital director rushed over with people to greet him. After cutting through the unnecessary chatter, Peter was prioritized and sent to the examination room, receiving blood transfusions and 4 fluids with no need to worry about anything. Indeed, although the senior brother is not a monkey, he is effective wherever he goes. Jean-Luc handled things very steadily, and after sending Peter to the hospital, he called Ben Parker. Peter's battle with the Hulk was broadcast live on television, and naturally the Parkers saw it. Later, after the Hulk was led away by Peter, the live broadcast was interrupted, and no one knew what happened next. The Parkers were secretly worried about their nephew when they received Jean-Luc's call and hurried to the hospital. When the two arrived at the hospital, Jean-Luc passed the responsibility of caring for Peter to them. For Jean-Luc, these minor injuries would not be fatal. It was a waste of time to stay here. He might as well go back and give those disciples some motivation, striving to bring out a few new initiates soon. After returning to the martial arts school, Jean-Luc found that the disciples here were unusually waiting for the results instead of leaving. Upon seeing Jean-Luc return, everyone surrounded him. Master, how is second senior brother? Did he win? I can only say he didn't lose. As for him, he is currently hospitalized. If you have time, you can visit him. Jean-Luc informed everyone of Peter's hospital room number. As for who is willing to go, it is entirely voluntary. However, with such a superhero senior brother, most people would probably want to go just to show their faces. Is second senior brother really that impressive? I used to think he was shy and couldn't tell at all. I heard that second senior brother only practiced for a little over a month before he made his breakthrough. His progress is astonishingly fast. Everyone chattered away, expressing envy and jealousy over Peter's rapid progress. Of course, the most shocked among them was Sharon Carter. She trained since childhood, enduring countless hardships and suffering to become who she is today, serving under S.H.I.E.L.D. Although she is not an arrogant person, she has always been very confident, considering herself among the elite of her generation, excelling in intelligence, perseverance, knowledge, and skills. However, seeing an ordinary high school student transform into a superhero on the level of Captain America after just a few months of martial arts practice left her feeling quite unbalanced, even making her reflect on the misguided path she had taken for the past 10 years. She initially thought this mission was an undercover investigation, but now she realized it was clearly a beneficial task. She hesitated for a moment and then mustered the courage to say, "Master, I would like to move into the martial arts school. Is that okay?" Jean-Luc did not hide this from everyone. The magnetic field around him could accelerate the cultivation process, so everyone was aware. However, most people still had to work and live their lives, so very few could spend all day in the martial arts school. Jean-Luc glanced at Sharon and firmly rejected her. No, only officially recognized disciples who have made their breakthrough are eligible to stay in the martial arts school. It's ridiculous. If you were trying to seduce your master, I might have been kind-hearted enough to agree to prevent your mission from failing. But looking at your little eyes, it's clear you're hoping to take advantage of the magnetic field for cultivation, so I must act in accordance with the rules. Sharon hit a soft wall and had to take her leave. After stepping outside, she immediately called her uncle, Director Carlson, asking him to rent a place close to the martial arts school. The magnetic field weakens with distance, so staying outside the hospital would still have some effect. Meanwhile, her uncle, Director Carlson, was currently in the hospital room visiting his good student Peter. Peter is now quite popular, with the television repeatedly airing footage of him covered in blood still fighting alongside the Hulk. In a moment when the military was powerless and the entire army was defeated, a hero emerged, turning the tide and saving the day, bathed in thunder and lightning, bravely resisting the Hulk's threat. Even when beaten and bloodied, he did not retreat and fought to the end. In the end, it was thanks to this hero's presence that the terrifying Hulk was lured away. What a storyline. It's simply a Hollywood blockbuster. This is a blatant display of individual heroism, especially since the identity of this hero has been uncovered as a student from Midtown High School. Just like Superman going to Smallville High, it's perfectly acceptable for Peter Parker to attend Midtown High. Once this news aired, the vast majority of high school students across America became fans of Peter. Furthermore, the media even gave Peter Parker the nickname Thunder God. Thunder God Peter Parker sounds pretty cool. As for a certain armored man who repeatedly rescued people between buildings and streets, he became a mere sidekick in the Thunder God story. This disparity in treatment made Tony very jealous, but what could he do since he hadn't made an appearance? Moreover, which has better special effects, an armored man or a Thunder God surrounded by lightning? It doesn't even need to be asked. After Tony finished helping the firefighters with the rescue, it was already dark outside. He had no choice but to go home and rest before visiting Peter the next day. However, when he arrived at the hospital the next day, he found it surrounded by reporters both inside and outside. If he weren't Tony Stark, he wouldn't have been able to get in at all. However, the hospital's security measures could only keep out some tabloids and small websites, but they were useless against the big media. Of course, they were equally ineffective against someone like Tony, a big capitalist. Tony smoothly entered the hospital, arriving at the VIP ward prepared specially for distinguished guests. For the sake of the patient's health, this floor was usually quite empty and peaceful, but today that tranquility was shattered. In the hallway, a throng of reporters from major media outlets filled the space with cameras everywhere. Upon seeing Tony arrive, the bored reporters rushed over like sharks, sensing blood bombarding him with questions. Mr. Stark, are you hospitalized here too? What illness do you have? Mr. Stark, do you have a serious illness? Mr. Stark, have you contracted AIDS? How long can you live? These guys were getting more outrageous with their questions, but Tony had long mastered dealing with them. He shook his finger and warned, "If you want news, contact the Stark Group's press officer. Anyone who talks nonsense will be sued. Now clear the way." In America, a lawyer's warning is different from other countries. Suing in America is very costly. Often the losing party doesn't go bankrupt due to overwhelming evidence, but because the case dragged on too long, leaving them unable to afford legal fees. Without money, there are no good lawyers. Without good lawyers, lawsuits cannot be won, and losing a case means going to prison. For someone like Tony, who keeps a large team of lawyers, he can easily send anyone to jail. Usually Tony wouldn't care about some gossip, but anything he didn't want to see would definitely not appear in the media. Upon entering the hospital room, Peter was undergoing an exclusive interview with the Daily Bugle. This interview was highly valued by the newspaper, so editor-in-chief J. Jonah Jameson personally came. Seeing Tony enter, he was quite surprised and stood up saying, "I'm shocked to see you here." Before Tony could retort, the quick-tongued Peter revealed Tony's secret. "Wow, so that Iron Man is you?" Jonah exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, that's me." Tony struck a proud pose, eagerly awaiting Jonah's compliments. "Sure enough, hiding behind a mask and sneaking around like a rat is your style of doing things." Tony's expression stiffened as he retorted, "Stark does everything openly and honestly, including hiding behind the scenes to sell weapons to third-world countries, inciting wars across the globe." Jonah replied sarcastically, "We are not war profiteers, we are striving for peace. Countless people around the world are spared from harm because of our weapons. Many others have lost their homes and been displaced because of your weapons." Jonah countered sharply, refusing to back down. "Because of Stark's outstanding contributions to peace, I was even awarded a peace medal," Tony said, pulling out a trophy he had casually brought back, which he had long forgotten where he placed. "Yes, not only have you received a peace medal, but even the U.S. presidents who started wars have received one. Even Hitler and Mussolini were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Those award givers always manage to redefine the word peace." After the events in Afghanistan, Tony had also questioned whether his weapons were truly tools for maintaining peace, but without experiencing the life-and-death crisis in the cave, his feelings about this matter weren't that profound. After returning with so many things happening, he gradually pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Now Jonah's words had pierced him. But he is Tony, and even if he dies, he will remain defiant. Peace requires the maintenance of military power. Without sufficient military strength, peace is but a castle in the air. Just like yesterday's Hulk, if the military had been stronger, there would have been no need for Peter, a civilian, to fight for the people. Speaking of Peter, Jonah suddenly remembered today's protagonist and quickly turned to apologize. "Peter, you are a hero. You deserve the treatment a hero should receive: flowers, applause, and honor. The Daily Bugle will do its utmost to support you. We will be your everlasting backing." Thank you for the compliment, Editor Jonah, but I never thought about being a hero." Peter shyly rubbed his head and smiled shyly, though he was now almost a muscle man, making this demeanor somewhat out of place. Jonah disregarded Tony and returned to his seat to continue the interview. "You are a brave person. You dared to stand up against that gigantic monster. Even as blood gushed forth, you still did not retreat. There's no doubt, Peter, you are a hero." Actually, I initially didn't intend to meddle. It was just that the gift I had carefully chosen for Sharon was swept away by the shockwave from that big guy. So in a moment of impulse, I jumped out. Was it the power of love? Jonah's impression of Peter grew fonder as he saw that Peter was a good kid. Perhaps at first your intention wasn't to save anyone, but your actions objectively prevented that monster from harming more people. Moreover, when facing a formidable enemy, you did not back down, but continued to resist. Peter became more embarrassed, rubbing his nose and bitterly smiling. The ultimate infinite qi can affect a person's mind, making one more aggressive. When I started fighting, my battle intent surged, and I became extremely fervent, completely forgetting everything outside the fight. At that time, all I could think about was defeating the enemy. That's because your realm isn't high enough. Look at me, who I've always been so calm, without any aggressive intent. Tony, feeling neglected beside them, interjected with a sarcastic remark. Once you reach the magnetic field rotation realm, you should be able to control your emotions. Tony said with a hint of pride. It seems I've already reached the magnetic field rotation realm. As Peter spoke, he extended a finger, manipulating a cup on the table to fly back and forth. It's really magnetic field rotation. Tony exclaimed, so fighting can indeed lead to rapid advancement. What my master said was true. Of course what my master said is true. Weren't you also promoted during the battle in Afghanistan? I guess so. Tony certainly didn't want to admit that he was scared by his own missile, thinking he was doomed, and in desperation he advanced. Sorry to interrupt, but from what you're saying, your superpowers were acquired through learning, not due to some genetic mutation or experiment? Jonah asked in surprise. Tony turned his head away, arrogantly unwilling to engage, while Peter obediently answered his question. That's indeed the case. We are all formal disciples of the ultimate infinite sect, and after entering we can manipulate electric currents. This isn't a superpower, but a kind of Qi Gong. Oh my god. He turned to Tony. Even this kind of guy can do it. Tony shot him an annoyed glare, but still proudly conjured an electric snake in his hand and played with it. Jonah's astonished expression made Tony feel quite pleased. This is a world-shocking discovery. Jonah suddenly realized that this news was far more shocking than anything Thor could deliver. Allowing ordinary people to transcend human limits and control supernatural powers is something many have longed for. As the publisher of this news, Jonah Jameson would undoubtedly leave a mark in history. What Pulitzer Prize? For him it was within reach. Not awarding it to him would make everyone feel it was unjust. And under his leadership, the Daily Bugle would overpower all other major newspapers, becoming the most famous paper in the world. However, soon his ambitions were shattered when a certain blackhead newcomer strangled him. FBI. The blackhead man flashed a badge in front of Jonah. Editor Jameson, I regret to inform you that due to certain national security issues, parts of your report need to be censored. Tony coldly watched the black egghead flaunting his FBI badge, but didn't call him out. He disliked the black egghead but hated the foul-mouthed editor even more. You can't do this, or we have freedom of speech. Jonah protested loudly. Nick didn't waste any breath on him. He directly took out a phone and handed it to him. Your boss is online. You can protest to him. Jonah took the phone and started shouting with the person on the other end, but the outcome was without a doubt a victory for the newspaper owner. He angrily returned the phone to Nick. You're committing a crime. This is illegal. Nick completely ignored him. The Daily Bugle can report on Thor and can report on Iron Man, but not a single word about the ultimate infinite qi is allowed. After dismissing the irate editor-in-chief Jameson, hey Lou, Dan turned to look at Tony. Why are you still here? I'm waiting for you to thank me for not exposing your false identity. Tony raised an eyebrow. Then I thank you. This is my real identity, and I can have dozens of similar real identities with all sorts of professions. Nick showed no sign of embarrassment, his gaze burning as he stared at Tony, seemingly trying to force him to back down. However, Tony's thick skin was not any less than Nick's. He remained glued to his chair, motionless. So what? Are you planning to recruit my little junior brother into your boy band? It's a wonderful thing for you brothers to learn and work together. No, that's not good at all. Peter is still a child. He hasn't even graduated from high school. Be careful, or I'll report you for using child labor. Then you'll first have to find out where our department is, otherwise the court has nowhere to issue a subpoena. I will. Seeing that he couldn't drive Tony away, Nick had to start coaxing Peter in front of him. But the problem was that Peter was no longer Spider-Man and had not been tainted by the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Peter just wanted to live like an ordinary person, study, fall in love, work, get married, and then live happily ever after. From this perspective, he was quite similar to Clark Kent. Nick wasted quite a bit of breath before finally getting Peter to agree to be a part-time consultant like his idol Mr. Stark. Nick left feeling quite satisfied. Not only did he recruit a powerful aide for his Avengers, but he also learned some good news from this aide. Peter was pursuing his junior sister Sharon Carter, and it was because a gift was destroyed that he fought in anger. This was intelligence that Agent 13 had failed to acquire. Why didn't she report it? Was it because she thought it was too trivial to mention? Or was it because she had feelings for him? Nick liked agents with attachments. It meant they had weaknesses that could be exploited and were easier to control. This lead was worth paying attention to, and Nick decided to have Coulson keep an eye on his niece. Of course, this was only a small matter. The most important thing was to prevent the military from making foolish mistakes. Previously, the incident involving the Hulk had brought significant criticism to the military, and General Ross, who was in charge, bore considerable pressure. The latest chapter of the work, Marvel's God of War, was originally published on Kongs.com, where you can read the latest chapters. However, the sudden emergence of Thor Peter Parker brought a turning point to the situation. If the draft system had not been abolished, General Ross would likely have personally gone to the hospital to conscript Peter. Even so, the military was very envious of Peter's abilities. Similarly, the relationship between Peter Parker and Tony Stark, along with the existence of the interdimensional being Zhang-Lu, also came to light. In fact, the military had already witnessed Tony's capabilities in Afghanistan, but the opponents then were too weak. A group of terrorists that the military could easily handle with regular soldiers and conventional weapons, which did not showcase Tony's true strength. Thus, after considering Tony's identity and social network, the military temporarily shelved their covetous eyes on Zhang-Lu and his martial arts school. However, with the appearance of Peter the military's greedy desires could no longer be contained. Peter's information was very clear and could be easily found. An ordinary high school student, just by practicing the ultimate infinite Qi Gong, was able to fight against terrifying monsters like the Hulk just a few months later. Although he ultimately lost, it was still impressive enough. As a result, after a meeting among several generals, it was decided that they would bring the interdimensional being Zhang-Lu under their control. This was something that SHIELD could not allow. Not only was it unacceptable to SHIELD, but also to Hydra. Nick had not informed anyone about the time reversal incident, nor had it been recorded in any files. Therefore, Hydra only knew that Nick did not allow them to casually provoke Zhang-Lu, but was unaware of what made this person special. However, with Peter's appearance, various organizations would almost certainly start investigating him, and Peter's resume, which was so simple, it couldn't be simpler, immediately exposed Zhang-Lu. Hydra immediately issued an order to SHIELD through Director Pierce, stating that Zhang-Lu should belong to SHIELD. Nick had no way to express his grievances to Pierce. He couldn't explain that Zhang-Lu was a difficult person to deal with. Moreover, given the current situation, even if SHIELD did not take action, the military and other organizations would definitely not let it go. Therefore, to prevent Zhang-Lu from going on a killing spree, he must bring Zhang-Lu under SHIELD's name, even if it was just nominally. At the very least, before he obtained the means to counteract Zhang-Lu, he had to do so. Nick had always known the location of the Sorcerer's Temple in New York, but he could never find it. The cameras he arranged around the area seemed utterly useless. He certainly did not know that sorcerers walked using spatial doors, never using the main entrance or streets. Thus, no amount of cameras would help. Gentlemen, you should all be aware of SHIELD's jurisdiction. All matters involving extraterrestrial beings are under our responsibility. Nick began to boast in front of a group of generals on the other end of the video call. According to the materials I just sent you, you should all know that this interdimensional being Zhang-Lu and his martial arts school have always been monitored by SHIELD. Moreover, thanks to the diligent work of SHIELD, this interdimensional being harbors no ill will towards Earth. But the generals present were seasoned veterans and would not be easily fooled by his few words. Nick, you should know how important this person's abilities are to the Federation. To put it bluntly, such a large cake cannot be eaten by your agency alone. However, Nick was also well prepared for this. He was a seasoned politician and understood how to deal with fellow politicians well. Of course, in fact, SHIELD has no intention of hogging it all. SHIELD allows all of you and the organizations behind you to send soldiers to the martial arts school to learn skills. SHIELD promises not to set any obstacles during this process. As long as Zhang-Lu is willing to teach martial arts, anyone can learn. However, considering Zhang-Lu's limited energy, having too many disciples would affect the quality of teaching, so each organization is limited to one person and must report to SHIELD. First, the generals were still unaware that Zhang-Lu had a cultivation acceleration effect, so they did not think this condition was problematic. Martial arts, once learned, could be spread throughout the military right. Nick exploited the information asymmetry to swindle the generals thoroughly. As for their unauthorized dissemination of martial arts violating school rules, it was likely that without Zhang-Lu's magnetic field acceleration, it would take years for anyone to even become proficient. By the time the news leaked, it would be several years later, by which time SHIELD might have found a way to balance Zhonglu. Peter Parker became famous overnight, practically a living advertisement. Not only did his current students train harder, but it also sparked a new wave of disciples eager to study under him. This was following the student surge initiated by Tony's recent modeling apprenticeship trend. There was originally supposed to be another wave of warriors seeking apprenticeship, but considering that most candidates who spoke Chinese in the army were of Chinese descent, it did not meet the expectations of the military leaders. Therefore, they specifically sought out trusted confidants to undergo intensive Chinese training before sending anyone over. After Peter was discharged from the hospital, he brought in nearly half of the school's students that very day, creating such a crowd that even the martial arts hall couldn't accommodate them. However, after filtering through the Chinese language barrier, only a few remained. Many classmates who felt they had a good relationship with Peter surrounded him, unwilling to leave, hoping to gain entry into the martial arts hall through his financial support for education. Yet on this matter, Peter was powerless, ultimately having to bring out his all-powerful senior brother. Mr. Stark also succeeded in his apprenticeship only after learning Chinese. You certainly can't be wealthier than he is in this regard. Indeed, upon mentioning Stark, all the students deflated, reluctantly departing in disappointment. It turned out that although the senior brother wasn't a monkey, he was useful wherever he went. Chubby Ned pitifully grabbed Peter's hand, continuing to plead. Hey buddy, we're best friends. You really can't negotiate with your master. Ned, I'm actually quite curious too. You're clearly of Chinese descent, so why can't you speak Chinese? That's a good question. Why can't I speak Chinese when I'm clearly of Chinese descent? Ned blinked and replied, I learned Chinese before, but no one around me spoke it. Now that Chinese is useful, you still don't know it. This teaches us a lesson: if you don't prepare in advance, even when opportunities present themselves, you won't seize them. Peter served his friend a bowl of hearty chicken soup and then sent him off. Of course, not everyone was daunted by the idea of learning Chinese like the academically gifted Gwen Stacy. Peter curiously asked Gwen, who was chatting enthusiastically in Chinese with Sharon, when did you learn Chinese? Gwen tilted her head in thought and said, a few months ago, I saw some perennial second-place student diligently using a Chinese learning manual, so I decided to challenge myself as well. As you can see, Peter admitted he was curious at the time about why she wanted to learn Chinese, but now he understood. Oh, mighty Thor. Gwen teased. Peter's face turned red and he bashfully scratched his head, embarrassed to tell his former crush that he actually came for the $10,000 stipend. Gwen, coming from a wealthy family, was much more generous, gracefully extending her hand to him. From now on, we will all study here, and according to Eastern customs, I should call you second senior brother, right? Yes. Junior sister. Peter blushed as he took the soft hand of the junior sister. Even though they only touched fingertips, Peter could distinctly feel the warmth of Gwen's hand and the smooth, tender sensation of her skin. He couldn't help but rub his fingertips. Gwen didn't notice this, but the well-trained Sharon saw it clearly. Actually, you could hold on a bit longer. I bet Gwen wouldn't mind, right? Sharon teased Peter while winking at Gwen. Gwen immediately understood, glanced at the blushing Peter, and both beautiful girls stifled their laughter, their voices ringing like silver bells. Of course, Gwen didn't dislike Peter, otherwise she wouldn't have noticed his self-learning of Chinese, nor would she have actively sought to learn a possibly useless foreign language. As an agent, Sharon had undergone training since childhood that included brainwashing about prioritizing missions, loyalty to the Federation, and saving the populace. Because of this, she had a fondness for superheroes with a sense of justice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for Captain America, who could be her grandfather. And Peter had already proven through his actions in previous battles that he was a superhero full of justice and bravery. Indeed, although the second senior brother wasn't a pig, he had a good amount of romantic fortune. Peter felt embarrassed by the laughter of the two girls, turning red in the face, stuck in place, wanting to explain and apologize, but unsure of what to say. Jean-Lu timely rescued him. All right, all the remaining newcomers, follow me to the main hall to pay respects to the founder. After that, you can become registered disciples for 3 months. After 3 months, we'll decide whether you officially join or are relegated to being trainees. Peter felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly followed Jean-Lu into the main hall. Gwen also composed herself, waved goodbye to Sharon, and followed behind. As per usual, the introduction included explaining the school's origins, introducing the rules, and admonishing the disciples, after which everyone bowed in respect to the founder. The subsequent segment on explaining the teachings was directly handed over to Peter by Jean-Lu. Originally, this should have been the senior brother's duty and obligation, but the ultimate senior brother of the ultimate Wu Liang sect was rather unreliable, so they had to let the second senior brother fill in. After the initial tension and chaos, Peter gradually found his rhythm and began to conduct the class in a seemingly competent manner. Thus, many jobs truly do not require much experience. As long as you show up a few times and put in some effort, you can definitely improve over time. However, most people simply do not have this opportunity. It's not just 1 or 2 companies that require work experience from fresh graduates, it's everywhere. Jean Lu watched Peter handle the newcomer's questions with ease, feeling exceptionally pleased, akin to the satisfaction of playing a nurturing game. This was just the beginning. In the following days, more and more people came to seek apprenticeship. Moreover, this batch was well prepared and all understood Chinese. As for who they represented and what powers they were, spies for Jean Lu didn't care at all. Once they entered, they were disciples of this sect bound by its rules. If they couldn't enter, they were just useless and posed no threat, free to do as they pleased. He thought it was quite idealistic, but how could the world ever be so accommodating? One day, a group of disciples gathered in the training arena to practice their qi together. Due to magnetic field effects, practicing together yielded better results than alone. Jean Lu sat among them, occasionally pointing out small issues like a disciple's irregular breathing or incorrect frequency. But suddenly one disciple began breathing heavily, followed by the cracking sound of his bones, and a large amount of gray feathers erupted from various parts of his body, creating a whirlwind around him that spun faster with sharper edges. Hey, calm down, focus your mind, and regulate your breathing. Jean Lu used his power to sternly shout, startling the disciple who was on the verge of losing control. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and regulated his breathing. As he calmed down, the whirlwind gradually subsided, and in a moment the wind stopped. The disciple opened his eyes and hopefully asked, "Master, have I entered the sect?" Jean Lu looked at the feathers all over him and smiled wryly. "No, you haven't entered the sect. Rather, your mutated genes have awakened. Feel free to sit. Ooh, I don't have many rules here." Jean Lu gestured to the seat beside him, indicating to the timid Jimmy Yang. Jimmy Yang is a newly awakened mutant. He is not a student of Zhongxing High School, but rather the child of a merchant from Chinatown attending a public high school. He is a fan of Bruce Lee and a martial arts enthusiast, which is why he joined the martial arts school as soon as it was established, and it's been a few months now. Originally, he was the type of kid who would cause mischief with poor grades, likely to end up joining a Chinese gang to make a living, yet now he was at a loss, staring at the feathers on his body, unsure whether to sit down for fear of crushing them. Then never mind, just stand. I don't know if sitting will affect the feathers. Jimmy felt a sense of relief, standing in place, anxiously looking at Jean Lu. Don't be nervous. I have no discrimination against mutants. They are not aberrations. You know I'm not from this world, and I don't see mutants as dangerous. So you don't have to worry that I will harm you. Thank you, Master. Jimmy's tension eased a bit, but he was still very anxious. Why did I suddenly awaken my mutant genes? I can't figure that out either. However, generally speaking, anyone can awaken their mutant genes. Many people do not lack mutant genes, rather their X genes are recessive. When subjected to significant stimuli, they may convert the recessive genes into dominant ones and subsequently awaken. What is your ability? Manipulating the wind. Jean Lu was also seeing a mutant for the first time and was quite curious. I suppose so. Jimmy extended his hand, and a gentle breeze appeared above it. With a flick of his wrist, the wind suddenly transformed into a blade, slicing through the table beside him and leaving a shallow mark. Not bad. To be able to control your ability right after awakening is impressive. Although it is still a bit weak, you should be able to grow stronger through scientific training in the future. Jean Lu nodded in approval. I don't know how it happened either. I feel like controlling this wind is quite simple, much easier than practicing the ultimate Qi Gong. That's natural. Controlling the wind is your mutant ability, an innate talent rooted in your genes, just like fish swim and birds fly. In contrast, my school's Qi Gong is acquired through cultivation, which is naturally more challenging. Hearing Jean Lu mention that birds can fly, Jimmy flapped his feathered arms, hopping in place a few times, but eventually he deflated, saying, "It seems my feathers are of no use. I can't fly." Birds can fly, which is likely related to their hollow bones, and you don't have wings. But don't be discouraged. As long as you can reach the ninefold heaven realm within the magnetic field, you can also fly. Jean Lu consoled him. Can I continue my studies at the martial arts school? Jimmy asked in surprise. Of course, you haven't yet reached the 3-month deadline I set last time. Or do you plan to move away and quit? No, of course not. I don't plan to move. I want to continue learning here. If I can complete the assessment and become an official disciple, that would be even better. He hesitated. I'm just worried. I can't control what happens outside, but within my martial arts school, discrimination of any kind, including against mutants, is not permitted. Jimmy was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Let me take you home. Your parents are still unaware of your current situation. Have you thought about how to face them? I don't know. Jimmy's smile stiffened again. If your parents can't accept your current state, you might as well come to the martial arts school, and they'll arrange a suitable place for you. Jean Lu didn't believe in the saying that a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. While many parents would indeed do anything for their children, there were also a significant number of selfish parents who didn't care about their kids at all. In the United States, hundreds of thousands of children are abandoned every year, with nearly 10 million children growing up without fathers, most of whom are the products of passion. Even with both parents present, it doesn't necessarily mean they love their children. The fact that anyone in the world can have children without any qualifications is a terrifying matter. Jean Lu wasn't sure what kind of people Jimmy's parents were, but in Marvel Comics, there are many plots where parents betray, abandon, or sell their mutant children. Thus, thinking of the worst outcomes is not unreasonable. As for Jimmy's future arrangement, that can also be resolved easily. If Jimmy can join within the 3-month deadline, he will naturally reside in the martial arts school. If not, he can be left to Professor X. After all, that old man has a bunch of kids to take care of and won't miss one more. He would even have to express gratitude for that. However, the next day, when Jean Lu saw Jimmy arriving with his parents, he knew Jimmy was fortunate his parents were not the kind typical of Marvel. Although they still had some fear of mutants, this fear did not overshadow their love for their son. They had come to express their gratitude, clearly having learned from Jimmy what Jean Lu had told him. Mr. Yang and his wife genuinely recognized Jean Lu as Jimmy's master and not just as a martial arts teacher. Not only did they verbally express their gratitude, but they also brought a gift to formally apprentice Jimmy to Jean Lu, hoping to establish a traditional master-disciple relationship with deep respect. However, their expectations were a bit unrealistic. Jean Lu did not accept just anyone. Thus, Jean Lu clearly stated his criteria for accepting disciples. If Jimmy could join within the deadline, he would be seen as a worthy candidate, and he would be willing to take him in. If not, then they would discuss it further. Seeing Jean Lu's resolute attitude, Mr. Yang and his wife did not insist further, but they hoped that Jean Lu would be strict with Jimmy, punishing him when necessary. To dispel Jean Lu's doubts, Mr. Yang even wrote an authorization letter and a disclaimer on the spot. Jean Lu found it amusing, but did feel the sincerity of the couple. After sending off Mr. Yang and his wife, Jean Lu brought Jimmy to the courtyard and publicly declared his stance, forbidding anyone from discriminating against Jimmy in any form, otherwise they would be expelled from the school. Of course, he also did not force anyone to stay. Those who did not wish to remain were free to leave. In fact, many may feel disgusted towards mutants, but those who truly hate mutants often have family members harmed by them. Ordinary people, even if they dislike mutants, wouldn't let it affect their future and prospects. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jean. I thought you would drive here. Professor X sat in a wheelchair pushed by Jean Grey, welcoming Jean Lu's arrival at the entrance of X Academy, flanked by Cyclopes, Jean Grey, and Storm, 3 X-Men. Although the old man was of advanced age, he exuded a scholarly demeanor, his appearance dignified and refined, radiating charm. If it weren't for the bald head, he would certainly be more attractive. Driving is too slow, it's a waste of time. Jean Lu slowly descended from the sky. As for the attention and panic from ordinary people caused by his flight, he couldn't care less. Why should I waste my time worrying about scaring you? Besides, the era of superheroes has arrived. Oh, everyone should just get used to it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor X, Jean Lu said with a smile and a nod. I am also very pleased to meet you, Mr. Jean. Please come inside and we can talk. Professor X smiled gently, but seeing Jean Lu use his extraordinary powers so recklessly, a shadow of unease crept into his heart regarding the upcoming conversation. The group entered the academy with Jean Lu walking alongside Professor X in his wheelchair, while the others followed behind. It was likely during a break, with many children of various appearances running around and playing, making it no different from an ordinary school. If you overlook their frequent use of superpowers to cheat in games, this could be any regular school. What do you think of the environment here, Mr. Jean? Professor X earnestly inquired, wanting to gain further insight into Jean Lu's views on mutants. Very peaceful, but it doesn't seem much different from schools in the outside world, except I imagine you don't have the usual school bullying here. It's like a paradise for mutants, Jean Lu casually remarked. Although he did not appreciate Professor X's compromise ideology, there was no denying the personal charm of X, one of the 2 great giants among mutants. Especially since he possessed the power to instantly kill all ordinary people in the world, yet he maintained strict self-discipline, refraining from misuse, even rarely using minor abilities like mind reading. This level of self-control was not something just anyone could achieve. At least Jean Lu believed that if he had such abilities, he would definitely not leave them unused. Of course, there might be many factors behind why Professor X did not use his abilities. For instance, he might be wary of other powerful beings, or perhaps to show ordinary people his inclination towards peace, or to withhold his power like a nuclear weapon. Jean Lu could actually read minds when the magnetic field was in the 10th layer of rotation, but he rarely did so. It wasn't out of self-discipline or respect for others' thoughts, rather he was just too lazy to use it. Only those who care about others' opinions would want to know what others think. Someone as selfish as Jean Lu never cared about what others thought. He acted solely based on his own desires. If he was in a good mood, he might be a great benefactor, but if he was in a bad mood, those who crossed him could only resign themselves to their misfortune. In a certain sense, he was an absolute egoist, willing to benefit himself without ever lifting a finger to help others. To reason with him, one must either offer benefits or use force. However, it was clear that Professor X was unaware of this. The 2 were chatting ahead, while Jean Grey quietly translated for the other 2 who didn't understand Chinese. Soon they reached the living room where everyone took their seats and Jean Grey served tea before Professor X smiled at Jean Lu to express his intentions. Mr. Jean, my ability is quite special. I can sense the awakening of new mutants from a great distance. A few days ago, I detected that a child's X gene had been activated, so I had someone investigate in that direction and found Jimmy Yang. He may have spoken vaguely to avoid alarming Jean Lu the outsider, but Jean Lu had already understood his ability and knew he was a good-natured person. There is a saying, a gentleman can be deceived by integrity. In other words, there's no need to fear him. If you don't provoke him, he won't actively seek trouble. Jimmy Yang is currently my registered disciple, and his 3-month assessment period has not yet ended. If he fails to pass by then, you are welcome to take him away. Oh, I have no objections. Jean Lu did not beat around the bush and directly stated his position. Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Jean. Professor X continued to smile gently. I do not intend to take Jimmy Yang away. The purpose of establishing the Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters is to provide a happy childhood for those who have suffered discrimination and bullying, to create a sanctuary for them. However, it would be best if mutant children and ordinary children could study together without facing bullying. I was deeply moved to see that your martial arts school does not discriminate against mutants, and I hope to see more enlightened individuals like you, Mr. Jean, in this world. Professor X slightly leaned forward in his wheelchair to express respect to Jean Lu. However, Jean Lu was not swayed by this. This has nothing to do with enlightenment. He is currently my registered disciple, and I naturally have to protect him. But if he fails his assessment and is demoted to a student, then his life and death are no longer my concern. Professor X's expression changed, clearly caught off guard by this statement. After hearing Jean's translation, the other two were also quite displeased. However, Jean Lu did not care about their opinions and continued, so you might as well wait until his assessment period ends before deciding whether to keep him in the martial arts school. No, that's not quite accurate. Rather, if he fails to enter the fold by the end of his assessment, you must take him away. My place is not a garbage dump where anything can be discarded. You? Professor X had not yet spoken when Cyclops was already furious. How could Mr. Yang and his wife trust you so much and speak so highly of you only for you to treat their son like this? Jean glanced at Professor X, unsure whether to translate. Cyclopes, already unhappy, urged Jean to hurry up with the translation. Seeing that the professor did not stop her, she proceeded with the translation as usual. Jean Lu shot a sideways glance at this incompetent person, sneering. Are you aware that I had already said this to Jimmy Yang and his parents before? However, it seems they thought I was joking, interpreting it as part of a strict education from a master to a disciple. Just like some masters might scold their disciples, if you can't learn this, I will break your legs. But the issue is those disciples have already formally apprenticed, establishing a master-disciple relationship, so the master wouldn't really break the disciple's legs. However, in my case, Jean Lu cast a deep glance at Cyclopes. I truly do not accept trash. Upon hearing the translation, Cyclops was filled with rage, ready to take off his glasses and teach Jean Lu a lesson. Professor X quickly reached out to stop Cyclopes, then apologized to Jean Lu, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Jean Scott is too concerned about that child. Please forgive his recklessness. I don't mind, no matter how reckless he is, he poses no harm to me, Jean Lu replied with a cold smirk. However, having such a person as the leader of the X-Men will ultimately lead them to destruction. Jean Lu was not speaking carelessly. After Professor X's death, in order to combat the extremist organizations opposing mutants, Cyclops actually trained students for combat, sending them into battle. It was precisely this approach, differing from the original philosophy of peace, that led to serious conflicts with Wolverine and others, ultimately resulting in the division of the X-Men. He simply did not understand that if force were necessary, Professor X would be capable of it as well. To put it plainly, if the X-Men also resorted to force, what difference would there be between them and Magneto's Brotherhood? Jean Grey, who did not want to translate that remark, knew her boyfriend's character well. He considered himself the future leader of the X-Men, believing that under his guidance the X-Men would carve out a peaceful path for mutants. If this were translated, it would surely anger Scott and escalate tensions. What did he say? Cyclops pressed. Jean did not translate, but instead said to Jean Lu with displeasure, Scott's efforts have been effective. The X-Men have been orderly under his leadership, completing all tasks successfully. Mr. Jean, you should apologize to Scott. Oh sure, let me praise him for being rational and steady, resolute, yet gentle with far-sighted vision. A truly excellent leader, Jean Lu replied nonchalantly. His dismissive attitude made Jean's expression sour, while Cyclopes, though unable to understand their words, could read his girlfriend's expression. Cyclops was suddenly enraged. Without a word, he took off his glasses and launched an attack on Jean Lu. Stop it! Professor X urgently called out to intervene, but it was too late. A red beam struck Jean Lu's chest. He did not even dodge, and instead mocked, What's this? Are you just tickling me? Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished, reappearing in front of Cyclops and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Cyclops felt an immense force surge, being knocked backward. In the midst of the booming sound, Cyclops flew through several walls like a bowling ball and as he rolled his eye, beams randomly shot everywhere, not knowing how much destruction he caused. He quickly closed his eyes, preventing the energy beams from harming the children. Finally, after crashing into the flower bed on the playground, the energy from the punch dissipated, and his body came to a stop. Cyclops landed on the ground, blood spraying out, multiple fractures in his chest. He struggled for a while, but couldn't get back up. The children on the playground were stunned, and one child suddenly shouted, "Enemies are invading. Run!" The children immediately erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions. Some stronger kids, in their panic to escape, instinctively pushed down smaller kids, stepping over them to rush into the building. Many of those who were pushed down sat on the ground, crying loudly. Worse still, as emotions heightened, many children lost control of their abilities, causing various powers to spiral out of control, adding to the chaos. Though Professor X was inside, he could see everything happening outside clearly. He quickly spoke to calm the children. "There are no outside enemies, children, don't panic. It's just a small mishap, calm down." While he was soothing the children, he could not stop the other X-Men from attacking Zhonglu. Though Cyclops was not much to speak of, he was Jean Grey's boyfriend, so when he was knocked away, Jean Grey was the first to retaliate. Jean Grey was the host of the Phoenix Force. If she could use the Phoenix Force freely, Zhonglu would naturally behave himself, but she could not control it. In this situation, Jean Grey could only be considered an ordinary telekinetic master. As Jean extended her hand, Zhonglu felt as if he was wrapped in a heavy weight. As for the effect, it was akin to wearing 2 extra layers of clothing. Then with a flick of her finger, the steel rods from the overturned chairs twisted and turned like twisted dough, wrapping around Zhonglu's legs. At the same time, Storm also intervened. She raised her hand, and dark clouds immediately gathered overhead, turning the clear sky overcast, and the clouds thickened, faint thunder rumbling within. "How are you planning to use thunder against me?" Zhonglu scoffed. "Do you know who the hottest thunder god in the Federation is? He's my disciple." Zhonglu stepped forward, coming right in front of Jean Grey. The so-called steel rods were not any stronger than threads, and they snapped one by one, posing no hindrance to him. The telekinetic pressure on him had no effect. Jean Grey unleashed her telekinesis, intending to push Zhonglu away and create distance, but Zhonglu merely raised a finger and lightly tapped, shattering the incoming telekinetic wall like glass. Storm quickly assisted. A bolt of lightning appeared from thin air above Zhonglu, crashing down heavily upon him, only to be absorbed by him. Zhonglu waved his hand, and Jean Grey followed suit, collapsing to the side and spitting blood. Then Storm followed suit. Zhonglu did not pursue the attack, but returned to his original position and sat back down. After all, if he dared to chase, Professor X would not hesitate to act against him. Currently, he still did not know how to deal with Professor X's mental attacks, so it was best to know when to stop. Seeing that he had stopped, and that Cyclops and the other 3, though they had broken a few bones, were not fatally injured, indicating Zhonglu had shown restraint, Professor X also dismissed the thought of intervening. He focused on guiding the students to calm down, first resting in their dorms while arranging for older students to assist the injured Cyclops and the others. Zhonglu sat in his place, muttering to himself, "I really should have Tony come take a look. This is the consequence of remote professionals facing close combat." Still elegant. Humph. He leisurely sipped his tea, and after a while Professor X finally resolved the situation, and then apologetically smiled at Zhonglu. "Mr. Zhang, I must apologize for the recklessness of Scott and the others just now." Zhonglu coldly laughed and said, "To engage in a team battle without a tank. This is the standard of the X-Men. I was not wrong to say Cyclops is useless." Professor X had no idea how to respond to such words. Indeed, if there were a melee warrior like Wolverine present, although the outcome would remain unchanged, at least the defeat wouldn't be as humiliating. Although Wolverine's attack power was inferior, his defense and vitality were exceptionally strong, and even Zhonglu wasn't sure he could defeat him. If Zhonglu didn't want to waste time on him, the best approach would be to knock him back first, and then directly engage the ranged attackers behind him. In reality, Professor X was likely dissatisfied with the X-Men, as his philosophy leaned towards resolving issues through peaceful means and dialogue to quell disputes. However, his subordinates, while agreeing with his philosophy, often resorted to violence to solve problems. Unfortunately, he had no choice. He had only a few subordinates, most of whom were still children, currently in a transitional phase. It would take several more years for the current generation of Icemen to mature before more candidates could be available. "Mr. Jean, please believe that we had no intention of resorting to violence with you at first. Scott cares too much for that child, which is why he lost his composure." Professor X sincerely explained to Zhonglu. "Is it care or merely a habit?" Zhonglu replied with a cold smile. "Humans tend to solve problems in the way they are most skilled. You excel at communicating with people, hence you are willing to sit here and converse with me, while none of your subordinates are good at persuading others. They are more adept at using force, and from this perspective they are better suited to join Magneto's side." Mentioning his old friend visibly stirred Professor X's emotions, but he controlled them well. It was only for a moment, and if Zhonglu hadn't been observing closely, he might not have noticed. Some abilities are innate while others can be learned over time. I believe Scott and the others are eager to learn. As long as our philosophies align, they will eventually get used to resolving issues through dialogue. Well, as long as you are happy, it has nothing to do with me. Jean-Lu shrugged and asked, "You didn't invite me here just to express your gratitude, did you? That would only require a phone call." Originally, I thought you intended to take Jimmy in, so I planned to discuss with you and ask you to pay attention to Jimmy's development, preventing him from forming erroneous thoughts during his growth. However, it seems now. Oh, I see. You are worried that if Jimmy doesn't come to your side but learns from me instead, he will be absorbed by Magneto's Brotherhood in the future. On this point, I cannot make any guarantees, nor do I care. Even if he ultimately passes the assessment and becomes my disciple, he can still join your X-Men or Magneto's Brotherhood. Professor X was very dissatisfied with Jean Liu's attitude, which completely contradicted his teaching philosophy. Mr. Jean, as I understand, Eastern culture emphasizes once a teacher, always a father. I understand that if he hasn't become a disciple, you choose not to care. However, since you have taken him as your student, how can you just neglect him like this? In my view, a teacher should not only impart knowledge and skills, but also cultivate the moral character of the students. A teacher should be a guiding light for the students, directing them along the correct path. Jean-Lu chuckled, clearly unconvinced. But what defines correct? Who gets to define correct? The teacher. Professor X paused, then mused. Are you implying that I limit my students' futures by my own path? No, you are overthinking. What I mean is that there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. You are right, and so is Magneto. Similarly, you are wrong, and so is Magneto. Jean-Lu laughed heartily, his white teeth glinting with a hint of coldness. The difference is but a matter of perspective, merely a question of who becomes the victor or the vanquished. Professor X frowned, clearly realizing that he and Jean-Lu were on completely different paths. I disagree with your view. There are many standards to measure and evaluate a hero, such as righteousness and evil, right and wrong, good and bad, success and failure. Success and failure are not the sole criteria for judging right or wrong, much less the only standard. I'm not debating with you, I'm merely stating my views. Just as you can never persuade Magneto, you will never be able to convince me. We are all adults, and our worldviews have long been established. It's your freedom to try and instill your views into children that align with yours. However, to me, this is brainwashing. I will not brainwash my students. How they choose to navigate their future is naturally up to them. Whether they choose the good or the bad is their choice. My only obligation is to ensure they do not perish in the process. As for the hardships endured and the suffering experienced, hell, what's a bit of hardship to a young person? Past experiences will shape their worldview. Happiness or pain, both are part of life's journey. I am a master, not a babysitter. I have no obligation to guarantee their lifelong happiness. This world is quite remarkable. Things like time travel and resurrection of the dead can happen. If you want to change past mistakes, then strive to become stronger and find ways to change it. As long as one is strong enough, there is a way to resolve everything. This is 1,000 times better than the damned world I came from, where no mistakes could ever be changed. Professor X looked at Jean-Lu with pity and sighed. I do not know what your previous world was like, nor can I empathize with your suffering. However, now that you are here, the world has changed, and it is time for you to change too. Put away your pitying gaze, it's truly infuriating. Jean-Lu waved his sleeve and stood up, saying, If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. As he reached the door, Jean-Lu paused, turned back towards the distant dormitory area, and secretly channeled his energy, sending his voice to every student's ear. Children, if any of you wish to gain immense power, you can come find me at the Ultimate Infinity Hall in Chinatown, New York. Perhaps in 3 months you will be able to overpower your teachers. Having said that, he soared directly into the clouds and flew away. This was the true purpose of his visit, otherwise this guy wouldn't wake up early without profit. He had no connection with mutants, so why else would he come here? Among the mutants, most are of low quality, yet there are still many with decent qualities. If they can pass the 3-month assessment and successfully enter the sect, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of the faction in the future. If luck is on their side and they can attract those mutants with main and supporting character auras, that would be even better. Breaking through the limits of the ultimate Qi Gong through technology is just one path, but it doesn't mean one has to be hung up on that single tree. The abilities of mutants and extraordinary individuals are both worth considering. Anything that helps achieve Zhang Liu's goals can be tried. As for Zhang Liu provoking Cyclops right away and beating down the 3 X-Men, the essence of it is to show off strength and advertise attracting those children who have a strong desire for power. As for whether hitting their teacher would create hostility and discontent among them, those children who fervently pursue strength would only idolize him even more and would not harbor any resentment. And those who do feel discontent would surely be deeply attached to the X-Men or share similar philosophies. These people are not the experimental targets for Zhang Liu. What if these children fail the assessment after 3 months? No problem. They can be sold to Old One, bringing in another wave of recruits from him. Like firemen who could follow Magneto in the future, it's fine for now to let him spend some time here. After Zhang Lu left Professor X's side, controlling his wheelchair to go visit the 3 injured individuals. He wasn't too worried about the others, but he was particularly concerned about Jean Grey. If she had an emotional outburst and unleashed the Dark Phoenix, it would be a major incident. Although X Academy does not have mutants with healing abilities, there is plenty of advanced technology, so the injuries of the 3 have been mostly stabilized, and they are currently recuperating. Upon seeing Professor X enter, the 3 struggled to sit up and greeted him. Professor X ignored Cyclops and first asked Jean Grey, "Jean, how are you feeling right now?" Jean understood the professor's meaning and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Professor. I had a slight emotional fluctuation earlier, but I managed to calm myself down in time, so I'm fine now." Professor X controlled his wheelchair to stop in front of the 3 and said, "Our intelligence on Zhang Lu is completely wrong. Zhang is not what I previously thought. He does not treat humans and mutants equally, but rather he is equally indifferent to both. He does not care about humans nor about mutants. He doesn't even respect life. From his words, I can tell that he is completely indifferent to the lives of others. He is not our friend." Cyclops' spirits lifted as he immediately exclaimed, "Professor, I knew he was not a good person. We should bring Jimmy back. We can't let him stay in that martial arts school with that guy. That kid is bound to go down the wrong path." Regarding this, Professor X hesitated and eventually shook his head, saying, "I still need to observe the specific situation further." Cyclops grew anxious. "Professor, what else is there to consider? The longer Jimmy stays, the closer his relationship with him becomes. Scott, did you notice that when Jimmy awakened, the damage to the surrounding environment was minimal?" Cyclops furrowed his brow in deep thought, while Professor X continued, "Not only that, but when you went to see Jimmy earlier, his control over his abilities was also very precise, nothing like a newly awakened child. Perhaps his talent is simply better," Storm hesitated to say. No matter how good the talent is, it shouldn't become this exaggerated all at once, just like how a bird cannot fly the moment it is born." Professor X shook his head. "I suspect that the Qi Gong practiced by Zhang is beneficial for mutants to control their abilities." "How is that possible? He is not a mutant." The others found it hard to believe. Although he is not a mutant, Qi Gong is fundamentally about regulating the mind, and as Qi Gong also produces superpowers, it must include some training for energy control. So if a person has a certain level of self-control over both mind and body, could it also help in controlling mutant abilities? I think it is very likely. Professor X glanced at the others and continued, "Furthermore, I have another suspicion. Does his Qi Gong activate the hidden mutant genes within humans and turn the X gene dominant?" At this point, the 3 were even more astonished as they looked at the contemplative Professor X, feeling it was hard to believe. "Professor, what you're saying is too exaggerated. We have tried many methods before and have been unable to affect the X gene. The methods we've used before were all scientific approaches, but we don't understand Qi Gong, and thus we have never tried it." Jean looked at the professor in surprise and asked, "Professor, you aren't planning to?" "That's right, I plan to send some students with very poor control of their abilities to learn from him. However, I am also worried that these children might lose control. They're causing very significant negative effects, so someone needs to take care of them." After the professor finished speaking, he looked at Storm and said, "Originally Jean was the best candidate, but her condition is very unstable, so she cannot leave X Academy. And Scott had an unpleasant interaction with Zhang today, so Aurora, I can only rely on you for all of this. Although you also had a conflict with him today, as long as we explain the situation clearly, I believe he won't refuse your request." Storm nodded and said, "I understand, Professor. I will take good care of the children. But I don't speak Chinese, and how should we deal with the official stance of humans? Leave the official matters to me. Oh, I still have some connections I can use. As for Chinese, Jean, we'll teach you from now on. Similarly, a Chinese course will be added in the academy, and all students must learn it." Storm hesitated for a moment and asked, "Professor, can't we invite him to X Academy as a guest lecturer?" Professor X shook his head, saying, "Aurora, you don't understand the Eastern master-disciple relationship. It is a more intimate transmission relationship than the Western teacher-student dynamic. Many secret techniques in the East will not be passed down unless one is a formal disciple. Tell the children that in order to enhance their learning, they will be sent in batches to New York for a 3-month training session. I heard Zhang mention before that even if he becomes a master, he has no objection to his disciples joining the X-Men, which is good news for us." "All right, I understand." After Zhang Lu left X Academy, he flew straight to New York. However, before he even arrived, he saw from a distance that New York was being engulfed by a massive tsunami surging in from the sea towards the city. The military's air force arrived late, yet they remained powerless against Namor lurking beneath the waves. As the ocean surged towards the city center, the water level within the city continued to rise, granting Namor an increasing advantage. The big shots in the city had already fled via private helicopters at the first sign of trouble, but while they could escape, their businesses remained behind. After reaching a safe area, the influential figures recalled their assets and could no longer sit still. They began to pressure government officials through phone calls demanding a swift resolution to the crisis. However, conventional means like planes and tanks proved useless against whatever lurked beneath the water, necessitating the involvement of specialists in dealing with extraordinary matters. Thus, Black Egg re-emerged. Upon arriving at the scene, Nick called for Tony and Peter, requesting them to lead a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into the water for combat, but they both flatly refused in unison. Currently, Tony and Peter lacked the resolve of superheroes. Their willingness to save lives was influenced by their moral beliefs, but sacrificing their own lives to be heroes was out of the question. That guy is a water fish. You should find some fishermen to haul him up instead of sending us into the water to do the work. Tony, this concerns the safety of millions of lives and property in New York. Tony interrupted him directly, saying, so hurry up and send those tax collectors as bait. As long as we can catch the fish, you'll prepare him as sashimi for you. Tony, he has already learned his lesson. He won't easily fall for it again. We can only take the risk to deal with him. Now we already went down just now. It was proven that underwater they could not defeat him. You two are superheroes, Thor and Iron Man. If you can't win, who can? Tony and Peter exchanged glances and spoke in unison, my master can. Nick's face darkened further. He knew very well that Zhang-Lu could certainly handle it, but he was concerned about what kind of catastrophe Zhang-Lu might stir up. The situation in New York was already chaotic enough. If Zhang-Lu caused something even more outrageous, Nick would surely lose his mind. After careful thought, he felt this time there wouldn't be a catastrophic event like an explosion of the earth. At worst, he could just have Zhang-Lu find that supreme sorcerer again for another time rewind. All right, let's call Mr. Zhang then. Okay, J.R.V.I.S. Connect me to my master. Zhang-Lu stood above, seeing everything clearly. Suddenly receiving Tony's call, he immediately understood his intentions. However, today's matter was originally meant to be a supplementary lesson. How could he intervene to cause destruction at this time? So he hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and then turned off his phone. The few people below exchanged glances, fully aware of what this represented. Tony shrugged. With great power comes great responsibility. Now it's time for those big shots to come up with a solution, like calling some underwater mutants or something to help resolve the problem. Tony, you know that's impossible. Well, I do know it's impossible, Tony shrugged. I also know that it's equally impossible to get us into the water. Nick contemplated asking, is your reluctance to go underwater due to oxygen issues? If so, I have a solution. Tony turned to Peter as he was the remote support while Peter was the one diving. Peter considered and said, if the oxygen issue can be resolved, I think I can try going underwater. But carrying an oxygen tank is useless. The current seems to be against me, and am very worried that the flow will pull my oxygen tube out. All right, I'll have someone prepare the oxygen device. Don't worry, this is extraterrestrial technology. You just bite on it, and it will absolutely resolve underwater breathing issues. Nick immediately instructed someone to bring the items over. Soon Tony and Peter received the so-called oxygen device, resembling a half-face mask with a protrusion at the mouth area, like a pacifier. Wow, it looks like something I bit into last night, but this one doesn't have milk, Tony quipped habitually. This device can last for an hour. You can carry a few spares on you. If we can't kill that guy, we should at least drive him away and focus on addressing the flooding in New York City before considering subsequent issues. With that, Tony and Peter donned their oxygen masks and descended into the water once more while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dispatched by Nick were refused entry by the two. Having previously faced Namor, they understood his lethality. Sending those agents down would not only be ineffective, but might even hamper their efforts. Peter led the way, generating electricity to illuminate the dark depths, while also serving as bait to lure Namor in. Meanwhile, Tony lagged behind, ready to provide support at any moment. This time, they could clearly feel the ocean repelling them, squeezing their bodies and hindering their progress, unlike the last time they went underwater. The power they possessed on land could barely exert half its strength here. As they ventured further, the magnetic field's influence diminished, forcing Tony to close the distance between himself and Peter, otherwise being too far apart would weaken their effectiveness. Namor seemed determined to endure to the end this time. He found a hiding spot in the vast ocean where no one could find him. However, he still needed to launch attacks on the land, so he couldn't stray too far from this location. Moreover, it appeared that his ability to control the sea wasn't solely his own. Many minions resembling both humans and fish aided him in his endeavors. Thus, the two began to eliminate these merfolk. These merfolk were strong warriors, yet against superheroes they were completely outmatched, and Peter easily dispatched one. Then trouble arose. Peter had never killed before. This was the first time he saw blood. Though the merman had a tail, his appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Unlike on land where blood splatters in one direction, the blood in the sea spread out with the water splashing all over him. Upon witnessing this, Peter's mind went blank, his hands and feet turned cold, and he felt numb all over, nearly collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Tony, noticing that something was amiss, rushed over to assist. and intended to bring Peter back to the surface. However, Namor had been circling nearby waiting for an opportunity. Seeing this situation, he could not let it slip away and silently approached from behind ready to strike. Although Tony had seen blood in Afghanistan, it was merely against weak opponents and he lacked combat experience. Now focused solely on taking Peter upstream, he failed to notice the danger behind him. Using the speed of the water flow, Namor shot out like an arrow, silently approaching Tony from behind and thrusting a spear with the intention of skewering both of them together. Thanks to Jarvis' warning, Tony instinctively sidestepped, avoiding the thrust aimed at him, but it pierced straight through Peter's abdomen, who was momentarily dazed. Furious and alarmed, Tony quickly pushed out his palm, creating a defensive force field that sent Namor flying back. Namor, using the momentum, withdrew his spear, but circled around them, looking for another opportunity to strike. With the aid of the ocean currents, Namor was faster in the water than Tony. Whenever Tony attempted to ascend and escape, Namor would leap up to harass or strike fiercely, keeping Tony entangled. He was determined to let Peter bleed to death. Tony increasingly realized that his so-called elegant long-range attacks were utterly meaningless in a real fight for their lives. For the first time, he regretted not learning any techniques from his master. At least he wouldn't be so passive now. When Namor lunged at him again, Tony finally abandoned the idea of defense with the force field. Instead, he let Namor get close and then delivered a heavy punch aimed at him. While he lacked martial skills, his realm was still evident. Although the enhancements from the magnetic battle armor were somewhat superficial compared to his actual realm in combat, it provided genuine power that was not to be underestimated. This punch was a true display of the power of the 15th layer of heaven. Even without the aid of martial techniques, it still sent Namor flying, creating a long white trail in the water. The force of the punch was immense, causing a shockwave that exploded outward, creating a massive spherical area in the surrounding water, which took several seconds to settle back down. Tony's magnetic battle armor was destroyed in the clash. As for Peter, he coughed up blood from the aftershock of the punch, and the wound on his abdomen, which he had forced himself to suppress with energy, burst open. Without the armor, Tony could no longer float and had to continue swimming upstream. Meanwhile, Namor was also badly injured from the heavy blow. Previously, he had been kicked over 100 times by Jean-Luc, but those strikes were not applied with full force. They were more humiliating, which was a significant reason for his misjudgment of Jean-Luc's combat capabilities. The strike he received now was far more severe than the one from Jean-Luc, but he was valiant enough to keep pursuing relentlessly. When he caught up, Tony was prepared this time. It would not be easy for Namor to launch a sneak attack again. So he waved his hand, and a large group of sea warriors suddenly emerged from nearby, surrounding them. Before he began his pursuit, he had already disseminated commands through the sea tribes, instructing the warriors to block off all the surrounding upward space, vowing to encircle and kill these two human powerhouses. Tony held Peter with his left arm, paddling with his legs, and charged towards the group of sea warriors. These warriors were all fighters from Talokan, seasoned in battle, often surrounding powerful sea beasts, so they worked collaboratively. When one advanced, another retreated, the ones tasked with harassment did so, and those focused on strong assaults pressed forward. Even if some fell in battle, others quickly took the place of the dead. These warriors were very astute in choosing targets, and the majority of their attacks were directed at Peter and Tony's arms, leaving Tony overwhelmed and flustered. Moreover, Tony had to divert more attention to deal with the ever-looming threat of Namor behind him, significantly affecting his ascent speed. Seeing Peter's condition deteriorate, Tony grew increasingly anxious. After dispatching another sea warrior who drew his attention, Namor lunged at him once more. Tony unleashed the remaining power of his magnetic field, clashing heavily with Namor once again. In the midst of the thunderous collision, Namor was astonished to discover that this time the power of his opponent had diminished to a level comparable to that of the previous kid. Namor was unaware that Tony's previous strength was due to the magnetic battle armor and assumed that the prior attack was some sort of secret technique that couldn't be used frequently. Elated, he immediately lunged forward again. After the clash, Tony had to face a fierce onslaught from the surrounding sea warriors, seizing the opportunity. This assault was clearly more intense than the previous one. Seeing that he could not evade it, Tony sighed internally, pulling Peter close to him, using his body to withstand the incoming spears, while simultaneously kicking hard to speed up his ascent. The barrage of spears almost simultaneously struck Tony's back. As his body surged upward, he suddenly realized that these attacks were breaking defense. Peter was pierced by Namor's spear, leading Tony to mistakenly believe that their bodies could be harmed by these cold weapons. In reality, both he and Peter had enhanced their bodies through the magnetic field's rotation, making them impervious to ordinary human attacks. Their bodies could withstand machine guns and missiles so naturally, they could also endure the assaults from these sea warriors. Peter's injury was solely due to the fact that his opponent was Namor. Namor, being the Sea King, was on the same level as them, and the spear in his hand was a divine weapon incomparable to the arms wielded by those ordinary sea warriors. It was merely Tony's lack of combat experience. Had any martial artist who rose from the bottom been in his place, they would not have made such a mistake. After being struck by the spear barrage, Tony finally understood this truth and felt immensely frustrated. However, it was also good news relieving him of the worry of those pesky flies. He turned around and exchanged another punch with the lunging Namor, then used his back as a spear, leveraging the force to propel himself upward. The Sea Warriors struck down with great force, but they could only slightly delay Tony's speed, failing to impede him any further. After several such attempts, Tony finally succeeded in breaking the water surface. Holding the bloodied Peter, he strode toward the distant helicopter. This scene was captured by the television cameras. In that brief moment, helicopters from major media outlets arrived, none wanting to miss this major story. Their wait proved to be well worth it, as they not only filmed Thor's bloodied battle, but also uncovered Iron Man's true identity as the playboy Tony Stark. Under the camera lenses, everyone saw a sudden surge in the waves behind the two as a fierce-looking figure stood atop the water charging toward them. This person moved with incredible speed, reaching Tony's back in an instant, thrusting a spear heavily toward his spine. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Tony turned around, preparing to repel Namor once more, but then he heard a light chuckle, and someone teasingly said, "Wow, quite a mess, the elegant ranged warrior, the pacifist Mr. Tony Stark." Then he felt a blur in front of him, and the fierce Namor was kicked squarely in the face. He could clearly see with the naked eye that Namor's face twisted and contorted rapidly, with several teeth flying out from one side. Then Namor was kicked away, bouncing across the water's surface like a stone, skipping until he vanished from sight. He let out a breath and glared at his smiling master Jean-Luc and exclaimed, "Damn it. Why did you take so long to arrive?" Jean-Luc reached out and checked Peter in his arms, confirming he wouldn't die, and then said with a smile, "Who says I just arrived? I was here long before you called me. I was standing in the sky, but you just didn't look up. So you were just watching from up there? Why didn't you come down to help?" "Peter is about to die," Tony said in frustration. "Don't worry, a warrior's vitality is very resilient. It's not so easy to die. Peter is only slightly worse off than last time. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. If he can reach the 50 layers of heaven, then cell reorganization can be performed. No matter what injuries the body suffers, as long as either the brain or the heart remains intact, cell reorganization can restore him. Moreover, it's not only effective for oneself, it can also help others heal. What do you think? Isn't it tempting?" Jean-Luc said with a smile, trying to entice him. Tony looked at Peter skeptically, thinking it might be better to go to the hospital. He ignored Jean-Luc and quickly ran towards the helicopter where Nick surely had emergency medical supplies. Meanwhile, a towering wave over 1,000 meters high was rushing towards them from the sea. Tony glanced back, but decided not to worry about it anyway. If the sky were to fall, the tallest one would hold it up, and since the tallest had already arrived, he had no further business there. He was a millionaire, the owner of Stark Industries, the genius Tony Stark, a pacifist, and he resolutely refused to return to the battlefield. This time was terrifying enough, he almost died down there. To risk going into the water again was already generous towards Nick, and he absolutely would not consider it again. However, he did not realize that such things like cross-dressing only have zero or countless occurrences. Jean-Luc glanced back at the distant wave, completely losing hope for Namor's intelligence. With such a clear disparity, he still came to seek death. Not killing him would be an insult to his stupidity. His gaze swept the wave, but did not spot Namor, indicating that Namor had retreated back into the sea. However, this set of tactics didn't work on Jean-Luc. It seemed he had not learned enough from the last lesson. Jean-Luc soared into the air, arriving at a spot above the sea, and then suddenly accelerated downwards, crashing into the water and creating a massive hole directly heading for Namor's location beneath. The giant hole lasted only a few seconds before being filled by the surrounding seawater. At the same time, the towering wave crashing towards the shore also collapsed, clearly indicating that Namor no longer had the strength to maintain his position. Jean-Luc drew a white streak in the water, swiftly plunging downwards. Namor hastily shifted positions, fleeing to deeper waters, but after a few seconds, he was chased down by Jean-Luc. Namor turned around and thrust a spear at Jean-Luc, but Jean-Luc caught it with one hand and seized it from him. The spear trembled in Jean-Luc's grasp, seemingly trying to escape his control, but it was utterly unable to break free from his grip. Seeing no way to escape, Namor was undaunted, lunging at Jean-Luc, determined to fight to the death. Last time Jean-Luc only played with him, but today Jean-Luc had no intention of playing around. Jean-Luc sidestepped and then reached out to grab Namor by the throat, tightening his grip and twisting. Namor's physical abilities were indeed at a superhuman level, otherwise he wouldn't have withstood Tony's blow from the 15 layers of magnetic field rotation and survived. However, facing the power of the 25 layers of magnetic field rotation, his body was not much better than an ordinary person's. After decapitating Namor, Jean-Luc casually impaled the head on his long spear and took off, leaving Namor's corpse behind waiting to feed the fish. Soon after, a group of sea warriors arrived, discovered Namor's corpse, and after some discussion, took their Sea King's headless body deep into the ocean. Jean Lu flew directly back to the martial arts hall, which had also suffered from flooding with water everywhere in the courtyard. Faced with this issue, Jean Lu had no solution. He tried to wave the divine spear to disperse the water from the courtyard, but this broken thing offered him no face at all and was utterly useless. Jean Lu simply drove the spear into the ground beside the main hall door, the spear tip pointing upwards with Namor's head impaled on top. A reminder for you, the martial god of the Marvel world updates promptly on Xiao. Calm. Namor is dead, the flood will recede, but this process might take several days, and he needs to find a place to stay for a while. After all, with such a massive flood, it's unlikely any disciples will come to practice. There's no place for them to train in the martial arts hall courtyard. What to do in times of difficulty? Asked the senior brother. Although the senior brother isn't a monkey, he is useful wherever he goes. Jean Lu never hesitated to ask Tony for help. When he needed money, he simply asked for it. When he needed him to do something, he would instruct him to do so. They were his own disciples, and did a master need a reason to ask his disciples for help? Tony didn't mind these matters. He had plenty of money, and as for getting things done, it was basically just a matter of a phone call. He didn't need to lift a finger. After calling Tony, Jean Lu arrived at the tallest hotel in the city center. Although the two lower floors of the hotel were flooded, the upper floors remained intact. In fact, due to many families suffering disasters and having to take boats to stay at the hotel ended up making a fortune. Jean Lu flew directly to the temporary lobby on the third floor, and after smoothly completing the check-in process, was respectfully escorted by the lobby manager to the top presidential suite. While Jean Lu was enjoying Michelin-level cuisine after ordering dinner through the hotel, there was a knock at the door, and in walked Nick. Nick sat down casually in front of Jean Lu. Mr. Jean, ever since the last time flowed backward, S-H-I-E-L-D, has been very polite to you. Now we have a matter to ask for your assistance. Of course we will provide appropriate compensation. What's the matter? Jean Lu asked, carefully chewing his steak. I would like to ask you to contact that supreme sorcerer, asking him to help reverse the time in New York, saving the tens of thousands of civilians who died today. Wake up, it's dawn. Jean Lu shot a glance at the black salted egg. What kind of beautiful dream are you having? It's as absurd as if your family's goat died and you went to invite the president to pay condolences. Nick exclaimed excitedly, this is no small matter. This time over 100,000 people have died. Jean Lu replied, enough with the pretense. As if you care about human life that much. Jean Lu leisurely ate steak and sipped red wine. Those who drowned in the flood were probably just poor folks, right? The big shots all live in penthouses. Nick stared at him for a moment, noticing his calm demeanor as he continued with his meal and drink. Realizing he couldn't intimidate him, he dropped the act and changed his approach. He directly reached for the wine bottle and poured himself a glass. Romanicani, now that's taste. He remarked, glancing at the label on the bottle. Spending the rich man's money, why not make yourself a little more comfortable? Jean Lu raised his glass toward him. Nick clinked glasses with him and took a sip of the wine, smiling as he said, not all big shots like to live in penthouses, many prefer villas, and some even have estates in the suburbs. Which unfortunate soul has passed away? A prominent figure from Washington. His death was unexpected, and everyone involved was completely unprepared. Nick hinted it can be said that if they could bring him back to life, those people would pay any price. Really? Jean Lu casually remarked, if Mephisto were here, wouldn't he be making a fortune? Mephisto? Is that the name of the supreme mage? Nick asked tentatively. Jean Lu shot him a glance, finding these old schemers tiresome. They always went around in circles when a simple question, what is the name of the supreme mage, would suffice, but he insisted on beating around the bush. No, he's a great demon, the kind of devil you speak of from hell, and he is a demon king. Jean Lu refused to play along with his insinuations. Since he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't engage. A demon king. Does this world really have hell? Nick looked curious. Aren't you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? You specialize in this area. Why are you asking such elementary questions? Don't tell me you haven't come into contact with these things. Nick took another sip of his wine. Indeed, discussing matters over drinks was convenient. Whenever an awkward situation arose, one could simply drink to ease it. Setting down his glass, Nick changed his demeanor, adapting his conversation style to suit the situation as a true king of spies would. Mr. Jean, I see you're quite straightforward, so we'll cut to the chase. Would you be able to ask the Supreme Mage for help in reviving a few people? Not possible. Jean Lu rejected him outright without a moment's thought. I understand that reviving someone must come at a high cost, but could you at least inquire about what the Supreme Mage needs? We can provide whatever is necessary. Nick, undeterred, continued to persuade. Of course, regardless of how the Supreme Mage ultimately decides, S.H.I.E.L.D. will remember this favor, and we will express our gratitude to you, Mr. Jean, with a generous gift. She needs nothing. Jean Lu did not even lift his head, rejecting him again. Mr. Jean only needs to relay the message, and even if it's a rejection, I have no objections. After all, I'm just a messenger being paid to convey information. No need to relay anything. She needs nothing, and will not agree to such matters. May I ask why you are unwilling to act as an intermediary, Mr. Jean? After all, it only requires a phone call, and you wouldn't incur any loss. Jean-Loup set down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and countered, Nick, would you call your botanist friend if a scallion in your backyard died, asking if he would fly from China to revive it? And those big shots, what are they compared to a scallion? If I did that, I'd definitely be laughed at by that bald guy for the rest of my life. But when I referred to the bald guy, I meant someone else, not you. The Supreme Mage is also bald, you both would have plenty in common. Jean-Loup clearly pointed at the monk while calling him bald, but Nick had to endure it and pretended not to understand. Moreover, Nick didn't really understand the term bald guy in Jean-Liu's words because he didn't know that the Supreme Mage was a monk, and in Chinese there is no distinction between he and she. Nick also didn't know that the Supreme Mage was actually a woman. Nick shook his head in regret and stood up to take his leave. After exiting the hotel and boarding the helicopter on the rooftop, Nick wore a gloomy expression, feeling very displeased. The information he had just gleaned from Jean-Loup weighed heavily on his mind. The deaths of a few so-called big shots hardly justified his trip here. His initial aim had been clear: to engage with Jean-Loup and the Supreme Mage. He certainly knew that the Supreme Mage would not perform any resurrection magic for so-called big shots, otherwise the ancient emperors would have never ceased to exist. He initially intended to make some small requests to foster goodwill between them. Such relationships evolve through mutual assistance, growing from small acts to significant bonds. Relaying a message was no difficult task. It could yield favors and substantial rewards, so why not? However, the outcome was disappointing. He faced outright rejection without a moment's thought or hesitation. This indicated that this was almost Jean-Liu's instinctive response, unrelated to benefits stemming from genuine aversion. From Jean-Liu's words, it was easy to piece together an image of the Supreme Mage. High and mighty, viewing themselves as a higher life form, regarding humans as lambs, treating lives as mere weeds, residing in remote mountains and forests, far from mundane affairs, not partaking in the human world, wholly pursuing the secrets of magic. It was likely that she was an antiquated figure, rigid, stubborn, unyielding to modern technology, not watching television, not using mobile phones, and unaware of what the internet even is. Going further, she might very well be bald, sporting a long beard, dressed in complex and cumbersome ancient court garments, walking in a dignified manner, strictly adhering to class seating during meals, forbidding loud speech, and must adhering to daily rituals. The thought of dealing with such an old fogey gave him a headache. Yet for the sake of Earth's safety, he had to try to make contact, no matter how difficult. As long as one is human, there are always flaws to exploit, gather intelligence, and cater to their preferences. As the king of spies, Nick trusted no one. He didn't completely believe Carol's words, but the alien warship hidden in outer space had recorded the entire process of Jean-Loup and his battle, as well as the subsequent explosion of Earth and its time reversal reshaping in detail. However, he didn't know what kind of magic Ancient One used, but in the video, everyone's appearance was clear except for Ancient One's position, which was a mass of indescribable garbled text. It was based on this evidence that Nick truly believed that magic could indeed reverse time. If he could bring the Supreme Mage in a shield, it would significantly enhance shield's power, especially providing more room for error. After a failure, they could reverse time and try again. Upon returning to shield, Nick ordered the field agents to begin gathering all books and items related to magic. The Horn Daily is once again singing praises of Thor Peter, but this time not only praising Thor, but also his sidekick Iron Man. The reason editor-in-chief Jameson despises Spider-Man is that he is Spider-Man's #1 hater, perpetually promoting the Spider-Man threat theory. The root of this lies in the fact that Spider-Man always wears a mask lacking transparency. Years ago, Jameson's lover was killed by a masked criminal, which has led him to harbor a deep loathing for those who hide behind masks. He believes that one should act openly and honestly. Those who hide behind masks are cowards, and Spider-Man is merely caught in the crossfire. He clearly knew that Iron Man's identity was Tony Stark, yet due to Iron Man wearing a mask, he nonetheless portrayed Iron Man as Thor's little sidekick. However, after Tony's identity was revealed during the battle with Aquaman, everyone knows who Iron Man is, and naturally his hostility has lessened. Yet he still expressed his views in the newspaper, stating that superheroes should reveal their identities, walking openly in the sunlight, accepting people's cheers and supervision. He believes that if superheroes wear masks, they must be evading responsibility. Masks allow them to fight recklessly without facing the consequences, and they don't have to pay for property damage. His rhetoric clearly aligns with the official narrative, thus it has been heavily promoted and circulated widely. Meanwhile, the individuals at the center of the controversy, Tony and Peter, stood at the entrance of the dojo, looking at the severed heads propped up by spears, feeling somewhat nauseous. Indeed, though Peter had been shot in the stomach, he was discharged from the hospital just a few days later. His recovery ability is truly remarkable. Of course, his current recovery ability is still not on par with Wolverine or the Hulk, but as his mastery of the magnetic field deepens, it's not impossible for him to become as formidable as those two. Master, can't you just find a place to dispose of that head? Why bring it back and hang it here? It's quite unsettling. Peter didn't feel as bad as during his first kill, but he still felt a churn in his stomach. Perhaps in your hometown, there's a custom of making trophies out of heads. They might even cook and eat them. Tony playfully teased Peter. Ugh. Peter finally couldn't take it anymore and ran to the side to vomit. This elicited sharp glares from Sharon and Gwen towards Tony, who then rushed over to pat Peter's back and assist him with great concern. What's going on? Tony was greatly surprised to be the target of anger from not one, but two beautiful women. He pointed at Peter then at the two women looking at Jean-Lu with a questioning gaze. Jean-Lu was speechless and nodded silently. The long-lost road idiot reminds you that martial god of the Marvel World updates first at Kun Xiao Shua Wang. Remember to visit Kong's.com to read the latest chapters and complete chapters. In fact, Gwen should have some feelings for Peter, but Sharon is much more rational. She probably only has a little fondness treating Peter more like a younger brother. However, Jean-Lu couldn't be bothered to explain to Tony in detail. He simply categorized the three into a love triangle and let Tony enjoy the drama. After some playful banter, Tony ignored Peter and entered the main hall addressing Jean-Lu seriously. Master, I want to learn martial arts. Jean-Lu laughed heartily. Very good. It seems the last lesson wasn't in vain. You finally realized that mastering the magnetic field requires direct combat. Jean-Lu understood that Tony was prideful, so he didn't push him too hard. If Tony became angry and refused to learn, all his efforts would have been in vain. Those supplementary lessons are good, they are taxing, and there's no second Namor to provide himself as a teaching aid. In my ultimate Wuliang sect, we have a comprehensive array of martial arts, including punches, kicks, swords, body techniques, and hard skills. Which one do you want to learn? Which one allows for faster escape? Zhang Liu's face darkened, and he angrily replied, I thought you wanted to learn combat techniques, but it turns out you're just fixated on running away. You don't need to learn to run away, once you can fly you'll definitely be faster than on two legs. Haha, I was just joking, master, please don't be angry. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I want to learn hard skills. Is learning hard skills tough? Do I have to constantly be pounded with heavy objects? What you're referring to is external skills. Our sect's ultimate Qi is a defensive hard skill that integrates offense and defense, solely relying on energy manipulation. No external force is needed for impact. Otherwise, your current body couldn't withstand even a machine gun. Who would help you train? Tony was overjoyed. That sounds great. I want to learn that. Great, I will teach you the ultimate Qi, and you can also take up a martial art to complement it, making both more effective together. Then, let's go with the ultimate emperor leg. Strengthening my lower body will help me become stronger. Tony's expression turned oddly again. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Jean-Lu immediately taught Tony the formulas for the ultimate Qi and ultimate emperor leg, then spent an entire day explaining them word by word, addressing common issues he might encounter during training. This martial art cannot be cheated with technology, so the level of cultivation depends solely on you. If you encounter any problems, feel free to call me. Okay, master, I'll be coming here often in the future. No need. Every time you come, you disturb the female disciples here, making it hard for them to concentrate on training. It's better if you come less often. Peter is enough to be here. Since you have already stepped into the realm of magnetic field manipulation, you don't need my rapid magnetic field effects anymore. That's unfair, master. It's clearly Peter who is bothering the female disciples. As Tony spoke, he pointed at Peter, who was surrounded by the female disciples. He is merely explaining the key points of martial arts training. This is originally something the senior brother should do, yet you never did it, and you have the nerve to say that. Tony cleared his throat and nonsensically replied, I'm too busy during the day, though I usually teach at night. Get out. Jean-Lu waved his hand, tossing him out again. Tony was already used to this treatment. Without a word, he patted his backside and left. Upon returning to the villa, he went straight to the laboratory. Jarvis, how's it going? Did you get anything? The S-H-I-E-L-D firewall is quite difficult to crack, so to avoid alerting them, I only obtained some lower-level data. Is there anything I should know? There's a video here, I think you'll want to see it. Meanwhile, within S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick received a phone call. Nick, the items have been retrieved. Mixed among a pile of confidential documents, the other party won't suspect anything. Okay, I understand. Clean everything up and leave no records of this matter. Understood. Nick hung up the phone, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant dark clouds with a solemn expression, lost in thought. At the end of the battle with the Sea King, Jean-Lu appeared and kicked Namor away. He initially came down to check on Peter after seeing him injured, casually giving Namor a kick, but this scene was broadcasted by the television station. During the flood, everyone was too distracted to watch television, but people outside New York City paid close attention to this superhero battle. Once the flood receded, those affected were eager to know who had caused their suffering and whether justice had been served, so they would revisit the replay. Thor Peter's bloody and severe injuries were certainly moving, and the revelation that the mysterious Iron Man was Tony Stark was surprising, but the powerful man who appeared last kicking the enemy away undoubtedly captured countless fans. Moreover, some disciples from martial arts schools posted pictures online of Namor's head displayed at the entrance of their dojo. Although this action attracted much criticism, the local victims' families felt a sense of satisfaction. Many families even came to the dojo in person to express their gratitude to Jean Liu. The Ultimate Infinity Dojo was originally just a small martial arts school in Chinatown, but after this incident it gained immense fame, attracting more and more people eager to become disciples, although most were hindered by their lack of Chinese language skills. However, with so many people, there were always a few who could pass the first hurdle and successfully join the dojo. The earliest batch of disciples had already stumbled at the second hurdle after 3 months. After all, although this batch of disciples joined early, their quality was quite ordinary, mostly local residents. Jean Liu directly eliminated those who did not pass, making room for the new disciples without any regard for sentiment. Those who initially thought they could easily succeed like Tony and Peter were now dumbfounded. The Ultimate Infinity Qi Gong was a supreme skill, not something just anyone could practice. Without Jean Liu's magnetic field acceleration and system enhancement, ordinarily one would need 10 to 8 years before even dreaming of reaching the threshold of electrical propulsion. Yet even with the acceleration effect, if one does not put in the effort, does not concentrate, and is not dedicated, it would still be very difficult to enter the door within 3 months. Originally, Jimmy Yang had the potential to succeed. After awakening as a mutant, his physical qualities, aptitude, and foundation had all improved significantly. But both his success and failure were due to being a mutant. After becoming a mutant, Jimmy spent too much time developing his wind control ability, neglecting his martial arts training. In the end, he was unable to pass the assessment and was taken away by the professor. Although Jimmy was unwilling and wept, wanting another chance, once an opportunity is missed, it is gone. Ordinary people can never afford to buy regret. Those expelled disciples, although they did not master electrical propulsion, had still greatly developed their physical potential during the months of practicing Qigong. Heightened senses, strong bodies, and flexible muscles were merely the basics. Some had even begun to develop the early signs of superpowers. Eagle vision, wolf hearing, leopard speed, and bear strength were all signs that preceded electrical propulsion. Although this group of disciples was expelled from the dojo, the Qigong they learned was genuine and not fabricated. If they continued to practice, they could still achieve the realm of electrical propulsion. However, without Jean Liu's magnetic field acceleration, it would likely take them several years to reach such a level. By then, the superhero era would have reached its peak, with superheroes everywhere, and they would not stand out among them. Regarding this, Jean Liu had no control. The master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual. He had given everyone a chance, but no one took it seriously. The 3-month time frame was meticulously calculated by Jean Liu. As long as a person wasn't too lacking in talent, worked diligently, and practiced hard under his magnetic field acceleration and system enhancement, they would surely be able to enter the realm of electrical propulsion within 3 months. Cases like Tony, who took less than a month, and Peter, who took a little over a month, were merely exceptions, not the norm. From a certain perspective, their easy entry created a false impression among other disciples that if they can do it, so can I. Especially Tony, as the senior brother, had not fulfilled any responsibilities, and instead he frequently invited junior disciples to parties, hindering their progress. Jean Liu knew that he had verbally warned him several times, but no one paid attention, so he stopped bringing it up. After all, those without self-control could never become martial gods. In addition to ordinary people coming to become disciples, many mutants also showed up. They were not the mutants sent by Professor X for training, but rather mutants who had come from all over the world. Jean Liu had a third eye. This appearance certainly resembled that of a mutant. Despite television and newspapers repeatedly emphasizing under government direction that he was an alien, not a mutant, many mutants still regarded him as one of their own and worshipped him as a hero. The most obvious result was that mutants gradually came to the dojo to become disciples. Jean Liu did not turn anyone away, treating everyone equally regardless of whether they were mutants or not. As per the usual practice, he first asked if they could speak Chinese. If not, they were sent away. If they could, they became registered disciples for 3 months before further consideration. To his surprise, there were indeed quite a few mutants, including some who knew Chinese. In just over a month, Jean Liu's dojo gained 3 mutant disciples. Those mutants who could not successfully join were taken away by Professor X, who had been keeping an eye on this place. This was an unexpected joy. Professor X had previously used his abilities to search globally for mutants, but this was too exhausting and could not be done continuously. Moreover, in such a vast world, it was inevitable that some would be overlooked. Now, focusing solely on the dojo, he ended up bringing back dozens of mutants. Although these individuals might not all end up staying, at least they would leave a way to contact them, and when the need arises, they would naturally seek help from the X-Men. With time, bonds would form, and most would likely join the X-Men eventually. Of course, Magneto was aware of this situation. After all, he and Professor X had a complicated relationship, closely monitoring each other's movements. Any sign of activity would not escape the other's notice. Old Man was certainly envious of these mutants, but while Professor X could send students to the dojo for training, Old Man was a standard mutant supremacist. How could he allow such a thing to exist? In Old Man's eyes, mutants were the most perfect race in the world, the direction of future human evolution, far superior to ordinary people whom ordinary people could never catch up to. However, Jean-Lu suddenly emerged, allowing ordinary people to gain superpowers through training and even manipulating magnetic fields. This was a blatant provocation to his title of Magneto. Thus, Old Man decided to visit New York one day to let this young upstart know exactly how to play with magnetic fields. Of course, not all voices in society are positive. In the magical land of America, you can always find dissenters. Jean Liu's act of killing Namor and displaying his head at the temple entrance has drawn dissatisfaction from many in society, especially among those opposed to the death penalty. In America, the anti-death penalty movement is quite powerful. Under their influence, 1/3 of the states have abolished capital punishment. Many of these individuals are from the middle class and above, belonging to the social elite, and there are even some wealthy individuals among them. Their support for the abolition of the death penalty stems from various reasons. Some respect life, some advocate for human rights, some seek social prestige, others are motivated by money or votes. There are people with all sorts of reasons. Apart from the anti-death penalty advocates, many legal professionals also oppose Jean Liu's actions. They believe that Jean Liu unlawfully killed Namor without trial, severely violating the spirit of the law. They argue that since Jean Liu was able to kill Namor, he should have been able to capture him alive and bring him back to the Federation for trial. By subjecting Namor to federal interrogation before deciding on further actions, not only could it uphold the dignity of the law, but also serve as a warning to those supercriminals. Jean Liu's actions are no different from those of supercriminals. It remains unlawful killing, and he should be brought to court for questioning. However, this same group of legal professionals also claims that they are willing to provide Jean Liu with free defense, while simultaneously quoting various legal provisions online, asserting that Jean Liu will surely win the case and walk out safely from court. The implication is quite clear. They want Jean Liu to cooperate with them to go through the legal process for the sake of formality, so Jean Liu can be acquitted and not have to worry about anti-death penalty advocates causing him trouble, while they, the legal professionals, reap both fame and fortune. They really are deluding themselves. A normal person would certainly be willing to cooperate with them in navigating the court proceedings. Who knows, they might even generate some hype appearing on talk shows or other TV programs, packaging themselves as social stars and profiting from it. But the issue is with Jean Liu, who doesn't even pay attention to S-H-I-E-L-D, care about them. It's actually quite strange, and normally such public sentiment would have been controlled by S-H-I-E-L-D. Yet for some reason they have not intervened this time and are allowing these unfavorable remarks about Jean Liu to ferment. Jean Liu is oblivious to the underlying issues and does not care. The problem-solving method of the martial god has always been simple: just beat them up. He is currently busy teaching a new batch of disciples, and with Peter's assistance things were going somewhat smoothly. But now that Peter has started school with a new semester and a heavy course load, and being a campus star, he is extremely busy and only able to return to the dojo at night. Thus, Jean Liu has no choice but to personally take the reins again in teaching, cursing his unreliable senior disciple in his heart. Fortunately, this batch of disciples is of much better quality than the previous one, especially since many of them are elites sent by various factions. Moreover, the military and other organizations have completed the Chinese language enhancement training for their candidates and sent a group to follow this batch in apprenticeship. Jean Liu is too lazy to discern their intentions. He treats everyone equally and focuses on getting through the second hurdle in 3 months, then sees if they can reach the third hurdle of magnetic field rotation. Only those who achieve the magnetic field rotation will be recognized as Jean Liu's formal disciples, the seedlings that need careful nurturing, the seeds of the martial god. The distinctions of registered disciple, beginner disciple, and formal disciple were made clear by Jean Liu as soon as they entered, and how many can achieve that depends on themselves. Jean Liu teaches the disciples during the day and adds extra lessons for Peter at night. Originally, it was quite relaxing, but someone just can't stand to see him at ease. One day, while he was answering questions for his disciples, someone suddenly knocked on the door. A disciple near the door went to open it and returned with a subpoena. Someone has filed a lawsuit against him. Jean Liu couldn't be bothered to read the specific charges and simply flicked his hand, burning the subpoena. A master, this is a court subpoena requiring you to appear in court for trial. To hell with the court. As if I would let that bastard judge me. Disregarding it, Jean Liu continued his teaching as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the disciples in the room were stirred, as the court's authority was quite intimidating to ordinary people. Even though many among them were elites from various organizations, they could not confront the court openly. They could only navigate through various legal channels or use hidden privileges to bypass the court. After the day's lecture, some communicated with their superiors via phone reporting the situation to see what their side stance was, whether they would help or stand by. In the end, everyone received the same reply: there was no need to pay any attention. About a week later, suddenly one day a police car arrived in front of the dojo. Two officers got out holding an arrest warrant issued by the court, claiming they were there to arrest John Liu. The disciples dared not resist the police and had to obediently make way as two Chinese police officers swaggered into the dojo. They first showed their badges and court documents to Jean Liu, then spoke in Chinese. "Mr. Jean, we are police officers from the New York Police Department, and we are here to arrest you according to a court order. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say..." Before they could finish, Jean Liu shouted, "Get lost." With a wave of his hand, he sent the two men flying out. After exiting, the two immediately called for backup, and moments later several police cars rushed around the corners surrounding the dojo before a group of armed officers stormed in. "Don't move. Drop your weapons and lie on the ground, or we will open fire," a group shouted, to which Jean Liu scoffed. "Humph, you think you can intimidate me? How dare you be so audacious?" Without waiting for the police to fire, he flicked his fingers, and a bolt of electricity shot out, causing all the officers' heads to explode simultaneously with a resounding boom, blood splattering everywhere. All the disciples in the courtyard fell silent, not even daring to breathe. Jean Liu then waved his hand, and all the body's blood and bloodied soil were bound by gravitational force, swirling into a mass, then compressed, and compressed again, reducing the corpses of over a dozen people into a spherical mass about a meter in diameter. Afterward, with a flick of his hand, this spherical mass shot into the sky like a cannonball, accelerating again, soon surpassing the escape velocity and heading straight into outer space. "The bothersome flies are gone. Let's continue with the class," Jean Liu said, as if nothing had happened, while the disciples looked pale, trembling in fear. Only the group of mutants showed no fear. Instead, their gazes towards Jean Liu grew even more fervent. The waves came crashing down like mountains, directly smashing between the buildings. In Manhattan, it was a flooded land. Everywhere was water, and a large number of people were climbing on top of the buildings, reaching out for help, while many others were floating and sinking in the water, clinging to anything that could float to survive. In the distant horizon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a result of the electrical currents creating sparks. This incoming tsunami was the energy released from the aftermath of the battle. It was still the familiar environment, even clearer than before. Tony stood in his dreamscape, carefully surveying his surroundings. Since entering the realm of electrical propulsion, he hadn't had this dream for a long time. Revisiting it today, he no longer felt the original fear. In fact, he felt a hint of nostalgia. With a different perspective, he could see things that were previously hidden. Although he was merely standing on the rooftop, he could clearly observe the distant battle scene. The one using electrical propulsion was an unfamiliar ethnic Chinese woman, and her power was rapidly ascending, soon reaching 500,000 volts, with the next step being the rotation of the magnetic field. And the man opposite her was none other than his own master from another world. However, the master seemed a bit strange now. Oh, he was missing an eye from his forehead. This was before the time rewind. So who was this woman? Why had he never seen her before? Could it be that his senior brother still had a senior sister emerging? He watched for a long time, but did not see the woman progress to the magnetic field rotation realm. Then he saw his master take action, and he understood that this woman had not broken through to the magnetic field rotation, so she was abandoned by his master. Then he saw a woman flying in from outside with an impressive figure, though her face was a bit square and she seemed a bit too violent. He smiled as he watched his master being beaten by that woman, secretly cheering for the woman who might be Captain Marvel. Then he saw Jean Liu upgrade from the 9th level of the magnetic field to the 15th level, and the woman was choking him by the neck as they flew into space. After that, he couldn't see the battle clearly anymore until Jean Liu flew back to New York, skimming over the water, and he saw Captain Marvel forced to stop and save people. He watched as they flew away, not knowing where they went. He was quite happy watching this movie, but not being able to participate was rather boring. Just as he was pondering how to exit this dream, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. Tony looked down and saw the ground suddenly crack open, the skyscraper beneath him tilting to the side, and his body began to fall. He instinctively wanted to jump to another building, but realized he had no control over his body in the dream. He could only futilely grasp at something in midair dangling there. But soon beneath the ground, which resembled an abyss, a massive amount of fiery red liquid surged forth like a fountain, instantly vaporizing the falling seawater, turning it into high-temperature steam that rushed upward. He felt his entire body scorched by the steam and thought he was cooked. He screamed as he woke up from the dream. The pain this time was many times stronger than the shock he felt when he saw Jean Liu's expression. He gasped heavily, but fortunately his physical condition was now extraordinary, and within a few breaths he calmed his heartbeat. "What's wrong, dear?" Several female companions beside him woke up due to his noise, and they all came over to check on him. "Oh, I dreamed again about the battle with that sea monster. It was truly a heart-stopping life-and-death struggle." Tony rambled on while playfully starting another war. The next day, he returned to the martial arts school, wanting to figure out how the ground ended up cracking and lava erupting. He had always thought that the Supreme Mage's time rewind was aimed at restoring New York, which had been submerged to normal, allowing the people who died in the tsunami to revive. But now he realized that what happened back then might have been more serious, because just a while ago Aquaman attacked, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths, and he hadn't seen the Supreme Mage come to rewind time. Moreover, the scene of the ground cracking like an abyss and lava erupting like a fountain was truly terrifying, giving him an ominous premonition. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, Tony discovered that the faces here were surprisingly unfamiliar. However, the apprentices at the martial arts school usually had their own jobs and studies, so it was common for some to be absent, so he didn't think much of it. He only took a careful look at the model junior sisters he often played with, and after realizing they were not present today, he stopped paying attention to others. However, he also noticed that these new apprentices were a bit too honest, and they seemed to be afraid. "Are you here to see if there are any pretty junior sisters to prey upon?" Jean-Lu teased Tony. Tony cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, "As the senior brother, I must pay attention to the growth and development of the junior sisters. But don't worry, master, I will definitely not touch any underage ones, just wait." "Oh no, I mean leave them for my junior brother Peter." "You lecher. You wouldn't come here without a reason. What are you plotting this time?" Jean-Lu said unkindly. "Master, can I ask about the outcome of your battle with Captain Marvel last time? Who won?" "Both sides suffered. No one won or lost. But after my battle with her, I successfully reached the power of the 25th level of the magnetic field rotation, significantly enhancing my overall realm, while she made no progress at all. So if there is another battle, I will definitely win." "Then why did the Supreme Mage perform the time rewind? Were you all about to die?" "Oh, mainly because the Earth exploded," Jean-Lu said casually. "The Earth exploded?" This outcome greatly exceeded Tony's expectations. Although he had recognized how exaggerated the magnetic field rotation was, he was still shocked by this result and stammered, "My Chinese isn't very good. Is this explosion an adjective? Or is it what I understand as an explosion?" "Yes, it's exactly what you think, an explosion. The Earth exploded, it's that simple." WTF. Tony couldn't help but curse. Is the 25th level of magnetic field rotation that fierce? It can even shatter planets. Oh, that's not the case. The main issue was that the space stone was detonated at that time. Space stone? What is that? Tony realized that since he became a disciple, he had encountered an increasing number of unfamiliar terms. Jean-Lu then explained the relevant information about the Infinity Stones to Tony before dismissing him. Tony, suddenly overwhelmed by so much information, needed time to digest it, so he left in a daze. After he left, Sharon found an opportunity to come out of the martial arts school and called Nick. Plan B has also failed. Tony is utterly unmoved. "Boss, I think your judgment is mistaken. A capitalist like Tony wouldn't care about the lives of ordinary people. I suggest starting with Peter." "From what angle?" "I found that there are members of the Rising Tide organization in the martial arts school. Just change the target of Plan A to Peter." "No, the Rising Tide organization is uncontrollable. They will spread the recordings everywhere, and if they anger the target, the consequences will be dire. Our goal is to sow discord among them and find someone who can balance the target. However, your direction is not wrong. I will look for a suitable candidate. No need for Plan A. We will still use Plan B. Peter is very busy now. He not only has to attend classes, but also has to give speeches as a student representative, campaign for the student council, and participate in club activities. Originally, these activities were meant for the prominent figures on campus, a privilege reserved for campus stars, and had nothing to do with someone like Peter the Bookworm. But now Peter is the biggest campus star, surrounded by fans. The school even established a Thor fan club filled with his admirers. Thus, Peter experiences the feeling of being the center of attention for the first time and participates deeply in school activities. Having never been involved in such occasions before, he inevitably feels flustered and makes some mistakes. Under normal circumstances, newcomers like him would be sidelined, sitting on the bench or doing menial tasks. However, Peter is definitely not facing such a situation now. Everyone is eager to help him, revising his scripts and practicing his speeches. As for the campaigning, it's merely a formality, practically predetermined. Of course, with Peter's current popularity, there's no need for any pre-selection. "Hey Peter, here's your love letters, a whole day's worth, filling up your locker," Gwen said as she walked in with a large box of letters, placing it in his arms and looking at him with a smirk. Peter quickly set it aside on a nearby table, flustered as he explained, "I told you I'm not going to read these. I don't know them, and I don't feel anything. But there are plenty of beautiful girls in here." Gwen picked through the letters and pulled one out, glancing at the signature. "This is a love letter from cheerleading captain Claire, and 90 of the boys in school want to date her." Upon hearing that name, a blonde with a big chest, curvy hips, and long legs immediately flashed in Peter's mind, causing him to swallow hard before he waved his hands and said, "I've never spoken to her. She likes Thor, not me." "You are Thor." "No, I am Peter Parker." Peter was at a loss for how to explain his thoughts. After a while, he finally exemplified, "Just as my master said, Thor is also a kind of facade. I hope my girlfriend loves Peter Parker, not Thor. Is there a difference? Of course there is. When Thor is no longer Thor, those who loved him will naturally leave, but those who love Peter Parker will not. Peter answered earnestly. How could Thor disappear? I don't know, I always feel like I shouldn't be Thor. Peter hesitated, saying, everything happened so suddenly. In less than half a year, I suddenly transformed from an unnoticed student into Thor. It feels like a dream, extraordinarily unreal. I can understand, like those Hollywood stars who shoot to fame overnight. Gwen raised an eyebrow, but you don't seem to have an imbalanced mindset. Peter tilted his head and thought maybe it's thanks to Mr. Stark. Even though he always seems unreliable, I don't sense any arrogance from him. I think I should also see myself as one of the ordinary people like him. Gwen rolled her eyes and said, Tony Stark is notoriously difficult to deal with. How did you get the illusion that he has a great relationship with ordinary people? She shrugged and spread her hands. Well, he does have a great relationship with beautiful women. Peter awkwardly scratched his head. The Master Brothers' Playboy reputation is known worldwide, and it's impossible to wash away. When are you free tonight? Peter finally mustered his courage to approach Gwen. I'm going to the dojo to practice and prepare for the evaluation in 3 months. Oh, what's up? Gwen asked, puzzled. As soon as Peter heard that Gwen still needed to complete the evaluation, his courage quickly dissipated. Oh, it's nothing, just asking. If you have something to say, just say it. Second senior brother. Gwen playfully smiled at Peter. Peter held the movie ticket in his pocket, hesitatingly said, I wanted to discuss the visit to Oscorp in a couple of days. Oh, is it Oscorp's turn this year? This is a routine annual visit. The student council has a fixed plan, and we just need to tweak it a bit when the time comes. I'll bring it to you after school. Okay, thanks. Peter ultimately decided to wait until Gwen passes the evaluation before discussing it, since his master was merciless in this regard. The previous batch of named disciples has now become trainees expelled from the dojo. He knows the importance of priorities and doesn't want to hold Gwen back because of his issues. As for dating, it's better to wait until Gwen successfully passes the evaluation and becomes his junior sister before bringing it up. After school, Gwen handed Peter the activity plan, and the two went to the dojo together. After training for 2 to 3 hours at the dojo, Peter sent Gwen home, waved goodbye, and only after watching her enter the house did he head back. Gwen watched Peter's departing figure through the window, lost in thought. The guy who brought you back is Thor, Peter. A voice sounded behind Gwen. She turned to see her father, George Stacy, standing backlit with an expression that was both serious and uncertain. Yes, Dad, she smiled and said sweetly, but soon your daughter will also become Thor, the female Thor. Then your colleagues will definitely envy you. George said nothing, his expression heavy. Gwen sensed something was off, puzzled as she asked, what's wrong, Dad? Gwen, perhaps you shouldn't continue at the Ultimate Martial Arts Institute. Why? Gwen asked in surprise. A few days ago, 6 exhibited a gruesome act in public, killing a dozen police officers. Although this incident was suppressed by certain powerful individuals, I cannot turn a blind eye to it. George clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I know that this world has never been fair in the face of power and money. Law is often useless and justice cannot be served. I am powerless in many matters, but at the very least I cannot condone such acts, nor can I be complicit. When I cannot demand others, but I hope you can withdraw from that dojo and not associate with that murderer. Gwen was taken aback, her mouth agape, covering her hands to prevent herself from screaming. Dad, is there something wrong? He just saved New York. Merits are merits and faults are faults. They cannot be conflated. Just because he is a superhero doesn't mean he can disregard the law, killing without punishment, especially since he killed law enforcers. Gwen fell silent, and after a long pause she finally replied in a hoarse voice, okay, Dad, I understand. Hey, Gwen. Peter finally managed to finish organizing his first event and quickly squeezed beside Gwen. You haven't been to the dojo these past few days. What's wrong? Are you sick? No, I'm just dealing with some family matters. Gwen stammered, unsure of how to explain to Peter and reluctant to reveal the truth directly. Could she possibly say that she was planning to withdraw from the dojo because her master is a murderer? Well, after the tour today, let's go to the dojo together. I'll come find you then. Without waiting for Gwen's reply, Peter turned back to organize the team to collect their temporary visitor badges in order. Gwen opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. She could only shrug and begin to bury her head in the sand, hoping to hide for as long as possible. Peter's attitude toward Gwen was noticeable to anyone with a bit of emotional intelligence, and soon a group of hostile gazes were cast upon her, accompanied by some murmurs of derogatory terms. Gwen paid no mind to these. As the top student of Zhongqing High School, she was already used to the envious and jealous stares, but this time the object of jealousy had shifted from her grades to Peter himself. Rather than worry about the whines of these defeated dogs, she thought about how to resolve Peter's invitation for tonight. Could she possibly pull Peter out of the dojo as well? Gwen felt a moment of temptation, but quickly realized it wouldn't work. She could freely withdraw from the dojo because she had never formally joined. But Peter had already formally joined, and according to Eastern customs, the bond between master and disciple was very close, even akin to that of father and son. As she pondered, her body subconsciously followed the crowd into the hall of the Osborne group. A tour guide was at the front of the line explaining to everyone. There are over 30,000 species of spiders in the world, classified under 3 suborders. These spiders have various abilities that help them hunt for food. For example, this spider native to Australia has a powerful jumping ability to catch its prey. Above the heads of the crowd, a spider was slowly crawling on its web unnoticed. This is the web-weaving spider of the genus Felidae. It can spin webs that are almost as strong as construction-grade steel cables. The guide continued, introducing another spider. Peter wasn't particularly interested in these spiders. He was just part of the organizing team, so he had to follow along. He pretended to listen attentively, but occasionally glanced back at Gwen only to find her lost in thought, unaware of what she was contemplating. This spider hunts by reflex. Its reflexes are incredibly fast, and many researchers believe they possess precognitive abilities able to sense danger ahead. Peter finally couldn't contain himself any longer and quietly slipped out of the crowd, making his way towards Gwen. He thought his movements were subtle enough not to attract attention, but as a superstar, he didn't realize how many eyes were secretly watching him. Even the spider above trembled as it pulled a thread from the web and slid down. In the past 5 years, the Columbia University Gene Research Center has mapped the genetic blueprint of spiders, and with these DNA blueprints, things that were once impossible have now become possible. Using synthetic RNA to create entirely new genomes, mixing them with the genes of 3 types of spiders, they produced 15 super spiders. The guide continued, but many people's gazes were now following Peter. No one noticed that there were only 14 super spiders left in the glass case. The escaped 15th super spider had locked onto its target, descended from the sky, and landed directly on Peter's shoulder, biting his neck amidst the crowd's gasps. "Peter, watch out." Many concerned female classmates gasped when they saw a spider fall from above and quickly warned him. But to everyone's eyes, there was just a flash of electricity, and then the spider was turned to ash. This super spider, which Peter's father Richard Parker had high hopes for and invested great effort in even incorporating Peter's genes into it, was thus lost. This super spider, which Peter's father Richard Parker had high hopes for and invested great effort in even incorporating Peter's genes into it, was thus lost. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. "I almost forgot. Peter is now Thor. A mere spider can't possibly harm him. Thank you all for your concern. It was just a spider." But how did a spider get in here? After hearing this, everyone instinctively looked towards the spider case, and someone soon noticed the problem. "Damn, there are only 14 super spiders here. That spider just now." Students looked in horror at the spider's corpse on the ground. Nearby security personnel hurried over to carefully inspect the spiders in the glass case, only to find that one was indeed missing. "Sorry, I didn't mean to kill that spider," Peter hurriedly explained. The supervisor on site interrupted him and formally apologized. "We should be the ones apologizing. If that spider had landed on someone else instead of you, Peter, given its toxicity, it could have resulted in casualties. We should thank you for killing the spider and avoiding a greater danger." "Thank you, Peter." Thor once again saved a group of people threatened by a deadly spider, all without his knowledge. The entire hall erupted in warm applause, and everyone looked at Peter in admiration. Although he had experienced many such occasions, Peter still felt uncomfortable. Thank you all. I happened to do this by accident. It was all the will of God." Thus another group of people followed suit, making the sign of the cross to thank God. The subsequent tour went very smoothly with no incidents. After all the planned activities were completed, Peter handed out the homework assigned by the teacher beforehand, and then dismissed everyone. Just as he approached, Gwen, wanting to go back to the dojo with her, Harry Osborne suddenly appeared and called him over. "Hey Peter, my father wants to see you." With his best friend's father looking for him, he couldn't refuse, so he looked apologetically at Gwen. "Sorry Gwen, but you'll have to head back first." Gwen was just looking for an excuse to decline, so she took the opportunity to escape. After they parted ways, Peter and Harry went to the top floor to the Osborne Group's chairman's office, where they met Harry's father, Norman Osborne. "Ha, Peter, welcome." Norman greeted him warmly as he stood up. Peter was also quite polite. After all, he had always had a good relationship with Harry, and it was only proper to show respect to his friend's father. "I just heard that you killed a super spider down there that threatened everyone's safety, saving everyone once again. Honestly, it was completely unintentional. Ooh, I had no idea it was a super spider beforehand. It was a mistake on the staff's part. Under normal circumstances, those super spiders should be contained in glass enclosures and shouldn't have been able to escape. I've already sent someone to investigate. I hope it's just an accident." "Are you suggesting that this could be a man-made incident, Uncle Osborne?" "I'm not sure, but I cannot rule out that possibility, so it would be better to investigate for safety's sake. If it turns out to be just an accident, that would be even better." After exchanging pleasantries, Osborne sighed. "Actually, your father, Richard Parker, was once an employee of our Osborne Corporation. This super spider project was completed under his leadership. Later, he had an accident that led to many of our projects becoming unsustainable, and we all felt deep regret for his fate." Peter only knew that his father was a biologist, but he didn't know much about the specifics. After all, he was still quite young when his father passed away. And Osborne would not tell Peter that his father was actually a rogue, a fraud, a scoundrel who embezzled funds from the corporation and fled with research data after achieving results. If Richard had truly escaped, it would have been fine. At worst, the Osborne Corporation could have found a way to retrieve it through other means. Whether through money or power, there would always be a way to resolve it through negotiation. But that fool Richard actually died in the process of fleeing, taking all the research data with him. Peter had no idea what was on Osborne's mind. Upon hearing Norman say that his father had also worked at the Osborne Corporation, he immediately felt a surge of goodwill toward the company. Peter, what are your plans for the future? Which university do you want to go to? Columbia University or NYU? Or even an out-of-town one? I can help you with a recommendation. Haha, look at me, I almost forgot. Norman chuckled and continued, so what major does Peter plan to pursue? If it's biology, there will be many experiments to conduct, and the Osborne Corporation can provide you with a lab for free to assist with your daily studies and research. I haven't really thought about that yet. Maybe I'll study physics, especially topics related to electricity and magnetism. Is it because you are currently studying the ultimate infinite Qi Gong? That's right, I am currently at the first level of magnetic field rotation. The maximum limit of Qi Gong is 50 levels, and according to my master, there are indeed higher realms beyond that limit, but due to the nature of the technique, they cannot be reached. May I ask, does this Qi Gong, besides granting superpowers and making the body incredibly strong, have any effects on diseases? For example, cancer, leukemia, viral infections, poisoning, genetic diseases, and so forth. Peter scratched his head, thought for a moment, and frowned. My master hasn't mentioned anything about those. I estimate that immunity must have been strengthened, and there should be some resistance to viral infections and toxins, but I'm not too sure about cancer and leukemia. As for genetic diseases, I've heard my master say that when the magnetic field rotation reaches 90 levels, it can alter one's DNA. Norman's breathing became somewhat rapid. Has Mr. Jean reached 90 levels now? Not yet. My master is only at 25 levels, and due to the limitations of the technique, can only reach 50 levels. Norman's hope was once again extinguished. However, my master has high hopes for the senior brother, believing that he can break through the limits of the technique. Norman was taken aback, but quickly realized. Mr. Stark, he is indeed a genius. His thoughts whirled, and he quickly made a decision. Peter, have you considered helping Mr. Stark tackle the issue of breaking through the ultimate infinite Qi Gong limits from a biological perspective? Huh, Peter was taken aback. Me. Exactly. While I don't know much about Qi Gong, since it has such a significant impact on the human body, there must be a biological aspect to it. Norman looked at Peter with keen eyes. Seriously. Mr. Stark is indeed a genius, but to tackle a project often requires the collaboration of many researchers from various fields. It's not something a single person can solve. If you have this intention, then the Osborne Corporation will do its utmost to assist you. This is too sudden. I might need to think it over carefully. Peter was shocked and somewhat hesitant. Of course, this matter is very important, and you don't have to decide right now. Norman said with a smile. Also, Harry has been doing well in his Chinese studies. In a few days, he might join the Ultimate Infinite Guild. Really? That's wonderful. Peter happily looked at Harry beside him, and they exchanged smiles. After discussing the main topic, Norman, busy with official matters, did not accompany Peter any longer and let Harry show him around some experimental areas within the corporation. This time, the range of the tour was much broader than what had been shown to the students before, and many confidential internal laboratories were also included, allowing Peter to see the research capabilities of the Osborne Corporation. As evening approached, they concluded the tour and exited the laboratory. Harry and Peter had dinner together before having someone drive Peter back to the dojo. During the evening martial arts practice, Peter recounted Norman Osborne's words, wanting to consult his master's opinion. Such an opportunity would certainly not be refused by Jean Lu. You've seen how unreliable that Tony is. Expecting him to break through the 50-level limit of the technique might take decades. If you can achieve certain results from a biological standpoint, it could also motivate that guy. You know how much he values his face. Peter chuckled secretly and nodded. All right, master, I understand. I'll get back to Mr. Osborne. Peter finally realized something was amiss. If Gwen had only missed a day or two at the dojo, it might have been due to family matters. However, after half a month of continuous excuses, there was an issue. After class that day, he cornered Gwen, who had been avoiding him in the hallway. Hey Gwen, you haven't come to the dojo in several days. Don't use family matters as an excuse. You used to be very dedicated. Even if you had to squeeze out some time, you would definitely come. Gwen was left speechless. After a moment of silence, looking at Peter with concern, she said, Peter, I've thought it over carefully, and I actually don't think I'm suited for martial arts. It's just too exhausting. Exhausting? Are you joking? Peter exclaimed in surprise. This is Qigong, not external martial arts. You don't even need to condition your muscles, not even a horse stance is required. All you need is to focus your attention and use concentration and willpower to drive the Qigong to compress and rub the cells. Alright, I admit it's a bit challenging, but under the master's magnetic field acceleration, it's already at a level that an ordinary person can accept. I don't think it's much harder than immersing yourself in solving math problems. Gwen fell silent again. Gwen, is there something you can't talk about? I feel like you definitely have a reason, but if you don't say it, how would I know? Gwen looked around at their classmates who were watching them, intently hesitated for a moment, then pulled Peter along the stairs to the rooftop. All right, there's no one else here. If you have any questions, you can tell me now. Trust me, I will help you solve them in the name of Thor. Gwen pondered her words, then made up her mind to tell Peter, who was kept in the dark, the truth. After answering the disciples' questions, Jean-Lu was sitting cross-legged in the main hall practicing the ultimate Qi Gong. Although this practice had little effect on the realm of magnetic field rotation, it did influence the complete realm. The complete realm refers to a strong person's ultimate understanding of combat. Understanding the essence of magnetic field rotation, the martial arts techniques, practiced fighting spirit, will to fight, and various unconventional tactics, sneaky gestures, swearing, etc. Grasping the opponent's mindset and weaknesses, all these are part of the complete realm. Jean Liu's complete realm was originally rather low, but after his battle with Carol, he spent a great deal of time absorbing the experiences from that day. He had also witnessed the explosion of the Earth and the reversal of time, cultivating the spatial eye with the space gem, and the depth of his insights far surpassed those when he first arrived on Earth. During that battle with Carol, he was constantly pressured and beaten, and only with the explosion of the space gem did he manage to drag the outcome into a mutually destructive situation. However, now, if he were to fight Carol again, he was confident he could kill her. He carefully contemplated the fluctuations of his life magnetic field, experiencing the gradual strengthening of his body by the magnetic field, and understood the essence of magnetic field rotation on a deeper level. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, withdrew from his practice, and looked up at the door. He saw a figure sweep in like the wind and stand before him, looking at him with a complex expression. "What's wrong, Peter?" "Master, I heard that you killed some police officers a few days ago." "Tell me, Master, it's not true, is it?" Peter said with a trembling voice. "Oh, that did happen. Because of this, many disciples have not come back these days." Jean-Lu replied nonchalantly. "Why, Master?" "Because they try to shoot me. Only those who are prepared to kill are qualified to point guns at others." "Is there a problem?" "But they are police officers." "So what? Are police officers any different from others?" "Police officers are law enforcers. Killing them represents a provocation to the Federation." "So what?" Jean-Lu looked at him in confusion. "Then it would." Peter was about to say they would be wanted, but suddenly remembered that it had been so many days and no one had come looking for trouble. He froze for a moment, then stammered, "You didn't have to kill them. You could have just waved your hand and thrown them out." "I did throw them out, and then more people came. To avoid more trouble, I killed them all," Jean-Lu said naturally. "Moreover, to adapt to the rules of this world, I even disposed of their bodies in space, destroying the evidence. Absolutely no one can use these bodies as evidence." Peter was even more dumbfounded, stammering for a long time before saying there was really no need to kill them. "You could have found a good lawyer to handle the lawsuit. The senior brother must have many good lawyers to choose from." "Peter, I understand what you mean." Jean-Lu sighed somewhat impatiently, explaining to his good disciple, "You think I could completely solve the problem through peaceful means without resorting to force, and certainly without killing anyone. Is that right?" "Yes, that's right. Master, your reaction doesn't have to be so extreme." Peter nodded repeatedly. "Why should I?" Jean Liu's face fell, and a chilling atmosphere immediately enveloped the entire courtyard. Peter was somewhat better off, considering he was also a strong one in magnetic field rotation, but the other ordinary registered disciples felt their hearts racing, unable to shake off the sense of impending doom. "Why should I act according to their rules? Finding a lawyer, gathering evidence, going to court. Doesn't that series of things require time? With that time, wouldn't it be better for me to practice a bit more? Why waste it on useless matters?" Peter looked into his master's eyes, which were cold and ruthless, the same gaze Tony had seen in his dreams reappearing on Jean-Lu. The life magnetic field within Peter automatically revolved, pulling his mind back. "Master, how can this be called useless? As long as you spend a little time, many troubles can be solved." "I've already solved the troubles and used even less time." Peter completely couldn't understand his way of thinking, anxiously saying, "Master, you killed someone. This is illegal." "Peter, remember this. With greater power comes greater authority." Jean-Lu earnestly instructed his disciple, and the so-called laws are merely tools to protect the interests of the ruling class. As a martial god, I am inherently a part of the ruling class. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. As a well-behaved child, a good student in the eyes of his teacher, and the ideal child in the eyes of his parents, Peter Parker had never heard such worldview-shattering words. His upbringing instilled in Peter a deep reverence for institutions like the Federation and the police, and a profound respect for the law, particularly the noble principle that every genuine Marvel superhero must uphold, which deeply influenced his worldview. Even after becoming Thor, he had never violated the law and remained a law-abiding youth, the kind of superhero most favored by the Federation and the authorities. He had never killed anyone, which is why during the last battle against Aquaman, he was shaken to his core by the bloodshed that resulted from killing a fishman warrior. After being tutored by Namor once, he would not be as timid upon seeing blood again, yet he still lacked the awareness of a true warrior. This isn't right, Master. Those deceased police officers also have families and friends who will suffer and grieve over their loss. If there are better ways to solve these problems, why resort to violence? What do I care? Jean-Lu retorted decisively. Do I know them? Their suffering and grief have nothing to do with me. Peter was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Peter, you are bound by too many ropes. You should break them all and free yourself. Only by facing oneself can one step into the ultimate realm. So the so-called martial gods are merely ruthless killers, huh? Peter was exasperated. Not quite. A martial god should face their inner self and indulge their own desires. If one wishes to be a good person, they can be a good martial god. If they want to be a villain, they can be an evil martial god. As for someone like Tony, I think he will likely just be a lecherous martial god in the future. But regardless of the type of martial god, if one does not even know their own nature or what they truly want, they will not go far on this path of magnetic rotation. Indulging one's desires does not mean one can harm others at will. Peter retorted angrily. As a strong individual advances, they will naturally encroach upon others' living space. The stronger one is, the more they will encroach. It is not that the strong specifically target or harm anyone. Jean-Lu illustrated. Peter, did you notice that you crushed an ant underfoot when you entered? We are talking about people. Beings of equal intelligence. They are no different from us. Peter shouted loudly. Okay, let's use people as examples. Jean-Lu shrugged indifferently. Remember to check for updates on kungxiyosho.com and don't forget to look for the latest chapters. When you got into Midtown High School, did you notice those who were eliminated for scoring 1 point less than you? When you received a scholarship, did you notice those who were pushed off the list because of you? Those who graduated from college and received multiple job offers, did you notice those who interviewed alongside them but received nothing? What kind of example is that? I earned all of this through hard work. It should rightfully belong to me. Is there really a difference? It's merely a matter of the degree of harm. You're just too small, so your harm is also minimal. I am much larger, so others are directly crushed to death, that's all. I hold no animosity towards those deceased police officers. I merely used the simplest solution available. This is sophistry, it is illogical. There were clearly better methods. Peter was even more furious. Better methods? Jean-Lu scoffed. That concept has always been relative. What you call a better method might be better for others, but not for me. Peter, remember that this world is always a zero-sum game. The so-called win-win situations are essentially when both parties find a third party they can exploit together. Peter, whether you want to admit it or not, once you became Thor, you were already a big guy. You will unconsciously crush more and more people even if you don't want to. Peter admitted, as you walk the path of the martial god, you will ultimately become insulated from the term ordinary person, drifting further away. Peter's face turned pale and his mind grew increasingly chaotic. He shook his head, completely unable to accept these assertions. He looked at Jean-Lu, sadly pleading. Master, why must martial gods elevate themselves above others? Isn't it better to be an ordinary person like me and senior brother? TCH, ordinary people. Perhaps only children from ordinary families like you cling to these useless moral views and want to be ordinary. Jean-Lu scoffed at Peter, tearing away the last shred of his delusions. Do you really think Tony is completely unaware of all this? He just hasn't said a word about it. Peter's face paled instantly. If he already knew about this, it was unreasonable for senior brother, who was more in the loop, not to know. As his idol, Tony Stark held a special place in Peter's heart. The grand image of Tony Stark in Peter's mind came crashing down. In that moment, Peter felt as if his idol had collapsed. He trembled, his lips quivering as he asked, so the government never sent anyone to trouble me later? It was senior brother who secretly helped behind the scenes. Jean-Lu thought for a moment and shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. From what I know of that guy Tony, if he did anything, he would definitely make sure everyone knows. Since he didn't come here to flaunt his merits, it's probably not him. If not him, then who? Peter's expression darkened, clearly unconvinced. Most likely it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or someone from the military wanting to take the opportunity to sell me a personal favor or something. Jean-Lu sneered. Perhaps the mastermind behind it all is one of them, acting both as a person and as a ghost, fits all of them at work. Peter's already shaky worldview took another heavy blow. How is that possible? They are government workers. How could they? How could they? The world is bustling with people seeking profit. Everything in this world revolves around interests. For the sake of profit, what's the big deal about sending a dozen police officers to their deaths? Watching Peter leave the dojo in a daze, Jean-Lu understood that the relationship between them would never return to what it once was. However, this lesson in life was something that had to be taught to Peter, otherwise he would never know how many people would exploit him throughout his life, and his outcome would likely not be any better. The only concern is how much Peter can learn from this lesson, especially in the presence of hidden, scheming individuals. Jean-Lu wronged Tony. He had recently been romantically involved with certain Hollywood stars, and had not returned home at all, nor did he know anything had happened at the dojo. The only time he went to the dojo, he was startled awake by a nightmare, seeking his master for answers. By that time, the matter had already been settled by S.H.I.E.L.D., and the ordinary disciples, fearing trouble, had all withdrawn from the dojo and never returned. When he arrived at the dojo, he saw nothing unusual. But the truth cannot be hidden. When he finally grew tired of his escapades and returned home, he received intelligence collected by Jarvis. Killed over a dozen police officers, in front of everyone, and hasn't faced any punishment. Hearing this intelligence, Tony was somewhat taken aback. Yes, sir. Tony sat on the sofa silent. Sir, based on the model I have established, it can be concluded that his values differ greatly from those of ordinary people, showing no reverence or respect for the existing legal system and moral concepts. According to the model analysis, the probability of him clashing with government agencies again exceeds 87%, and the probability of a battle destroying New York City exceeds 64%. Tony frowned, hesitating. Sir, you've seen that previous video too. The reason the Aquaman attacked New York was purely for revenge. New York City had already fallen into a crisis because of his reckless behavior, and no one knows when the next crisis will come. The last time was to give Peter and me a makeup class. There won't be a next time. Tony waved his hand irritably. Then how can we be sure he won't create another live demonstration next time? Tony was no longer the original superhero. He did not care much about the deaths of a dozen insignificant police officers, but he had to admit that in a flood disaster in New York, the death of tens of thousands had a profound impact on him. Perhaps next time there will be danger for Pepper and Obadiah too. Jarvis added the final straw to the burdened camel. All right, you win. They'll go talk to the master properly. He can't keep acting so recklessly. After eliminating most of the weak-willed disciples who withdrew, the remaining disciples were all determined individuals practicing even more diligently than the first batch. Of course, the most diligent practitioners were those elites sent over by various organizations. They were also the ones who cared the least about the lives of those police officers. They even hoped that everyone else would withdraw, leaving only themselves behind. When Tony arrived at the dojo, he found a group of disciples even more focused than before. They were completely unaffected by the previous incident and practiced with greater dedication. Oh, master, the quality of this batch of disciples is lacking. They are all males. Jean-Luc glanced at him. Humph, compared to the previous batch that had a significant number of supermodels or actresses, this is a bit more representative of a real dojo. Those drunken fools didn't even pass the March assessment and were all kicked out by me. Tony shrugged. What a pity there were still a few junior sisters I hadn't successfully guided. Can't you just call them directly? Tony raised an eyebrow. The problem is I didn't save their phone numbers. Truly a scumbag. Jean-Luc jabbed at him, but his thick skin perfectly defended against it. So what brings you here this time? Did you have another nightmare? Not really, just that one time. The dream vanished like a movie ending. Tony shook his head and continued. I heard things were a bit lively here a few days ago. Do you need my help? It's already been resolved, although I don't know who did it. But it seems the mastermind behind it has voluntarily retreated. Such things happen often in this world. Jean-Luc looked at Tony with a peculiar gaze. Is your visit this time to fulfill filial piety? No, of course not. Tony instinctively shook his head in denial, hesitating for a moment, then added. Actually, I wanted to ask, have you considered what would happen if the other side did not retreat? What should happen will happen, right? Why think about it? More police will come, even the military. Jean-Luc was amused by Tony's words. Haha, Tony, do you really think those things can harm me? You could even sweep away the so-called federal forces right now. You don't mean you're planning to kill them all, do you? What's wrong with that? Jean-Luc retorted. You will be rejected by the whole world. Everyone will condemn you. I am the god of war. The opinions of the outside world mean nothing to me. As long as they don't provoke me, I don't need to pay them any mind. Anyone who dares to be arrogant in front of me will be dealt with swiftly. Tony gasped, seriously scrutinizing his master. Seeing his indifferent expression, he realized he was not joking, but sincerely believed this. Killing cannot solve everything, and force cannot dominate everyone. Otherwise Hitler would have succeeded back then. Jean-Luc shook his head and began teaching the disciples. There is an old saying in the East, to kill one person is a crime, to kill 10,000 is a hero, to kill 900,000 is to be the greatest of heroes. In the past, there was a foreign tribe in the East that killed countless innocents, and the Eastern people hated him to the bone, yet it did not prevent him from enjoying wealth and honor until his death. Moreover, it did not prevent many descendants of victims from idolizing him long after, even venerating him as Genghis Khan. Hundreds of years later, a later individual learned this method and seized the throne of the Central Plains, allowing his family to rule for 200 years. Believe me, Tony, the reason Hitler failed is only one: he was not strong enough. Otherwise, you should be shouting "Long live the Führer" before every meal. This kind of story is not exclusive to the East. Let me share something you are familiar with. The monster from Corsica landed at the port of Rouen. The man-eating devil advanced towards Grasse. The usurper entered Grenoble. Bonaparte occupied Lyon. and Napoleon approached Fontainebleau, your majesty will arrive in his loyal Paris today. What do you think? Doesn't it feel immediately immersive when put this way? There are over 7 billion people in the world. As long as half are killed, no, even just 1/10 the rest will naturally become obedient. Tony looked at his master who spoke these words as if telling a story, feeling a chill run down his spine. He swallowed and asked in a dry voice, what if they still don't obey? Jean-Loup smiled slightly, his teeth white as snow radiating a cold light in the air. Then we will kill until they do obey. Regarding the complete realm in this book. In the comics, some have reached a complete realm while others have not. Some have a 30 or 60% complete realm, and there are many levels of complete realms, which is very chaotic. In the Haihu series, the complete realm becomes more nonsensical the further it goes, with Faelion constantly eating up the settings. I will share my views on the complete realm and the settings in this book. In a forum, there is a post titled Beiguo Huanshu X, which makes a lot of sense. The complete realm is a fluid standard that depends on the current limits of the strong. For example, in the early stages, everyone had a rough grasp of martial arts techniques, tactical applications, and fine control of power. The limit of the complete realm might only be level 100, and its 80% would be level 80. At this time, attempting to use electrical current to drive away the magnetic field rotating at 49 layers was simply impossible. However, as the strong continually battled and developed martial arts to their limits, controlling power to the utmost, every ounce of strength became solid and unyielding with no leakage during combat. At this point, the limit of the complete realm could reach level 1000. Its 10% would be level 100, which is even higher than the original 80% of level 100. By the time of the final battle, the limit of the complete realm would be level 100. At this point, using electrical current to drive away a high-level magnetic field would pose no problem. In the future, if the complete realm limit surpasses level 100, it is not impossible. It specifically depends on Faeliang's intentions. This book adopts part of this setting. Everyone has a complete realm, including those from Marvel. The difference lies in the level. Combat experience can enhance the complete realm. Martial arts techniques can enhance the complete realm, and understanding and insight into the magnetic field can enhance the complete realm. A small thug swinging a turtle-style punch might have a complete realm of 0.00000000000000001, but it will never be 0, and negative complete realms do not exist. If anyone else were to say such words, Tony would deem them a madman and ignore them completely. However, when the speaker was someone who had once caused the earth to explode, he could not dismiss those words as mere nonsense. Master has matters to attend to, I shall bear the burden. In the future, if such situations arise, a call would suffice for me to resolve them more effectively. You? Can you handle it? Master, you underestimate me. After all, I am the chairman of Stark Industries with an extensive network and resources at my disposal. Ultimately, all problems boil down to the exchange of interests. This method is not beyond my capability. I simply deemed it beneath me in the past. Jean-Loup shook his head and said to his oblivious disciple, Tony, you completely do not understand. Why do those people trouble me? Because my abilities are too formidable, yet they remain outside their control. To those who have a strong desire for power, I am an uncontrollable entity. What they need is a lackey who obeys like Captain America, not an independent individual existing outside their sphere of influence. You think you can exchange interests with them? What do you have to offer? Let me tell you, in the realm of the extraordinary, everything Stark Industries possesses is worthless. Whether it be money or weaponry, everything is replaceable. Only a super soldier is irreplaceable. The only thing you can offer in exchange is yourself. You are also a master of magnetic field manipulation. That is the only thing you can use to trade. They will then command you to go here today and there tomorrow, like a firefighter constantly rushing around without rest. Just like Captain America during World War II, used to the point of exhaustion, going wherever danger lies. After Jean-Loup finished speaking, he looked at Tony and solemnly asked, Is this the life you desire? Tony finally realized he had been too presumptuous and fell silent. It was not that he did not understand the greed of those vampires. He simply had not thought of it at that moment. Now reminded by Jean-Loup, he immediately understood, and his thoughts ran deeper than Jean-Loup's. He had witnessed too many similar events throughout his life. To have everything under control, if something cannot be obtained, then destroy it. This is the instinct of power-hungry beings. Jean-Loup continued, Tony, you are my disciple. I do not want you to be a fool becoming a tool in the hands of others for trivial matters. Instead of wasting energy on these trivialities, it would be better to spend more time considering how to elevate your own realm or improve your strong magnetic battle armor. Once you compromise once, there will be countless times to follow. Why should we retreat first after a conflict arises between both parties? The weak yielding to the strong is a universally acknowledged law. How can it be reversed here on Earth? To seek peace through war leads to peace. To seek peace through compromise leads to its demise. So Tony, if such situations arise again, do not think of compromise or negotiation, or just chop off their claws directly. See who dares to continue being arrogant. When doing things, one must be grand to do as much as one can. A single display of power can bring decades of peace. If you annoy me, I will go and take down their headquarters. Even if the earth explodes, so be it. We can survive in other cosmic empires. As long as one is strong enough, one can thrive anywhere. Tony's face darkened, rendered speechless by his master, who thrived on chaos. Master, you can say that without feeling any pain. You are alone without family or friends and can act recklessly, but I cannot. I have a family and a business, and it's quite extensive. I simply cannot do that. Jean Lu raised an eyebrow and scolded. You lack ambition. Out with the old and in with the new. What use is your current broken company? Once you instill fear in the world, many forces will naturally want to ally with you. By then, what kind of company won't you have? Tony was displeased and retorted, Am I concerned about the company? Such companies I can establish another whenever I want. But what about the dead? Should I seek the supreme sorcerer to resurrect them? Jean Lu realized something and laughed. What do you expect? This is simple. Oh, just let Pepper come and learn from me as well. You two siblings can form a bond. Tony ignored Jean Liu's strange laughter and retorted. Who says I'm referring to Pepper? I'm talking about Obadiah. That old man shouldn't be practicing martial arts at his age. Your statement is flawed. Look at that old man over there. He must be over 60, a vagrant seeking entry to earn a stipend. He certainly isn't as well kept as someone like Obadiah. If he can practice martial arts, why can't Obadiah? Jean Lu pointed outside the door, and Tony turned to see an elderly Chinese man with graying hair, hunched over, dressed like a typical vagrant, diligently practicing. He can only muddle through here for 3 months. How could he possibly enter the fold? That's hard to say. Under the accelerated effect of magnetic field manipulation, all weaknesses can be compensated for, whether they be age, disability, or innate talent. None of that matters. What is crucial is only one thing: willpower. Jean Lu said with a meaningful smile. Ever since he came here, he has been sleeping near the main gate every night, practicing without interruption, rain or shine. Of course, most importantly, he has never attended any of those chaotic parties you host. Whether he can achieve magnetic manipulation is uncertain, but with the current, he should have a good chance. He might very well be your third junior brother. What? That old man? Tony was shocked. He could accept that Peter, a little fanboy, could be his junior brother, but a vagrant old man was too hard for him to swallow. Obadiah's physical condition can't possibly be worse than his right. Tony hesitated. Obadiah's physical condition is fine. He has always prioritized his health. However, Obadiah is busy with matters and cannot dedicate himself to martial arts like he does. The opportunity has been given to him. Whether he grasps it depends on himself. I have no objections. Jean Lu said indifferently. Then, Master, how about extending the assessment period? Tony pleaded with a grin. Not a chance. There are no exceptions. The rules are set and cannot be changed. Jean Lu firmly rejected. If it were someone like Captain America, a character of that caliber, Jean Lu might make an exception. However, for a minor antagonist like Obadiah, there was no need to show any leniency. Obadiah was a director of the group, and Pepper was the president's secretary. Both were responsible for many affairs each day. Tony planned to have them take turns to learn from a master each for 3 months without causing any adverse effects on the group's business. Tony decided to speak with Obadiah first while Pepper could wait. He staggered into Stark Industries, chatted a bit with Obadiah's secretary, and directly entered the boardroom. Tony, what are you doing here? This is quite rare, Obadiah exclaimed, surprised by his appearance. Ha, don't say that, Uncle Obadiah. I am the chairman of the group after all. Tony smiled as they embraced each other. Yes, the elusive chairman, the one we hardly see in a year, and many newcomers don't even recognize him. Obadiah continued to ramble. Tony hurriedly interrupted his rambling. How could there be newcomers who don't know me? I appear on TV and in newspapers every day. True, but not in the finance or technology sections, rather in the entertainment section. Obadiah pressed the bell, calling in his secretary to serve them coffee. So, Tony, weren't you on vacation in Saudi Arabia with your sweetheart? Why did you suddenly come back? Oh, Uncle Obadiah, that's old news. We went to the Maldives 2 weeks ago. Who cares where you went on vacation? I just want to know why you came to my office to disturb me. Are you working on some new invention? Oh, I've been busy practicing martial arts lately. Aside from the magnetic battle armor, I don't have any new inventions. Magnetic battle armor. Is that a new weapon? An exoskeleton armor. Obadiah's ears perked up at the keyword, becoming interested. Oh no, it's armor that assists in training martial arts. It's useless for those who haven't reached the realm of magnetic field rotation. Obadiah immediately lost interest. If it's useless, why are you here? Don't be so cold, Uncle Obadiah. Bullshit. Tony, I'm very busy with work every day, and I have a meeting soon. You'd better talk less. All right, Uncle Obadiah, have you considered training in martial arts? Like I do, becoming a super soldier. As he spoke, Tony effortlessly twisted the steel armrest of the chair into a twisted shape. I don't need to become a soldier. Obadiah immediately rejected the idea. But this could make you healthier and more energetic. Uncle Obadiah, you're not getting any younger, and your heart isn't doing well. Various age-related diseases must be showing up by now. However, after practicing martial arts, your body can regain health, and even your cognitive speed will far exceed that of ordinary people. Tony's words touched Obadiah, and after thinking carefully for a moment, he nodded, saying, "All right, you're right. I need a healthier body. I will spare an hour or two each day to practice martial arts. You can send that person over to teach me." No, Uncle Obadiah, my master has strict rules. You must understand Chinese, and only by formally becoming his disciple will he be willing to teach. Moreover, he has a magnetic field acceleration around him, which helps to enhance training speed. Rules. Tony, I'm surprised to hear you say that. Should I award your teacher a Best Teacher award? Obadiah sarcastically remarked in surprise. Tony shrugged, unable to respond, as he had no way to explain to Obadiah what kind of person Zhang Lu was. Uncle Obadiah, my idea is for you to take a 3-month vacation focusing on martial arts training, while Pepper can handle the group's work for now. After 3 months, Pepper will also need to go to the martial arts school for training, and at that time, I'll need you to manage her work. Upon hearing this, Obadiah immediately became alert. Tony was unaware that Obadiah was the mastermind behind the attack he faced in Afghanistan, and all related personnel had been cleaned up by Obadiah. Later, as Tony became a superhuman, conventional weapons became ineffective, so Obadiah had to abandon the idea of using a knife to kill Tony and concealed his intentions. He thought enough time had passed, assuming Tony would remain in the dark forever. However, Tony's words today raised his vigilance once again. He seriously suspected that Tony had picked up on some clues and wanted to oust him from the board. The so-called martial arts training was merely an excuse. The real goal was to seize power. A 3-month gap was sufficient for Tony to consolidate his loyal followers or clean house, leaving Obadiah as merely a nominal director. Obadiah crossed his arms, leaned forward, and fixed a stern gaze on Tony's eyes, asking, "Tony, have you heard some rumors?" "Rumors? What rumors?" Tony was puzzled. "Then why would you want me to leave my position?" Obadiah pressed. "My master has a rule that all named disciples must achieve current propulsion within 3 months. Otherwise, they will be demoted to students and expelled from the martial arts school. Without the magnetic field acceleration beside him, it would be very difficult to achieve current propulsion again. That's why I hope you can focus on martial arts for 3 months and first secure your official disciple status." Tony explained in detail. "No, I will absolutely not leave my position." Obadiah resolutely rejected this suggestion. He suddenly stood up, excitedly shouting at Tony, "I've worked in this position my whole life, dedicating all my energy to Stark Industries. My life, my ideals, everything has been deeply intertwined with Stark Industries. Without me, Stark Industries could not have developed to this point. And now you want to expel me from Stark Industries based on some unverified rumors. Don't dream. Tony, I will not leave here even if it means dying in this position." Tony looked at the suddenly agitated Obadiah in confusion, not understanding where he went wrong that led to this misunderstanding. "Hey, Uncle Obadiah, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to force you out. Your contributions to Stark Industries are irreplaceable and indelible, and you will forever be the pride of Stark Industries. I just want you to take a long vacation, get your body in shape, so you can live healthier and work more efficiently." "How are you saying my work efficiency is low?" Obadiah slammed his hand on the desk. "Let me tell you, Tony, I'm in great shape. I can keep working for another 20 years. I don't need a vacation, nor do I need to practice martial arts. Let that damn martial arts school with all its strict rules go to hell." Regarding Obadiah's issues, spoilers, I didn't expect to have to release a single chapter for this matter. Many readers commented that it was unreasonable, and some said goodbye, etc. Originally, if we just waited for the next chapter, many questions might have been resolved. But the next chapter won't be released until tomorrow at 7:30 a.m., and many readers might be impatient. Plus, the next chapter still has some issues. The pits will be left for later. I checked the stored manuscript, and it won't be filled until chapters 94 and 99. So I'm saying this in a single chapter. If you don't want to be spoiled, you can exit this explanation now. To avoid accidental sightings, I've separated it with ellipses. If you want to read, just scroll down a bit. Obadiah was not unaware of Tony and the martial arts school's matters, but as a top power broker, his thinking still revolved around the supremacy of power, especially since among his bodyguards there were those who had been lured to the martial arts school with money. Chapter 88 will mention that many ordinary people were fought over by various forces after entering, but Obadiah wasn't specifically mentioned. In fact, various forces arranged for people to enter the martial arts school to learn skills, and some of Obadiah's people were among them, but it wasn't mentioned in the book. Chapter 99 will fill in the gaps. In this case, Obadiah wouldn't consider a highly skilled martial artist to be impressive even if he was a superhero. These power brokers wouldn't think Tony Stark could fight, and after he became a superhuman, he wouldn't be seen as significant. Only when someone begins to slaughter globally in Chapter 114 and destroy several countries will they realize the importance of military power. Tony was unceremoniously ejected from Obadiah's office, but thankfully the soundproofing was excellent, so not many knew about the scathing reprimand he had received. After he left, Obadiah began to call his trusted associates one by one, trying to win them over, make promises, and issue warnings to prevent them from being swayed by Tony. Then, after much hesitation, he finally dialed another number. Justin, I agree to your terms. The items will be sent to you shortly. I'll remember your promise. Don't tell me how strong Tony is. If he were still an ordinary person, you wouldn't be negotiating with me. After hanging up, he glared ahead with a sullen expression, murmuring to himself, the corporation should belong to me. No one can take it away. Tony, completely unaware of Obadiah's actions, assumed that his words had touched a sensitive nerve in the older man. He headed back to his presidential office, deciding to talk to Pepper first. Once Pepper mastered her martial arts, she could serve as an exemplary model for Obadiah. Upon entering the secretary's office, Pepper looked up and was as surprised to see him as Obadiah had been. While the sun must be rising in the west today, who do I see appearing in the office? It's actually my boss. Pepper feigned astonishment. Tony handed her a flower he had casually plucked from the corridor, smiling as he said, your esteemed boss has decided to give you a raise and grant you some time off for your diligent work. After receiving the flower, Pepper tossed it into the trash can with a cold smirk, saying, don't think I can't recognize it. That's a flower from the corridor. Don't try to pull the same tricks you use on those little girls on me. Ooh, I'm not falling for it. So what work do you want to assign me? Have you gotten some woman pregnant? Don't say that, Pepper. It makes me feel like a scumbag. Tony chuckled as he gave Pepper a hug. I'm serious. I plan to give you a 3-month vacation. What? A long vacation? For 3 months? Pepper's expression turned suspicious as she wondered what Tony was up to. Tony then recounted what he had just told Obadiah to her. Really? You're not trying to find an excuse to get rid of me and replace me with a younger, prettier secretary? Pepper stared at Tony with doubt. Of course not. Pepper, you've done an excellent job saving me a lot of time. Why would I want to replace you? Fine, I'll accept your flattery. Normally you wouldn't do this, but when you get that X bug in your brain, I can't be sure. Pepper's gaze was still filled with suspicion. Tony felt wronged as he raised his hands in a helpless gesture, complaining, damn. Why won't you believe me when I tell the truth? You? Who else have you said this to? Pepper was even more skeptical. It was Obadiah. Tony said, slumping onto the sofa as he recounted what had transpired in Obadiah's office. I genuinely want you all to have healthier bodies, sincerely. The benefits of practicing the ultimate limitless Qi art are something I've personally experienced, it's no lie. But why do you always think I want to take your jobs from you? Pepper hesitated for a moment and then said, maybe it's just professional paranoia. In the workplace you often encounter open and hidden conflicts. Not everyone is born to sit at the top of the corporate ladder. We've only reached this point after countless struggles. Yet we also face numerous challengers who could take everything away at any moment. I'm in the same boat as Obadiah. Tony opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. This experience of struggling from the bottom was too foreign to him. He had no experience and could not empathize. All right, I've messed everything up again. Now Obadiah is throwing a tantrum in the office and he won't believe my explanation. Perhaps in his mind, I'm the young lion trying to usurp his throne. He might even accuse me of being ungrateful and backstabbing him. Tony slumped on the sofa, murmuring helplessly. Then prove to him with your actions that you don't have those intentions, that you still trust him just as your father trusted him, without any change. Pepper sat beside him and held his hand. That's why I'm here. I want you to go train at the martial arts school first and let Obadiah handle the company's affairs. In 3 months you can come back as a little Superman and show off in front of him, and he will know how much I care about his health. Tony grasped Pepper's hand earnestly. After hearing this, Pepper's expression changed, and she pulled her hand back, returning to her desk. So, I'm just a model to be used for demonstration? Hey Pepper, what are you getting mad about? Tony immediately realized he had misspoken. I originally intended for all of you to train. I just happened to approach Uncle Obadiah first. The latest chapter of the work by the perennial dawdler martial god of the Marvel world is released first on Chuanchuan Novel Network. The Novel Network releases the latest chapter. After handing over the work, I will go to the martial arts school to apprentice. You can now go hold your party. Tony opened his mouth, unsure how to explain, and finally said, I'm afraid you might need to learn Chinese first. My master won't accept anyone who doesn't speak it. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else you want to instruct me on? Pepper didn't even look up. No, that's it. Goodbye. Tony reluctantly stood up to say goodbye. He walked to the door, then paused and turned back, asking, I don't have a party tonight. Do you have plans for later? I originally didn't, but now I do. Oh well then. Goodbye. Tony left feeling dejected, gazing at the bustling scene outside the building filled with cars and people, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He had changed women frequently, but he truly had little experience with love. His feelings for Pepper seemed to evolve from physical attraction to love, eventually growing accustomed to her presence, leading to a natural progression. As for Pepper's feelings for Tony, they appeared to follow the cycle of love, disappointment, and hope repeatedly. Everyone knew about Tony's feelings for Pepper. Naturally, Pepper was aware, and Tony understood this too. But they each had their concerns. Pepper lacked confidence in the durability of her feelings for Tony, while Tony felt a severe lack of security and was very cautious about relationships. He did not know whether Pepper's feelings for him were different from those of the models and actresses. When everyone was flattering him, he could hardly distinguish who was genuine and who was insincere. Love always brings a sense of uncertainty. Even someone as clever as Tony Stark could not escape it. "Hey Tony, what are you daydreaming about? Why aren't you getting in the car?" Happy's voice snapped Tony back to reality. Tony got into Happy's car, saying, "Let's go to the dojo. Haven't you already learned everything? Why do you keep going back there?" Happy glanced at Tony in the rearview mirror and said slowly, "While driving, I heard that during the days you were away, those female models got kicked out of the dojo. They couldn't pass the assessment after 3 months." Tony replied casually, "But I heard it was the dojo that wanted to make space for newcomers. Is that just a rumor?" Tony shrugged. "Well, I wouldn't say it's a rumor. There are indeed many newcomers, but unfortunately most of them are guys. A lot of the female models who were kicked out have contacted me privately wanting your contact information, but I turned them down. I thought since you didn't plead for them, it means you're looking to change to a new batch of girls, right?" Pretty much. But even if I did plead, it wouldn't work." Tony recalled his master's rigid rules and couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, he doesn't even give you face." Happy pretended to be surprised. "Not just me, he gives no one face. But he just so happens to possess the ability to disregard anyone's face." Tony thought of his own combat strength and then assessed his master's, feeling utterly powerless. He sighed, how can such a person exist in this world? Happy took another glance at Tony in the rearview mirror, saying, "I heard he killed more than 10 police officers not long ago, right in front of everyone. God, that's terrifying." Seeing Tony unresponsive, he probed further. "Will the organization be implicated? If the citizens find out about this, the stock price will definitely plummet. The news has been suppressed, it won't leak out. What about the students who left the dojo? Won't they say anything? As long as it's not widely disseminated, the voices of a few won't form a scale, and no one will care. But the relatives of the deceased will care. They might seek revenge, plant bombs or something." Hee. Tony couldn't help but chuckle. Happy, once he masters the electric propulsion technique, he'll no longer be an ordinary person and won't be harmed by mere bullets. "I'm worried that if the relatives of the deceased can't take revenge on the dojo, they might lash out at Stark Industries instead. Like Obadiah or Pepper, for instance." "Alright, you have a point. We can't rule out that possibility. But I've already arranged for Pepper to learn martial arts at the dojo, and once she's initiated, Obadiah will go too. By the way, Happy, how's your Chinese coming along?" Chinese is really a profound language," Happy said awkwardly. "It's just a language. How hard can it be?" "Hey Tony, don't measure normal people by your standards. For a typical person, it takes at least a year to learn a language. If I were as genius as you, I wouldn't be driving you around here. I'd start my own big company and have you come work for me as a driver." Happy pouted angrily. "Haha, that's true. When your company is established, I'll come drive for you, mister." "Happy, please get in the car, mister." "Happy, please get out of the car." As the two were enjoying the conversation, they burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, Happy sobered up and said seriously to Tony, "Tony, that guy named Jean Lu doesn't seem like a good person. I'm really worried about you." "That's true, Happy. Master Jean is not only not a good person, he's a bastard who regards human life as nothing. But the problem is his combat strength is too high, beyond the limits of my imagination. I have no idea who on earth could restrain him." Tony sighed. "Tony, you can do it. You must have a way to restrain him." Happy slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt at the roadside, turned to look Tony in the eyes, and said seriously, "Tony, you are a genius. A one-o-fakin' genius in this world. If there's anyone in this world who can balance that dangerous man, it must be you. Tony, you need to have confidence in yourself. There's nothing in this world that you can't solve." Tony stared blankly at Happy in the front seat and said in surprise, "Happy, I really appreciate your trust in me, but the problem is, why should I balance him? What's the benefit for me in doing such a dangerous thing?" "Hey Tony, you're a superhero. You're Iron Man," Happy shouted in anger. "Come on. Those are just titles hyped up by the media. I never thought of myself as a superhero, nor am I interested in such titles. I don't want to be a lackey for those in power, sacrificing my youth and life, and then my offspring. Of course, I don't mind if others do that. In fact, I would applaud and welcome it, giving all the glory to them. As for myself, I would rather spend that time on dating more girls. Wouldn't that be better? I think my master is right. The greater the ability, the greater the power should be." "Alright, Happy, don't look at me so disappointed like a little dog that lost its bone. You know me, well, I'm just a playboy. Becoming Iron Man was purely accidental." Happy slowly turned around in disappointment, restarted the car, and sighed, "Fine, you're right, and my expectations for you were too high." "Happy, I'm glad you can say these things to me. At least it shows you truly regard me as a friend." Tony smiled and reached forward to pat Happy on the shoulder. Happy continued to drive, while saying, "Of course I see you as a friend, and hope you can behave in a way that matches your identity and reputation. Not just me, all the people who care about you and love you will have such expectations, including Miss Pepper, Mr. Obadiah, and the late Howard Stark." While Happy spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the rearview mirror, and clearly noticed that when Howard was mentioned, Tony frowned and looked a little dazed. Indeed, just as that person said, the late Howard Stark is Tony's Achilles heel. Although Tony always claims he has nothing to do with Howard, in reality, every word and action of his is influenced by the father who left him in his childhood. With his goal achieved, Happy did not disturb Tony's contemplation, but withdrew his gaze, stopped speaking, and drove steadily. In the outskirts of New York, beside the highway, the trees on both sides are lush and green, with sunlight pouring down, casting mottled shadows. Two groups of people are confronting each other not far beneath the trees. At the forefront of each side stands an elder. One is a bald man in a suit sitting in a wheelchair, while the other has a steel helmet and a hooked nose levitating on a massive steel plate. Behind them are their respective followers, each with diverse appearances, odd shapes, clearly mutants. "Charles, how did you find me?" Magneto asked with a grim expression. Professor X smiled and replied, "Eric, your helmet may prevent me from probing your mind, but similarly, I can locate you based on that. There aren't many in this world who possess vibrant life force and can't be probed by me. You are sidestepping the issue, Charles. Unless you knew beforehand that I would take this route, it would be impossible for you to conduct an accurate probe. I know the limits of your abilities. You can't probe continuously or target specific individuals at will." Magneto is highly suspicious that he has a mole among his subordinates, just as he had within the X Academy. Professor X firmly denies any presence of a mole among Magneto's subordinates, just as Magneto vehemently denies the existence of his own mole in the X Academy. "Eric, I understand you just as you understand me." Professor X replied with a smile. "When the news about the ultimate infinite Qi Gong capable of creating superhumans emerged, I knew you would come looking for trouble with Zhonglu. And according to your habits, you would definitely take a direct path. Therefore, for the past few days, I have scanned this direction every 30 minutes. Fortunately, today, I finally caught you. You cannot stop me, Charles. What I intend to do has never been impeded by anyone." Magneto said with a stern face, his attitude resolute. Professor X urged, "Eric, humans have always hated and feared mutants primarily because too many have suffered harm from mutants. Especially when mutants first awaken, their control over their abilities is often very weak, leading to harm to those around them. The cultivation of ultimate infinite Qi Gong can help mutants better control their abilities, preventing them from going out of control. There have already been clear examples. Jimmy Yang's control over his abilities far exceeds that of ordinary mutants. Even many children who have studied at the X Academy for a year or two may not be able to manipulate the wind as freely as he does." Magneto snorted coldly, saying, "Of course, your kindergarten-like training methods yield slow progress. In the Brotherhood, as long as there are a few real kill sessions, one can essentially master their abilities." Professor X frowned and said, "Because those mutants who cannot control their abilities have died, perishing in meaningless battles. Battle is a ladder of progress. How can it be deemed meaningless?" Magneto replied dismissively, "Nature inherently values survival of the fittest. Those who cannot control their abilities are akin to the disabled and will naturally be eliminated. Excellent genes eliminate inferior genes. Powerful abilities eradicate weak ones. Just as Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthal, mutants will inevitably replace humans. Moreover, the reason humans reject mutants is not merely due to harm. Many who have never suffered at the hands of mutants still reject them. It's because they are jealous. They envy the strength of mutants while they possess only fragile bodies. Even if they work out for 2 hours every day for 10 years, their strength and muscles will still pale in comparison to those of mutants. They envy mutants' uniqueness, while they are merely a group of ordinary people lacking characteristics destined to serve as stepping stones for others. They must even convince themselves with motivational speeches acknowledging the ordinariness of their parents, their own ordinariness, and the ordinariness of their children. They envy mutants who awaken to possess various abilities while they toil for a decade, yet still cannot become experts. They can only watch a few geniuses shine brightly, while they struggle to comprehend problems that others solve effortlessly. This is the crux of the matter. Because of jealousy, they reject, just as they deride the top students in school as nerds. They take pleasure in bullying those nerds. Did those nerds ever harm them?" Professor X sighed, his brow furrowed, gazing at the excited Magneto. He lamented, "Eric, we have been arguing for over a decade, and neither can persuade the other. I do not wish to continue this argument today. Even if what you say is true, that humans are jealous of mutant strength and thus reject them. But now everything has changed. The ultimate infinite Qi Gong can be learned by anyone, which can mass-produce superhumans. Artificial superhumans can effectively alleviate human hostility and fear towards mutants. When the rulers of humanity no longer fear mutants harming them, they will naturally not incite ordinary people to reject mutants. Only then will there be a possibility for peaceful coexistence. No, Charles, this will only weaken mutants' recognition of their own superior bloodline. This person must be eliminated." Magneto's murderous intent was evident. "It's useless, Eric. Zhonglu has already taught many disciples. Even if you kill him, you still cannot prevent humans from learning the ultimate infinite Qi Gong. No, it is still useful. He has a magnetic field acceleration effect around him. Without his magnetic field acceleration, it would be very difficult to quickly learn to become a superhuman. As long as he has eliminated mass production of superhumans, will become a castle in the air utterly unattainable. Your intelligence is quite detailed, Professor X remarked meaningfully. Are there any of your subordinates among those mutants studying at the martial arts school? Or rather, after scanning the crowd, he suddenly asked, where is Raven? She has already gone to the martial arts school to learn, hasn't she? Magneto snorted coldly, not responding. Professor X understood and shook his head, saying, Eric, I will not agree to your past, you should just go back. Magneto's anger flared. With a flick of his finger, the massive steel plate that had carried them disassembled into countless small pieces, while the soldiers on the plate landed, readying themselves for battle. On Professor X's side, the X-Men also focused, ready for combat. Various energy particles gathered together, distorting the space between both sides, and battle was about to erupt. The battle ultimately did not escalate. Both sides remained rational and restrained. Charles, you cannot stop me. You cannot protect him forever. I will seize every opportunity to thwart you. I will keep a constant watch on your movements. You will never have a chance. After exchanging heated words, both parties dispersed. On the way back, Aurora asked, Professor, why don't you tell Magneto about the possibility that the ultimate infinite Qi technique might activate the X gene? If he knew this, he would likely abandon his plan to kill Jean-Lu. The issue is, this is merely my speculation. I have no evidence. One example of Jimmy Yang is insufficient. At least one more example is required. Moreover, we were in an adversarial state at that time. Eric may not believe what I say. He is a very stubborn old man. Professor X sighed, turning to Aurora, saying, Aurora, your Chinese has improved significantly. You should go to the martial arts school and apprentice soon. All right, I understand. Aurora nodded in agreement, and then asked, should I find Raven? Professor X hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, saying, no need. Raven's abilities are only suitable for espionage and lack combat capability. It wouldn't hurt for her to learn a little. Moreover, if my speculation is correct, I still need her to relay messages to Eric. Upon entering the city, Aurora directly took a taxi to Chinatown, while Professor X led a team to visit some local old friends, hoping to create a better social environment for mutants through the opportunity of artificial superhumans. Jean-Lu was quite surprised by Aurora's arrival, but was indifferent. He welcomed anyone to learn regardless of background. She had specifically gone to learn Chinese, which showed her sincerity, so there was no reason to turn her away. As for the political motives hidden behind this, or Professor X's schemes, or the attitudes of the human government and military, Jean-Lu was completely unconcerned. Whatever happens, as long as it doesn't fall on me, that's fine. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to solve problems the way a martial god does. Though this magnetic lunatic isn't authentic enough to recklessly destroy a few cities just to test his skills, if he truly lost his temper, he would not hesitate in the slightest regarding collateral damage. Many factions sent people to seek apprenticeship at the martial arts school, attempting to woo it. Therefore, the X-Men sent representatives, which displeased many factions, but did not provoke any backlash. As for the undercurrents regarding Aurora seeking apprenticeship, Professor X would handle the situation. After becoming an apprentice, Aurora aimed to build good relationships with several mutants in the martial arts school, hoping to take them back to the X Academy if they failed the assessment. She paid attention to everyone in the martial arts school, hoping to find Mystique Raven. Even if she didn't expose her, she wanted to keep track of her. However, it must be said that Raven is truly a top-tier infiltrator. If she doesn't wish to reveal herself, it is genuinely difficult for others to discover her. Aurora interacted with everyone, but failed to identify anyone problematic. The third apprentice of the martial arts school appeared, not the vagabond Jean-Lu had favored, but Agent 13 of Sharon Carter. If anyone welcomed this the most, it was undoubtedly senior brother Tony Stark. Haha, thank goodness it's junior sister, not junior brother, who is twice my age. Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, invited Sharon, saying, Junior sister, to celebrate your successful apprenticeship, I've decided to throw a grand party tonight. Let's have some fun together. Sharon, wearing a recognizable forced smile, politely declined, saying, Thank you, senior brother, but I have dinner plans with my uncle's family. I'm very sorry. Let's talk again next time. Oh, what a pity, Tony said, reluctantly giving up as he approached Jean-Lu. Pepper's Chinese has improved quite well. I plan to bring her here to apprentice tomorrow. That's fine anytime. Our martial arts school has no terms. You can learn whenever you come. The foundational knowledge is the same, only the proficiency differs. Or perhaps you as the senior brother could come and guest lecture, providing her with some extra help. Jean-Lu teased Tony. I'm quite busy. Tony instinctively tried to refuse. Then I'll arrange a senior brother to provide her with personal guidance. Not a chance. Tony exploded immediately. When it comes to understanding Qi techniques, who can surpass me? How can I let someone mislead her? Very well, then the task of teaching will fall to you. Jean-Lu patted Tony's shoulder, finalizing the arrangement. Ever since Peter had quarreled with him last time, he hadn't returned to the martial arts school. Jean-Lu could guess without doubt that the kid was too greatly impacted and would take a while to recover. However, he was not worried at all because Black Egg wouldn't give up on this henchman. He would surely find a way to address Peter's psychological issues and then manipulate him into a state of confusion. By that time, a stronger dose could be administered to Peter. The events of this world come from Half Conks. Come to Half the Novel Network to read the latest complete chapters. Really, nothing is false and nothing is true. Brainwashing in the end will become less effective as life experiences accumulate. As long as we avoid keeping Peter in a prolonged state of brainwashing, let him traverse the world more, endure a few harsh realities, and if possible read more philosophical books. His worldview will naturally become more rounded and mature. The strength of a martial god lies at the core of the heart. A martial god must deeply understand their inner self, know what they truly desire, recognize what is important, and be willing to endure whatever cost to achieve that result. Thus, many martial gods are willing to destroy the world for a woman or obliterate a planet for a goal. Such actions are not merely madness, but rather a profound understanding of what is most crucial to oneself. This is enlightenment. Without enlightenment, one cannot go far on the path of the martial god. Enlightenment is not something one is born with, it must be attained through experience. Those who excel at reflection repeatedly question their inner selves, deeply excavating the most profound thoughts hidden within their souls, whether bright, dark, or unspeakable, and then reveal this fundamental idea outwardly as their code of conduct. Those who are not good at introspection can only endure societal hardships, suffering painful realities until they are battered and bruised, experiencing every tragedy of life repeatedly until either they break free and transform or remain trapped bearing all regrets until death. A teacher is one who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. Since you call me Master, Peter cannot escape a few beatings. Thanks to Jerome, the end of days, evil dragon emperor, for the reward. Professor Magneto led the X-Men to repel their enemies, not succeeding in entering New York, but that does not mean he would give up. That night, a disciple approached Jean-Luc, arrogantly handing him a letter. Mr. Jean, this is a challenge letter from Magneto. On the 15th of next month, above the Sahara Desert, Magneto will personally teach you what it means to control a magnetic field. As a martial artist, I trust you won't lack the courage to go. Jean-Luc casually glanced at him and replied, You should call me Master Hansen. No, you are not qualified to be my master. I am only here to investigate. By the way, my name is not Hansen. After speaking, Hansen's body twisted and turned like tiny building blocks being reassembled, quickly transforming into a woman with blue skin, red hair, and golden eyes, standing there naked. The storm girl Aurora, who had been desperately seeking Mystique, appeared before Jean-Luc. I don't care what you call yourself, since you have paid your respects before the Grand Master and become my named disciple. How can you now go back on your word? Jean-Luc did not even look at the letter, casually shaking it into dust. Perhaps you do not know the fate of the last person who violated the sect's rules. But who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? Jean-Luc's gaze turned cold, and Mystique immediately felt a difficulty in breathing, as if her heartbeat was about to stop. Mystique realized that Jean-Luc's gaze was even colder and more merciless than Magneto's, and she couldn't help but regret her hasty appearance. She hurriedly explained, The person who became my master was Hansen. I came later and only utilized his identity. No, he is not dead. I just impersonated him as a background figure and had him transferred to another city for work. He is actually a member of a certain secret organization which often operates on a single line of communication, making it easy to deceive others. Mystique quickly spilled the whole story. So you learn martial arts without formally becoming a disciple, which is stealing skills. Jean-Luc said lightly, I will become your master now to make up for that step. Mystique hurriedly expressed her willingness. That would be better. The coldness in Jean-Luc's eyes disappeared. Mystique fell to the ground, gasping for breath. She had no doubt that if her previous response had not satisfied Jean-Luc, she would have certainly died here. This guy seemed to exude even more killing intent than Eric. Perhaps Eric's decision was a mistake. Jean-Luc stood up and brought Mystique to the main hall, repeating the disciple ceremony and explaining the sect rules once more. Mystique was already fully aware of all this, but now she dared not make any provocative actions. No one could have imagined that this usually gentle and approachable master could be so terrifying when enraged. After the ceremony, Jean-Luc took Mystique back to sit down and said to her, Since Magneto wants to die, he'll help him out. Let him experience the power of the rotating magnetic field and see if he has the face to still call himself Magneto. Mystique hesitated for a moment and advised, Master, I actually see you are not a soft-hearted person. You showed no hesitation when you killed the police before. If that's the case, why not let me mediate and have you and Eric have a good talk? Maybe you two will have something in common. What do I have to talk about with him? He is just a big child who was hurt in childhood and grew up with psychological trauma, never able to move on. I know a bit about his experiences. He was taken by scientists for experiments during childhood. Although he escaped later, he has never been able to break free from that shadow. Look at the Brotherhood he leads now with its core ideology of mutant supremacy, survival of the fittest. How is that different from the concentration camps of the past? He merely changed the Aryan supremacy theory to mutant supremacy. He believes that Jews have inferior genes and should be exterminated. He thinks ordinary humans have inferior genes while mutants are the future of the world. In essence, all his current thoughts were instilled in him by the scientists who experimented on him back then. The ridiculous thing is that after so many years he still hasn't awakened from the brainwashing of his childhood, still treating this set of beliefs as his guiding principle. A child who never grows up, no matter how high his combat power, what can he achieve? He lacks the thought patterns of an adult. He has no mature worldview or knowledge system. He always thinks in simple dichotomies, either this or that. Of course, if he were strong enough, this wouldn't be a mistake. When one cannot change oneself in conflict with the world, one must change the world to fit oneself. But unfortunately, his strength is too inadequate. Don't even mention being invincible. He can't even destroy a nation by himself. Still calling himself Magneto? He might as well be called Iron King. He can only control metals and doesn't even understand the essence of magnetic fields. The government only needs to use some specially made plastic weapons to defeat him. As Jean-Luc spoke, he pointed, and a plastic tray and a glass cup on the nearby table levitated into Mystique's hands. Holding the glass cup in one hand and the plastic tray in the other, Mystique repeatedly examined the items in her hands, astonished. Mystique, Magneto is illiterate and Professor X is a saint. These two people are unreliable. The future of mutants can only be upheld by you. Jean-Luc began to persuade Mystique earnestly. Mystique's abilities could indeed be incredibly powerful, as specifically demonstrated in the Sentinels. The Sentinels can switch between any mutant's abilities at any time, and their core lies in Mystique's gene ability. Now the question arises, if Mystique achieves mastery over magnetic field rotation, will her abilities undergo a qualitative change, achieving the same effects as the Sentinels? If what Jean-Luc thinks is true, then Mystique's abilities might in the future surpass the limits of the ultimate Qi's magnetic field rotation into the 50th heaven. Even if she didn't break through the limit and only reach the 50th heaven, that wouldn't be bad. Jean-Luc's system task requires 10 local martial gods to reach the magnetic field rotation's 50th heaven in exchange for a reward of understanding and breaking through the limits of martial arts. Thank you to the head of the FFF group for the reward. All along, Ruewen has been a sidekick to Magneto and Professor X. Her abilities are only suitable for infiltration, and her combat prowess is no different from that of an ordinary person. Now she has suddenly been placed under high expectations, seen as the hope for the future of mutants. This abrupt change left her at a loss for how to respond. Aye. She stammered, unsure of what to say. Ruewen, Magneto and Professor X have been working for many years and still haven't changed the plight of mutants, which indicates a problem. Both of their paths are wrong. You must forge a third path for mutants, the path of the war god. Jean-Luc continued to persuade her. Mutants are inherently gifted, and they have a natural advantage in practicing the ultimate limitless Qi art. Although their innate abilities are strong, they are more susceptible to constraints. On the path of the war god, there are no weaknesses. Did you see Tony and Peter before? After they joined, they no longer feared the damage from ordinary firearms, which is something that many mutants could never achieve in their lifetime. If one can reach the realm of magnetic field rotation, everyone would be like Magneto, and what would there be to fear from the human government's wanted lists and pursuits? They could even establish their own nation. Moreover, even if mutants cannot successfully join, the training of these Qi arts can still enhance their physical qualities, giving them greater resistance to the threats of firearms. Furthermore, this will also aid them in controlling their own abilities. From any perspective, practicing the ultimate limitless Qi art and walking the path of the war god is the best choice for mutants. Ruewen is actually a very innocent person. Since she was very young, she has been taken care of by her teachers and Magneto like a little sister. However, due to her appearance, Ruewen has few friends. Without friends, she lacks a social circle and thus has little life experience. The reason Ruewen followed Magneto was largely because he is a racist surrounded by mutants of all kinds, including many misfits. Since everyone looked peculiar, naturally, no one continued to mock her appearance. It was only after that she began to have more friends. However, this increase in friends is relative. Her circle remains quite narrow. Moreover, most mutants are social outcasts, marginalized by society, otherwise they wouldn't be following Magneto. Under these circumstances, her growth is actually very limited. If Magneto or Professor X were here, whether due to their stubbornness or their vast knowledge, they would not so easily believe Jean-Luc's words. Yet Ruewen finds nothing wrong with what he says. The more Jean-Luc speaks, the more she feels her master is right. The more she listens, the more she believes she should be the hope for the future of mutants, responsible for leading everyone down a new path of the war god. If before calling Jean-Luc master was merely a matter of survival, a temporary measure, now she genuinely views him as her life mentor. Jean-Luc is different from Magneto. Working with Magneto requires no worry, one simply follows his orders. Today steal this intel, tomorrow steal that information. However, after so many years, mutants remain in the same predicament with no changes, and she is starting to feel weary of it. Jean-Lu is also different from Professor X. Professor X focuses more on moral cultivation. He needs to explain clearly why things should be done in a certain way and why they cannot be done otherwise. What actions are good and what actions are bad. Professor X's words are very reasonable, and Ruewen has to admit that he is right. But the truth he speaks is completely disconnected from the reality faced by mutants. No matter how many good deeds they do, they are still rejected by humanity. Jean-Lu as a master is different. He does not preach grand principles, nor does he concern himself with her moral views. He lays out what path to take in the future, telling her how easy it is and the benefits once she succeeds. Even if she fails, she won't suffer losses. He doesn't care whether you follow his ideas. The path is laid out. If you wish to walk it, you can. If you do not, that is your choice. According to his words, the opportunity is in front of you. Whether you seize it or not is entirely your own affair, unrelated to him. Especially since she has received unprecedented attention and respect from Master Jean-Lu. Previously, when she was with Professor X and Magneto, although they cared for her, they actually viewed her as a little sister. They loved and protected her, never allowing her to encounter danger. This made her feel very touched, but also quite embarrassed. When she was younger, it was fine, but as she grew older, no matter her age in the eyes of the two, she remained the little sister who needed their care. However, Ruewen needs recognition, respect, and equal dialogue and communication. Even if the attitude is a bit harsh like today, when Jean-Lu nearly caused her death, she can accept it. As a forever supporting character, suddenly being promoted to a leading role, being needed, valued, and seen as the hope for the future of mutants is enough for Ruewen to make her choice. Master, I will go back and persuade Eric to abandon his original thoughts and lead everyone to walk the path of the war god, Ruewen said excitedly. Jean-Lu shook his head in disappointment, sighing. Ruewen, I have said that Magneto is just a child who has never grown up. His ideology stems from the erroneous thoughts instilled in his childhood. He can no longer lead mutants forward. You must take on the responsibility of establishing another organization independent from the Brotherhood of Mutants. Only then can you control the future development direction of mutants and allow them to go further on the path of the war god. Establish another organization. This was completely beyond Ruewen's imagination. It seems unnecessary, right? I will persuade Eric. As long as it is for the good of mutants, he will definitely be willing to accept it. Standing, Jean-Lu shrugged. Well, it's up to you. I am just offering a suggestion. You should consider it. However, I hope you remember, a person who leads a group into the future can never be someone else's subordinate or lackey. Ruewen, when you have the ability to independently lead mutants to glory, do not waste your talent. Also, do not cancel that dual appointment. I will go teach Magneto a lesson. Perhaps it will help him see himself more clearly. What would happen if a mutant who can inherently control magnetic fields practices magnetic field rotation? Jean-Lu is very curious about this. Ruewen left with a mission silently, and without a trace, and no one knew she had ever been there, not even the Storm Aurora, who was constantly trying to find her. Jean-Lu did not care whether she could persuade Magneto, or if she truly had severed ties with the Brotherhood of Mutants to establish her own organization. They were merely pieces placed on a chessboard, indifferent to the outcome. The Marvel Universe is vast, filled with numerous protagonists and supporting characters. He was too lazy to seek them out, specifically choosing instead to teach when he encountered them. The shifting magnetic fields were like a cancer that could spread, infecting not just people, but also planets, and soon, even without his urging, more and more magnetic lunatics would emerge. In this disaster-prone Earth, how many explosions could it withstand? Control your breathing. Focus. Start by rubbing the abdominal cells closest to the dantian. Tony paced back and forth in the martial arts hall, monitoring everyone's breathing rates, ready to offer guidance and adjustments. Meanwhile, Jean-Lu sat in the great hall, smiling as he watched Tony conduct his class. Tony's progress was a leap forward, mostly achieved through high-tech shortcuts. In terms of understanding the nuances of martial arts, he was certainly not as knowledgeable as Peter. Having Tony teach was also an opportunity for him to sort through his own martial arts foundation, ensuring he wouldn't falter in his future development. Although Tony was reluctant to waste time practicing with Pepper, brought unexpected joy, so he persevered. Suddenly, one of the disciples began to breathe, rapidly trembling and flickering between darkness and light. Tony, being inexperienced, mistakenly thought he was about to break through. However, Jean-Lu, seated in the hall, darkened in expression, knowing exactly what was happening. This scene felt all too familiar. Sure enough, moments later, the person suddenly grew towering tall, reaching 2.5 meters with bulging muscles, yet a rhino horn sprouted from his face. It had only been a little over 3 months since Jimmy Yang transformed into a mutant, and now another disciple had activated the gene right under everyone's noses in the martial arts hall. The crowd erupted in astonishment. While others were relatively calm, the mutants present became exhilarated. This was their first time witnessing one of their kind manifesting so closely. Aurora, however, held her breath, anxiously ready to subdue the uncontrollable new mutant companion. To her surprise, after a few deep breaths, the new mutant's expression cleared, showing no signs of losing control. Professor X's speculation was correct. The ultimate infinite Qi Gong indeed had an activating effect on this gene within ordinary humans, and it could help awakened mutants quickly control their powers without losing control. She couldn't wait to share this good news with her comrades in the X-Men. However, what saddened her next was that the newly transformed mutant looked down at his hands and feet in shock, then took out his phone, saw his appearance, and broke down into tears. No. How could this happen? Clearly becoming a mutant did not bring him joy, but instead left him heartbroken and in tears. Ororo hurried over to comfort him. Adams, the mutant gene inside you has been activated. I am Storm of the X-Men, and everyone on our side is a mutant. After the assessment period, we welcome you to join the X-Men. Adams, with tears in his eyes, looked up at Ororo and asked in a hopeful voice, "Can I be cured?" Ororo paused and explained helplessly, "Everyone has the mutant gene within them. It's not a disease, so there's nothing to cure or not cure." "So, does that mean I will be like this for the rest of my life?" Adams said despairingly. "It's not as grim as you think. You must have noticed that your physical abilities have already far surpassed that of an ordinary person. You will become a powerful warrior. But I will have to live like this forever, won't I?" Adams interrupted Ororo. "My loved ones will leave me, and I will be alone for the rest of my life." "No, that's not true. Many mutants have married and had children. Their lives are very happy and fulfilling. That's even worse. My children will also have a rhino horn, won't they? I can't rule that out, but there's also a good chance your children will inherit a different mutant gene with another ability. That probability is even higher. In fact, you should be grateful that you are a rhino mutant and not an elephant mutant." Tony attempted to make a joke in light of the tense atmosphere. "What's the difference?" Adams turned to ask. "Elephant mutants have theirs on their faces. Rhino mutants do not." As soon as Tony finished speaking, he was sharply kicked on the foot by Pepper beside him. Fortunately, she was wearing flat shoes while practicing martial arts, or she would have twisted her ankle. "Sorry, Adams, Tony was just being rude. He meant no harm." Pepper once again cleaned up after her unreliable boss Tony, sincerely apologizing to Adams. "I was just trying to lighten the mood. All right, I won't say anything more." Faced with the angry glares from Pepper and Ororo, Tony shrugged and obediently fell silent. "Forget it, I know how people feel about mutants. I used to be one of them." Adams was now despondent and did not care about Tony's minor offense. Ironically, Adams was an elite sent by the military. However, it was unclear how the military coordinated internally. Ultimately, this elite soldier voluntarily withdrew from the martial arts hall and never returned. It was uncertain whether he was silenced or voluntarily cooperating for experiments. Throughout this period, the disciple did not seek help from Jean Lu, nor did he acknowledge the olive branch offered by Professor X. He remained deeply trusting of the government and military behind him. In light of this, Jean Lu did not interfere in his affairs, nor did Professor X. They were all adults, and the path they chose must be walked to the end, even if it meant kneeling. Yet even so, the fact that the ultimate infinite Qi Gong could activate this gene within the human body still astonished many powerful factions behind the scenes. Jean Lu himself did not take this minor incident seriously. After all, they were merely named disciples raised by a stepmother, not worth him making a fuss over. However, there will always be some who are self-righteous and do foolish things. The weather gradually turned cooler, and the people on the street thickened their clothing, but at the martial arts school, there was still a group of seasonal defiers. Not only were Jean Lu and a few formal disciples unconcerned, even the ordinary named disciples after this period of training had strengthened their physiques to the limits of ordinary people. This temperature had no effect on the martial artists. Tony, this guy, couldn't hold on for a few days before he ran off, leaving the work to the newly initiated junior sister Sharon Carter under the guise of training newcomers. Anyway, Sharon is a woman, so there's no worry about Pepper being taken advantage of by her. Sharon was quite enthusiastic about these matters. Every day, in addition to diligently researching and adapting to the electrical driving realm, she began preparing for a future entry into the magnetic field rotation realm, actively guiding the various disciples with a sense of responsibility far surpassing Tony's. With Sharon managing these details, Jean Lu could settle down and focus on his cultivation, enhancing his complete realm. One day, while he was in the midst of training, Sharon brought over a bespectacled man in a suit. "Master, this is a guest here to see you." Jean Lu paused and took a look. The man appeared as a successful individual dressed in a custom-made suit, exuding confidence and pride. He waved his hand, allowing Sharon to continue leading the junior disciples in training. Once Sharon left, this guy stood before Jean Lu wearing an enthusiastic smile and began introducing himself. "Hello, Master Jean. I am Linderman, a consultant from the Pentagon, here on behalf of the Pentagon." Since the martial arts school's reputation spread, all visiting guests have consciously learned Chinese or chosen those who could speak Chinese to act as envoys. Jean Lu nodded slightly, saying nothing and not inviting Linderman to sit. Linderman, unfazed, continued smiling and said, "The generals at the Pentagon are very interested in your ultimate limitless martial arts, believing it to be a treasure of humanity, the key to unlocking human evolution." And Linderman, thanks to his eloquence, praised for more than 10 minutes without repeating himself. After nearly wearing his throat out, he finally stopped, only to hear Jean Lu nonchalantly respond with a single word. Linderman's expression stiffened, but he quickly restored his previous smile, as if he were not the one being ignored. "Master Jean, the generals at the Pentagon are planning to promote a proposal to incorporate the ultimate limitless martial arts as a required course in the military, replacing the existing free combat course. At that time, the ultimate limitless martial arts will surely become renowned worldwide. The ultimate limitless school will inevitably become the largest martial arts school in the world, and the ultimate limitless sect will be the #1 martial arts sect under heaven. And you, Master Jean, will be the head coach for all U.S. military personnel, rising to become one of the most powerful figures in America and even the world." At that time, Linderman spoke eloquently, painting these benefits vividly, so much so that his own eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, once he finished, Jean Liu's casual one-word reply extinguished all his enthusiasm. "Is there nothing Master Jean wishes to say regarding what I just mentioned?" he asked tentatively. "Firstly," Jean Liu raised a finger and said, "anyone wishing to practice the ultimate limitless martial arts must become a disciple of our sect. All disciples entering our sect must pass 3 assessments. The first assessment is the ability to speak Chinese. The second is to reach the electrical driving realm within 3 months. The third is to achieve the magnetic field rotation realm. Passing the first assessment makes one a named disciple. Passing the second makes one a formal disciple. Passing the third makes one a true inheriting disciple." Secondly, Jean Liu raised a second finger and said, "If there are those who steal teachings, they may rectify the master-disciple relationship after passing any of the assessments, but the one who leaks the martial arts to the thief will face severe punishment from our sect." Lastly, Jean Liu raised a third finger and said, "Our sect has strict rules that must not be violated. The rules of our sect take precedence over any worldly laws. Anyone who dares to defy them shall face severe consequences." With each rule, he stated, Linderman's expression grew darker. By the time Jean Liu finished stating the 3 rules, Linderman's face had turned pale. "Master Jean, these conditions are simply impossible to fulfill. No one is begging them to come here to learn, but since they are here, they must abide by my rules." Jean Liu maintained an indifferent demeanor. "To be accommodating is to be great. To be without desire is to be resolute. The rules are as they are. Come if you like, don't if you don't. No one is asking you to come, but if you do come and dare to defy the rules, how last time there was that May. Oh, it seems like after time flowed backward that May has revived." Previously, Jean Liu had been busy consolidating his magnetic field rotation into the 25th layer and enhancing his complete realm through insights gained from the Earth's fragmentation, time reversal, and spatial, completely forgetting about Melinda May. Such trivial matters, who would remember them? Until this moment, he suddenly recalled that previously there had been a senior disciple who had violated the sect rules. However, he couldn't be bothered to go out of his way to trouble her again. Under his personal demonstration and coercion, she still couldn't step into the magnetic field rotation realm, so there was no need to waste time. Linderman's face was very grim. In his view, the Pentagon offered such favorable conditions, only a fool would refuse. Only after Jean Liu was moved could he negotiate further conditions. But now, with Jean Liu taking such an attitude, there was no way to bring up further conditions. "Mr. Jean, your negotiating method of making such outrageous demands is not wise." "Who is negotiating with you? My rules are here. You either comply or get lost. There is no room for negotiation." Jean Liu scoffed dismissively. "Mr. Jean, you shouldn't provoke the consequences of refusing a toast and only accepting a punishment drink. The Pentagon has already shown enough goodwill. If you just drive those mutants out and promise not to teach them any more, the conditions I just mentioned would be your best reward. But if you refuse to take what's offered, the consequences you face afterwards you won't be able to bear." Linderman warned with a hint of threat. "Hey, if you want to seek death, just come at me." Since the negotiations fell through, Jean Liu didn't bother to continue talking to him. With a wave of his hand, Linderman enjoyed the same treatment as Tony being thrown out of the courtyard. However, Tony was agile now and could land smoothly, while Linderman did not possess such skills, landing face first and bloodied, losing a tooth in the process. "You will regret this. Crazy." Linderman shouted angrily as he left, then drove away in disgrace. Their conversation was not kept quiet, and Jean Liu made no effort to shield it. The martial artists in the courtyard were keenly aware, naturally hearing everything. Especially Sharon Carter and Aurora, who after hearing it wore deeply furrowed brows. That night, both reported the situation to their respective superiors. Thank you to the readers for their support. The cold weather could not dampen the vibrant enthusiasm of the students. The campus was still filled with the scent of youthful hormones. Peter sighed again as he tossed a pile of love letters from his overflowing locker into the trash, finally making space in his backpack. Wow, Peter, aren't you even going to take a look? If that group of girls finds out, won't they be heartbroken? Ned the chubby one looked at the stack of love letters thrown into the trash with envy and jealousy, wishing they were all written for him. They like Thor, not me, Peter replied coldly. You are Thor. Ned couldn't understand this. Before I became Thor, they wouldn't even glance at me. After I became Thor, they suddenly became interested with one love letter after another. They don't like me as a person, they only like the title of Thor. Peter placed his things down and walked toward the classroom with his textbook. That's not right, Peter. The old you had nothing attractive about him. You were just a bookworm. Why would they like you? But after becoming Thor, your charm has increased significantly, so it's normal for them to be attracted to you. Ned walked backward in front of Peter, trying to enlighten him. So if I'm no longer Thor, they won't pay any attention to me. Although it's not nice to say, but that's indeed the case. You can't expect girls to like a guy with nothing to offer. Was I really that bad before? Peter frowned and asked. Well, not extremely bad, but you lacked confidence and had no standout qualities besides your grades. You weren't physically strong, your sports skills were average, and you always liked to stay at home, rarely participating in school activities. Peter was left speechless. Of course, most ordinary people are like that. But you're different now. After training, you've become a muscular guy. Even without superpowers, your physique alone can make a lot of girls scream. Most importantly, you're now very confident. A confident man is the most attractive. Ned enviously pinched the muscle on Peter's arm. Peter, you're no longer an ordinary person. It's perfectly normal for girls to like you. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Peter was very sensitive to being called anything but ordinary, feeling anxious and unsure. He was now very afraid of becoming the kind of person his master spoke of. Pushing Ned aside, Peter walked forward with a grim expression. Hey Peter, you seem a bit down lately, and you haven't even spoken to Gwen. Did you two have a fight? Ned asked gossipingly. Peter said nothing, focusing on walking forward. After arriving in the classroom, he listened absent-mindedly to the teacher lecturing at the front. Then he accidentally discovered that even when he wasn't paying attention, he could still remember everything the teacher said, even applying it effortlessly. Peter admitted it, once you step onto the path of the martial god, you will inevitably drift further away from the term ordinary person. The voice of Master Jean-Luc echoed in Peter's ears, making his face grow paler. Peter's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. After finally enduring until class ended, the teacher came to him and said, Peter, the principal wants to see you in his office. Thank you, teacher. After expressing his gratitude, Peter walked heavily to the principal's office and knocked before entering. Principal Coulson, you called for me. Principal Coulson warmly invited Peter to sit and personally poured him some tea. Peter, Sharon successfully entered the sect a few days ago and has now become an official disciple of the Ultimate Limitless sect. She'll be your third junior sister from now on. Peter was taken aback. He had been hiding at home like an ostrich for the past few days, not attending the martial arts school, and completely unaware of what was happening there. Is that so? Then congratulations. He forced a smile. Coulson pretended not to notice his expression and continued to express gratitude, warmly expressing great expectations for Sharon Carter's ability to enter the sect and develop superpowers. The more Peter listened, the more he frowned, and he finally couldn't help but interrupt him, asking, Principal, do you think Sharon will still be an ordinary person after she develops superpowers? Will she still abide by the laws of ordinary people? Principal Coulson looked at Peter in surprise, puzzled, and asked, of course, why do you have such doubts? Her martial arts skills are so high now, bullets can't even touch her. She has no need to follow the laws anymore. If she breaks the law, who will punish her? Oh, so that's what you're worried about. There's no need to worry about that. Coulson smiled and said, this world needs checks and balances. Where there is light, there is darkness, and where there are supervillains, there are superheroes. If Sharon becomes a supervillain, naturally other superheroes will come to punish her, such as Thor. Me? Peter was stunned, not expecting the conversation to turn to him. Me punishing Sharon? Exactly. Coulson smiled. Don't you want to contribute to the peace of this world? That's not the case, but the rules clearly state that it's forbidden to harm fellow disciples. Moreover, I don't have the authority to enforce the law. If I try to stop Sharon, wouldn't that also be unlawful? Rules can't be greater than federal laws, right? Coulson stated firmly. If Nick had heard this, he would have come up and slapped him hard. As for the issue of law enforcement, why not join a law enforcement agency? With the authority of a law enforcement agency, all your actions would be legal. Peter suddenly realized and thought of the S-H-I-E-L-D, which had never really had much presence. Perhaps he should contact them more often. Coulson continued with a smile, of course, what really limits the actions of superheroes is their own sense of morality. A self-disciplined, superpowered individual is a superhero. The one who lacks self-discipline will eventually descend into a supervillain. Superpowers themselves are morally neutral, just like firearms. Some people use guns to protect others, while others use them to rob and kill. The root cause lies in a person's moral perspective. A good person would never harm others. Just like you, Peter, I truly believe that a good kid like you would never fall into the path of a supervillain. Of course, even if you were to fall, there would be other superheroes to punish you, such as your master Jean-Lu. Coulson looked intently at Peter. Hearing Coulson mention his master, Peter frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "But what if my master becomes a supervillain?" Coulson frowned, pondered for a long time, and finally sighed that might be impossible, as there's currently no one who can punish him. Perhaps only if Tony Yu and Sharon join forces would they be able to exert some checks and balances on him. With checks and balances, he might become more self-disciplined and not fall into the path of a supervillain. Checks and balances. Peter pondered thoughtfully as he toyed with the teacup in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was trying to manipulate Peter to find a way to balance out Jean-Lu, they also needed to figure out how to suppress their troublesome allies to prevent them from provoking Jean-Lu and making the situation uncontrollable. After Lindemann's threats and temptations failed, he reported Jean-Lu's attitude, which immediately prompted many generals in the military to want to take action against Jean-Lu and teach him a lesson. In fact, at the beginning, not all the generals wanted to cause trouble for Jean-Lu, and most of those who stepped forward were generals who had significant issues with mutants. Jean-Lu's ultimate Qi Gong had already proven to have a significant effect on activating the mutant genes within humans, which stimulated this group to want to take military action against him. However, the Americans could never unify their thoughts. Some generals who didn't care about mutants opposed the idea of using military force against Jean-Lu. Compared to the examples of activated genes leading to mutation, the majority of ordinary people still remained unchanged, and this ratio was not high. The transformation of ordinary people into superpowered beings represented that these generals could also become superpowered individuals, which was what truly mattered to them. They were waiting for those elite warriors to complete the magnetic field rotation and return to teach them cultivation techniques to accelerate their magnetic fields and help them become superpowered as well. Even if they were to take action against Jean-Lu in the future, they wanted to at least become superpowered first. They were unaware of the vast differences between the realms of martial gods and still intended to use sheer numbers to accumulate combat power to pressure Jean-Lu. In this complex web of interests, a group of generals reluctantly reached the previous agreement and sent Lindemann to convey it to Jean-Lu. But who knew that Jean-Lu would turn a blind eye to their goodwill and even become more demanding, proposing such exaggerated conditions that angered all the generals. They were the rulers of the Federation, part of the governing body. And what was Jean-Lu? Just the master of a small martial arts hall, daring to attempt to rise above them, which was utterly arrogant. This kind of thinking had seriously crossed their bottom line. They wanted obedient dogs, not someone who would seek to become their master. Therefore, once the generals realized Jean-Lu's true thoughts, they quickly reached a consensus to teach this arrogant, otherworldly individual a lesson, making him learn to respect authority. Nick arrived at the Pentagon under such circumstances. He had to stop this group of generals from doing something foolish, or the consequences would be too severe. Nick, what brings you here? A group of generals had no good feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D., which constantly snatched resources from them. Do you think I want to come to this broken place of yours? Every time I come here, I feel like my IQ drops by 10. No one asked you to come. A group of generals also had foul tempers and wouldn't indulge his bad habits. Even though you are a bunch of fools, I don't want you to outsmart yourselves. Or rather, if you die, that's fine, but don't drag the Federation into the vortex of destruction. What nonsense are you talking? This is the Pentagon, the safest place in the world, safer than the White House. Higher defenses here can only fend off missiles and such. Against supercriminals, you can only wait for death. Nick mocked these short-sighted individuals. Any criminal who dares to attack the Pentagon is declaring war against the Federation, with only a dead end awaiting them. The generals spoke with apparent certainty. Don't be so self-righteous. The supercriminal you are facing now is not like the previous small fries. The Federation is powerless against him. Remembering Jean-Lu's exaggerated power, Nick's mood darkened. Who are you referring to? The generals finally realized what Nick was implying. Who else? Who are you preparing to go to war with? Nick retorted. Don't talk nonsense, Nick. If it weren't for your S.H.I.E.L.D. meddling, we would have taken that guy down long ago. A furious general shouted. Ha, what a big joke. When was the last time I heard something similar? Oh, it was when the Hulk appeared. Is General Ross here? Where is your Hulk? Nick laughed heartily. The Hulk incident was an accident. We couldn't use many of our powerful weapons in the city. Ross, who was singled out, turned red with anger and roared in embarrassment. Oh, really? How come I remember you later launched a missile in the suburbs, but it didn't seem to have any effect? Nick deliberately brought up this matter to poke at Ross. The military doesn't just have one missile. If one isn't enough, there can be 10, 100. There's no enemy the military cannot eliminate. The military's interests are intertwined, and the other generals wouldn't sit idly by while Ross was mocked. Foolish. Times have changed. You can't solve the Hulk with one missile, 10 or 100. Or are you planning to use a nuclear warhead? Nick coldly surveyed the room. One 5-star general sitting at the head table knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention, and said with a serious face, when necessary, we can deploy more advanced technology weapons. Nick, it's not just your S.H.I.E.L.D. that has advanced technology. Alright, even if your advanced technology weapons could defeat the Hulk, so what? The Hulk would crumble against Jean-Lu. Nick asserted, knocking on the table to emphasize his point. According to the intelligence I've received, Jean-Lu has already reached the 25th level of magnetic field rotation. He wouldn't die even against a nuclear bomb. Furthermore, he can fly faster than a missile. A nuclear bomb wouldn't even touch him. The 5-star general scoffed. Don't be silly, Nick. That's just what that guy uses to deceive others. In the intelligence I received, he also claimed that once he reaches a certain height in his realm, he can open up the heavens. A group of generals burst into laughter upon hearing this. Another general smugly said, Thor is also at the magnetic field rotation level, but so what? He was still pierced by a cold weapon. Jean-Lu's strength may be slightly higher than Thor and Iron Man, but not by much. He cannot escape the weaknesses of carbon-based life forms. The weapon that pierced Peter's body was a divine artifact now stuck at the entrance of the martial arts hall along with the head of that underwater creature. You also have the data on Tony's body when he was in the current-driven realm, knowing that ordinary firearms are ineffective against him. We also know that Tony is still carbon-based life, requiring food, air to survive, and of course beautiful women. A group of generals burst into laughter again, chattering in excitement, expressing their envy of Tony's strength. Since you're so confident, then let's conduct a combat test. A shield will send Thor Peter to fight. Let's let facts speak for themselves. Nick finally threw out the solution he had prepared long ago. Alright, it's a deal. The Mojave Desert is the largest desert in the United States, located in the southwestern part of the country, covering the southeastern part of California, the northwestern part of Arizona, Utah, and the southern part of Nevada, spanning over 5.7 million square kilometers. It features typical basin terrain and unique western desert landscapes. Although it is a desert, it is not desolate. Las Vegas, the gambling city, is a shining pearl in the Mojave Desert, becoming brighter as night falls, illuminating the extravagant life within the city. A diverse array of people have developed one of the few tourist cities in the world amidst the desert. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, has also established a satellite detection base here, and in conjunction with other bases formed a deep space communication network. Similarly, deep within the desert, there lies a secret military base. Today, the sparsely populated base welcomes a large number of distinguished guests, as various military aircraft continuously land on the runway, bringing in batches of generals and observers. However, they are not the main characters of today. The focus is on a 17-year-old boy. After more than half a year of martial arts training coupled with proper nutrition, Peter has developed again, gaining both height and weight. He has become tall and strong with a defined jawline and well-defined muscles, clearly resembling a tough warrior. Regrettably, his inner self seems to show no signs of having been forged. He remains weak and easily deceived. He was tricked by the Black Egg in just a few words and is now volunteering to assist the military in weapon testing. From beginning to end, he remains unaware of the true purpose of Nick and the military's test, thoroughly manipulated. Haha, welcome, Thor. On behalf of the military, I sincerely thank you, Thor. The colonel in charge of the reception was very enthusiastic. After all, it is well known at higher levels that Peter is easily deceived. However, Nick, that black fellow, acted early, having already brought Peter under the S.H.I.E.L.D. before they could react. Nevertheless, even though he is not part of their system, making a good impression might just help in critical moments, perhaps to persuade him to lend a hand. After all, a nice person does not know how to refuse others. Before this, the only people who flattered him were just some student council members, cheerleaders, or small-time characters. The most significant person he had ever met was the principal. Of course, the unreliable senior brother and the friendly Uncle Osborne do not count. Now a colonel is treating him so courteously, surrounding him with warmth and concern, making him feel somewhat flattered. After some pleasantries, Peter was taken to the training ground where numerous tanks and fighter jets were ready for action. Peter, this practical test will involve many new weapons that have not been publicly announced, which inherently carry certain dangers. If you feel uncomfortable, you can withdraw at any time now. Colonel Schroeder pretended to advise him sincerely. Before I came, Mr. Fury informed me that this is mainly for testing some new weapons. If ordinary people are used for testing, the practical effects are uncertain and can be quite dangerous. However, for warriors with mastery over the magnetic field, although there is some danger, there is basically no need to worry about life-threatening risks. My recovery ability is quite strong. Minor injuries won't have much impact, Peter confidently replied. Schroeder secretly admired Nick's skill in manipulating such an impressive Thor. In that case, you can start preparing. He pointed forward and explained, this vast desert ahead is the entire testing ground. You can freely evade and hide within it. He handed Peter a pair of communication earplugs with a microphone and said, put these on. Before each test, we will provide you with a brief introduction through the earplugs, allowing you to evade or counterattack accordingly. If you feel overwhelmed, you can surrender through the microphone, and we will immediately terminate the test. Okay, thank you. Peter put on the earplugs and tested the microphone's communication effect. After confirming it was fine, he unfolded his form and ran towards the center of the desert. Schroeder returned to the control room where the generals and observers were already seated in the conference room watching the satellite images on the big screen. After saluting the general, Schroeder was ordered to the control panel to begin directing the test. Peter, our first round is a conventional weapon test using Jericho missiles. Are you ready? I'm ready and can start at any time. At the same time on the big screen, Peter extended his hand and made a V shape towards the base. Then I now declare the weapon test officially begins and the missile troops will commence their attack. Outside, the sound of missile launches could be heard, and then everyone clearly saw on the big screen that Peter stood still surrounded by flickering lightning as all the missiles were detonated by the lightning as they approached him. With the high-definition images from the satellite, it was clear that in the face of such a fierce attack, not a single hair on Peter's head was disturbed. For the second round of weapon testing, we are using demagnetizing special shells made from high polymer materials, which will not be affected by magnetic fields. Attack begins. This batch of weapons was specifically developed to counter magnetic fields and was greatly anticipated by the military, but the final results left them greatly disappointed. Peter still stood there motionless, while the demagnetizing special shells had no distinction from ordinary shells for him. Some people in the military began to stir, clearly unable to understand why these demagnetizing special shells seemed to have no effect on Peter. The Black Egg sat in his seat, leaning back, watching a group of fools whispering among themselves, remaining silent. He had long known this would be the outcome. Although he had no memory of the battle against Xian Lu, due to time reversal, Carol had informed him of the trap set for Xian Lu, which had only worked once before being destroyed. Thus, he easily concluded that these weapons developed against Magneto would definitely be ineffective against Xian Lu, otherwise he wouldn't need to risk using the Cosmic Cube as power against him. However, he also knew that the generals in the military were the kind of people who won't shed tears until they see a coffin. No matter how he explained, they wouldn't believe him. Therefore, rather than speaking and allowing others to doubt, it is better to let facts speak, dispelling their arrogance and prejudice in one go. The third round of weapon testing begins with the electromagnetic cannon preparing to attack. Charging starts now, expected to launch in 3 minutes. As Schroeder's command was issued within the base, a building that looked no different from the surrounding rooms suddenly had its ceiling open, and a strange device rose from below. The device was over 10 meters long, resembling a long cylinder split in half, with each end consisting of a half-cylindrical guide rail suspended in the air. Below the guide rails were high-voltage wires through which a massive current flowed. Near the back, a tungsten projectile in the shape of a long bullet head was suspended between 2 guide rails, spinning rapidly. As the charging progressed, the projectile spun faster and faster. Finally, when its speed reached a critical threshold, the force field restricting it suddenly vanished, causing the projectile to instantaneously disappear from its position, leaving only an umbrella-shaped sonic boom cloud at the end of the guide rail. The people in the conference room saw Peter on the big screen throwing a punch forward, followed by a tremendous thunderous boom, the sound of the electromagnetic cannon's sonic boom. Then they witnessed a violent explosion on the screen, followed by the sound of the second explosion from the collision of the punch and the projectile. Schroeder zoomed out the satellite's focus, revealing that in the center of the desert a deep trench had been plowed in a certain area, while the area behind remained unscathed. As the smoke and dust settled, Schroeder zoomed in the satellite's focus again, allowing everyone to see that Peter was still unharmed, even his clothes were not damaged. The generals and observers collectively gasped. The power of this electromagnetic cannon attack was already several times that of known missiles, yet it left no scars on Peter, which was something they had never anticipated. The fourth round of weapon testing will use space-based kinetic weapons, expected to launch in 30 seconds. In space, a military satellite that had been on standby suddenly changed its trajectory, opened its blades, and sent a tungsten rod reserved in its abdomen into orbit, continuously injecting energy into it. Moments later, the tungsten rod disappeared from the orbit, plummeting towards Earth like a meteor. Peter looked up at the artificial star descending towards his forehead, feeling a powerful threat, his heart involuntarily racing. He could no longer afford to show off. He drew all the current back into his body, summoning all his strength. In the face of this life-and-death crisis, he finally took another step forward. Clang! The magnetic field rotates, 5-fold heaven. Ultimate transformation technique, block my teeth. A mushroom cloud erupted on the screen, obscuring the satellite's view completely. Schroeder attempted to zoom out for observation, but the range affected by the mushroom cloud was too vast to discern what was happening inside. This space-based kinetic weapon was not inferior to some low-yield nuclear bombs, and it was clean, without radiation, safe, and environmentally friendly. It had few significant weaknesses other than the discarded satellites and slow launch speed. Everyone on site held their breath, waiting for the mushroom cloud to dissipate so they could confirm whether the Thunder God Peter was alive or dead. Even Nick began to feel a bit anxious. After learning about the actions of Jean Lu from Carol, Nick had marked Jean Lu as a threat, and with his personality, he would not be willing to keep licking someone else's boots. While being constrained by the lack of real military power, he tried to ingratiate himself with Jean Lu to prevent other organizations from provoking him, while also seeking someone who could balance or overpower Jean Lu. Tony Stark had already given up hope. The remaining Thunder God Peter was the one he placed high expectations on. Young, naive, and still developing his worldview, his future prospects were limitless and had great utilitarian value. Although he felt that Peter should be able to withstand this blow, everything has its surprises. If he overestimated Peter's abilities and wasted him here, he would regret it immensely. Before the mushroom cloud dissipated, a hoarse voice came from Schroeder's communicator. Cough, cough. I give up, no need to continue. Peter surrendered. At this point, there was no more value in continuing the tests. Beyond this, they could only resort to nuclear weapons, and even the low-yield ones were useless. However, the speed of nuclear weapons was far from that of the space-based kinetic weapons. They had all seen Peter's lightning-fast speed, and whether the nuclear bomb could hit him was still uncertain. The physique of a magnetic field master was so strong that even toxic gas bombs, biochemical weapons, and laser weapons might not have much effect. The performance of Thunder God Peter had severely impacted the military's ultimators. Nick let out a long breath, reached for the communicator, and said, Peter, the test is over, you can come back now. Throwing down the communicator, he turned to the group of grim-faced generals, sarcastically smiling. Now you can reconsider your plans to capture Jean Lu. After saying that, he turned and left. Now even a fool could tell that their original operation plan couldn't even handle Peter, let alone capture the stronger Jean Lu. The conference room fell into a brief silence with not a sound to be heard. As Nick exited the military camp, he saw Peter rushing back. Peter's clothes were tattered. Clearly, he had neglected to use his magnetic field power to protect them during the attack. However, his communicator remained intact, indicating that the damage caused by the space-based kinetic weapon attack was quite limited. Sorry, Nick, I failed. Peter spoke somewhat anxiously. Before coming, he was full of confidence, but after witnessing so many terrifying weapons, his recently established confidence was beginning to crumble. No, Peter, you've done great. Today was just a test, not a real war. It's impossible to use extremely dangerous weapons against you. You successfully made the weapons experts aware of the shortcomings of existing weapons, prompting them to improve. Well done, Peter. Nick did not tell him the truth, as making him wary of human military power was not necessarily a bad thing. At least in the future, when considering doing something bad, remembering today's attacks would make him much more cautious. Nick put his arm around Peter's shoulder, leading him towards his plane, while asking with concern, How are you? Are you hurt? The SHIELD has the best medical equipment. I coughed up a bit of blood, but it's fine. Moreover, I broke through to the 5th level of magnetic field rotation. Peter joyfully shared his progress with Nick. Oh, this is great news, worth celebrating. Nick smiled on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing. Such terrifying attacks could obliterate half a town, yet he only coughed up a bit of blood. It was too abnormal. Especially considering that this bizarre technique kept leaping in levels, it was utterly unscientific, disregarding even the basics. This made it troublesome. Jean Lu appeared to be on the 25th level of magnetic field rotation. Who knew if he would suddenly ascend to the 30th level mid-fight? Indeed, only another magnetic field rotation practitioner could balance a magnetic field rotation warrior. He secretly glanced at the foolish-looking Peter beside him, pondering whether to let him participate in more battles and level up a few more times, ensuring he would catch up to Jean Lu sooner. Thank you to the book friend Daoshan Xianjian for the reward. In this world, there is no one who is a deity capable of predicting every outcome. On that day, Aurora reported to Professor X about the emergence of the new mutant, marking the second disciple, whose gene was activated by the ultimate infinite Qi technique, which already indicates many issues. However, Professor X believed that the shapeshifter Raven would undoubtedly inform Magneto of this news, and according to Magneto's character, once he learned that the ultimate infinite Qi technique possessed this capability, he would certainly no longer trouble Jean Lu. Moreover, Professor X, through certain channels, also learned that members of the Brotherhood of Mutants had kept their distance from America, leading to a misunderstanding. In reality, Raven had already left the dojo beforehand to persuade Magneto to lead the mutants down the path of the martial god, and was completely unaware of the appearance of a second mutant in the dojo. The result was that Professor X thought the threat from Magneto had ended, but in reality Magneto and Jean Lu had already agreed to a duel in the middle of the month. Meanwhile, the SHIELD hastened Peter's upgrade under the guise of rescue, making Peter run around at their command, going wherever danger lurked. Although battling with various creatures such as vampires and demons broadened Peter's horizons and improved his overall realm, the pressure from these battles was minimal, resulting in him remaining trapped in the 5th layer of the magnetic field, showing no signs of progress. Additionally, Sharon Carter was also pulled out by Coulson under the pretext of having an internship arrangement at the university and became part of the upgrade plan. However, the 4th disciple to enter also appeared, that being the homeless old man from Chinatown, whom Jean Lu had previously taken a liking to, named Wang Yunxiang. This name is not that of any notable character in the Marvel Universe, completely representing an ordinary passerby, the kind with no significant role. The old man was much like Peter, coming only for the monthly stipend of $10,000. He had a clear goal and was willing to work hard, and with the acceleration effect of the magnetic field and the system on the registered disciples, he finally achieved his wish and changed his fate. After learning various martial arts mysteries related to the transformation of electric current into magnetic field motion from Jean Lu, he was just in time to take Sharon's place and teach everyone. Then on the second day of this new fourth disciple succession, Tony returned to work. Old tricks die hard as time passes. Even the old rabbit becomes difficult for the eagle to catch. Old Wong was nearly 70 this year and had seen it all, so he was delighted to take it easy and without hesitation gave up his position to the senior brother. Having struggled at the bottom for a lifetime and endured countless hardships, he developed a habit of being cautious in his actions. Now he rarely even spoke to Pepper, fearing that the senior brother might misunderstand. Old Wong was very good at getting along with others. Although he became the fourth senior brother, he had no airs about him. After receiving his entry stipend, he first bought himself a clean outfit and then treated all the junior brothers and sisters to a meal. He even bought 4 boxes of gifts for Master Jean Lu as a token of gratitude. This was the first time Jean Lu had received such a gift, as none of the previous 3 disciples had ever given him anything. It must be said that a foreigner who speaks Chinese and a true Chinese person are completely different in terms of thinking and habits. Jean Lu was very pleased and regarded this elder disciple, who was even older than him, with newfound respect. Every person has their own closeness and distance, and Jean Lu was no exception. Old Wong only used a small matter to elevate his status in Jean Liu's mind above that of Sharon Carter. The only reason he hadn't surpassed Tony and Peter was that these two might help Jean Lu break through the limits of his techniques. Jean Lu was very realistic. Personal likes and dislikes always came after the final goal. To put it bluntly, whoever has the milk is the mother. If Raven could also enter, Old Wong's status within the sect would likely diminish. Now the movements within the dojo were a top priority for various organizations. When Old Wong successfully entered that very night, his personal information was placed on the desks of various organizations. Then Old Wong was courted by various major organizations in succession. There was no other choice. Now there were only 4 registered disciples with S, H, I, E, L, D, monopolizing 2 of them, one being the wealthy capitalist Tony Stark, leaving only Wang Yunxiang for others to compete over. Old Wong was crafty. He flattered everyone, and then under the guise of understanding the strengths and backgrounds of the organizations, collected the names and basic information of all the organizations trying to recruit him, and then ran to report to Master Jean Lu. Master, I have noted all these organizations in my notebook, every single one, none missed. Jean Lu looked at the loyal expression on Wang Yunxiang's face and asked, My sect does not prohibit disciples from joining other organizations. Since they are courting you, why not choose to join the one with the best conditions? Master, I am nearly 70 this year and have lived on this foreign land for decades. I have some understanding of their ways of doing things. They are courting disciples not because of how remarkable the disciples are, but entirely because I am your disciple, Master. If I truly joined their organization, I would inevitably be subject to their control. At that point, if they asked me to monitor your words and actions or disclose your whereabouts, would I do it or not? If I did, it would go against the grace you bestowed upon me, Master. If I did not, then everything they promised would be void, and they might even cause trouble for me. Rather than getting entangled later, it is better not to board their pirate ship at all. Old Wong respectfully stood before Jean Lu, honestly expressing his thoughts without any concealment. Everything I have is granted by my master, and although I am unworthy, I absolutely would not do anything to harm my master. Hearing this, Jean Lu secretly sighed. Indeed, it is the Chinese who truly understand the meaning of the master-disciple relationship. In the East, it is emphasized that the master and disciple are like father and son, a concept that these foreigners can never comprehend. If in the future Jean Lu were to become an enemy of the world, people like Tony and Peter would probably stand against him, which is one of the important reasons Jean Lu has been restrained and has not let his temper explode. At least before breaking through the limits of the ultimate infinite Qi technique, he must remain restrained. This is enlightenment. But if in the future Jean Lu becomes a public enemy, there is a high possibility that Wang Yunxiang will resolutely stand by his side. The reason for not being absolute with his words is that human hearts are changeable. Currently, Old Wong holds this thought, but what about years down the line? Whether he will still think this way remains unknown. However, that is already sufficient. Old Wong, this old man, is worth cultivating. The weather gradually turned cooler, and people on the street began to wear thicker clothing. Only at the martial arts school, there was still a group of beings out of season. Not only did Jean Lu and a few formal disciples remain unconcerned, but even the ordinary registered disciples after this period of training had strengthened their physiques to the limits of ordinary people. This temperature had no effect on the martial artists. Tony, however, couldn't hold on for a few days and ran away, leaving the work to the newly initiated third senior sister Sharon Carter under the pretext of training the newcomers. After all, Sharon was a woman, and there was no concern about Pepper being taken advantage of by her. Sharon was quite enthusiastic about these tasks, though every day, besides meticulously researching and adapting to the realm of electric current propulsion, she began preparing for future advancement into the realm of magnetic field rotation, while actively guiding the various disciples with a sense of responsibility far exceeding that of Tony. With Sharon in charge of these details, Jean-Luc could settle down and focus on his cultivation to enhance his complete realm. One day, while he was in the midst of his training, Sharon brought over a bespectacled man in a suit. "Master, this is a guest here to see you." Jean-Luc paused and glanced at him. The man appeared to be a successful individual dressed in a tailor-made suit, exuding confidence and pride. He waved his hand, allowing Sharon to continue leading the junior disciples in their training. After Sharon left, the man stood before Jean-Luc wearing a beaming smile and began to introduce himself. "Hello, Master Jean. I am Lindemann, a consultant from the Pentagon. I am here on behalf of the Pentagon." Since the martial arts school's reputation spread, all visiting guests had consciously learned Chinese on their own or chosen those who could speak Chinese as their representatives. Jean-Luc nodded without speaking, nor did he invite Lindemann to sit down. Lindemann maintained his composure, continuing with a smile. "The generals at the Pentagon are very interested in Master Jean's ultimate Qi Gong, believing it to be a treasure of humanity, the key to unlocking human evolution," and, thanks to Lindemann's eloquence, he praised for more than 10 minutes without repeating himself. When his tongue was nearly worn out and his throat dry, he finally stopped, only to hear Jean-Luc casually respond with a single word. Lindemann's expression stiffened, then he regained his previous smile, as if the cold reception had not affected him at all. "Master Jean, the generals at the Pentagon are planning to push a proposal to make Ultimate Qi Gong a mandatory course in the military, replacing the existing free combat course. At that time, Ultimate Qi Gong will surely become renowned worldwide. The Ultimate Qi School will inevitably become the largest martial arts school in the world, and the Ultimate Qi sect will be the #1 martial arts sect globally. And you, Master Jean, will become the head coach for all American troops, rising to become one of the most powerful figures in the United States, and even the world." Lindemann elaborated on these benefits with such fervor that he seemed to be glowing with excitement after speaking. After he finished, Jean-Luc's indifferent one-word reply extinguished all his enthusiasm. "Does Master Jean have nothing to say about what I just mentioned?" he tentatively asked. "First," Jean-Luc raised a finger and said, "anyone who wishes to practice Ultimate Qi Gong must become a disciple of our sect. All disciples entering our sect must pass 3 assessments. The first assessment is to speak Chinese, the second is to reach the realm of electric current propulsion within 3 months, the third is to achieve the realm of magnetic field rotation. Those who pass the first assessment will become registered disciples, those who pass the second will become formal disciples, and those who pass the third will be true inheritors." Secondly, Jean-Luc raised a second finger and said, "If anyone tries to steal our techniques, they can complete the apprenticeship procedures after passing any of the 3 assessments, but the person who leaks the techniques to the thief will be severely punished by our sect." Finally, Jean-Luc raised a third finger and said, "Our sect's rules are strict and must not be violated. The rules of our sect supersede any worldly regulations. Those who dare to break them will be severely punished." With each rule he stated, Lindemann's expression grew increasingly grim, and by the time he finished outlining the 3 rules, Lindemann's face had turned pale. "Master Jean, these conditions you set are simply impossible to fulfill. No one is begging them to come here to learn from us, but since they are here, they must abide by my rules." Jean-Luc still appeared indifferent. "What rules are rules? Come if you want, don't come if you don't. If you dare to break the rules after coming, haha, the last May. Oh, it seems that after time has flowed back, that May has come back to life." Previously, Jean-Luc had been busy consolidating the realm of magnetic field rotation at the 25th level and enhancing his complete realm through insights gained from the Earth's shattering time, flowing back, and spatial celestial, completely forgetting about Melinda. What a trivial matter, who would remember it specifically? It wasn't until this moment that he suddenly recalled that so-called senior disciple who had previously violated the sect rules. However, he couldn't be bothered to go out of his way to find trouble with her again, after he had personally demonstrated and forced her. She still couldn't step into the realm of magnetic field rotation, so there was no need to waste time. Lindemann's face was very grim. In his view, with such favorable conditions offered by the Pentagon, only a fool would refuse. Only after Jean-Luc was moved could the subsequent conditions be discussed. But now that Jean-Luc had taken such an attitude, there was simply no way to bring up the subsequent conditions. "Mr. Jean, your negotiation method of asking for too much is not a wise choice. TCH, who's negotiating with you? My rules are right here. You either follow them or get lost. There's no room for negotiation." Jean-Luc said disdainfully. "Mr. Jean, don't be ungrateful for the kindness shown to you. The Pentagon has already shown enough goodwill. If you only drive those mutants out and promise not to continue teaching them, then those conditions would be your best reward. But if you don't appreciate it, I'm afraid the consequences will be something you cannot bear. Lindemann spoke with a hint of threat. If you want to seek death, just come at me. Since the talks had broken down, Jean-Lu was too lazy to continue wasting words with him. With a wave of his hand, Lindemann received the same treatment as Tony and was thrown out of the yard. However, Tony, with his agile skills, was able to land safely, while Lindemann didn't have that capability and fell bloodied and missing a tooth. You'll regret this. Crazy. Lindemann shouted angrily at the door before leaving in a huff. Their conversation did not lower their volume, and Jean-Lu did not deliberately block it. The martial artists in the yard, now sharp of hearing, naturally overheard their dialogue. Especially Sharon Carter and Aurora, who after hearing it frowned deeply. That night, both reported the situation to their respective superiors. Thanks to the book friends Zhuan Wuduan and the Attacking Wood book for their support. In this world, there is no one who is a deity able to devise infallible plans. On that day, Ao Luo reported to Professor X about the emergence of the new mutant, marking the second case of the ultimate infinite Qi Gong activating the X gene in a disciple, which already clarified many issues. However, Professor X believed that the shapeshifter Raven would surely inform Magneto of this news within the martial arts school, and according to Magneto's character, knowing that the ultimate infinite Qi Gong possessed this capability, he would certainly no longer make things difficult for Jean-Lu. Moreover, through certain channels, Professor X also learned that the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants had distanced themselves from the United States, leading to a misunderstanding. In fact, Raven had left the martial arts school beforehand to persuade Magneto to lead the mutants down the path of the martial god, completely unaware of the second mutant's appearance in the school. As a result, Professor X thought the threat from Magneto had ceased, but in reality, Magneto and Jean-Lu had already agreed to a duel for the middle of the month. On the other side, SHIELD sought to accelerate Peter's upgrade using the pretext of saving to have Peter running around in dangerous situations. Although battling against various creatures like vampires and demons expanded Peter's horizons and improved his overall realm, the pressure from these battles had barely any effect on him, resulting in him still being stuck in the fifth layer of the magnetic field with no progress. Meanwhile, Sharon Carter was also pulled out under the pretext of having internship arrangements at the university, joining the upgrade plan. However, the fourth disciple to enter also appeared, the homeless old man from Chinatown that Jean-Lu had previously favored, named Wang Yunxiang. This name is not associated with any known character in the Marvel Universe, completely an ordinary passerby, with no significant role. The old man, much like Peter, came solely for the monthly stipend of $10,000. With a clear goal and a diligent heart, and relying on the magnetic field and the system's acceleration for named disciples, he finally achieved his wish and changed his destiny. After learning all the martial arts mysteries of converting electric current into magnetic field motion from Jean-Lu, he was just in time to take Sharon's place to teach everyone. Then on the second day of this new fourth disciple's appointment, Tony returned to work. Old Wang, nearly 70 this year, had seen it all and was delighted to take it easy without a second thought. He handed over the position to the senior brother. Having spent a lifetime at the bottom suffering, who knows how many hardships and trials, he had developed the habit of being cautious in his actions. Nowadays, he rarely spoke to Pepper, fearing misunderstandings with the senior brother. Please remember the domain of the group novel website. Old Wang was very personable. Even though he became the fourth senior brother, he carried no airs. After receiving the entry stipend, he first bought himself a set of clean clothes, and then treated all the junior brothers and sisters to a meal. He even bought 4 boxes of gifts for his master Jean-Lu as a token of gratitude. This was the first time Jean-Lu received a gift of thanks. None of the previous 3 disciples had ever given him anything. It must be said that foreigners who speak Chinese and authentic Chinese people are completely different in their thinking and habits. Jean-Lu was very pleased looking at this older disciple who was even older than himself, with newfound respect and satisfaction. Everyone has their own affinities and distances, and Jean-Lu was no exception. Old Wang had used a small matter to raise his status in Jean-Lu's heart above that of Sharon Carter. The only reason he hadn't surpassed Tony and Peter was that these two might assist Jean-Lu in breaking through the limits of his skills. Jean-Lu was very pragmatic. Personal preferences always took a back seat to the ultimate goal. To put it bluntly, whichever side provides the resources is the one to follow. If Raven could also join, Old Wang's position in the sect might decrease again. Now the developments within the martial arts school were of utmost importance to all organizations. Old Wang successfully entered, and that night his personal information was placed on the desks of various organizations. Then Old Wang was approached one after another by various organizations seeking to recruit him. There was no way around it. There were only 4 entry disciples with SHIELD monopolizing two of them, one being the wealthy Tony Stark, leaving only Wang Yunxiang available for competition. Old Wang was quite shrewd. He played both sides, flattering everyone while under the guise of understanding the strength and background of the organizations, he collected names and brief information of all the groups trying to recruit him, then ran to report to his master Jean Lu. Master, I've noted down all these organizations in my notebook. Not a single one has been missed. Jean Lu looked at Wang Yunxiang, who appeared to be wholeheartedly loyal, and asked, my sect does not prohibit disciples from joining other organizations. Why don't you select the one with the best conditions to join? Master, I am nearly 70 this year, and I've been in this foreign land for decades, so I understand their ways to some extent. The reason they are courting me is not because of my greatness, but solely because I am your disciple, master. If I were to truly join their organization, I would inevitably be subject to their control. If they were to ask me to monitor your words and actions, or disclose your whereabouts, would I comply? If I do, it would go against the grace you've shown me in teaching. If I refuse, then everything they promised won't be fulfilled, and they might even seek trouble with me. Rather than getting entangled later, it's better not to board their pirate ship at all. Old Wang respectfully stood before Jean Lu, honestly expressing his thoughts, without any concealment. Everything I have is granted by my mentor. Although I am unworthy, I would never do anything harmful to my mentor. Upon hearing this, Jean Lu secretly sighed. Indeed, only a Chinese person truly understands the significance of the mentor-disciple relationship. Ruiwen has been trying her best to accelerate the pace, but establishing a new organization involves many trivial matters, including selecting a base, ensuring the economic livelihood of the members, and avoiding detection of their traces by enemies. Despite her haste, when Ruiwen returned to the martial arts school, more than a month had already passed. During this time, another group of individuals had successfully gained entry into the realm powered by electric currents. The current batch of disciples are mostly elites sent by various organizations. They possess good qualities, have clear goals, and are diligent in their training. Thus, they have all gradually entered the fold. In the past week, there has been a sudden surge of over 10 new disciples entering. This group includes familiar and unfamiliar names, such as Emil Blonsky, Military, Justin Hammer Industries, Grant Ward, Hydra, and Sky Rising Tide. However, this is of little consequence. As time progresses, more disciples will undoubtedly join. As the sole martial god-level sect in the Marvel Universe, it would be embarrassing for Jean Lu to call itself a major sect without thousands of disciples. Of course, for Jean Lu, quantity is not important, quality is what matters. The ability to overcome the magnetic field rotation is the most crucial aspect. Whether one can reach the limit of the 50-fold realm is also uncertain. Jean Lu believes that aside from the main characters and major antagonists, it is quite challenging for ordinary people to attain the 50-fold realm. Just like an ordinary person like Old Wang, he might be able to step into the magnetic field rotation realm, but to advance to the 25-fold or higher levels, it will likely only be possible after the Earth is magnetized. As more people from various organizations gained entry, the importance of the fourth disciple Wang Yunxiang diminished, and no organization was keen on recruiting him anymore. Old Wang was indifferent, continuing to practice diligently at the martial arts school, regularly receiving allowances from his sect, and living a fulfilling life. At his age, he perceives everything clearly and does not compete for power and benefits with the younger disciples who rose later. If someone wishes to become an instructor to gain prestige, he willingly steps aside to take a break. Anyone trying to form cliques in the martial arts school was merely observed by him. He did not participate in any faction nor offend anyone. The ordinary disciples in the martial arts school have become the focus of recruitment for various organizations. Many new disciples upon joining were immediately taken out by their senior brothers and sisters for meals, drinks, and parties to establish a foundation of camaraderie before serious lessons commenced. Within about a month, based on the new disciples' attitudes towards training, it was possible to roughly judge whether they could pass the entry assessment, thus starting the second round of recruitment. Various temptations and promises came crashing down, and very few could withstand this round of sugary bombardment. The ordinary people who received such great benefits naturally became role models for those around them, attracting even more ordinary individuals to seek apprenticeship. The original martial arts school could no longer accommodate everyone. Fortunately, the senior brother of the school was wealthy and directly purchased all the buildings within a few hundred meters, leveling them to merge with the school. Now, not only has the business of the Chinese language training classes around the martial arts school improved, but the salaries of Chinese teachers throughout New York City have also risen. Many universities have even opened Chinese courses specifically to attract more out-of-town students to enroll. On Professor X's side, he also internally announced enhanced training, sending the first batch of mutant students to Jean Lu for apprenticeship. Ruiwen was slightly slower, only sending 2 of the fastest learning children over. However, she too successfully gained entry and became an official disciple. After obtaining her status as an official disciple, Ruiwen immediately left the martial arts school to return to the base, beginning to enhance her teaching alongside the Chinese language teacher, striving to lead everyone onto the path of martial gods as soon as possible. Pepper also successfully gained entry. She had a busy schedule and immediately returned to Stark Industries for work, but old Obadiah still stubbornly refused to come, leaving Tony feeling helpless. The SHIELD enhancement plan ultimately declared failure as Peter wasted a lot of time and energy defeating a series of super criminals, rescuing countless distressed civilians, which made the name of the superhero, Thor, even more renowned. However, his own realm showed no progress. Sharon Carter, on the other hand, with her lower realm, made significant advancements. She was already capable of utilizing 200,000 volts of electric current, but several of her junior brothers and sisters, who joined later, practiced in the martial arts school and caught up, progressing at a pace not inferior to Sharon's. Especially Storm Aurora, who was originally a sorceress capable of manipulating natural phenomena, including lightning. Thus, after entering, her progress was rapid, and she had now surpassed others, reaching the realm of 500,000 volts of electric current. In the competition of learning between humans and mutants, it was evident that mutants progressed faster than ordinary people. The innate talents of mutants, even if not related to lightning, often interact with Qi during the ultimate cultivation of limitless Qi, promoting each other's growth and accelerating the progress of the practitioner. Cultivating Qi also allows mutants to gain a more precise understanding of their bodies and abilities. In the early days, some mutants often lost control of their powers, requiring Ouro's understanding to suppress them. However, after a month of training, no mutant's abilities had gone out of control again. This good news made Charles smile broadly every day. This also spurred Charles and Ruiwen to tighten their grip on Chinese language instruction, even pausing many other subjects to focus on Chinese learning. Now Charles personally teaches a Chinese class every day, then chats with his old friend Eric to lift his spirits, leading a leisurely life. It seemed that everything had fallen into place and all events were progressing in a positive direction, but both of them knew that the potential hazards had never been eliminated and would eventually explode, not knowing who would be caught in the blast. What they needed to do now was to delay the outbreak of these hazards as much as possible, allowing mutants to gain more self-protection abilities, recruit more allies, and control the scale of future losses. The fire could not be hidden forever. Ruiwen finally learned about Eric's situation. She secretly visited X Academy and saw the crippled figure wearing prosthetics made especially for him by Beast sitting in a wheelchair, having tea with Charles. The two elderly gentlemen, both in wheelchairs, faced each other in a very harmonious atmosphere. After hesitating for a long time, she ultimately chose not to disturb the two old brothers and turned to leave. Charles and Eric turned to look at Ruiwen's departing figure, exchanging glances without saying a word, and continued to sip their tea. After finishing their afternoon tea, Charles pushed the wheelchair and bid farewell, as he had a class in the afternoon. Eric sat alone in the wheelchair, gazing out at the swirling snow outside, lost in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt a bit thirsty. He did not use his high-tech prosthetic hand. Instead, he simply glanced at the purple gold teapot on the table. The teapot floated up, automatically refilling the white porcelain teacup without spilling a drop. He opened his mouth again, and the porcelain teacup flew up, delivering the tea into his mouth before returning to its original place without a hitch. This can't go on any longer. More and more mutants are joining that martial arts school, and if this continues, their power will grow stronger and pose an even greater threat. What do you plan to do then? Send troops to capture those mutants? General Talbot asked from behind his desk. Why not? Strick retorted. Because we must consider how Jean Lu will react to this matter. He is an outsider and doesn't care about the mutants. Those mutants are terrorists. Do we need to care about others' opinions when capturing terrorists? Strick's dissatisfaction with the military's weakness grew stronger. Do you think Professor X is a fool? Those who dare to go there to learn are all innocent kids with no criminal records. They can have criminal records, Strick implied. Don't bring out the fake things to embarrass yourself. Professor X has been keeping a close watch on that side. If he wants to find clues, he will definitely be able to. You understand what I mean. Strick spun around in frustration. Damn mutants. They're all a bunch of monsters. Why not force Jean Lu to drive the mutants away? Do you think we haven't tried? Talbot shot him a glare, annoyed. We've tried both coercion and persuasion, but he won't budge. He killed the dozen or so policemen who went to test the waters on the spot. This guy has no respect for the law whatsoever. Unless we go to war, no minor tactics will work. Then let's go to war. He killed so many policemen. Once this news gets out, no one in the Federation will dare to protect him. Strick exclaimed joyfully, his expression excited. Do you think I don't want to? Talbot also shouted. But now many organizations have sent people to learn from him, and until they get what they want, no one can move against Jean Lu. One action affects everything. The military cannot act recklessly. Strick slammed the table in anger. How long do I have to wait? Until all the organizations have someone who reaches the realm of magnetic field manipulation. By then Jean-Loup will be useless. Talbert's eyes glinted with ferocity, killing intent evident. All right, by then I can send people to act together. Strick volunteered. You? Forget it. Talbert glanced at him sarcastically, saying, your mutants are now completely out of touch with the times. You better first understand how powerful magnetic field manipulation really is before making any decisions. After leaving the Pentagon, Strick wore a grim expression as he visited some old friends to obtain video footage from when Peter conducted weapon tests. After watching all the videos and the accompanying expert evaluations, Strick fell into silence. He was deeply shocked by Peter's displayed power, which exceeded his imagination. He coveted this strength, but unlike other organizations, he couldn't send people to learn. Because his capable subordinates were all brainwashed mutants like Death Girl, once they left his side, it was hard to say whether they would lose control. Though he had some ordinary soldiers under him, their quality was vastly inferior compared to the elites selected by larger organizations. Moreover, the most important thing was that he didn't have that much time. Now individuals in various organizations were already reaching the threshold of magnetic field manipulation, and what was lacking was possibly the potential explosion during life and death battles. If he still didn't have enough manpower after the various organizations achieved their goals, he would definitely be unable to participate in the upcoming purging war. He felt some regret in his heart for having focused too much on the mutants, neglecting this martial arts school. If he had known earlier, like other organizations had have sent people to steal the secrets of the school much sooner and wouldn't be so passive. Such powerful strength is perfect for exterminating mutants. But now it's too late. There's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. He carefully studied the relevant intelligence and finally found a temporary solution. Because now more and more people were successfully entering the realm of electric current manipulation. The once rare disciples have become commonplace, and the competing organizations have also diminished. After all, organizations with some brains have basically already cultivated their own disciples at the electric current manipulation level. Recruiting from ordinary people has become unnecessary. Only individuals like Strick, who missed the best opportunity and didn't send people over, now have the necessity to recruit from ordinary people. This time Strick was ruthless and specially approved a large sum of funds to acquire all the entry-level disciples from the martial arts school who hadn't signed with other organizations. With this batch of entry-level disciples from ordinary backgrounds, his strength immediately underwent a tremendous change. Strick was a ruthless person. He was harsh on himself, harsh on his son, and even harsher on outsiders. He could turn his son, the Illusion Master, into a tool. He could modify Wolverine and Death Girl, and he certainly wouldn't show any mercy to this new group of subordinates. He used the Illusion Master modified No. 143 to discipline this new group harshly. First, he mixed various hypnotic drugs into their food, then under the pretense of military training, made them fight each other, and finally used illusions to instigate them, deepening the gaps and grievances between them. Minor friction escalated into conflicts, and conflicts escalated into major confrontations. It started with verbal disputes, then insults escalating to confrontations, and finally evolving into armed clashes. Although these people were all at the electric current manipulation level and had strong combat power, they were all ordinary people with no experience and were easily manipulated by him. A dozen disciples at the electric current manipulation level under Strick's intentional provocation engaged in a daily melee. In the beginning, everyone was relatively restrained as they were all ordinary people who had never killed. After knocking the other down, they would mock and boast, returning home triumphantly. But under the influence of the drugs and illusions, gradually everyone lost control. When the first person died, everyone went insane. A vast desert base was reduced to ruins by a group of battling superhumans. After paying the price of 1/3 of their lives, the survivors finally calmed down. Although the process was extremely brutal, the outcome was excellent. The 10 survivors all successfully entered the realm of magnetic field manipulation. Strick suppressed the wild joy in his heart, exploded in anger, and scolded the survivors, then threatened them. If they didn't want to face a military court and be shot, they had to obediently obey his orders. These ordinary people had no idea how strong their combat power was, and were easily manipulated by Strick, becoming his loyal lackeys. Thanks to the book friends for their support. Colonel Strick is a very madman. He has been insane since the death of his wife. He believes that his mutant son, born prematurely, is responsible for his wife's death, thus harboring hatred for mutants. To eliminate mutants, he is willing to transform his own son into a tool of fate that is beyond the capability of an ordinary person. A stable regime would consider many aspects and weigh various issues, but a madman certainly does not take these into account. There are many radical generals in the military who oppose mutants, but they act rationally, weighing pros and cons, unlike Colonel Strick. In the past, Strick was unable to eradicate mutants. He lacked the power to do so. In films and dramas, once he discovers a way to annihilate mutants, he sends controlled mutants to assassinate the president and other federal officials to advance his plan. Now, with 10 powerful individuals capable of manipulating magnetic fields, his strength has surged to the top among all organizations, and he can no longer hold back. He decides to commence his plan. He cannot act against the ultimate infinite pavilion yet, or the military will not protect him, but he can target X Academy. He aims to destroy X Academy. Originally, the Brotherhood of Mutants would have been the most suitable target, being a well-known terrorist organization needing no justification. Moreover, Magneto, for reasons unknown, has stepped down and handed over his position to someone else. Without Magneto's deterrence, annihilating the Brotherhood of Mutants has become significantly easier. However, because of this, the Brotherhood's movements are difficult to trace, and they are very well hidden. Raven's base has been discovered, but there are only a few weak and old mutants there. Furthermore, they are not within the federal territory, and using force would still require considering diplomatic issues. Therefore, X Academy is the best choice. There are many mutants there, and military strength is no longer an issue. Most importantly, capturing Professor X might solve the mutant problem once and for all. With the help of the brainwave enhancement machine, he plans to control Professor X with Subject 143 and eliminate all mutants in an instant, fulfilling his lifelong dream of purifying the world. This plan has long been in place, but has never been able to be realized because he is only a colonel, not a general, and cannot bypass the Pentagon to attack X Academy. Even if he issues orders, any military general can revoke his command. Initially, he intended to find an opportunity to incite hatred towards mutants among the president and other officials, but now that is no longer necessary. Since the military can compromise with Jean-Luc for political reasons, it can naturally also compromise with him, who has 10 magnetic warriors, to maintain balance. Eliminating mutants is his lifelong dream, and now that the opportunity has arrived, he might as well act first and worry about the consequences later. At worst, he would just engage in a prolonged struggle with those politicians. Once the plan is set, he begins arranging an assault plan. The only threat in the entire X Academy is that old crippled Professor X. Strick has spent his entire life studying mutants, and he has researched one of the most powerful figures among them, Professor X, in great depth. However, in his bias, he fails to see the efforts Professor X makes for peace. He only sees the professor's immense power and threat. He has developed a multitude of plans targeting Professor X, which fills several large boxes, most of which are aimed at the professor's frail body, and now these plans finally have a place to be used. That night, as silence enveloped the area, and X Academy's children had all drifted into slumber, Strick landed with most of his forces at a distance from the Academy, with 10 magnetic field warriors crackling with energy charging towards X Academy at full speed. Strick, leading a large troop, quickly followed in an armored vehicle. Originally in films, Strick used Magneto as bait to lure Professor X into a trap, then infiltrate at night for a surprise attack. But now, with enough military might in his hands, he no longer needs to be stealthy. In his dream, Charles suddenly awoke, having just roused all the teachers to alert them when he heard a thunderous noise from outside growing closer. These attackers did not even use the door, but directly passed through walls, destroying everything in their path, heading straight for his bedroom. In a flash, Nightcrawler appeared, saying, "Professor, I will take you away." As Nightcrawler just picked him up, the opposite wall exploded, sending a massive shockwave that knocked both of them away, and a fully armed soldier appeared before them. In midair, Nightcrawler barely activated his power and teleported them away. But the senses of the magnetic field warrior were extremely sharp, akin to radar, and immediately discovered their landing point, turning around to chase after them. Nightcrawler hurriedly teleported again, bringing them to Cyclops Scott's bedroom, but as soon as they landed, they saw Scott being punched away by another soldier. Seeing Professor X appear, the soldier immediately pulled out a canister from his waist, opened it, and threw it toward Charles. The canister released a large amount of colorless and odorless gas, a potent anesthetic specifically prepared for Professor X. Professor X immediately launched a mental assault on the soldier, but the soldier was wearing a specially made helmet which, while not completely blocking the impact of his ability, greatly weakened its potency, leaving only a slight tremor in the soldier. Professor X also has an amplification helmet, but this attack came too suddenly, and his helmet was left in the cabinet. Without the amplification of the helmet, his mental assault could not penetrate the soldier's specialized helmet, failing to inflict effective damage. Of course, this is also related to the strength of the attacker. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, even the weakened attack would have already knocked them down. The wall behind them exploded suddenly, and the previous soldier had caught up. Nightcrawler attempted to teleport again, but suddenly felt dizzy, his body swayed, and the ability failed, causing him to fall to the ground with Professor X. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw Scott being pinned face down on the ground by another soldier, his optic blasts proving ineffective. The battle ended extremely quickly. By the time Strick led the main force to arrive, all the teachers had already been taken down, and even Jean and Aurora, who were leading students in the martial arts hall, had no chance to alert anyone. Strick stood at the entrance of X Academy, watching the soldiers marching by with prisoners in tow, and he burst into excited laughter. From today onward, there will be no more Xavier School for gifted youngsters. Monsters should be kept in cages. Haha. Thank you to the supporter, the usurper of the country. Thanks to the reader eyes for the support. Everyone go in and begin the capture. Take away all the mutant creatures. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. A large number of soldiers fully armed rushed into the academy with tranquilizer guns beginning the capture. Some older mutant children started to use their abilities to resist. Against those with weaker abilities, such resistance was futile and the soldiers easily suppressed them. However, when facing those with slightly stronger abilities, the ordinary soldiers would call for support, and in an instant a bolt of lightning would arrive, easily knocking down the resistors. Strike was increasingly satisfied with his subordinates, who fought using magnetic field manipulation. Standing at the doorway, he watched as the mutant children were gradually knocked down and brought out, filled with pride, especially the brainwave enhancer escorted by 2 magnetic field warriors, which was the key item of the plan. Strike excitedly moved forward, but after only a few steps his vision suddenly blurred, and a thunderous explosion rang in his ears, the shockwave knocking him off his feet. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw a magnetic field warrior whom he had high hopes for split in half, lying on the ground in agony. And the most important brainwave enhancer had shattered into several pieces during the earlier impact. No. My machine. My plan. Just as his dreams were about to be realized, they were destroyed right before his eyes, and Strike couldn't help but wail. Humans, you all deserve to die. A human figure hovered in the air, glaring angrily at the mutant children, bound like livestock and thrown in the truck below. Magneto. Strike was taken aback, but then noticed that Magneto's limbs had disappeared. Although he did not know the cause, it did not hinder his correct judgment. Seizing the opportunity. Eliminate him. He is already crippled. Strike ordered the magnetic field warriors while retreating. Though Magneto was not part of his original plan, since he had already appeared, he might as well take care of him all at once. In his vehicle, there were specialized demagnetizing weapons developed for Magneto. These weapons had proven effective in past battles. While they had little effect on others, they worked perfectly against Magneto. Unlike Strike, the magnetic field warriors immediately recognized that the enemy was also using magnetic field manipulation. Moreover, they felt a threat emanating from Magneto. This flying figure with a mastery of magnetic field manipulation must be at least at the 10th level. The remaining 9 warriors, disregarding everything else, poured all their energy into a coordinated assault. Die. Ultimate Emperor Leg. Old Cripple. Eat dust. Ultimate Endless Palm. Take this. Ultimate Thunderous Hand. Magneto's eyes blazed with fire as he took a deep breath, positioning his body horizontally to the ground. He aimed at an incoming magnetic field warrior and suddenly spun rapidly around his spine. Witness my self-created combat style. Rotating cannon. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot out at several Mach speeds, colliding with the warrior's attack. When their heads collided, a tremendous force erupted, scattering the other assailants. Once everyone regained their footing, they realized that the magnetic field warrior, who had just taken the hit from Eric, had lost the right half of his body. On the other side, Magneto adjusted his stance, aiming at another magnetic field warrior. This warrior, frightened, quickly moved to dodge, while shouting warnings to his companions. Don't engage him directly, his level is far superior to ours. Whoever has practiced the whirlwind break and transformation technique, come and support me. Eric's disadvantage stemmed from his missing limbs and lack of martial skills. The rotating cannon was a crude attack method he had randomly concocted while immobilized for days. In contrast, his opponents practiced the meticulously refined techniques of the ultimate Boundless sect, where every move possessed immense power. Although he managed to kill one enemy, due to his high level, he was struck on the head by a powerful palm blow, leaving him dazed. He shook his head, adjusted his stance, and planned to continue the assault, but the others had learned their lesson, and no one dared to engage him directly. Instead, they either dodged with footwork or used techniques to deflect his strikes. Eric's consecutive attacks missed. Just as he was getting anxious, a commotion erupted as a group of ordinary soldiers rushed over with specialized weapons aimed at Magneto. If this were the past, Magneto would surely have no choice but to flee when faced with so many specialized weapons, but now. Eric sneered several times, adjusted his stance, and charged towards the soldiers. He did not possess Charles' weakness for mercy, nor did he have the moral purity of a superhero against killing. To him, every human was fair game. The soldiers, filled with confidence, pulled the triggers at Eric, only to be astonished to find that the demagnetizing weapons that always worked had actually malfunctioned. In the terrified gazes of the soldiers, Eric plunged into their ranks. In a deafening explosion, an entire squad of soldiers was wiped out in an instant. In the rear, Strike's heart skipped a beat, as he immediately realized that the current Eric was no longer the Magneto of the past. He was definitely also using magnetic field manipulation. When he had just received Peter's weapon testing data, he had noticed that the demagnetizing weapons were ineffective against Peter's magnetic abilities. Later, after acquiring the magnetic field warriors, he conducted tests that showed they were also unaffected by the demagnetizing weapons. Regarding this phenomenon, he had consulted scientists asking why data indicated that magnetic fields were indeed generated around the magnetic field warriors, yet this magnetic field could also affect nonmetals. The scientist explained a lot, but he did not fully comprehend, only remembering one conclusion: the magnetic field generated by magnetic field manipulation was not only magnetic, but also a force field, which could inherently affect nonmetals. As for why the previous Magneto could not achieve this, the scientist stated that it was surely due to a misnomer. Now that he realized the demagnetizing weapons were also ineffective against Magneto, he immediately understood that Magneto's abilities had changed. Only another magnetic field warrior could counter the magnetic field warriors. He hastily ordered the remaining 8 magnetic field warriors eliminate him. Otherwise, we all will die.